Chapter 1. The ghost of the play returns home. Who am I? Boom. A pale lightning flashed through the inky clouds. The rain poured down fiercely, a divine fury showering the muddy earth, and in the rippling puddles, a crimson figure appeared fragmented. It was a boy clad in a bright red theater robe, staggering through the mud as if intoxicated, the wide sleeves fluttering in the wild wind, the mud and sand on the robe washed away by the rain, the blood like scarlet stark against the night. Stop making noise, stop making noise. Shut up. I'm about to remember, soon am about to remember. I have a name that belongs to me. The boy's wet black hair hung down to his brows, and his dazed eyes were filled with confusion as he struggled to move forward, clutching his head as if struggling to recall something. His angry shouts echoed down the empty street, but they did not travel far. Drowned in the endless curtain of rain, thud, in the dimness, he tripped over a protruding stone and fell heavily to the ground. A streak of crimson blood rolled down from the boy's forehead, and he lay dazed on the ground, suddenly seeming to remember something, a faint light flickering in his murky eyes. Chun-Ling. A name suddenly flashed through his mind. The moment he uttered these two words, a fragment of memory floated out from the endless murmurs that almost split his head apart, merging with this weak body. What is this, a crossover? Chun-Ling furrowed his brows, continuously digesting the memories of this body. His brain felt like it was being torn apart in pain. His name was Chun-Ling, 28 years old, an intern director at a theater in the capital. After a performance that day, he was alone on stage arranging the actors' positions when a severe earthquake struck. He felt a sharp pain in his head and completely lost consciousness. Now that he thought about it, he most likely died from being hit by a falling spotlight. At this moment, Chun-Ling was slowly digesting the memories of this body. And to his surprise, the owner of this body was also named Chun-Ling. However, their basic understanding of the world was completely different. The fragmented memories clashed with each other, and Chun-Ling felt like his mind was about to explode. He kept taking deep breaths, struggling to get up from the ground, his theater robe stained black and red, utterly disheveled. For some reason, his body felt incredibly heavy, as if he had been exhausted from writing a play for 4 or 5 days straight. Let's go home first. His weary body and fragmented thoughts made it nearly impossible for him to think he could only rely on his bogus instincts to head in the direction of home. Although he didn't know how he got here, the original owner of this body had a memory of this place, that he would walk this route every day after taking care of his brother at the clinic, and it was usually just a 2 or 3 minute journey from here to home. But for him at this moment, this distance felt longer than ever. The rain, carrying a bone-chilling cold, flowed over Chun-Ling's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After enduring the cold and fatigue while walking in the rain for 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the door of his home as per his memory. Chun-Ling fumbled in his pocket for a while and found that he had no keys. So he skillfully retrieved a spare key from the bottom of the newspaper box by the door and unlocked it. Creak. Warm light spilled from inside the house, illuminating a corner of the dark rainy night and also lighting up Chun-Ling's pale face. The moment he saw the light, the tension in Chun-Ling's nerves naturally relaxed, and the cold and fatigue that enveloped him seemed to be somewhat dispelled by this lamp. He stepped into the house and saw 2 figures sitting at the dining table, their eyes red, as if they had just cried. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 2 were momentarily stunned, then turned their heads simultaneously. Damn, I'm back. With a heavy head, Chun-Ling instinctively prepared to change his shoes at the entrance, only to realize that he had been barefoot from the start, and now the soles of his feet and between his toes were almost filled with mud, leaving 2 large black footprints on the floor. This moment, the 2 figures sitting at the dining table saw the red-clad Chun-Ling entering, and their pupils dilated sharply. You. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, his mouth agape, wearing a ghostly expression. Mom, is there water at home? I'm so thirsty. After returning home, Chun-Ling was completely relaxed, his consciousness teetering on the edge of oblivion. He murmured to himself while stumbling into the kitchen, grabbing the water jug on the dispenser and drinking greedily. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In the kitchen, that figure in red seemed like a beast, ravenously swallowing the water source. The water that dripped from the corners of his mouth fell onto the floor, pooling into puddles that reflected the terrified pale faces of the 2 in the living room. Ling. The woman forced herself to muster courage, trembling as she spoke. How did you come back? Chun-Ling clutched the water jug and drank frantically, completely oblivious to the woman's words. Then he seemed to think that drinking this way was too slow, and he shoved the jug's mouth, about the thickness of a fist, into his mouth and bit it in half. The synthetic plastic was chewed vigorously, and the rushing water poured into his mouth. Exhilarating. I walked back. A voice came from behind Chun-Ling. Yes, from behind. This moment. Chun-Ling was still immersed in gulping down water, while his voice clearly reached the ears of the 2. As if behind him in the unseen void, another red-clad Chun-Ling stood, arms spread wide, answering as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It's raining a bit hard. I think I got lost. I think I fell a few times on the way, and my shoes are also missing. Mom, I made the floor dirty if you're not in a hurry. Just wait for me to clean it up tomorrow. I'm too tired right now. Looking at this chilling scene before them, the man and woman in the living room felt a chill run down their spines, the flame of the kerosene lamp in the glass flickering as if an invisible hand was mockingly toying with the wick. They turned pale, yet stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Finally, the water jug was emptied. Chun-Ling wiped his mouth and set the jug down, then turned around, leaving black footprints on the floor as he stumbled toward his bedroom. Dad, Mom, you should go to bed early too. Good night. He mumbled a sentence, closed the door behind him, and then there was a dull thud as something heavy fell onto the bed. The living room fell into silence. Uncertain of how long it had been, the two figures, resembling sculptures, finally turned their heads, stiffly staring at each other. The swaying wick stabilized, and the eerie kerosene lamp barely illuminated the dim living room. They trembled in their chairs, their faces devoid of any color. He is back, the man rasped. How is this possible? If he really is ailing, then who did we kill last night? Chapter 2, we are watching you. Is it a ghost? The torrential rain beat against the cold window, and their hearts fluttered like the flame in the lamp, unsteady. I don't know. The woman swallowed hard. Should we notify the enforcers? Are you crazy? Hearing the words enforcers, the man, who had been stunned, finally regained some rationality. Once the enforcers get involved, what we've done will definitely be exposed. Absolutely not, then. What about him? The woman paused for a moment. Do you think maybe there's a calamity attached to Alan's body? The two of them simultaneously looked toward the closed bedroom door, falling silent once again. After a long while, the man seemed to have made up his mind. He took a black raincoat from the doorway and pushed the door open. Where are you going? To the place where we buried the body now. What for? To verify. Rainwater slid down the man's pale face as he rasped. No matter what is in that room now. It absolutely can't be ailing. I need to see his body with my own eyes. He'll go with you. No one wanted to go out on such a stormy night, but the woman preferred the former option over being alone with that unknown thing sleeping in the bedroom. In the heavy rain, two figures in raincoats hurriedly left in the bedroom. Chun-Ling, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, suddenly twitched his eyelashes as if he were having a nightmare. In his dream, his consciousness continued to sink, as if falling into an endless abyss. After what felt like a long time, he seemed to land on a hard surface, finally stabilizing himself. Thud, 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 thud. A muffled mechanical sound echoed, followed by beams of light piercing through the darkness, converging on a figure in red clothing. Chun-Ling instinctively covered his eyes with his hand. Where is this? As Chun-Ling's hazy consciousness gradually regained clarity, he looked around in confusion after adapting to the bright light. Within the beam of light, he could only see the scarlet opera robe on his body, the old wooden floor beneath his feet, and a black curtain illuminated in the light behind him. Beyond the beam lay endless unknown and darkness. Seeing this scene, Chun-Ling suddenly froze. It was as if he thought of something, squinting up at the overhead lights, which were fixed on steel frames. A stage? As a director working in a theater, Chun-Ling was very familiar with the stage in his previous life. Right up until he was killed by a falling light, he had been pondering his position on the stage. His understanding of the stage exceeded that of the actors. So at this moment, his first reaction was that he had returned again the lighting effects on the stage of the theater he was in last life were better than this. The curtain was not black, and the floor was not this old wooden one. Was he dreaming? Chun-Ling tentatively took a step forward, the old floor creaking loudly, as his figure was about to step out of the light circle. Another beam of light followed his footsteps, chasing into the darkness. Chase light? Chun-Ling's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively shouted, "Who's there?" These lights could follow him, which was highly likely to be human-controlled, unless this place also used a fully automatic follow-light system. However, judging by the age of this stage, that possibility was almost zero. Who's there? Who's there? Over there. Chun-Ling's voice echoed in the darkness, growing increasingly eerie and chilling. At the same time, an electronic screen at the edge of the stage suddenly lit up. In stage design. This position is usually set for a prompter to prevent actors or presenters from forgetting their lines midway. But at this moment, the screen displayed a string of red characters. Audience expectation, 29. In the lower left corner of the screen, there were a few small words. Please do not let the audience's expectation drop below 20. Otherwise, the theater does not guarantee the safety of the actors. Seeing this screen, Chun-Ling felt a bit dazed. Audience? Where did the audience come from? Thud, thud, thud. The familiar sound of lights turning on echoed again. The darkness in front of the stage receded like a tide, and hundreds of wooden chairs spread out in a tiered manner into the distance, surrounding the stage densely. Audience seats. These three words appeared in Chun-Ling's mind. It is reasonable for there to be audience seats where there is a stage, But what truly made Chun-Ling's scalp tingle was that at some point, the audience seats were already filled with audience. They were humanoid creatures shrouded in shadows, and even with sufficient light, Chun-Ling still couldn't see their appearances, as if they were embodiments of the abyss. The only exception was their eyes. Countless crimson pupils opened in the dimness, sitting in their respective wooden chairs, staring at Chun-Ling on the stage, like a group of cats cornering a mouse, their gazes mocking and greedy. Under their gaze, Chun-Ling felt a chill down his neck. He had no idea what these audience were, but they could not possibly be human. Chun-Ling controlled himself not to look at those terrifying eyes anymore, and turned to sprint to the other end of the stage. Logically speaking, the exits of the stage should be on both sides, and as long as he left the stage, he should be able to temporarily escape from those ghostly things. The follow light locked onto the running figure in red, rushing straight to the edge of the stage, but what awaited him was a bare wall. Chun-Ling froze. He ran to the other side of the stage, still the same. This stage had no exit at all in the dim audience seats. Countless crimson pupils followed his escape, moving constantly, like a group of audience immersed in a wonderful performance, utterly focused. And the protagonist of this performance was the red-clad Chun-Ling on stage. At the same time, characters on the screen in the center of the stage flickered. The audience expectation jumped from 29 to 30. Damn it, what kind of terrible nightmare was he experiencing? Chun-Ling pinched himself hard, trying to wake up from the dream actively, but apart from feeling a familiar pain, there were no signs of awakening. Intermission over, please continue the performance. Another line of characters jumped onto the screen, followed by a crisp bell ringing suddenly from above the stage. Ding ding ding. Before Chun-Ling could react, the scene in front of him shattered inch by inch, and his consciousness quickly blurred. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely saw the huge and mysterious black curtain behind him slowly opening. Bang! Chun-Ling suddenly sat up from the bed. The sheets were already soaked with cold sweat. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes were filled with terror. He swallowed hard, his gaze slowly scanning the surroundings. Confirming that he was in his own room and not that damn stage, he finally relaxed. Is this a dream? This dream is too strange. He calmed himself down, got out of bed, and walked to the living room. At this point, the rain outside had mostly stopped, but the sky remained dim. Chun-Ling called out a few times for his parents, but there was no response. The whole house was silent. Did they leave for work so early? Chun-Ling murmured to himself. He touched his emaciated stomach. Last night's nightmare seemed to have drained too much of his energy, making him feel like he was floating as he walked. With no other choice, he headed into the kitchen to find something to eat. As soon as he stepped inside, he tripped over something. Looking down, he saw the remnants of a water bucket that looked like it had been gnawed by a beast. What happened to this bucket? Did it crack from the cold? Chun-Ling couldn't recall what had happened last night. He muttered suspiciously to himself, then propped the bucket up and tossed it into the corner. He turned to grab a cloth, preparing to wipe away the water stains on the floor. Just as he crouched down, he froze in place. He saw the water stains on the floor starting to move on their own, as if an invisible figure was crouching in front of him, dipping its fingertips in the water and writing something on the ground. In the next moment, the transparent water stains visibly turned blood red, forming a twisted and eerie piece of writing in front of Chun-Ling. We are watching you. Chapter 3. Calamity. Chun-Ling's pupils suddenly constricted. However, when he blinked, the blood-red characters on the ground vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. A hallucination? Chun-Ling stood there dazed. Those words seemed to have drilled into his mind. Impossible to forget. We are watching you. Chun-Ling suddenly turned his head. In the empty living room, it felt as if pairs of invisible crimson eyes were observing him. The sensation of being watched was eerily similar to that in his nightmare. He stood frozen like a statue for a long time, forcing himself to take deep breaths. Maybe I was too tired from staying up a few days ago, preparing for the enforcer exam. My mind is too tense. But this is the original owner's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Could it be that something went wrong when the two souls merged, damaging the mind? I heard that severe schizophrenia can indeed cause indistinguishable hallucinations. Chun-Ling temporarily quelled his inner fear, tried to explain everything scientifically. A strong sense of hunger surged within him. He casually picked up a sausage from the cutting board and swallowed it in a few bites, finally feeling a bit more composed. Maybe I need a psychiatrist. Startled, Chun-Ling didn't even bother to wash his face, quickly threw on a black cotton coat, and pushed the door open. Even so, the cold air that rushed in made Chun-Ling shiver. This was Chun-Ling's first formal contact with this world after regaining consciousness. He took a deep breath, ready to face all the unknowns and difficulties. However, when he accidentally looked up at the sky, a curse escaped his lips involuntarily. The morning light spilled from the east, with dreamlike blue ribbons floating in the sky above the small town, appearing as if they were close yet unreachable. The aurora. The daytime aurora. Chun-Ling stood at his doorstep, staring blankly at the sky, filled with auroras for a long time. murmuring to himself, "What on earth is this world? Damn, why is this road so difficult to navigate? The weather is too cold, and it just rained heavily last night. The mountain road has frozen over, so be careful. We've been dawdling all this time, and the sun is already up." The man wiped the sweat from his forehead. "How much farther do we have? That mass grave is just ahead. We should be close." Two staggering figures climbed over the peak and finally spotted the mounds of earth in the distance. These mounds were a mix of new and old. Most had no inscriptions, just wooden signs or belongings of the deceased placed in front of them. However, after last night's heavy rain, many of the mounds had been washed away, with sticks and other items scattered around, leaving the site in disarray. What the two did not expect was that the mass grave was now cordoned off with yellow warning tape, and a dozen figures were moving within the restricted area, looking somewhat serious. Enforcers? Seeing the conspicuous black and red uniforms, the man's eyes widened. Why are they here? Have they discovered it? The woman's face turned pale. Is it a Ling? Did he really go to find the enforcers? Is he really not dead? They thought they had killed Chen Ling, only for him to return the next day, and now, with the sudden appearance of the enforcers at the burial site. There was almost no other explanation. Wait. The man stared intently at the figures. Enforcers from Zone 3 would only dispatch at most 3 people for a criminal case. A deployment of over 10 like this can only mean a calamity has appeared. The woman seemed to remember something, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. Could that monster in the bedroom be? Run. The man grabbed the woman's wrist and turned to flee. At that moment, a cold voice came from nearby. Stop. The two figures instantly stiffened. An enforcer slipped under the warning tape and slowly approached them, narrowing his eyes. Where are you two? What are you doing here? The woman stammered, unable to speak. We're here to see our son. The man spoke as calmly as he could. He is buried here. Today is his death anniversary. Then why were you running? Because we were scared. Scared? Deploying so many enforcers at once means the Gray Realm is converging here, right? The man swallowed hard. Maybe that a calamity has crawled out from inside. We were afraid of being mistakenly harmed. Oh, you seem to understand quite a bit. The enforcer raised an eyebrow in surprise. The man forced a pale smile. Enforcer, ma'am. The woman cautiously asked, is there really a calamity that has run out from the Gray Realm? This is classified. The enforcer replied indifferently. You won't be able to visit your son today. You should go back. What you see here cannot be disclosed. You understand the rules, right? Understood. Go on. Hearing those 2 words, the man finally felt relieved and turned to leave. Wait. The two's hearts skipped a beat. Please leave your names and addresses. The enforcer took out a pen and paper. It's a requirement of the confidentiality regulations. Please understand. Chen Tan, Li Xiuchuan, 128, Hanshuang Street, Zone 3. After recording, the enforcer let them leave and walked past the yellow warning tape to a man in a black coat, handing over the documents. Monch, we found out they were here to see their son. Han Meng, chewing on a thick cigarette, took a deep drag, the acrid smoke mingling with his breath, dispersing in the cold wind. He casually glanced at the document and spoke calmly. Send a few people to follow them discreetly. They have issues. The Frosty Street is at least a dozen kilometers away from here. If they arrive at this time, they must have set off no later than 4 in the morning. And by then, the rain still hasn't stopped. Who would come to worship on a mountain before dawn in such heavy rain? Moreover, this is a mass grave, a place for those who have no relatives or have died far from home. How could parents bury their children here? The enforcer was stunned and suddenly slapped his forehead, right? How did I not think of that? Xiao Qin, how did you pass the enforcer exam back then? The enforcer called Xiao Qin chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Mingge, did any disasters crawl out from the Gray Realm last night? Han Meng did not answer, but took out a palm-sized device from the inner pocket of his coat. The center of the device had a pointer that resembled a compass, with different colors marking different scales, clear and distinct. Is this the disaster pointer? Jiang Qin curiously examined the device and reached out to touch it, only to be sharply slapped on the back of his hand. This thing is very precious that you'll have your chance to touch it once you get promoted to enforcer. Jiang Qin rubbed his hand back, feeling bitter. How does this thing work? This is a device that detects the danger level of disasters. Once we turn it on, whichever area the pointer points to indicates the magnitude of disaster fluctuations that have appeared nearby. If it's just a simple convergence of the Gray Realm with no disaster crawling into the real world, it won't react. The higher the level of the disaster, the more violently the pointer will shake. Jiang Qin nodded, a bit worried, and spoke up. Mingge, there shouldn't be any disasters crawling out, right? Most likely not. After all, if there had been a disaster coming through here yesterday, the 2nd and 3rd districts would have been in chaos already. That's good. To be safe, we still need to complete the inspection. As Han Meng spoke, he turned on the disaster pointer, and the other enforcers looked over curiously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The disaster pointer showed no response. Just as Han Meng let out a sigh of relief, the pointer on the compass suddenly began to shake violently. The pointer swept wildly across different colored areas, and a piercing screech emanated from within the device. Han Meng's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instinctively let go of the disaster pointer. Bang! Countless parts shattered in midair, and the sharp pointer's broken edge grazed Han Meng's cheek, leaving a streak of crimson blood. The disaster pointer exploded. Chapter 4. They exist at Chu. In the cold wind, Chun-Ling sneezed violently. A northerner in his previous life. Chun-Ling was struggling to cope with the weather here, cold and damp. Although the sun was shining brightly, he felt no warmth at all. Make way, make way. A lazy voice came from ahead, and Chun-Ling snapped back to reality, instinctively moving to the roadside. At the end of the road, a tricycle was slowly approaching. One boy was riding the bike, and another boy was sitting on the back seat with 2 large buckets of salt beside him. He scooped up the salt with a spoon and sprinkled it on the frosty road. As the salt fell, the frost on the ground gradually melted away. Hey, Chun-Ling. The person sprinkling salt raised an eyebrow upon seeing Chun-Ling standing by the road. I didn't expect to see a top student here. Didn't you go to take the enforcer exam? Did you fail? Seeing that face brought back a wave of memories for Chun-Ling. His name was Zhao Yi, a kid who grew up on the same street as Chun-Ling. However, he was naturally jealous. During high school, when Chun-Ling excelled, Zhao Yi's mother often compared him to Chun-Ling, making Zhao Yi unable to look at Chun-Ling without disdain. I passed the written test, just waiting for the physical test. Chun-Ling casually replied while standing by the road. Then I wish you good luck on your exam. Saying this, Zhao Yi scooped a large spoonful of salt and vigorously threw it toward the side of the road, splattering Chun-Ling, who was standing there. The flying salt grains covered Chun-Ling's hair and cotton robe. He hadn't expected Zhao Yi to pull such a stunt. Quickly brushing the salt off and turning to glare at Zhao Yi. This point, Zhao Yi was already sitting on the tricycle, wobbling away. With one foot resting on the salt bucket, he stuck out his tongue and made a face at Chun-Ling. As a 28-year-old adult who had been through the hardships of society, Chun-Ling felt a mix of anger and amusement at such a childish prank. However, he had no intention of chasing after and beating up the kid. He just mentally noted the incident while he had more important things to do. Just as Chun-Ling was about to step forward, his peripheral vision caught sight of the ground beneath his feet, and he paused for a moment. The frost in contact with the salt was gradually melting, leaving a slight white residue on the ground. In that instant, Chun-Ling saw a line of text intertwine and take shape. Audience expectation. 27. Before Chun-Ling could react, the salt had completely dissolved, and the previous scene seemed to have been just a fleeting illusion. Chun-Ling rubbed his eyes hard, murmuring to himself. It can't be that a sense of urgency surged again, and Chun-Ling couldn't help but quicken his pace, heading straight for the clinic. A few minutes later, Chun-Ling pushed open the door to the clinic. Though it was called a clinic, it was essentially just a civilian house on Frosty Street, 2 stories high, with a plain gray exterior that immediately reminded Chun-Ling of the houses in his rural hometown. But this rough house was among the better ones on Frosty Street. At least it had 2 stories and could block the wind. It's you. Behind the wooden desk, a man in a white coat slightly turned. Here to get medicine for your brother again? Didn't he transfer to the hospital in District 2? This time it's not a yin, it's me. Chun-Ling's brother had previously been hospitalized here and was quite familiar with Dr. Lind. He walked to the desk and sat down, feeling a bit nervous. Oh, are you feeling unwell? My head doesn't feel quite right. Is it a physical headache, or? I seem to be experiencing hallucinations lately. Psychiatry? Dr. Lin raised an eyebrow, adjusting his black-framed glasses. This is my area of expertise. Tell me about your symptoms. I had a dream last night where I was standing on a stage, and there were many audience members below that I couldn't see their faces, but they didn't look human. I was desperately running on stage, but could never find an exit. Dream interpretation isn't within my scope. I know. Chun-Ling took a deep breath, but after I woke up, I had this constant feeling that they're still watching me. Hearing this, Dr. Lin finally became interested. You fantasize about being watched? It doesn't feel like a fantasy. It's as if they're in my head, sitting in the audience, observing my every move, while I feel like a performer forced to entertain them, just a tool for their amusement. Are you saying that your life is a stage, and you're the only protagonist on it? That's the idea, but not as positive as you put it. What about the audience? Besides watching you, can they do anything else? Chun-Ling fell silent for a moment. I don't know if it's my illusion, but they seem to be able to influence the things around me. Can it really affect reality? That sounds a bit fantastical, Dr. Lin said as he took a sip from the tea jar. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. Dr. Lin spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, splattering on the floor. Dr. Lin? Chun-Ling was startled. What illness do you have? No, that's not right. Dr. Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That blood wasn't his. He frowned in thought for a moment, his gaze falling on the tea jar at the corner of the table. Unbeknownst to him, the jar was already filled with thick, viscous blood. Dr. Lin's face turned somewhat pale. He clearly remembered that he had steeped a bag of pu'er tea inside just a minute ago. During this time, there were only him and Chun-Ling in the clinic. Chun-Ling had been under his watch the entire time. so it was impossible for her to have switched the tea. That full jar of fresh blood appeared, as if by magic, eerily materializing within. Chun-Ling seemed to have thought of something as her face grew even paler. Yes, I said, she rasped. They may really exist. Dr. Lin stared at the cup of blood for a long time before slowly looking at her. How long has the situation lasted? One day. Chun-Ling paused for a moment. Since I became aware, just one day. What about before you became aware? What were you doing? Images of him stumbling through the downpour last night suddenly flashed in Chun-Ling's mind. I don't know. I can't remember that. S.O. You're not sure if this symptom started last night, and you have no memories from before last night? Yes. Have you ever been possessed by a calamity? Dr. Lin pushed up his glasses. Well, let me rephrase that. Last night, did you encounter the convergence of the Gray Realm? Chapter 5. The Gray Realm intersection? Chun-Ling indeed remembered this term. The original owner must have seen it somewhere. Don't tell me you've forgotten the Gray Realm. Dr. Lin stood up, poured the fresh blood from the tea jar into the drain, and slowly began to speak. Before the Great Catastrophe, someone proposed a hypothesis. In this universe, there are countless parallel space-time existences, all formed from the birth of the earliest universe, like the light released when a candle flame is lit, spreading in all directions. However, because the light is infinite, they extend toward all possibilities endlessly and never intersect. But after the red meteor streaked across the sky, everything became chaotic. Each space-time was disturbed, and an unknown and bizarre gray world began to overlap with the real world. After washing the tea jar, Dr. Lin did not pour out the water inside, but placed it on the table. Due to the effort he used in the process, the water surface in the jar rippled. Dr. Lin tore off a piece of paper and placed it above the rippling water. The flowing water began to soak the paper, gradually saturating the entire surface from uneven little water stains. Initially, only a small part was intersecting, but as time passed, the intersecting area increased, and the materials and creatures from that world began to appear in ours. In fact, the majority of the habitats that originally belonged to humans have already been occupied by that world, leaving only 9 domains to shelter humanity and preserve the flame of life. Since the sky of that world is gray, we call it the Gray Realm. When the Gray Realm overlaps with reality, a series of incomprehensible and bizarre events occur. And even monsters belonging to the Gray Realm may arrive, which we refer to as disasters. Generally speaking, among the survivors who encounter the Gray Realm intersection or are attacked by disasters, 80 will experience mental breakdowns, and most of them will never recover for life. I suspect that your current situation is related to the Gray Realm. Think carefully about whether you have encountered the Gray Realm intersection and been drawn into it. Faced with Dr. Lin's inquiry, Chun-Ling struggled to search the original owner's memories, but ultimately found nothing. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember any other memories from last night. I don't know, he said bitterly. Dr. Lin pondered for a moment, took out a piece of letter paper from the drawer, and began to write quickly. Your situation is no longer as simple as a mental illness. I am just an ordinary person and cannot cure you. However, I know someone who might be able to help with the aftereffects of Gray Realm contamination. After all, he is a real doctor. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope lit up in Chun-Ling's eyes. Where can I find him? He lives in Aurora City, but he usually enjoys traveling around for free clinics. I heard that wherever there are difficult cases, he goes there. This is their path to becoming a deity. In any case, hand this letter to the enforcers at the entrance of Aurora City, leave your name and address, and they will forward it for you. At most, within 3 days, that doctor will come to find you on his own. Thank you. Chun-Ling sincerely thanked him as he took the envelope. In fact, when he saw the salt grains melting on the way, he already felt something was off. The events happening to him seemed impossible to explain with mere illness. He came to this small clinic partly because he had already walked halfway, and partly because he really didn't know where else he could seek help. According to Dr. Lin, this doctor seemed to be special and even mentioned a path to becoming a deity. Could it be that this world has a unique human cultivation system? Otherwise, according to Dr. Lin's words, all of humanity should have perished during the so-called Great Catastrophe and the intersection with the Gray Realm. Chun-Ling even felt that the distorted scientific level of this world might also be related to the Great Catastrophe. No need to thank me. Please say hello to your brother for me. Dr. Lin smiled slightly. He is still hospitalized in Area 2. When I visit him next time, I will bring him along. Chun-Ling stood up to bid farewell to Dr. Lin and pushed the door to leave. As that figure gradually disappeared beneath the flowing sky of Aurora, Dr. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. A performer? The first time I saw the screen in my dream, the audience's expectation value was 29. When I tried to escape, it jumped to 30. On the way here, it fell back to 27. Just now, Dr. Lin was pranked, and it rose back to 29. If the audience is really in my mind, and these numbers are not illusions, then what affects the rise and fall of the expectation value? The cold wind howled as Chun-Ling wrapped himself in a thick cotton robe, walking towards home while deep in thought. The stage, the audience. The expectation value. Each increase in expectation value seems to be accompanied by an event. Could these events be seen as the plot on stage? The more interesting the events happening around me, the greater the plot's attraction to the audience, thus raising the expectation value. The screen says that when the audience's expectation value falls below 20, it will not guarantee the safety of the actors. What specific dangers there are? Chen did not know, but considering that the audience can interfere with reality to some extent, he might end up being their venting tool, killed by their tricks. Chen felt that his reasoning was correct, but to prove it, he needed to take actual action. Perhaps, I should try to actively design the plot. He murmured to himself. Ling, have you had breakfast yet? Chen turned his head and saw a big uncle with a towel wrapped around his head fanning the stove in a roadside breakfast shop, enthusiastically calling out to him. The moment he saw him, an idea suddenly flashed through Chen mind. Not yet, Uncle Zhao. Chen lips slightly curled up as he walked toward the shop. Come, let me get you some soy milk and fried dough sticks. It rained heavily last night, and the humidity is high. You must eat something for breakfast to warm yourself up. Uncle Zhao came over with a bowl of steaming soy milk. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Chen rummaged through his pocket, pulled out 3 copper coins, and handed them to Uncle Zhao, who pushed them back. No, I'll treat you to breakfast. How can I let you pay? Don't, Uncle Zhao. Although we have been neighbors for more than 10 years, we still need to settle things fairly. You kid, I don't want your money. When you have time, help my little E with his studies, and I'll bring you breakfast every day, Uncle Zhao grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Isn't he already graduated? Does he still need tutoring? With his grades, he can't even get a job assigned. I plan to have him repeat a year. I can't let him just do odd jobs every day, can I? Oh, Ling is still good, smart and filial. If one day little E can become an enforcer like you, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. Uncle Zhao sighed, but unfortunately, this kid is not ambitious. Chen paused slightly with his chopsticks, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke up. Uncle Zhao, do you know why Zhao Yi's grades are so poor? Why? Just as Chen was about to say something, he fell silent for a long time and shook his head. Forget it, Uncle Zhao, just pretend I never mentioned it. I promised him I would keep it a secret. Don't. Uncle Zhao's heart raced. He hurriedly added a marinated egg for Chen, scratching his head anxiously. Ling, I know you are little Yi's good friend, but there are some things I, as his father, should know a little about, right? I raised little E by myself, getting up early and working late to earn money for his education, just so he can have a better future. If you know anything, you must tell me. We are all doing this for his own good. Seeing Uncle Zhao's urgent inquiry, Chen was slightly moved. After a moment of hesitation, as if he had made up his mind, he said, Uncle Zhao, you're right. As a friend, I really can't bear to see Zhao Yi fall deeper into this. Fall into what? He is in a relationship. Huh. Uncle Zhao was taken aback. This kid still has this charm? Chen took a bite of the fried dough stick without changing his expression and casually uttered 3 words. With a guy? Chapter 6 Chin's Directing Principles. The 9th principle. Create and develop a plot centered on setting up conflicts. If the story's inherent conflicts are not strong or engaging enough, then create misunderstandings to drive the plot forward. A smile flashed in Chen eyes as he recalled a few rules he had secretly summarized during his previous life as a director. Audience Anticipation Level 3. Current Anticipation Level 32. The moment Chen saw these 2 lines of text flashing in the soy milk, he knew he had guessed correctly. Uncle Zhao's expression visibly stiffened. He looked at Chen in shock, his whole being first confused, then astonished, and finally fell into a dead silence. Uncle, I promised Zhao Yi to keep it a secret, but you only have this one son. You must be thinking about him carrying on the family line. And he is always hanging out with another boy, which will really affect his studies. Chen sighed. Today, I even saw him sitting in the back seat of that boy's car, smiling so happily. Uncle Zhao's body trembled slightly, his hands clenched into fists, and his breathing became heavier. I see, Uncle knows. Uncle Zhao forced a smile that looked a bit eerie. Thank you, Ling. By the way, Uncle, I promised Zhao Yi to keep this a secret, so you mustn't tell him I told you. Don't worry, Uncle knows. Chen finished the last sip of soy milk and bid farewell to Uncle Zhao before leaving the shop. However, Uncle Zhao seemed not to have heard and was searching for something in the room. A few minutes later, he pulled out a stick as thick as a fist from the corner and slowly sat down on the bench at the shop's entrance. A cold wind blew through the street, lifting Uncle Zhao's few strands of hair and the towel soaked with sweat on his forehead. He sat quietly there, one hand propping the stick on the ground, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the end of the street, resembling a general filled with murderous intent. Chen seemed to have left the street, but actually circled back through an alley. He stood under the shade of a tree in the corner, just in time to see the entire shop. A few minutes later, a tricycle wobbled as it approached from the end of the road. Zhao Yi was sitting with his legs crossed on the side of the vehicle, 2 buckets of salt behind him already spilled clean. He was playing with a few copper coins he had just earned, grinning from ear to ear. Hey, making money isn't that hard. Ego, of course. It's not hard for you. I'm the one who rode the tricycle all day. The boy in front stood up, pedaling the tricycle hard, panting as he spoke. We're all brothers, why bother splitting it? Zhao Yi took out 2 copper coins from his hand and stuffed them into the boy's pocket. Here, for you. Not far away. Uncle Zhao, seeing Zhao Yi reaching for the boy's waist, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Ego, I rode the tricycle for you all day. And you only give me 2 coins. The boy's eyes widened. Didn't you get 20 from the Road Management Bureau? Riding is physical work. Salting is a skilled job. Of course I get more. Zhao Yi lazily replied, and then jumped down from the tricycle, squinting and smiling as he waved to the boy. I'll wait for you at the old place tomorrow. If you dare not come, I'll beat you up every time I see you, got it? After saying that, he clutched the remaining 18 copper coins tightly and swaggered back to his shop. The boy pedaling the tricycle glared angrily at him. But as Zhao Yi shot him a fierce look in return, he immediately cowered, only able to sulk and continue pedaling home. Zhao Yi, the young bully of Hanshuang Street, was someone almost no one dared to provoke among the younger generation. The boy who rode the tricycle had been taken advantage of all day, and he could only bite his teeth in frustration and swallow it down. Old man, I'm back. Zhao Yi strode in confidently, clutching 18 copper coins. He had never felt this confident going home before, but for some reason, as soon as he reached the shop door, he felt a chill creeping in. The figure holding the wooden stick slowly stood up, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point as Uncle Zhao's furious eyes locked onto Zhao Yi, advancing towards him like a general wielding a spear. Old man. Zhao Yi instinctively took a step back upon seeing the stick. Is it him? Uncle Zhao pointed at the boy who was panting away on the tricycle, his hand trembling with rage. You little rascal, not focusing on your studies, sneaking around doing this? You said you wanted to have a serious relationship with a girl, but you went and found a guy? Can a guy have children for you? Can he carry on the Zhao family line? Are you trying to cut off your father's bloodline? While Uncle Zhao cursed furiously, he raised the stick and crazily chased after Zhao Yi, who was howling in pain. Hearing Uncle Zhao's angry shouts, half the street's neighbors perked up their ears. They curiously gathered nearby, pointing and discussing the scene of Zhao Yi being chased, their faces reflecting shock. Audience anticipation level 111, as Zhao Yi's cries of pain echoed. The numbers before Qinling's eyes began to jump continuously. If he could once again enter the theater in his mind, he would see the densely packed, shadowy audience, eagerly watching this scene with subtle smiles on their faces. The conflict was right, but there weren't enough characters introduced. Qinling's gaze fell on the distant tricycle. Xiaolu. Hearing Qinling's call, the boy who had been bewilderedly watching turned around. Alinga, you're here too? How much did Xiao Yi give you for the snow melting today? 2 coins. Mentioning this, the boy's face showed resentment. He went back on his word, saying I could ride the tricycle and that I would get the bigger share of the money. But he only gave me this much and threatened me to keep working for him tomorrow. Do you want to take revenge on him? Qinling looked into his eyes. Or rather, do you want him to never dare bully you again, to avoid you whenever he sees you? I want to. Then I'll teach you. Just as the two were whispering, Zhao Yi was already exhausted from being chased. Old man, don't hit me. I really didn't do anything. Zhao Yi finally reacted, desperately explaining. I swear, I, Zhao Yi, have only ever liked women, especially those who are curvy and charming. The onlooker's mouth slightly opened in contemplation. Uncle Zhao paused, his footsteps slowing down. Then what is your relationship with that boy who rode the tricycle? We're just ordinary friends. Are you serious? Of course. Xiao Yi Ge. A boy pushed through the crowd, frantically rushing to Zhao Yi's side, opening his arms to hug Zhao Yi and blocking the wooden stick with his back. Zhao Yi was stunned. Uncle Zhao was also stunned. You. Zhao Yi felt his mind go blank. Before Zhao Yi could speak, the boy, with red eyes, yelled at Uncle Zhao. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Don't hit my Xiao Yi Ge. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Audience anticipation, level 2222, Chapter 7. District lockdown that afternoon. The screams on Hanshuang Street hardly ceased. The mastermind behind all this, Qinling, quietly rested his head on his hand under a tree, eating melon seeds with the surrounding onlookers while paying attention to the changes in the audience's expectation level. At first, when Uncle Zhao hit Zhao Yi on the butt, the audience's expectation level would slightly increase, but after a few hits, the growth stagnated, ultimately settling at 48. After watching for a while, the expectation level actually dropped by 1, becoming 47. It seemed that the audience was getting a bit tired of it. Qinling couldn't help but think, are all the spectators in my mind just here for the fun? Through this experiment, Qinling had already confirmed that the audience's expectation level changed based on their own actions. If the event they were experiencing was exciting enough, the expectation level would rise. But if there was a prolonged lack of entertainment, it would decrease with the passage of time. Didn't that mean if he wanted to keep the expectation level above 20, he had to continuously create exciting plots? Today, Zhao Yi provoked him first. And since the other party was a bully from Hanshuang Street, a little lesson was understandable, but such things couldn't happen every day, right? Following this pattern, was he doomed to become a great evil that wreaks havoc on the world? Thinking of this, Qinling felt a bit tired. The only lifeline for Qinling now was the doctor from Aurora City that Dr. Lin mentioned. Perhaps he could remove some kind of disaster pollution from within him and save him from this passive life of being a jester. Just as Qinling was lost in thought, a low, somber bell rang from afar. Ding ding ding. 3 tolls of the bell seemed to penetrate space, echoing in every corner of the world. The moment the bell rang, the expressions of the crowd changed, Even Uncle Zhao, who was chasing Zhao Yi, stopped and looked in shock toward the distance. 3 tolls of the disaster bell. An elderly man looked extremely grim. How could this be? The ringing of the disaster bell was a warning signal from the enforcers, indicating that they had found traces of Gray Realm convergence in the district, meaning a disaster had invaded. Wasn't it said that the Aurora Realm was protected by the Aurora, making it almost impossible to converge with the Gray Realm? In the past decade, disasters had occurred no more than 3 times. Where was that disaster now? Who knows? Just hurry home. Don't come out for no reason. Hearing the 3 tolls of the disaster bell, everyone turned pale, and Zhao Yi, who had just been beaten and was howling in pain, suddenly went weak in the legs and knelt down. The ground beneath them trembled slightly. Chen turned to look and saw over a dozen swift horses galloping from afar. Each horse had a figure in black and red uniforms riding it, with holsters slung over their waists, their faces equally grave. Suspected high-risk disaster detected. Area 3 is on full lockdown. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Pay attention to any suspicious signs around you, such as roads or buildings appearing out of nowhere, strange-looking mysterious creatures, or humans behaving abnormally. If anything unusual is found, report it immediately to the enforcers. Everyone please cooperate with the investigation. The voices of the enforcers echoed through Hanshuang Street and every corner of Area 3, accompanied by the lingering sound of the disaster bell, enveloping the world in a strange sense of tension. At this moment, no one was interested in eating melon seeds anymore. Everyone hurried home. Even Zhao Yi, after being slapped, was scolded by his father and dragged into the house. Chen stood alone under the tree, preparing to head home, when suddenly 2 lines of characters flashed in the pile of fallen leaves. Audience expectation level, 18. Current expectation level, 65. Seeing the audience's expectation level soar, Chen was taken aback, and the next moment, a chilling thought suddenly jumped into his mind. They can't be coming for me, right? Area 3. Enforcer Headquarters. Dim sunlight filtered through the hemispherical glass dome, casting colorful reflections that illuminated the room. A flag several meters long hung high in the center, with a pitch-black background and 2 overlapping cyan hexagonal stars, resembling the shining stars in the Arctic night sky. Below the flag, a dozen enforcers in black and red uniforms stood in serious formation, facing the headquarters entrance as if waiting for something. As the door opened, 5 enforcers clad in black trench coats walked in side by side. Among them, Han Ming walked in the center, the hem of his coat embroidered with 4 silver lines, while the other 4 only had 3 lines. As they arrived, all the enforcers present stood at attention. What is the situation? Han Ming asked in a deep voice. The disaster bell has rung, and Area 3 is currently on full lockdown, but we haven't found any trace of that disaster yet. One enforcer hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother Ming, what does it mean if the disaster pointer self-destructs? The self-destruction of the disaster pointer means only 2 things. Han Ming replied calmly. The first is that a special disaster has descended nearby, and the ability of this special disaster happens to render the disaster pointer ineffective. However, this explanation only exists in theory. So far, no such disaster has been found. The second is that a level 9 disaster, also known as an apocalyptic level disaster, has invaded, and its residual energy fluctuations exceed the pointer's tolerance limit, causing it to explode. Apocalyptic level? Everyone turned pale. There's no need to be so nervous. You don't really think an apocalypse is coming, do you? An enforcer beside Han Ming chuckled. Apocalyptic level disasters can annihilate an entire human realm. There are only a few in the entire Gray Realm. If an apocalypse were truly descending, let alone Area 3, even Aurora City would probably be reduced to ashes the moment it arrives. Hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, it should just be a special disaster? Currently, that's the only explanation. But if the disaster pointer is broken, how can we rate it? We cannot rate it. Han Ming shook his head. Unless it appears again, and we engage it. The most important thing now is to mobilize all personnel for a carpet search and find it before it actively harms anyone. A carpet search? But we might not have enough manpower. Then we will temporarily call in the reserve enforcers. Wasn't the written test just completed a few days ago? Gather that qualified group and tell them this is the martial test. Yes. Chapter 8, The Killing Game. Hanshuang Street. 2 disheveled figures stood at the door, their faces full of hesitation. This house, which once belonged to them, was now occupied by a person, or rather, a thing, that had come back to life. The mass grave had been polluted by the Gray Realm last night, so the one inside was most likely a disaster disguised as Chen Ling. What should we do now? Li Xiuquan swallowed hard. What can we do? Chen Tan took a deep breath. Go in, quickly grab all our belongings, and then run. Run to Area 5 or 6. In short, the further away from here, the better. But it's still inside. What if we wake it up? It's already left, Chen Tan said, looking at the muddy footprints at the door with certainty. Hearing this, the woman finally breathed a sigh of relief. She unlocked the door with her key, and the 2 rushed inside. Just take money and valuables. Don't take anything too heavy. I'll go to the bedroom. You go to the living room. Hurry, hurry. We don't know when it will come back. The 2 frantically pulled out 2 burlap sacks and began to pack their things. The man opened a drawer and stuffed all the money into his pockets. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the axe used for self-defense on the bedside table. After a brief hesitation, he stuffed it into the burlap sack as well. Their family's conditions are not wealthy, and there are very few valuable things. But precisely because of these 2 points, they are reluctant to give up the only possessions they have earned with their own hands. Li Xiuquan stuffed 3 cotton linen clothes into her pocket, confirming that there was nothing left behind, and hurried to the living room. The 2 of them shouldered the sack and were about to leave when Li Xiuquan suddenly spoke. What if we leave and a yen comes back? Then we'll go to District 2 first. After we bring him out, we can run away together. Chun Tan responded decisively. He will definitely look for his brother. His brother is already dead. As Chun Tan spoke, he prepared to open the door. Just then, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock came. The 2 of them froze in place. The front door slowly opened, and a young boy walked in. Chun Ling, seeing the 2 with the sack, paused slightly and asked in confusion, Dad, Mom, where are you going? Chun Tan and Li Xiuquan looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces pale. At the same time, a fast horse galloped by outside, and the shouts of the enforcers echoed in the street. Suspected high-risk disaster detected. District 3 is fully sealed off. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Pay attention to any suspicious signs around you, such as roads or buildings that appear out of nowhere, strange-looking mysterious creatures, or even humans behaving abnormally. If you notice anything unusual, report it to the enforcers immediately. The voice of the enforcers gradually faded away, and the atmosphere in the narrow house fell into a strange silence. The 2 of them trembled, looking at the boy in front of them, who seemed to transform into a toothy demon from hell in their dazed minds. Chun Ling's gaze fell on the 2 large sacks, and recalling the enforcer's earlier shout, he comforted them. Don't worry too much, that disaster doesn't seem to be nearby. The street still looks fine, right? Chun Tan, Li Xiuquan. Chun Ling was also helpless. When he first heard about the invasion of some apocalyptic disaster, he didn't think much of it, but seeing the audience's anticipation rising sharply, he immediately felt that things were not good. Zhao Yi had been beaten up all afternoon and barely gained 10 or so anticipation points, but when the enforcer shouted once, the anticipation shot up to over 60. From what Chun Ling currently understood, this indicated they had found something extremely thrilling. Unfortunately, this thrilling thing might be himself. Dr. Lin had also mentioned the intersection of the Gray Realm and disasters, and he happened to have crossed over last night, with the original owner's memories from that night disappearing. All these clues combined, this so-called disaster, who else could it be if not him? Chun Ling speculated that what the enforcers were looking for might very well be the audience in his mind. Chun Ling had also thought about whether to directly turn himself in to the enforcers, asking them to find a way to deal with the audience in his head. But judging by their attitude towards the disaster, it seemed more likely they would eliminate him along with it. In any case, it was better to try to ride out this storm first and observe the situation. Seeing that the 2 of them were still tense and looked extremely nervous, Chun Ling sighed and reached out to help Li Xiuquan take the sack. Mom, where can you run to at this time? Both District 2 and District 3 are sealed off. We can't get out at all. Do you want to sleep on the street outside? When Li Xiuquan heard the first sentence, she was stunned, and only after hearing the rest did she barely come back to her senses, forcing a laugh and saying, You're right. Dad, you should put it down too. Don't be too nervous. What if we escape? What will happen to a yen? Chun Tan swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Chun Ling, trying to find even a hint of anomaly or murderous intent on his face, but he failed. Chun Ling's every move did not seem like a disaster. He was no different from the Chun Ling in his mind. But Chun Tan knew very well that he was not Chun Ling. Chun Ling was already dead. You 2 sit for a while. I'll go to the kitchen and get you a glass of water, Chun Ling said, seeing their faces still pale. Pulling out a chair and then turning to walk into the kitchen. Li Xiuquan and Chun Tan exchanged glances and ultimately sat down obediently. While pouring water in the kitchen, Chun Ling thought about how to ease the atmosphere and casually said, By the way, Mom, that sausage you left for me this morning was really fragrant. How did you make it? Sausage? Li Xiuquan looked somewhat confused. Last night, she and Chun Tan went to the mass grave. Where did they leave any sausage? It's that one on the cutting board. Chun Ling replied. Li Xiuquan's confusion deepened as she struggled to recall, and finally, it seemed she remembered something. Her face turning as pale as paper. When did you leave him a sausage? Chun Tan asked in a low voice. I didn't leave. Li Xiuquan also lowered her voice, trembling as she replied. That knife was originally on the cutting board, but just now when I was collecting things, I found the knife was gone. Chun Tan's expression also changed drastically. Meanwhile, Chun Ling, standing with his back to them in the kitchen, continued slowly. That sausage smelled really good, but it seems a bit tough. Mom, remember to grill it softer for me tomorrow. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Chun Ling poured the water and handed it to the 2, only to find their faces seemed even whiter. Are you okay? Do you feel unwell? Chun Ling asked in confusion, sitting down opposite them. I'm fine. Chun Tan took a deep breath, quietly pulling the sack under his feet, his voice becoming a bit steadier. Lingham? Do you remember what happened yesterday? Yesterday? Chun Ling tried to recall for a moment, shaking his head. I can't remember what happened. It's nothing. Chun Tan took a gentle sip of water, as if he had made up his mind, staring directly into Chun Ling's eyes. How do you think we treat you? Very well. Chun Ling replied naturally. If it weren't for you taking me in back then, I would probably have frozen to death on the roadside. My biological parents didn't want me. You raised me to adulthood and worked hard to support my education. Everything I have is thanks to you. Everything I have is thanks to you. Hearing this, a hint of relief flashed in Chun Tan's eyes. So if one day, a yin gets sick and only your heart can save him, would you be willing to save him? Chun Ling froze. In that instant, he felt that this question was somewhat familiar. Fragmented memories surged from the original owner's mind, and Chun Ling's head began to throb again. He suddenly remembered that the original owner seemed to have heard similar words last night. I. Chun Ling clutched his head, a look of pain appearing on his face. A yin is our biological child. Your mom took medicine to ruin her health just to conceive him. We worked hard for 10 years to finally have this one child, a child that truly belongs to us. Now that he is sick, we can't just watch him die. The shaman in District 2 said that as long as we obtain a young heart that is no older than 20, it can replace a yan's heart that is about to fail. A yin has called you brother for so many years. You have been our son for so many years. Your parents have never asked you for anything, but this time we ask you to save a yin. Tell me you are willing, right? Chun Tan's body trembled slightly, looking into Chun Ling's eyes filled with pleading and expectation. He looked like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for a delayed forgiveness. At this moment, the fragmented memories buried in last night's heavy rain were gradually recalled by Chun Ling. While enduring the pain of a headache, he took a deep breath and hoarsely spoke. So it was you who killed him. Does a yin know? He doesn't know. If he knew that the heart he was about to receive was yours, he would never agree, even if it meant dying. Chun Tan came back to his senses from the struggle and guilt deep within him, reaching into the burlap sack beneath his feet and slowly pulling out a sharp axe. Ling, you are already dead. You shouldn't be here. Chun Tan's eyes were bloodshot as he tightly gripped the axe and hoarsely said, no matter what occupies your body, I will set you free. A deep rumble of thunder passed through the dim sky. The sharp axe was raised high and swung down with force. Bang! A warm splash hit Chun Tan's face, and crimson blood burst forth on the floor like a bouquet. As Chun Ling's body fell straight to the ground with a muffled sound, the axe embedded in his neck nearly severed his head, and his eyes stared vacantly into the void, his face still showing remnants of pain and confusion. He was dead. No heartbeat, no breath. His body gradually grew cold, like a martyr fallen in a bed of red flowers. Chun Tan's chest heaved violently as he stared fixedly at the lifeless body, sweat soaking his clothes. Dead? Is he dead? Li Xiuquan slumped in a chair, trembling as she spoke. Dead? What about the disaster? Chun Tan paused for a moment, unsure. Li Xiuquan stared blankly at the corpse and suddenly said, do you think it's possible that he wasn't the disaster, but that God gave us another chance for redemption? If that were the case, Chun Tan laughed bitterly, then we truly deserve to go to hell. Chapter 9 Dad, I'm hungry. It could also be that the disaster was too weak and was completely killed with one axe. Li Xiuquan proposed another possibility. Chun Tan did not respond. He gazed at the figure in the pool of blood for a long time before turning around and pulling a kitchen knife from the kitchen. What are you going to do? Open his chest and see if the heart is still there. Chun Tan said hoarsely. At least I need to know whether I killed a monster or the redemption given by God. He knelt beside Chun Ling's corpse, struggling to cut open the chest with the knife. Li Xiuquan turned pale and rushed into the kitchen, violently vomiting. A few minutes later, Chun Tan slowly stood up. How is it? Li Xiuquan asked. Empty. Chun Tan looked at the hollow interior of the chest, as if he breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't have a heart. No heart. Then how did he? I don't know. Chun Tan paused. Whatever it was already dead. What to do with the body? Let's hide it in the cellar. Right now, the outside is filled with enforcers. We can't send it out. Chun Tan dragged the heavy wooden board from the corner of the living room, revealing a dark and narrow underground space. In this era without refrigerators, relying on the natural insulation of the cellar to store food was the best choice. He was about to throw Chun Ling in when he saw the horrific neck wound and stopped. Go get a Yan's costume. Chun Tan said, no matter what it is. This is a Ling's skin. Without a coffin to bury him, at least let him wear something decent. When it came to the costume, Li Xiuquan shivered slightly. But he was wearing that outfit when he came back last night. It's just a piece of clothing. Chun Tan was about to argue but thought of the terrifying scene when Chun Ling returned home last night, so he didn't insist further. Forget it. Let's do it this way. Chun Tan threw Chun Ling's corpse into the cellar, covered it with the wooden board, and then pressed the table on top, finally putting an end to it all. Next, Li Xiuquan began to clean the bloodstains in the house. Although these things made her nauseous, she still pinched her nose and continued. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Li Xiuquan, who was cleaning the room, felt her heart skip a beat and turned to look at Chun Tan. Is someone coming? Don't worry about it. Pretend there's no one home. Li Xiuquan nodded, and the two held their breath in the living room, with only the dull knocking echoing continuously. But the knocking showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew more forceful. Then, a deep voice came from the doorway. Enforcers are asking questions. Open the door immediately. Hearing the words enforcers, both of their faces turned pale. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Tan gave Li Xiuquan a glance, quickly changed his shirt, and walked toward the door with his buttons undone. Creak. The door opened a crack. Chun Tan stepped out sideways, shutting the door behind him. Enforcer, what brings you here? Drizzling rain fell from the overcast sky, and two figures in black and red uniforms stood outside, their expressions somewhat grim. Why didn't you open the door after knocking for so long? I was sleeping just now. It took some time to get dressed. He smiled awkwardly. The two enforcers glanced at his unbuttoned shirt, their expressions relaxing slightly. Is this Chunling's home? Yes. Where is he? He left the house in the morning and hasn't returned. When he comes back, give him this notice. One of the enforcers took a document from his pocket. The entire area of Zones 2 and 3 is under lockdown. All reserve enforcers who pass the written exam are being temporarily recruited. He is on the call-up list. Report to the enforcer headquarters in Zone 3 at 7 a.m. Tomorrow, failure to attend will be considered an automatic forfeiture of his spot. Chun Tan's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a composed demeanor as he took the notice. Nodding. Okay, I will definitely pass it on. The two enforcers turned to leave, and Chun Tan sighed in relief in his heart. He pushed the door back into the house. As soon as he entered, a harsh metallic scraping sound pierced his ears, like someone dragging sharp nails across a blackboard, sending chills down Chun Tan's spine. At that moment, Li Xiuquan was curled up in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. When she saw Chun Tan return, her nearly broken gaze finally lifted, and she slowly extended a hand, pointing towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, a crimson figure stood with its back to them, head bowed as if chewing on something. Seeing that silhouette, Chun Tan's mind went blank. It was a boy whose neck was nearly severed, crimson flesh visibly healing at an alarming rate. In his left hand, he held a kitchen knife, and in his right, a bloodied axe, both being stuffed into his mouth. As if sensing Chun Tan's return, the figure in the kitchen, draped in a bright red cloak, slowly turned around. It was Chun Ling, heartless and nearly decapitated. His cheeks bulged slightly as he chewed forcefully on the remnants of metal and wood, his vacant eyes resembling those of a beast, eerie and chilling. Dad. A voice came from behind him. I'm hungry. Chun Ling had a dream. It was an afternoon shrouded in dark clouds. As usual, he went to the training ground in the suburbs to work out, pushing open the door to his home, drenched in sweat. It wasn't his birthday. But on the dining table, there was a cream cake, with orange candle flames flickering in the dim living room. Two figures sat at the table, their eyes slightly red. A cream cake worth 200 copper coins, something their family could never afford on a regular day. He was puzzled and asked what day it was. His parents told him that today was the day his younger brother, Yin, was about to undergo surgery. He was very happy after hearing the news. His younger brother's congenital heart disease had been a nightmare for their family. In order to cure his brother, their parents, along with him, had been running around seeking help. But all the clinics were helpless. A few days ago, their parents said they found a hospital in District 2 and sent his brother there, claiming they were confident they could cure him. Upon hearing this joyful news, he happily finished his cake, but soon his consciousness began to fade, and he collapsed onto the table. The last image he saw was his mother, Li Xiuquan, covering her mouth and crying bitterly. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. He heard his father's murmurs. A Yan's illness needs a heart. You would be willing, right? He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to answer something, but ultimately fell into a coma. Then, he felt himself being stuffed into a bag, raindrops pattering on the surface of the bag. After a long time, he was finally lifted onto a table. He felt his chest being cut open, and something was taken from within. After that, he was dressed in a garment and transferred to another place in the heavy rain, with thick soil gradually burying his body, plunging everything around him into darkness and silence. In the darkness, Chun Ling's eyes suddenly opened. Spotlights lit up above, illuminating the figure in red lying in the center of the stage. After a moment of disorientation, Chun Ling pushed himself up with his hands and unsteadily stood up. Damn, why am I back again? Chun Ling's face turned a bit pale. His gaze instinctively falling on the screen in the center of the stage, his pupils suddenly constricting. Audience anticipation, 1. Audience anticipation, 1. Current anticipation, 67. Connection with the actor lost. Performance interrupted. Audience anticipation, 50. Current anticipation, 17. Warning. Warning. Audience begins to intervene in the performance. Chapter 10 Audience. Gulp. Chun Tan couldn't help but swallow. How is this possible? He croaked. No heart. Head chopped off, and still able to move? Where did the costume on him come from? Didn't we not put it on him? I don't know. Li Xiuquan was completely overtaken by fear, responding incoherently. He was wearing this costume when he crawled out from underground. It was the one we covered him with when we buried him last night. He's a ghost. He really is a ghost. A ghost here to take our lives. Bullshit. There are no ghosts in this world. The scene before them was too bizarre. Chun Tan's legs trembled with fear, but he ultimately mustered the courage to pick up a dinner knife from the ground and stab it towards Chun Ling's face. He killed Chun Ling twice, so he could kill him a third time. Whatever is inside him, it seems not as terrifying as the calamities rumored outside. which gave Chun Tan a considerable amount of courage. The sharp knife sliced through the air, and just as it was about to touch Chun Ling, it suddenly froze in midair. Chun Tan was stunned, gripping the knife tightly, but it couldn't move an inch, as if an invisible giant hand was gripping the knife tightly, trapping it in midair. Hee. A strange light laugh sounded from behind Chun Ling. The next moment, the dinner knife in Chun Tan's hand disappeared into thin air, replaced by a long red paper slip. Chun Ling, with vacant eyes, chewed and swallowed the axe and kitchen knife in his mouth, staring intently at Chun Tan. He slowly stepped forward, mechanically and hoarsely repeating the same sentence. Dad, I'm hungry. These three simple words made Chun Tan's scalp tingle. He had no doubt that the next moment, Chun Ling would grab his head and force it into his mouth, chewing and crushing his bones, which would be no harder than the axe and kitchen knife. Run. Go find the law enforcers. Chun Tan turned and ran wildly towards the door. Chun Tan knew that the situation before them was beyond their ability to handle. The only way to survive was to seek help from the law enforcers. Those powerful enforcers must have a way to solve the calamity. As for how the enforcers would judge their premeditated murder and organ theft afterward, that was a matter for later. After all, being in prison was better than losing one's life. Li Xiuquan, trembling on the side, was also snapped back to reality by this shout, scrambling towards the tightly shut door. Taking advantage of Chun Ling's attention being on Chun Tan, she successfully reached the door, reaching for the doorknob but grabbing empty air. Li Xiuquan looked down in confusion, only to find that the doorknob had disappeared. No, not just the doorknob. The entire door had turned into a picture on red paper, transforming from three-dimensional to two-dimensional. She couldn't open a door drawn on paper. Hee. A dense sound echoed from all directions, as if the room was already filled with countless invisible figures watching the two, their scarlet eyes full of mockery. Red paper slips flew around Li Xiuquan, and in a daze, she saw strange faces, continuously screaming and retreating, her eyes filled with pure fear. Finally, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Audience anticipation, 1. Current anticipation, 16. Meanwhile, Chun Tan felt a void beneath his feet and fell heavily to the ground. He turned back in astonishment, only to find the entire floor had turned red, undulating like waves. He stared blankly at the approaching figure in red, suddenly realizing something, and shouted in terror, "It's true. The law enforcers said it was true. You are the calamity. You are the calamity that has taken over a Ling's body." Upon hearing this, the figure in red stopped. The corners of his scarlet mouth curled up slightly, and a pale finger was placed in front of his lips, making a shushing gesture. Shoo! Just as the endless red paper was about to engulf Chun Tan, two shattering glass sounds erupted from the side. Disaster traces found at 128 Hanshuang Street. Destruction level assessment, level 4. Immediate request for enforcer support. Two figures in black and red uniforms burst through the window, one of them quickly scanning the room and speaking up. Received, support has been dispatched. Please try to hold on to the opponent. A serious voice came from the walkie-talkie of one of the enforcers. One enforcer chuckled bitterly, level 4 disaster. How could we possibly hold it off? Seeing the two enforcers suddenly burst in, the invisible audience let out a soft ooh, as if discovering a more interesting toy. The figure in red flicked his hand, and the fallen Chun Tan immediately fainted, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, gradually staining the ground beneath him. Create distance. Saving your life is the priority. One enforcer quickly retreated, drawing his weapon and firing repeatedly. Bang bang bang. The brass bullets cut through the void. But before they reached the figure in red, they turned into small red paper slips, dissipating in midair. The figure in red gently raised his hand, and countless slips of paper emerged from the wide sleeves of his costume, binding the two enforcers like writhing snakes. The paper wrapping around them suddenly twisted, as if twisted into a twist, and then fell heavily to the ground. Audience anticipation, 1. Current anticipation, 15. The figure in red gradually expanded, the costume being forcibly stretched open, as if faces were about to break out from beneath the skin, chaotic whispers filling the space. In just a few seconds, he transformed into a monster covered in red paper tentacles, with pairs of crimson pupils opening on the paper, showing no trace of Chun Ling's form. It violently crashed through the paper door and charged into the deserted street, the drizzling rain hitting its body without making a sound. It randomly chose a direction and flew out as a scarlet shadow. Almost simultaneously, a figure in black clothing tore through the dark clouds, swiftly following behind. Target identified, disaster. Han Meng said calmly. Is it world-ending level? A worried voice came from the intercom. From its aura, it appears to be at most level 5. It seems that a disaster indeed struck last night, but the gauge misjudged its energy intensity. Level 5 is still quite dangerous. Be careful, Meng. Han Meng said nothing. He closely followed the red shadow to the edge of the wilderness in Zone 3, then suddenly crashed down like a cannonball. Boom. The black meteor created an invisible shockwave as it hit the ground. The shattered sand and gravel splattered in all directions, forcing the red shadow to stop. The dense red paper tentacles swayed in the wind, all eyes turning towards the cloud of dust. A figure stepped out, lighting a thick cigarette. The silver patterns on the hem of his black trench coat faintly glowing. An invisible domain spread out like a gentle breeze, enveloping the red paper monster. I am Han Meng, Chief Law Enforcement Officer of Zone 3 in the Aurora Domain. One hand holding the cigarette, the other pulled out a pitch-black handgun from his waist. Thumb disengaging the safety. The sand and stones in the domain trembled slightly, and a hint of murderous intent suddenly locked onto the red paper monster. He parted his lips, his words seemingly carrying a rhythmic authority. I uphold the justice of human civilization and judge your death. The moment those words fell, Han Meng pulled the trigger. Click. The mechanism clicked, but no bullet was fired. At the same time, the ground before Han Meng disintegrated in an instant, soil and debris vanishing into nothingness. As if an invisible bullet had shattered the material at the molecular level. This deconstructive bullet flashed before the red paper monster in a thousandth of a second. Under the power of this invisible deconstruction, the red paper tentacles suspended in midair were forcibly torn apart, followed by a circular wound with a radius of 1 meter, completely penetrating the monster's body. Through the massive circular wound, Han Meng could even see the streets of Zone 3 in the distance. This shot directly obliterated 2/3 of its body. Just as Han Meng prepared to withdraw his gun, an unexpected change occurred. The red paper monster, with a large hole in its center, did not die. Instead, it continued to extend red paper as if nothing had happened. It crazily spread outwards, and within 2 seconds, not only did it repair the central cavity, but its size also surged more than 3 times. Now it looked like a giant red sun made of paper, with countless pieces of paper twisting and hanging in the air above the wilderness. Audience expectation level 1. Current expectation level 14. Han Meng's pupils contracted slightly. He immediately raised his gun and aimed upwards, pulling the trigger 3 times in succession. The deconstructive power tore 3 large holes into that red sun. Light rain swayed and fell through the 3 holes, hitting Han Meng's serious face, chilling him to the bone. Swish! Countless paper pieces rushed down like a red rain, in an instant turning the entire wilderness into a beehive. Han Meng fired frantically, but could only barely tear a gap in this red rain to save his life. This is bad. Han Meng's back was already soaked with sweat. He could feel that he was not a match for this disaster. For some reason, the monster's aura seemed to surge again, jumping from initially level 5 to the peak of level 5. Just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the terrifying realm of level 6. At that moment, a hand dressed in a theatrical robe reached out from the paper monster, lightly and accurately pressing down on the top of Han Meng's head. Hee. A light chuckle echoed in Han Meng's ears, and the next moment, he was pressed down, his head heavily crashing to the ground. Boom. The ground cracked. And at the center of the force point, Han Meng coughed up a mouthful of blood, becoming as unmoving as mud. The flames of battle had extinguished, and the sky full of red paper returned to the monster's body, as a fine rain fell upon the scarred earth. Just as the red paper monster was about to leave, the arm in the theatrical robe that had reached out suddenly gripped the red paper body tightly, forcefully tearing at it, as if something was about to emerge from within. 5 minutes ago, the audience began to intervene in the performance. Chun Ling felt a chill in his heart as he saw the last line of text, and he abruptly looked up at the front of the stage. Countless crimson pupils continued to stare at him from the darkness, but in a corner of the audience, a batch of wooden chairs was already empty. A portion of the audience had disappeared. Thud, thud, thud. The shadows in the audience repeatedly stomped their feet on the theater floor, producing a rhythmic and heavy sound. This noise echoed in the cramped space like continuous thunder, their crimson pupils locking onto Chun Ling, filled with anger and questioning. Thud, thud, thud. Under their synchronized stomping, Chun Ling even felt the stage shaking, the spotlight above trembling slightly, as if it couldn't hold out for long. Chun Ling understood the situation. Because he had been killed by an axe in reality, the performance on stage abruptly stopped. The performance interrupted, the audience was furious. But they could not communicate directly with Chun Ling, only expressing their dissatisfaction and threats in this manner. So, I'm not actually dead. Chun Ling stared blankly at his hands. But if my consciousness is here, then who is controlling my body now? Chun Ling seemed to think of something. Turning to look back, only to see a large black curtain covering the back half of the stage. He forcefully pulled open a corner of it, and a series of images flooded into his mind. He saw himself turning a dinner knife into paper, scaring Li Xiuquan and Chun Tan unconscious, fighting with 2 law enforcers. This feeling was strange, as if he were sitting in front of a big screen, watching his actions from a third-person perspective. Of course, at this moment, the protagonist was no longer him, but the audience that had seized control of his body. The audience was intervening in the performance. Audience expectation level 1. Chun Ling caught a glimpse of the characters on the screen jumping, and the next moment, another batch of figures in the audience vanished without a trace. The lower the expectation level, the more audience members would intervene in the performance. As he spoke, Chun Ling raised his hands, seeing his body gradually becoming transparent. At the same time, my existence will also be gradually erased. It makes sense. If the audience completely becomes the protagonist, then what use is he? Chunling's heart sank to the bottom. He knew he had to do something. Standing before the curtain, Chunling took a deep breath and tentatively extended his palm towards the flickering images behind it. Either reclaim his body and become the protagonist again, or die. Chunling's fingertips passed through the curtain, as if touching a layer of barrier, forcing him to slow down. This barrier was not hard and unyielding, but more like a kind of membrane, soft, and with great resilience. After several attempts, Chunling finally managed to push through with one finger. There's a chance. Chunling's eyes brightened slightly. He exerted all his strength, pushing his palm through the barrier, followed by his forearm and elbow. Just then, the characters on the screen jumped again. Audience expectation level 1. As the expectation level dropped to 14, another batch of viewers disappeared. Chunling felt that the barrier was becoming increasingly solid. He saw his own body becoming slightly more transparent. And a thought flashed through his mind. It wasn't that the barrier was becoming firmer, but rather that his body was becoming weaker. Chunling gritted his teeth but could only slowly extend his arm over the curtain. His speed reduced by several times compared to before, and he felt extremely anxious. With the current resistance, he estimated that if the expectation level dropped to around 10, he would no longer be able to pass through this curtain. Finally, through his relentless effort, one arm completely passed through the curtain. He saw Han Ming struggling under the red rain, hesitated for a moment, then slapped his forehead, using the power of the red paper monster to knock him unconscious on the ground. This way, no one would witness him passing through the curtain and returning to reality. He used his arm from the reality side to grip the curtain, then pulled hard, tearing a narrow gap. The second hand stretched out from the gap, forcefully prying it open until it could accommodate his body. Chunling took a deep breath and plunged into it. Chapter 12. Chun Yin, a figure dressed in a play robe, squeezed out of the red paper monster's upper body, hanging upside down in the air. Sensing that Chunling was about to return, the red paper monster struggled wildly, its body becoming increasingly transparent, like paper wet from rain, growing thinner and thinner. Chunling was being dragged along, flying close to the ground and swaying, making him dizzy. The torn paper gap squirmed continuously, as if trying to swallow Chunling back in, while Chunling held on tightly with his upper body, enduring the dizziness and wrestling against it. At that moment, a drenched boy ran across the devastated ground, heading straight towards him. Brother! A hand grasped Chunling's arm, pulling him down forcefully. Chunling felt a surge of strength, and his lower body detached from the paper, his whole person passing through the gap between the theater and reality, falling heavily to the ground. At the moment Chunling broke free, the paper monster in the air completely melted away, as if it had never existed. Chunling, draped in a bright red play robe, lay on the muddy ground, breathing heavily. The sky was filled with dark, oppressive rain clouds, and scattered droplets slid down from his hair tips. In the dizzying chaos, Chunling saw a familiar face appear before him, anxiously shaking his body. Brother! Brother! Are you okay? The feeling of dizziness gradually faded, and as Chunling focused his gaze, he was slightly taken aback. Yin, what are you doing here? The boy in front of him was none other than his younger brother, Chun Yin. In the original owner's memories, Chunling was proud of only two things in his life. The first was getting into the enforcement officer program through his own efforts. The second was having a brother like Chun Yin. This is not to say that Chun Yin was exceptionally smart or talented. On the contrary, Chun Yin was not smart at all. His grades were among the lowest in the class, and he struggled to speak with others, making him one of the easiest targets for bullying at school. But ever since Chun Yin was in diapers, he had followed Chunling everywhere. Whatever Chunling asked him to do, he would do, even if when they were kids, Chunling playfully buried Chun Yin in the sand and nearly suffocated him. After being rescued, Chun Yin's first reaction was not to cry, but to grin foolishly at him. Since then, he took Chun Yin everywhere, and no matter what he did, Chun Yin trusted him unconditionally. Chunling was ordinary, but from Chun Yin's eyes, he saw a different version of himself, one that was admired. I'm soaked, the boy said somewhat incoherently. After waking up from surgery, I waited at the hospital for you to pick me up. And then I heard outside that there was a world-ending disaster invading, so I was really worried about you. I took advantage of the hospital staff's inattention and snuck out, planning to go home to find you. And then I saw you hanging on a monster. Isn't Area 2 and Area 3 sealed off? The enforcement officers seem to be short-staffed. They only sealed off the outer parts of Area 2 and 3, but there aren't a mini station between the two areas. So I sneaked over. Chunling shook his head, finally managing to sit up. He looked at the worried face before him, feeling extremely complicated. Li Xiuquan and Chun Ten set a trap to murder him, just to give his heart to save Chun Yan's life. In a sense, it was Chun Yan who caused Chunling's death. But upon closer thought, Chun Yan didn't know any of this. He was just a 15-year-old boy. He only knew that his parents said there was a way to cure him, and then he obediently laid down on the operating table. Even if he was cured, he would never know that the heart beating in his chest came from his brother. Thinking of this, Chunling looked into his eyes, and a faint sorrow flashed through him. Brother, did you kill someone? Chun Yan's gaze fell on the bloodied Han Ming, his youthful face pale as paper. I didn't kill him. Chun Ling answered instinctively. That wasn't me. It was. But before he finished, he froze. He didn't know how to explain everything to Chun Yin. Chun Yin had seen him emerge from the red paper monster. And now he had a gruesome wound on his neck, covered in blood, looking nothing like a normal human. How could he tell him that there was a group of viewers in his mind? That he had just been possessed? Chun Ling's mind was in chaos. He inherited the original owner's memories and the original owner's feelings for his brother. Deep down, he was even afraid. He was afraid that Chun Yin would think of him as a monster, just like their parents did. But Chun Yin just quietly looked at him, his chestnut-colored eyes showing no fear. He thought seriously for a moment, walked over to Han Ming, and used all his strength to carry him on his back, then staggered deeper into the wilderness. What are you doing? Chun Ling was stunned. The boy's slender figure was carrying a Han Ming who weighed almost twice as much as him, leaving deep imprints in the wet wilderness with each step. Even so, he gritted his teeth and stumbled forward. Brother, he is an enforcement officer. I know. Killing an enforcement officer is a serious crime. Once they find out whether or not it was you who killed him, they will come to kill you. I know. Brother. Chun Yin said softly. I'm going to help you bury him. Seeing the determined and serious look in Chun Yan's eyes, Chun Ling's heart trembled slightly. He hesitated for a moment before finally finishing the second half of his sentence. No, Yan, he is not dead yet. Chun Yin? The bewildered Chun Yin turned back just in time to see Han Ming's eyelids twitching, letting out a faint groan, as if he was about to wake up. He exclaimed and lost his balance, falling to the side, causing the unconscious Han Ming on his back to tumble to the ground with a thud. In a daze, Han Ming gradually opened his eyes a crack. A red figure suddenly dashed to his side, raising a fist high and smashing it into the back of his head. Bang! Just as Han Ming was about to wake up, he felt a pain in the back of his head and rolled his eyes, fainting again. Chun Ling shook his sore hand and let out a long breath. That was close. He almost got killed by this guy. Just now. Chun Ling saw the whole process of Han Ming fighting against the red paper monster through the stage curtain. Although he didn't know what kind of special ability that man used, without the red paper monster, he would definitely not be a match. Quick, let's go. After knocking Han Ming unconscious, Chun Ling glanced at the increasingly heavy rain and immediately pulled Chun Yin away from there. There was not only Han Ming as a law enforcement officer in Area 3, Han Ming's appearance here might just be because he was the fastest. If they delayed any longer, once the other law enforcement officers arrived, they wouldn't be able to escape. Han Ming lay motionless in the pit, while the two boys gradually moved away. The heavy rain washed over the devastated wilderness, and the muddy water flowed, erasing all traces. A few minutes later, a group of figures in black and red uniforms rushed over. Chapter 13, the second one. The aura of judgment has disappeared. The aura of disaster has also vanished. If nothing unexpected happens, Meng Ge should have succeeded. Han Ming was too fast. Even if we wanted to take credit, we couldn't catch up. Under the rainy night, for figures cloaked in black trench coats raced towards the battlefield, which were the remaining law enforcement officers from Area 3. They scanned the devastated wilderness, feeling a deep shock. What kind of fierce battle could have turned this place into such a state? This disaster looks a bit serious. While speaking, they looked towards the other side of the battlefield, where a bloodied figure lay on the ground, motionless like a corpse. Meng Ge, one law enforcement officer, immediately rushed forward, picked up the unconscious Han Ming, and anxiously checked his breath. The other three law enforcement officers stood still, exchanging glances with a flicker of unusual light in their eyes. Is he dead? One of them asked. He was the second seat of the Area 3 law enforcement officers. Ma Zhong. Not dead. He's still alive. A hint of disappointment flashed across the faces of the three, and two of them looked at Ma Zhong, who hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Where's the disaster? Why don't we see the body? It ran away. Since we didn't find the body, it should have escaped. Everyone immediately began searching the surroundings, but under the rain's washing, there were no clues left. The disaster that had just fought with Han Ming seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Ma Ge. At the same time, a law enforcement officer in a black and red uniform hurriedly ran from a distance. What's wrong? Why the hurry? Ma Zhong raised an eyebrow and asked. We just received intelligence from Area 2. Last night, there was also a disaster attack in Area 2, where half a street was washed with blood, resulting in 36 deaths. What? Ma Zhong exclaimed in surprise. Is it the same one? It said that the one that attacked Area 2 is a Tier 3 disaster. So it shouldn't be the same one. Two disasters crawling out at the same time from the same gray realm intersection? That's quite unusual, Ma Zhong pondered. Was it killed? No. They said that after the disaster killed the people, it went to the back mountain. There's a possibility it crossed the back mountain and entered Area 3. Then Area 2 hopes we can send some manpower. Their casualties are too many, and the law enforcement officers can't keep up. Got it, I'll handle this. The law enforcement officers quickly moved the unconscious Han Ming towards the hospital. While Ma Zhong's gaze fell on the battlefield ruins and the silhouette of the back mountain hidden in the night, deep in thought. In the same gray realm intersection. Two disasters are quite interesting. Brother, aren't we running? As night deepened, the two boys walked along a deserted path towards Han Frost Street. Why should we run? Chun Ling retorted. Chun Yin was taken aback, scratching his head for a long time, wanting to say something but hesitating. Besides, even if we run, where can we go? Chun Ling said helplessly. The Aurora realm is only this big. 1 city and 7 districts. Ordinary people definitely can't enter Aurora City. And the passage between districts 2 and 3 is blocked. Then should we find a mountain ditch to hide? Hiding is useless. They will find us sooner or later. We can't just keep retreating, Chun Ling vaguely refuted. In fact, Chun Ling himself wanted to find a place to hide, but he couldn't do that. Although he had regained the stage now, the audience's expectation was still stuck at 20. If he didn't do something to raise the audience's expectations, he would be usurped again and turn into a monster. Chun Yin vaguely felt that there was something logically off, but didn't think much about it. Since his brother said they couldn't hide, there must be a reason. A yen. Aren't you afraid of me? In the darkness, Chun Ling turned to look at him. You should have seen that I just turned into a monster. Chun Yin lowered his head, silent for a long time, then said, Brother, being a monster is fine as long as you are still you. How do you know I'm still me? Just a feeling. Chun Ling looked deeply at him. In the darkness, the boy's expression was unclear. By the way, how's your body? He asked. Generally, after a heart transplant, shouldn't you need a long recovery period? Is it okay for you to be out here running around? That doctor seems pretty impressive. I recovered very quickly. Oh. Chun Ling suddenly thought that this world seemed to have extraordinary powers. Otherwise, this world wouldn't even have electricity and wouldn't be able to perform heart transplant surgeries. There might be methods for quick recovery as well. Chun Ling's gaze fell on his smooth neck, as if he remembered something. By the way, where's the amulet I gave you? The one you usually wear around your neck. Chun Yin was taken aback and reached to touch his chest, only to find it empty. I don't know. It might have fallen off when I ran back. It's okay. I'll make you another one when we get back. Chun Yin spoke again. Brother, aren't you going to wash up? Walking around like this will scare people. Chun Ling was taken aback, instinctively touching his neck, which was slippery and sticky, already covered in blood. It was strange. After coming out of the red paper monster, the wound on his neck healed unusually quickly. In just half an hour, most of the flesh had already connected, but it still looked crimson, making him look like a demon that had walked out of hell. Helplessly, Chun Ling could only find a nearby stream, casually took off the bright red costume, and began to wash away the blood. Brother, there's something I've been wanting to ask. Chun Yin said curiously, why are you wearing my costume? I don't know. Chun Ling looked blankly at the robe he was wearing. He remembered that when he was killed by the axe, he wasn't wearing this. Upon reflection, he had also been draped in this bright red costume when he returned home that night. From Chun Tan and Li Xiuquan's words, it seemed that this was the clothing they used to wrap his body after murdering him. But why didn't they put it on him this time? How did the costume return to him? Chun Ling couldn't figure it out and simply decided not to think about it anymore. Ever since he crossed into this world, strange things had been happening more and more. He originally wanted to burn this ominous costume, but seeing Chun Yan's pitiful gaze beside him, he sighed and silently washed it along with the robe. Chapter 14. You are also a disaster. This costume indeed belonged to Chun Yan. Ever since a small and shabby theater troupe came to Area 3 8 years ago and set up a small stage in the wild to perform a couple of plays, 7-year-old Chun Yan became fascinated with it. In this world, theater culture is not popular. Back then, the theater troupe spent 2 hard days setting up a stage. But only 5 people showed up, Chun Ling and Chun Yan, who were temporarily attracted to play in the wild. A passing porter who was pulled in to make up the audience, a beggar who came to ask the troupe for food, and a teacher from District 2 who genuinely loved theater culture. Among the 5, only Chun Yan and the teacher listened attentively to the entire performance. Chun Ling fell asleep halfway through. The porter hurriedly left at the beginning, and as for the beggar, he rushed onto the stage during the intermission to beg for food, only to be kicked down by an actor playing a martial artist, cursing as he walked away. However, Chun Ling noticed that in her brother's eyes, there was a light as he looked at the stage. After that day, Chun Yan began to self-study drama. He somehow found 2 books and got up early every day to practice singing in his room, copying scripts, and even learned to sew to make costumes. The one Chun Ling was wearing was sewn by Chun Yan himself, with a tiny blue flower left at the edge from when he was sewing. Here, it's for you. After washing the theater robe, Chun Ling handed it to Chun Yan. He looked at his reflection in the flowing water, and his wounds and bloodstains had mostly disappeared. The 2 carefully walked along a small path to the edge of Hanshuang Street, looking towards home. They saw that the broken house's entrance was completely sealed off by police tape, with several enforcers in black and red uniforms moving around. On 2 stretchers at the entrance lay 2 bodies covered with white cloth. What's the situation? It's hopeless. One enforcer glanced regretfully at the white cloth. The 2 were the couple ordered by Meng Gu to follow, and they must have discovered something wrong midway and entered the house, sacrificing themselves while fighting against the disaster. What about that couple? Are they dead too? No. The enforcer's gaze turned to the entrance, where a man and a woman were being helped out of the house by other enforcers, their eyes vacant, faces pale, trembling as if they had lost their souls. They survived. Weren't they the first ones attacked by the disaster? Why did they survive? We speculate that although they were the first attacked, they did not resist, and the 2 enforcers shot their guns, angering the disaster, which is why they were killed. Are you saying that disaster was toying with them? That's the implication. Are there any other clues? Almost none. The disaster's abilities are very strange. It tore apart most of the house and left no valuable information. We couldn't even determine from which direction it broke in. Han Shuang Street is so big, yet it just happened to break into this household. Is it a coincidence? Hard to say. Han Shuang Street is on the outskirts of District 3, with the back of the street leading to the back mountain. And further back is the mass grave where the Grey Realm converged at that time. Then there's District 2. It would make sense if the disaster crawled out of the Grey Realm, rampaged through District 2, escaped to the back mountain, and then charged into this section of Han Shuang Street. The location of the murder in District 2 is also near the back mountain. Yes, these locations are not far apart and are all in a straight line. The enforcer nodded slightly, just as the two were about to say something. A sharp scream suddenly came from not far away. Disaster! Disaster! Li Xiuquan suddenly broke free from the enforcer beside her, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying, glaring at them while rolling and crawling backward. You can't harm me. You can't harm me. As she retreated, she collided violently with a group of people supporting Chun Tan behind her. This collision made Chun Tan's pupils suddenly constrict, and he curled up, hugging his head. Mumbling meaningless characters, his eyes filled with fear. The enforcers exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness flashing across their faces. They were not too surprised by this and skillfully tied them up with ropes, stuffing white cloth into their mouths to prevent disturbance, then headed straight to the District 3 headquarters. Seeing this scene, Chun Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Lin had said that among survivors of Grey Realm convergence or disaster attacks, about 80 would show signs of mental instability, and most would never be cured for life. Now it seemed that this symptom also appeared in Li Xiuquan and Chun Tan. For Chun Ling, this was fortunate because only 4 people had seen him transform into a disaster, and 2 enforcers had already been killed by the audience. If Li Xiuquan and Chun Tan revealed everything, he would immediately be wanted. Fortunately, now that both Li Xiuquan and Chun Tan were insane, his identity would not be exposed, allowing him to walk on the street openly as Chun Ling. Of course, this was on the premise that the enforcers would not trace him. It was still not safe. He had to think of a way to completely block their investigation. Chun Ling did not like taking risks and disliked having his fate in others' hands. His brain raced as he tried to find the most secure method. Just then, a figure rushed past him. Dad! Mom! Chun Yin exclaimed, sprinting toward the 2 figures being taken away, his tired little face full of anxiety. Chun Yin did not know what had happened. He was just a 15-year-old boy, and seeing his parents being pulled from the ruins felt like the sky had fallen. Chun Ling's gaze narrowed slightly. He instinctively wanted to pull Chun Yin back, but hesitated for a moment before quickly following him, also calling out for their parents. Hearing their shouts, the enforcers turned back simultaneously, seeing 2 boys rushing over, then bent down to start flipping through documents. This couple has 2 children, one 18, one 15. I didn't find any bodies in the house just now. I was about to send someone to look for them when I didn't expect them to show up. Alas. Poor kids, several enforcers whispered. Chun Yin rushed in front of Li Xiuquan, about to say something when her pupils suddenly constricted. She somehow spat out the white cloth, staring ahead and shouting, Disaster! You are a disaster too. You want to kill me? Chun Yin instantly froze in place. Chapter 15. It's you. Meanwhile, Chun Ling slowly walked up behind him, his gaze crossing over many enforcers to meet Li Xiuquan's. The moment she saw him, Li Xiuquan's pupils constricted again. You are you. Li Xiuquan frantically tried to break free from the ropes, but was held down tightly by other enforcers. You should be dead. You should have died long ago. Disaster. You are a disaster. Li Xiuquan's roar echoed under the night sky as Chun Ling quietly stood there, his eyes filled with complexity. Ah Yen, ah Yen. He softly called to Chun Yin beside him. You go wait over there. I'll handle this. Chun Yin stared blankly at the frenzied Li Xiuquan, brought back to his senses by Chun Ling's voice. After a long silence, he nodded. He walked alone to a dark corner against the wall, hugging his knees and curling up, his body trembling uncontrollably. What is going on? Can't even keep her mouth shut. An enforcer glared at his colleague, then immediately bent down to pick up the white cloth and shoved it back into Li Xiuquan's mouth. He then sighed deeply and comforted her. Kid, don't take it too hard. Your mom has gone mad and doesn't even know what she's saying. For public safety, we will send them to a mental hospital for stabilizing treatment. There is still hope for them to regain their sanity. Of course, during this time, you can visit anytime. He gave a look to the other enforcers, and everyone immediately understood, quickening their pace to transfer the 2 to headquarters. Chun Ling watched this scene calmly, feeling indescribable emotions in his heart. These 2 people raised the original owner and then took his life. From the original owner's perspective, their grievances had long been settled. Chun Ling inherited the original owner's memories and emotions, and he could vaguely sense that the original owner actually harbored little resentment, largely because he really liked his younger brother Chun Yin. If Li Xiuquan and the others had properly explained everything to the original owner, he would have been willing to exchange his life to bring his brother back. Unfortunately, the original owner trusted them. But they did not believe him just because he was a child picked up from the streets. You are Ling, right? A figure walked towards Ling. Where did you go just now? Ling turned around, momentarily dazed, before hoarsely responding. What happened here, sir? Now I'm the one asking you. He frowned slightly. But thinking of what this young boy was currently experiencing, he hesitated for a moment and added, a disaster intruded into your home, scaring your parents. Fortunately, they did not resist. Don't worry, there is no immediate danger to life. Oh, Ling seemed to awaken from a dream. I took my brother to practice today. Practice what? Traditional drama. Ling raised his hand, holding a neatly folded costume in his arms. Seeing this, the enforcer's vigilance relaxed somewhat. After all, ordinary people generally wouldn't bring costumes when they went out, so he believed Ling's claim about practice. However, he still followed protocol and asked, where did you practice? Was anyone watching? Just the deserted land at the end of Frosty Street to the east. No one saw us. My brother is shy and doesn't dare to sing in front of many people. Otherwise, we would have practiced right at our doorstep. The enforcer nodded. It's not safe outside recently. Don't run around. If you see anything suspicious, remember to find me. My name is Jiang Qin. I patrol this neighborhood every day. Okay. By the way, where is your brother? He was just scared by mom and is hiding over there. Ling pointed towards a dark corner of the wall, where a small figure was curled up, seemingly crying. Jiang Qin glanced over and nodded slightly. At that moment, he seemed to remember something. By the way, how many children are there in your family? 2. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. 2. Hearing the subtle change in Jiang Qin's tone, Ling's heart sank. Having been involved in performances for many years, he was very sensitive to such nuances in dialogue. He immediately steadied his mind and seemingly innocently asked, what's wrong? The information states that your family has 2 children, and you also said so. But last night we encountered your parents at the mass grave. They said they came to pay respects to their son. If both of your sons are alive, then who is it that they are paying respects to? The atmosphere suddenly froze. So that's what you meant. Ling's thoughts raced, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Many years ago, after his parents had Yin, they became pregnant again, but at that time, his mother was not in good health, and the fetus died a few days after being born. His parents could only bury him in the back mountain. And later, every year on that child's birthday, they would go to pay respects. At that time, when this happened, Yin was only over 2 years old and understood nothing. He could only remember a vague outline. The last sentence was a safeguard left by Ling to prevent Jiang Qin from separating him and Yin for individual interrogations. This way, even if Jiang Qin became suspicious of them and wanted to question Yin again, he could reasonably justify it. Of course, he could also use the excuse of being too young at the time to avoid further probing from the enforcer. Early death, no wonder it wasn't recorded in the information. It turned out that Ling had overthought it. This enforcer named Jiang Qin did not have such strong vigilance. He nodded, casually noted something down, and then turned to leave. Ling let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't expect that on the night he returned, Li Xiuquan and the others also went to the mass grave and were caught by the enforcers, almost exposing themselves. Oh right. Jiang Qin turned back again. Ling, are you done? Just when Ling felt his heart rise to his throat, Jiang Qin pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it to him. This was found on Tan. It's a summons from the enforcers for you. Report to headquarters tomorrow morning. Don't be late. After saying this, Jiang Qin left. And this time he really left. With the departure of the enforcers, Frosty Street fell silent again. Ling walked to the dark corner of the street, feeling complicated emotions. Yin. Ling looked at the head-bowed Yin, unsure of what to say. With things having come to this point, even if Yin was still naive, he knew that the disaster attacking their home was himself. Although he had been usurped by the audience at that moment, he didn't know how to explain it to Yin. Ling, who was usually the best at weaving dialogues, found himself unusually at a loss for words. Brother. Yin spoke softly. I'm tired. Ling was taken aback. He never expected that Yin would only say these 3 words in the end. No anger, no questioning, no confusion. Yin's chestnut-colored eyes looked at Ling, as clear and quiet as usual. Ling stared blankly for a long time. Realizing he could not see through what this young boy was thinking, he gently bent down and touched his hair. Tired? Then sleep. Brother will guard you. The originally warm home had 2 large holes opened in it, and the living room was in ruins. If a thief or burglar passed by, it would truly be an embarrassment to his profession if they didn't take something useful. Yin returned to that familiar bed, curling up silently in the blanket. Ling walked to his side, leaning his back against the broken wall, and slowly sat down. Through the shattered roof, he could see endless blue auroras dancing in the night, like soft ribbons covering the sky. This was Ling's first quiet appreciation of the auroras in this world. It seemed that the moment he saw them, all the distracting thoughts in his heart disappeared, leaving only eternal tranquility. Brother, are you cold? Yin's voice came from the blanket. Not cold. Oh. Yin stopped talking, and after a long time, only the sound of even breathing lingered in Ling's ears. He didn't know how long had passed, but gradually, Ling's eyes closed as well. He fell asleep. Chapter 16. The dance of slaughter when he opened his eyes again. A familiar light filled his vision. Back again. Chun-Ling adapted to the brightness of the spotlight, slowly scanning his surroundings. An old stage, a black curtain, and a fully occupied audience. He had returned to this nightmare once more. It seemed that as long as he fell asleep or died, he would return here. Chun-Ling concluded this based on his previous experiences. Since he regained control of his body, the wandering audience had returned to the theater. Although their gazes seemed somewhat displeased, at least they showed no intention of taking action again. Chun-Ling's gaze naturally slid towards the screen in the center of the stage. Audience expectation level, 24, from the historical records. The moment he regained control of his body, the expectation level automatically rose to 20. After experiencing a battle of wits with the enforcers, the expectation level increased again, finally stabilizing at 24. Last time, death directly deducted 50 from the expectation level. What would happen next time I die if the expectation level is below 50? Chun-Ling did not know the answer, but he guessed that if the expectation value turned negative, he would most likely die completely and be occupied by the audience, never to rise again. Just as Chun-Ling was about to look away, he suddenly noticed a small shaking treasure chest appearing in the lower right corner of the screen. He clearly remembered that this thing did not exist when he first entered the theater. After hesitating for a moment, Chun-Ling tentatively reached out and clicked on the treasure chest. Ding ding ding. As soon as Chun-Ling's fingertip touched the treasure chest, a passionate music burst forth from the speakers on both sides of the stage. The sudden music startled Chun-Ling, and the next moment, several spotlights moved to his back. He turned to look and found a table appearing out of thin air in the center of the stage. It was an unremarkable wooden table, appearing somewhat old, blending perfectly with the wooden floor of the stage. The beams of light shone on the table, reflecting a pale glow from a piece of paper. Chun-Ling walked straight to the wooden table, and the two beams of light moved closer together, eventually merging into one. At the top of the paper, a few lines of small text were written. Detected that the audience's expectation value has exceeded 60 for the first time, unlocking the achievement of mostly positive reviews. You have gained one extra lottery chance. After using it, a random character skill will be selected from all characters in this performance for you to learn. Chun-Ling's gaze swept over the text, and before he could react, the white paper suddenly disappeared, replaced by several cards placed on the table. The colors of these cards varied, with the vast majority being white and gray, occasionally a few blue ones. The surface patterns ranged from simple to complex. The brighter the color, the more intricate the pattern, making them appear more precious. The next moment, these cards were flipped over simultaneously, revealing uniform backs. And then they quickly stacked together at an astonishing speed, finally settling neatly on the table. Chun-Ling also tried to track the few blue cards. But this bizarre shuffling method was impossible to follow with the naked eye. It seemed that there was a chance to win a lottery. Perhaps not everything in this theater was bad. Chun-Ling took a deep breath and randomly picked a card in front of him, gently flipping it over on the table. It was a blue card. After Chun-Ling made his choice, all the other cards disappeared at the same time, and several lines of text appeared on the blue card. Skill, Slaughter Dance, belongs to War God Path, Judgment, Path, 3rd Stage. Character, Han Meng. Seeing the name Han Meng, the image of the trench coat figure he had encountered fighting the red paper monster last night automatically surfaced in Chun-Ling's mind. At this moment, he was left with only one thought. This was a win. Since Chun-Ling crossed over, among everyone he had encountered, Han Meng was undoubtedly the strongest in combat. Although Chun-Ling could not understand what the War God Path, Judgment, Path 3rd Stage meant, there was no doubt that he had drawn the best option available. The blue card turned into nothingness, and Chun-Ling felt something mysterious added to him. Thank you for the gift. Chun-Ling now felt somewhat embarrassed. He had stolen this skill from Han Meng. In a sense, Han Meng was his benefactor. But just a few hours ago, he had beaten up his benefactor and hit him with a heavy blow. That blow shouldn't have killed the benefactor, right? He felt a bit guilty. The crimson disaster danced wildly above his head, and the terrifying pressure made one shudder. A long hand protruding from the disaster pressed onto his head, as if it were the hand of a god descending from the heavens, ruling the world. On the hospital bed, Han Meng suddenly opened his eyes wide, almost jumping up. The sharp pain in the back of his head made him wince, and the world in front of him swayed, causing him to fall back onto the bed again. Menggu, a law enforcement officer who had been napping beside him, was startled and quickly supported him. Menggu, what are you doing? Don't move around, or you'll break the wires. Han Meng lay on the bed, finally regaining his composure, and asked blankly, where is this? The hospital. That long hand. What about that red disaster? The law enforcement officer paused for a moment and replied, it should have escaped. When we arrived at the scene, we only saw you lying there. Fragmented memories surged in Han Meng's mind, and he couldn't help but touch the back of his head, wincing in pain. Does this disaster like to sneak attack the back of the head? What is the situation? Are there any other casualties? Not for now. After you finished fighting it. That disaster never appeared again. It's probably because you injured it too badly. Han Meng wanted to say that he hadn't actually hurt it at all. But after hesitating for a moment, he swallowed his words. In front of the subordinates, he still needed to maintain his image. What time is it? 6:50. Help me up. Menggu, the doctor said you need to rest. Rest my foot. Han Meng gritted his teeth and stood up. That disaster is very insidious. If we keep letting it go, it will definitely cause a big problem. Insidious? Menggu, are you trying to say dangerous? This law enforcement officer had seen a lot, but it was the first time he heard someone use the word insidious to describe a disaster. Dangerous, but even more insidious. Han Meng instinctively touched the back of his head, and I suspect it may have actually fused with some human. Fused? Upon hearing these 3 words, the law enforcement officer's expression changed drastically. Should we notify Aurora City immediately? After hearing the latter part, Han Meng gradually calmed down. No, not yet. I still need to investigate. Right now, this is just my guess, with no theoretical basis. So what should we do now? Let us go to headquarters first. The new recruits should be arriving soon. We can discuss the specifics on the way. Good. Chapter 17. Guidelines. The morning sunlight spilled onto Chunling's face, and he blinked his eyelashes, slowly opening his eyes. I'm back. He rubbed the corners of his eyes and let out a long breath. After the lottery, he had wandered around the stage for a long time, but still hadn't found any exit. It was only when the stage bell rang and the curtain opened that he automatically returned. The current expectation value was 23, almost approaching the line of life and death. Chunling recalled the screen characters before leaving and murmured to himself, I need to hurry and do something. Brother, the quilt was pulled aside, and Chunyin rubbed his red eyes, sitting up from bed. Morning. Morning. Chunling glanced at the clock on the wall, took the last few copper coins from his pocket, and handed them to Chunyin. I'm going out for a while. I don't know exactly what time I'll be back. You should eat something by yourself today. Brother, where are you going? I'm going to catch myself. Chunling put on a cotton coat, stuffed the envelope given by the law enforcement officer into his pocket, turned around, and ruffled Chunyan's hair. Don't ask too many questions. Just wait for me at home. Okay, understood. Chunyin obediently nodded. After watching Chunling leave, Chunyin rolled off the bed and looked at the 2 big holes at the entrance, frowning immediately. How am I supposed to fix this? He glanced at the few remaining copper coins in his hand, silently pocketing them, and took out a heavy hammer and wooden planks from the house, starting to measure the size. Just then, a figure appeared behind the big hole, startling Chunyin. It was a man wearing a woolen coat, with a deep blue scarf wrapped around his neck and a pair of silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, looking artistic and wise. At this moment, looking at the house in front of him with only 2 large holes left, a sense of confusion surfaced in his wise eyes. He wanted to say something, but felt it would be impolite, so he tried to knock on the door, but after circling the house, he couldn't find where the door was. He returned to the hole and looked inside. Do you have something to say? Chunyin tilted his head. Is Mr. Chunling here? Hearing his brother's name, a trace of vigilance flashed in Chunyan's eyes. He scrutinized the man for a moment and asked again. Do you have something to say? The man took off his white gloves and pulled a letter from his coat pocket. He unfolded the letter and held it in his hand, calmly addressing the inside of the house. I heard that Mr. Chun needs a doctor. So I came. A chilling wind crept in through the collar, causing Chunling to shiver involuntarily. Little brother, where are you going? Let me give you a ride. A lean, dark-skinned man dragged a rickshaw and hurried up to Chunling, grinning to reveal a row of yellow teeth. Chunling glanced at him and replied, to the enforcer's headquarters. Oh, I'm familiar with that. Just dropped off 2 there. You all are going to be reserves, right? How about this? I'll charge them 10, and you 7 deal? Forget it. 6 it is, can't be any less. I don't have money. No money? The man frowned, gave him a few more glances, grumbled, and walked away with the rickshaw, muttering about bad luck for someone without money being an enforcer. Chunling thought to himself that the quality of people in this world was really poor, rubbing his frozen red hands. He couldn't help but quicken his pace toward the center of District 3. Before last night, Chunling had been pondering how to prevent the enforcers from discovering clues and tracing back to him. Now, he had the answer: to become an enforcer. By becoming an enforcer and participating in all investigations of disasters, he could interfere with them and ensure they could never lock onto him. I will become, I will participate, I will disrupt, I will flee. This was Chunling's current strategy. Chunling crossed several streets and arrived in front of a gigantic building that resembled a glass dome. Finally stopping. What a grand sight. Chunling gazed up at the dome, unable to help but exclaim, how much funding must have gone into this? In a neighborhood filled with 2-story mud houses, this uniquely designed building stood out like an art gallery suddenly appearing in a rural area from his past life. At this moment, several young people were hurriedly walking toward the headquarters with letters in hand. They exchanged polite smiles and nods. The number of people passing the written exam in the entire District 3 was about 70, and generally, the elimination rate for the physical exam was 50. So only about 30 people could become enforcers each year. Although this year the physical exam took a different form, the final elimination rate would not change. In short, everyone entering this building was a potential competitor. Chunling walked into the headquarters, and beneath the glass dome, several rows of people were already neatly standing. These individuals, like Chunling, were dressed in ordinary civilian clothing, standing 10 in a row, each with their heads held high, every muscle tense, looking like warriors waiting for a call. Chunling arrived relatively late and could only stand at the edge of the last row. After he took his position, an enforcer glanced at the roster and nodded slightly. Everyone is here. Another enforcer picked up the prepared speech and was about to speak when the headquarters door was suddenly pushed open forcefully, and two figures walked in slowly. Han Ming crushed the burnt-out cigarette but underfoot, and the 4 silver stripes on his black trench coat shimmered. His calm gaze swept over all the reserves, and an inexplicable sense of oppression instantly enveloped everyone, except for Chunling. Chunling raised an eyebrow in surprise, his gaze unconsciously landing on the back of Han Ming's head. He recovered so quickly after I knocked so hard yesterday. Is this guy's head that tough? It's Han Ming. It really is him. He also came? Who is Han Ming? He is the chief enforcer of District 3 and the only 4-striped enforcer in the district. It is said that he is a super genius who was promoted to 4 stripes at just 24 years old and even crushed all the concurrent enforcers in Aurora City. He is the pride of our 7 districts. Crushed the concurrent enforcers in Aurora City? Is that true? If he is that amazing, why wasn't he absorbed into Aurora City? I don't know. But it seems he had a conflict with someone important in Aurora City. I heard he is very strong. My mom especially likes him. How old is your mom? Almost 50. With Han Ming's appearance, the reserves immediately began to whisper among themselves. Even the many enforcers nearby instinctively straightened their backs, their expressions serious and focused. Han Ming stood still beneath the dome, suddenly feeling a chill at the back of his head, as if someone was scrutinizing his weaknesses. He instinctively turned to look, only to find a group of reserves quietly staring at him. After meeting Han Ming's gaze, all the reserves lowered their heads, not daring to discuss further. The entire headquarters fell silent. My name is Han Ming, and I am currently the highest officer in District 3. Han Ming adjusted his mindset and slowly spoke. The next 3 days will be your physical examination. Out of the 72 of you, only 30 will remain. 30 is even lower than the expected pass rate. Chunling pondered. This ratio also surprised the other reserves, who couldn't help but exchange looks filled with confusion. However, among these 30, 3 people will receive early qualifications to enter the ancient military path. Upon hearing this, the entire headquarters erupted in an uproar. Even the enforcers standing nearby widened their eyes in shock. Chunling didn't understand. Among the many reserves present, more than half didn't understand either. Seeing this, Han Ming calmly explained. Do you know the difference between an enforcer and an enforcer officer? Everyone shook their heads. The difference between an enforcer and an enforcer officer is just one word, but it's a world apart. This is not merely a difference in position, but in power. An enforcer is just an ordinary person with enforcement authority, while an enforcer officer possesses a path to divinity of their own. It is said that before the Great Cataclysm, there were 18 paths to divinity in the world, each different. However, with the passage of time and the decline of civilization, only 14 paths remain today. These 14 paths are book, medicine, military, yellow, green, craft, game, puppet, witch, power, divination, theft, prostitution. It is rumored that each of these paths leads to a divine position, and if one completes all of them, they can transcend the mundane and attain godhood. The enforcers of our Aurora domain govern the military path among these 14 paths. According to the regulations of the enforcers in Aurora City, every enforcer, after 3 years of probation, can have one opportunity to enter the ancient military path. If they pass the trials within the ancient path, they may be selected by the military path and officially embark on this path to divinity. Once on the path to divinity, Aurora City will change your status from enforcer to enforcer officer. After hearing Han Ming's explanation, the eyes of the crowd lit up with excitement. Complete the path, and you can become a god. This was immensely appealing to a group of newly adult youths. In Chunling's mind, the scene of the red paper monster battling Han Ming from last night automatically surfaced. It seemed that Han Ming had opened some mysterious domain and then became exceptionally fierce. So that was the power of the military path? Excuse me. Is entering the ancient path the only way to gain access to the path to divinity? In the crowd, someone cautiously asked. Theoretically speaking, no. Han Ming shook his head. The key to stepping onto the path of divinity lies in obtaining the recognition of the divine path. If you possess extraordinary talent in a certain divine path, or if the divine path believes you are destined to follow this path, it will naturally guide you. We call such individuals divine chosen. I once met a young boy from the South Sea realm who learned to paint at the age of 3, becoming proficient without a teacher. By 5, he casually drew 100 boats competing for the flow on the ground with plain porridge, gaining the favor of the green divine path and becoming the youngest divine path possessor in history. The crowd was in an uproar. However, those chosen by the divine path are rare. The vast majority of people who wish to embark on the divine path can only rely on entering ancient repositories. Of course, not all ancient repositories are within the human realm. Some are located at the intersection of the gray realm and reality, making it extremely difficult for ordinary humans to reach. This leads to very few people managing to enter them and undergo trials. To step onto these divine paths, one can only obtain divine favor. which is why the number of divine path practitioners is extremely scarce. For example, the yellow divine path, the drama divine path, the thief divine path, and the prostitute divine path. In summary, these 14 divine paths are the only extraordinary roads recognized by the human realm, while in the Aurora realm, the majority of people's choice is only the soldier divine path. Only recognized by the human realm? Qinling asked. So there are paths that are not recognized? Han Ming glanced at him, paused for a moment, and replied, yes, and quite a few. For instance, there are those who attempt to abandon their human identity and actively merge with calamities, cultists who worship the celestial calamity red star, the Scarlet Sky sect. However, these paths are ones you must never touch. Once someone embarks on these paths, there is only one outcome: being hunted down by all human realms and then exterminated. Upon hearing the phrase exterminated, Qinling's heart skipped a beat. If he guessed correctly, the audience within him should be a calamity. So does that mean he has merged with a calamity? Qinling didn't know and didn't dare to ask. He suddenly felt that not choosing to seek help from the enforcers was indeed a very wise decision. If he really counted as a merger, then the enforcer's first reaction upon learning this would likely be to eliminate him along with the calamity within him. Looking at the solemn and imposing group of enforcers not far away, Qinling's palms began to sweat. Audience expectation, 10. Current expectation, 33. 2 lines of characters flashed in the void before Qinling's eyes, and he couldn't help but curse the audience's perversion in his heart. Their happiness was entirely built on his life and death crisis. However, despite the tension, Qinling was not that scared. After all, even Han Ming probably wouldn't have expected that a merger would not only not run away upon seeing the enforcers, but would instead actively approach them, attempting to blend in with the enforcers. Could those like the Fusionists and the Scarlet Sky sect possibly master the path to divinity? Someone asked again. Almost impossible. Han Ming replied calmly. No divine path would grant divine favor to those who embrace evil monsters. A hint of disappointment flashed in Qinling's eyes. As a transmigrator, he naturally hoped to possess power beyond the mundane. To be honest, he was also tempted when the divine path was mentioned earlier. However, if he truly was a merger, then this path would be closed to him. Next, someone will assign tasks to each of you. Whether you can stay after 3 days depends on yourselves. Han Ming finished his last sentence and turned to leave. The crowd began to discuss again. Soon, several enforcers stepped forward to announce the tasks for each person. Jiang Lipeng, Nia Yining, responsible for assisting in patrolling Cold Cloud Street in Area 3. Deng Feiyang, Gong Hong, responsible for assisting in patrolling Cold Snow Street in Area 3. Everyone present was on standby and did not have the ability to patrol alone, so they could only help the official enforcers with some trivial matters. The first few names called were fine, but as it went on, the streets assigned became increasingly remote, and eventually, there were even personnel sent to support Area 2. Wu Yudong, Qinling, responsible for assisting in patrolling Ice Spring Street in Area 2. Hearing his name appear in Area 2, Qinling was slightly taken aback. He clearly remembered that no one had gone to patrol Cold Frost Street in Area 3 yet, and he himself was from Cold Frost Street. Why was he specifically transferred to Area 2? Although Areas 2 and 3 were not far apart, commuting would take at least 4 hours each way. Wouldn't that squeeze all his time away? The assessment starts today, and everyone has 3 hours to prepare to go home. After 3 hours, you must be on duty. After the enforcer finished reading the list, everyone was dismissed. Qinling vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Brother, are you Qinling? A small, thin boy cautiously approached Qinling. You are? I am Wu Yudong, going with you to support Area 2. Oh, hello? Wu Yudong looked around and lowered his voice to ask, did you bribe them? Bribe? Qinling was taken aback. The enforcer who just read the list, Ma Zhong. He is in charge of personnel transfers. Where we go and what we do is all decided by him. Seeing Qinling's reaction, Wu Yudong sighed helplessly. Looking at you. You probably didn't bribe him either. No wonder we are the worst off. Hearing this, Qinling finally understood. He suddenly remembered what the man pulling the rickshaw had said on the way here. What kind of enforcer can you be without money? It seemed that enforcers were not good people either. Qinling scoffed coldly in his heart. Even the rickshaw puller knew the character of the enforcers. This was enough to show how serious the internal issues within the organization were. Where do you live? Cold Frost Street, number 128. What a coincidence. I also live on Cold Frost Street, but at the other end. Brother, we are in the same boat now. When we get to Area 2, let's help each other out. Wu Yudong said a few words to Qinling and hurried back home to pack his things. As Qinling finally exited the headquarters, as soon as he stepped out the door, a cold voice rang out from beside the entrance. Stop. Qinling paused, slowly turned his head, and saw Han Ming leaning against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his eyes fixed on him like a venomous snake. You are Qinling? Chapter 19. Testing. Director Han Ming. The moment he was called by Han Ming, a hint of guilt flashed in Qinling's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Is there something you need from me? A merger dares to blend into the enforcer ranks. You really have some guts, Han Ming slowly began. Speak. What is your purpose? This sentence struck Qinling's ears like thunder. He discovered it. No, it's impossible. The one he fought last night was the red paper monster. He never saw my face from start to finish. How could he recognize me at a glance? Huh. Confusion filled Chunling's eyes. Director Han Ming. What are you talking about? Do you still not understand what I mean? I don't understand. Where were you last night? Sleeping at home. Before that, practicing acting in the wild with my brother. Your brother practices acting, and what do? He is timid. He needs me to accompany him. What piece were you practicing? Farewell, my concubine. What is the last line? Ah, what is the second to last line? Wait for me to see. Han Ming's questioning was incredibly fast, leaving no time for Chunling to react. As Chunling answered, cold sweat broke out on his back. By the time the last 3 questions came, he almost couldn't help but turn and run. Chunling had never been exposed to the world of drama and was unaware of the available plays. He could only brace himself and mention the one he was most familiar with from his past life, gambling that Han Ming didn't understand drama at all. As for the lines, they truly posed no challenge for Chunling. He often attended Peking opera performances in the theater of his previous life and had listened to Farewell, My Concubine no less than 20 times. He still vividly remembered the scene where Xiang Yu turned around and found Yu Ji committing suicide. It turned out that Chunling's gamble was correct. After asking the last question, Han Ming stared intently at Chunling, as if trying to see through his heart. After a few seconds of silence, Han Ming slowly spoke. Oh, I might have made a mistake. This guy was indeed trying to trick him. It seemed that the blow he received last night had been too light. Chunling took a deep breath and said, Director Han, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait, Han Ming called out to Chunling. Which street are you being transferred to? District 2, Ice Spring Street. Don't go home yet. Go there directly. Huh, didn't you say we have 3 hours to prepare? That's an order. Han Ming's simple 4 words left Chunling with no room to argue. Chunling and Han Ming faced each other in the cold wind, their cotton robes and trench coats billowing, and the world fell into a dead silence. After a while, Chunling slowly said, I understand. It takes at most 2 hours to get from here to Ice Spring Street. 2 hours later, I will confirm with them whether you have arrived. Do you understand? Chunling gritted his teeth and added, I'm tired from walking, so it might take a bit longer. I'll call for a rickshaw. Han Ming perfectly embodied the phrase decisive and efficient as he flagged down a rickshaw puller on the street. The same one who had spoken to Chunling earlier and told him to ensure that Chunling arrived at Ice Spring Street on time, and that he would cover the fare. Thus, under Han Ming's watchful gaze, Chunling reluctantly climbed into the rickshaw and headed straight for District 2. After watching Chunling leave, Han Ming stamped out his cigarette, but with his foot, and snorted coldly. Minggu, why are you targeting him? Jiang Qin approached with confusion. Don't you find it strange? Han Ming replied calmly. On the night the Gray Realm intersected, Li Xiuquan and Chun Tin braved the rain to go to the mass grave, claiming they were there to pay respects to their son. The next day, disaster just happened to invade their home, killing 2 law enforcers who were following them. Yet they were the only ones spared. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers of the Chun family just happened to be away, with no alibi. But the explanation of paying respects to their son has been given. Many years ago, the couple lost a child. You missed the point. Huh. The point isn't about paying respects to their son, but that they went to pay respects in the midst of a rare torrential downpour in the Aurora domain before dawn. Do you think they would do that for a child they had no feelings for? Jiang Qin was left speechless. The early death of a child and the practice of singing opera are all one-sided claims from Chunling, with no evidence. Han Ming patted Jiang Qin on the shoulder and said, as law enforcers, we need to use our own eyes to see, not just our ears to listen. I understand. Minggu, if you understand, come with me to number 128, Hanshuang Street. For what? I've already sent Chunling away. The rest is to interrogate Chunyan. Han Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic hammering of a hammer drove nails into the wall bit by bit. As the wooden boards were neatly laid on the wall, the originally large hole was gradually repaired. Chunyan wiped the sweat from his face, secured the last wooden board in place, and then sat down on a chair, panting. He looked back at the living room and saw a man with silver-rimmed glasses curiously examining the newly laid wooden boards, seemingly lost in thought. No one knows how to help, Chunyan muttered under his breath. Chunyan actually didn't want to let this man into his home, but the other party held his brother's handwritten letter, making him a proper guest. However, how come he had never heard his brother mention that he had friends in Aurora City? Just as Chunyan finished his work, the man slowly stood up and walked to the perfectly nailed wooden board, exclaiming in surprise, How did you do this? Fixing a house isn't that difficult. My brother took me to build a wooden house when I was a child, although it was for the birds. Chunyan proudly raised his head, saying, I heard that people in Aurora City are quite delicate. Fixing houses shouldn't be this good, right? The man was about to say something when a sudden knocking at the door interrupted. Law enforcers asking questions. Open the door immediately. Upon hearing these words, Chunyan's face turned pale. He didn't know why the law enforcers suddenly came knocking, but his instinct told him that their unexpected visit at this time couldn't be good. Chunyan quickly thought and said to the man, When they come, you open the door and say there's no one at home. After saying that, he immediately hid in the bedroom, concealing himself. The man frowned at the door, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward to open it. Standing at the door were Han Ming and Jiang Qin. Seeing a stranger open the door, Jiang Qin was taken aback, then looked at the doorplate and said in confusion, "Strange, we didn't go to the wrong place?" Han Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the man. "What are you doing here? I thought it was someone else." "Turns out it's you." The man smiled, pushed up his silver glasses, and said leisurely, "I should have thought of it. District 3 is your territory." Seeing the two of them chatting directly, Jiang Qin leaned closer to Han Ming and whispered, "Mengge, who is he?" "Aurora City, Divine Dr. Chu Mu Yun." Chapter 20. The Integrator. He should be going back to find a yin. The rickshaw moved along the gravel road, and Chunling sat in the vehicle, his expression extremely serious. He didn't know which part of the plan had gone wrong, causing Han Ming to suspect him so quickly, even going so far as to spend his own money to send him away in order to interrogate Chun Yin privately. But the problem was, all his routes were now blocked. Even if he turned back to find Chun Yin, not to mention whether he could arrive home faster than the law enforcers. Once he left the rickshaw, Han Ming would quickly find out, and by then, it would be even harder to clear his name. For now, he could only watch how Chun Yin would respond. However, Chun Ling had already made plans in his heart. Once his identity was exposed, he would escape directly from District 2, as Han Ming would still need time to get from District 3. As for Chun Yin, he was an ordinary person who didn't know his identity as an integrator, and he didn't even know what an integrator was. Even if something happened to him, he wouldn't be implicated. "Brother, you still say you have no money." The rickshaw puller turned around, panting, and said, "Even Director Han is reimbursing your fare. Your identity is not simple." "Haha, indeed not simple." Chun Ling's mind flashed with Han Ming's image, feeling a surge of anger in his chest, and then he asked, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Soon, about 10 more minutes. No need to hurry, just circle around this street a few more times." "Huh, just run when I say run. It's based on the distance you cover." Chun Ling sneered, "Isn't he loaded with money? I'll just make him spend some. Then, I'll really run." The rickshaw puller then took Chun Ling and ran around the busiest streets in District 2, making more than 10 laps. It was evident that the puller was quite excited, as the extra distance alone was enough for him to haul in customers for 2 or 3 days. When Chun Ling got out of the car, the man's mouth was grinning from ear to ear, wishing he could kneel down on the spot to worship this god of wealth, since he was the only one forced to set off. Wu Yudong still had a few hours to arrive. Chun Ling could only head to Ice Spring Street alone to meet with the law enforcers from District 2 who were patrolling there. As soon as he arrived at Ice Spring Street, Chun Ling's brows furrowed. The yellow caution tape nearly blocked off the entire street, and the air still carried a lingering smell of blood. The low, dilapidated buildings on both sides were empty, with no sign of life. Only a few splatters of crimson blood staining the white walls, a shocking sight. Chun Ling bent down to cross the caution tape, stepping on broken stones, as if a ferocious beast had once appeared here and slaughtered the entire street. Confusion arose in Chun Ling's mind. In the distance, several figures in black and red uniforms were moving about. When they saw Chun Ling stepping into the caution tape, they approached him directly. Were they from the standby team in District 3? Why did they come so early? Chun Ling handed over his dispatch order, pushing the blame onto Han Ming, claiming it was his order to set off quickly. The law enforcer nodded, saying it was good that he arrived early, as they were short-handed. "I'm Qian Fan, currently in charge of Ice Spring Street. You'll be working with me for the next couple of days." "Okay." Chun Ling paused. "Brother Fan, what exactly happened here?" "Haven't you heard?" Qian Fan replied in surprise. "The night before last, on the day of the Grey Realm's convergence, a disaster creature made its way into District 2 and killed half a street of people." Chun Ling was taken aback. "The night before last?" "Yes." Qian Fan nodded. "Didn't your District 3 enforcer Mahjong tell you? During this Grey Realm convergence, it's very likely that 2 disaster creatures escaped, one at level 5 and the other at level 3. The one that appeared in your District 3 was the level 5 one, but it seems to have low destructive capability, resulting in minimal casualties. The level 3 one in our District 2, although not high in level, is indeed vicious." Hearing this, Chun Ling's mind was in a whirl. He had always thought that the only disaster creature that had escaped from the Grey Realm was that one, but now there was another? What about the level 3 one? Was it captured? If it was captured, why did we need so many people here? Qian Fan sighed. After killing, that disaster creature disappeared. However, some law enforcers witnessed the direction it left, which should be towards the back mountain. The back mountain. Chun Ling remembered that it was located between District 2 and District 3. You say these 2 disaster creatures are unusual. Typically, after a disaster causes a ruckus, they are quickly captured. On one hand, they are large, and on the other, they can't help but continue killing. But this time, both disaster creatures disappeared simultaneously, as if they had evaporated into thin air. A thought struck Chun Ling, and he casually asked, "I've heard of humanoids called fusionists?" "Fusionists?" Qian Fan shook his head. "Do you think merging with a disaster creature is easy? To merge with a disaster and survive, you must meet 3 conditions. First, you must ensure that the disaster creature doesn't kill you. Just this one condition is enough to eliminate 99 of disasters, as most of them lack self-control. You could say that if a human manages to bring it to the brink of death, that's possible. But then the next question is, You must ensure your physique is compatible with it. This is impossible to predict. A human and a disaster are not even the same species. For them to be compatible is like picking up a stone and finding that the natural patterns on it happen to spell your name. It's a vanishingly small probability. Even if you're really lucky and meet the first two conditions, you must ensure that after merging, you won't be driven insane by the other as well. As far as I know, most fusionists end up being lunatics and don't survive for long. Chunling retorted, so, according to you, the probability of fusionists appearing is close to zero? Exactly. Qianfan nodded. But I've heard that some in the fusionist community are researching ways to increase the success rate of merging. As for how far they've gotten, I don't know. Chunling had always thought of himself as a fusionist, but after listening to Qianfan's description, he felt something was off. The connection he had with the audience was entirely based on the theater. It seemed there was no merging process as he described. Although these audience members did occasionally drive him insane. At the same time, a thought flashed through Chunling's mind. Since he didn't count as a fusionist, was there a possibility that he could master a divine pathway of his own? Chapter 21. The Peace Charm in short. Your task over the next couple of days is to search this street for any disaster hair or other unusual items that may have been left beneath the ruins. Unusual items? The power of a disaster can affect the surrounding reality, and how it affects varies from disaster to disaster. Some disasters, just standing there, can distort everything nearby, while others might ignite fires. It is said that the more bizarre ones can even manipulate humans. We refer to this influence as the disaster domain. The higher the level of a disaster, the greater the destructiveness and range of its domain. Overall, we categorize all current disasters into levels 1 to 9, but each level has some nicknames to intuitively reflect their destructive power. For instance, a level 9 disaster is typically referred to as the World Destroyer. World Destroyer? Chunling was stunned. So a level 9 disaster can truly destroy the world? Although that carries some exaggeration, it's not far from the truth. It is said that a world destroyer has the power to completely annihilate a human realm. Qianfan seemed to have thought of something and lowered his voice. Did you not know? What? Actually, the disaster that escaped from your District 3 the night before last was a world destroyer. Chunling's face instantly turned pale. Haha, I'm just joking with you. Seeing Chunling's reaction, Qianfan laughed and patted his shoulder. I've heard that your District 3's disaster pointer indeed exploded. Usually, such a situation only occurs when a world destroyer descends. But it can't be true, right? It has been nearly 100 years since a world destroyer appeared. And if it really were one, District 3 would have been wiped out right away. How could it still be stable until now? So, it's likely that a disaster capable of affecting the disaster pointer has descended. Did your enforcer Han Ming not engage it yesterday? It was confirmed to be a level 5 disaster, not a world destroyer, so you can relax. Qianfan stood with his hands on his hips. A smile plastered on his face. But Chunling couldn't bring himself to smile. As the one responsible for beating Han Ming, he knew better than anyone what was really going on with the level 5 disaster. The level 5 disaster that Han Ming encountered was not truly level 5. It was simply because the audience's expectation value was stuck at 1415, and the audience that seized the stage corresponded to the combat power of the level 5 disaster. Chunling clearly remembered that the number of audience members that had run out at that time was less than 1% of the total audience. What if the audience collectively fled? Wouldn't that mean a complete world destroyer would descend? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Chunling's back. He had thought the disaster in the audience would be strong, but he never expected it to be this strong. That was a super disaster capable of world destruction. A ticking time bomb capable of annihilating the human realm. All right, you better get to work. Qianfan said contentedly. Okay. With Qianfan's departure, only Chunling remained alone on the ruined street. He took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the fear in his heart, and began to search among the rubble. Keeping his head down, regardless of the audience's level, they seemed to have to follow the theater's rules. As long as Chunling maintained the audience expectation value above 20, nothing would go wrong. Audience expectation value 1. Current expectation value 32. 2 lines of characters flickered in the rubble before disappearing in an instant. Ever since the undercover agent entered the enforcers, the audience expectation value had surged by 10 in one go. However, over time, it continued to decline at a steady rate. At the current speed, if he did nothing, it would drop back to 20 within a maximum of 36 hours. During the following time, Chunling carefully searched the ruins. But after several hours, he still found no hair or traces left by the calamity. To be honest, Chunling was also curious about what kind of calamity had come out with his audience. Chunling. A voice came from not far away. Chunling, who was seriously searching for clues, looked up and saw his companion, Wu Yudong, approaching. I heard you came early this morning? Wu Yudong was sweating profusely. If nothing unexpected happened, he must have walked all the way from Area 3. How did you get here so quickly? Didn't you go home? I didn't go home. Something came up. Is it related to your brother? Hearing this, Chunling suddenly raised his head. What did you say? Oh, when I passed by your house earlier, I saw Officer Han Ming there, saying he wanted to find your brother. Wu Yudong wiped his sweat and couldn't help but exclaim, but brother, your home is in worse condition than mine. The house is full of holes. Chunling ignored Wu Yudong's teasing and asked again, Did Han Ming ask my brother anything? No, there was a tall man wearing silver-rimmed glasses talking to him inside the house. I didn't hear what they said, but after a few words, Officer Han Ming left without going inside. A tall man with silver-rimmed glasses? Chen Ling was stunned for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He had completely forgotten about this. Previously, he had sent a letter to Aurora City, intending to have that doctor come to treat him. However, too much had happened in the past few days, and it had completely slipped his mind. Now it seemed that the doctor had indeed arrived as promised to treat him. But Area 3 has been sealed off. How did he get in? Confusion flashed through Chen Ling's mind. He urgently wanted to go home and see what had actually happened. I won't talk to you any longer. My task is to help settle the survivors of Ice Spring Street, and I have a lot to do. Wu Yudong glanced at the time and hurriedly left after bidding farewell to Chen Ling. Since Han Ming had been sent away, there should be no chance to interrogate Chen Yan. As Chen Ling thought this, and quickly walked towards Qian Fan and the others, he felt that the doctor was completely an unknown entity to him, and he didn't dare to let Chen Yan stay alone with him for too long. He needed to go home, immediately. Creak. Chen Ling stepped out and crushed a piece of brick in the rubble. He looked down and saw a faint red color pressed beneath the fragments. Chen Ling frowned slightly, lowered his head to brush away the debris, and the outline of the red object gradually became clear. As he saw the full appearance of the object, his pupils constricted violently. It was a broken peace talisman. In the corner of the peace talisman, two small characters were embroidered. Chen Yan. Chapter 22. Chu Mu Yun, is it already this time? Chu Mu Yun sat at the door, looking down at his pocket watch, and sighed heavily. Why hasn't my brother come back yet? Chen Yan rested his chin on his hand, sitting next to Chu Mu Yun, also staring at the street outside the door. The dim yellow sunset gradually sank below the horizon, and the blue aurora in the sky became increasingly clear. The two sat in a row, and the cold wind blew through the wooden slats, causing the oil lamp on the table to flicker unsteadily. Finally, at the end of the aurora-drenched street, a figure gradually became clear. He's back. Chen Yan suddenly sat up and waved to the figure in the distance. Brother. Chen Ling dragged his weary body, slowly walking home. He saw the two people sitting at the door, squinting his eyes slightly, but still waved back to Chen Yan immediately. Chu Mu Yun was taken aback, standing up from the ground with his hands on his knees, smiling politely and waving. You must be Mr. Chen Ling, right? Chu Mu Yun pushed up his silver-rimmed glasses. My name is Chu Mu Yun, and I am the doctor from Aurora City. Oh, hello. Chen Ling shook hands with him. Have you been waiting for me long? Not too long, it's fine. It's been a long time. Chen Yan immediately chimed in. Brother, you left early this morning. And he arrived right after you left, then sat in the living room until now. He came this morning? Didn't you offer him any water? I did. But he didn't drink it himself. Chen Ling shifted his gaze from Chen Yan to Chu Mu Yun, feeling a bit apologetic. Dr. Chu, I'm really sorry for making you come all this way and wait for me for so long. Actually, my illness is already cured. How about I treat you to dinner tonight and send you back tomorrow? At first, Chen Ling had been frightened by the audience, which led him to seek help from the doctor. However, now he didn't feel that he was ill, nor did he believe anyone could cure him. A world-ending calamity isn't something that can be easily solved by just any doctor, especially with a mysterious theater capable of suppressing world-ending disasters. Chu Mu Yun staying here not only wouldn't be able to heal him, but over time, he might even discover the calamity in his mind. Chu Mu Yun was taken aback. He looked at Chen Ling for a while, hesitating to speak. Mr. Chen, actually many times, a person's body does not realize that they are sick. You may feel fine now, but in fact, you are not. Perhaps you need me to give you a detailed examination. No, I don't need it. Chen Ling's refusal was very firm this time. He knew that he hadn't even let Chu Mu Yun check his heart. Wasn't that equivalent to exposing his identity? Dr. Chu, I really appreciate that you came all the way from Aurora City, but I really don't need any examination or treatment right now. Chen Ling realized that his attitude was somewhat problematic and quickly added sincerely. All right. Chu Mu Yun sighed. However, I might not be able to go back now. Why? Area 3 has been completely sealed off. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Didn't you know? Then how did you get in? I have a friend in the enforcers. I asked him to help me get in. Chu Mu Yun smiled helplessly. But you know it's easy to get in. But it's not so easy to get out. The enforcers sealed off Area 3 with the intention of preventing calamities from escaping. After all, some calamities are very small and can hide in human backpacks or even within their bodies, or merge with humans. In short, the difficulty of entering and exiting is not on the same level. Chen Ling, who had already joined the reserve of the enforcers, understood this very well. Chen Ling felt a bit troubled. Chu Mu Yun came all the way from Aurora City specifically to treat him, and he hadn't asked for any fees. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was charity. Now that he was here and couldn't go home, he couldn't just turn his face and kick him out onto the street to wander, right? Brother, I feel like he is not a bad person. Chen Yan timely spoke up. Today, that officer Han Ming came, and he was very fierce. It was him who helped me get rid of the people. Hearing this, Chen Ling's eyes brightened slightly. Can I ask a question? You can ask. Chu Mu Yun nodded. When Officer Han Ming came today, how did you send him away? Oh, I just told him that there was no one at home, and that entering someone else's residence without the owner's permission is very rude behavior. But he is an enforcer, and enforcers have the right to search private homes. Chen didn't believe that this tough guy could leave so easily. I speak. And he listens more. Chu Mu-yin replied lightly that he had saved his life twice a few years ago. I understand. Chen nodded and said, then before the unsealing of Area 3, you can stay here, but I have a condition. What condition? Without my permission, you cannot conduct any form of inspection. And that goes for my brother too. All right. Chu Mu-yin lightly pushed his silver-rimmed glasses and decisively agreed. When Chun-Ling returned home, he found that the original opening had been boarded up. Although there was still a bit of wind seeping in, it was much better than the exposure from last night. He looked back and saw Chun-Yin with his hands behind his back, slightly bowing his head, seemingly waiting for praise. Thanks to you. Chun-Ling patted his head, otherwise, we would have to sleep outside again tonight. Actually, there are still some gaps that haven't been filled properly. I'll go to the back mountain tomorrow to get some clay to patch them up, Chun-Yin said with a bit of embarrassment. Chu Mu-yin walked in and saw this scene, smiling and saying, you brothers have a really good relationship. Of course, Chun-Yin pouted. You also look quite alike. Do we? Chun-Ling glanced at Chun-Yin. Actually, it's not that much. After all, we aren't biological brothers, but living together for so long, we do start to resemble each other. I think you look quite alike, Chun-Yin replied seriously. By the way, that room over there is yours. The environment is a bit simple, so don't mind it. Chun-Ling said as he cleared out the room that originally belonged to Chun-Tan and his wife. It's fine. I'm not picky, Chu Mu-yin said. Chun-Yin watched this scene in the living room, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Next, Chun-Ling personally went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the three of them. After a day's hard work, he was starving. Fortunately, he had honed his cooking skills during his previous life as a corporate slave, so he could take care of himself in this other world. Half an hour later, the hot dishes came out, and the aroma made Chun-Yin and Chu Mu-yin, who were sitting at the table, swallow hard. Mr. Chen's cooking is really good. Chu Mu-yin took a bite of the potato slices and couldn't help but exclaim, better than most restaurants in Aurora City. Just call me Chun-Ling. Chun-Ling said while eating, secretly sizing up Chu Mu-yin. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he was a standard intellectual. Whether it was speaking or eating, he was refined and polite, giving a comfortable feeling like a gentle breeze. This kind of temperament, Chun-Ling had never seen in Area 2 or 3. As expected, people from Aurora City are different. Suddenly, Chun-Ling seemed to remember something. Dr. Chu, how much do you know about the path of divine communication? Chapter 23, Divine Favor. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Chu Mu-yun's eyes. What's wrong? Are you also interested in the path of divine communication? A little interested, and I plan to become an enforcer next, Chun-Ling replied. Enforcer? Chu Mu-yun nodded. So, are you planning to follow the path of the war god? I guess so. Aren't enforcers only able to follow the path of the war god? Who said that? Chu Mu-yun chuckled lightly. Among enforcers? No, I should say among the enforcers. The vast majority follow the path of the war god because this is the only path of divine communication controlled by the Aurora domain. However, among the enforcers in Aurora City, there are also other divine favorites, and they can also become enforcers. I don't have any special talent. Maybe I won't even have the chance to become a divine favorite. Chun-Ling sighed. Most likely, I'll have to wait 3 years after becoming an enforcer to try my luck at the war god ancient repository. Brother, who says you have no talent? Shan Yin immediately put down his chopsticks and said seriously, you're so amazing. There must be many of those divine paths wanting you. Chun-Ling smiled bitterly. What he said was the truth. Since his previous life, he had been an inconspicuous droplet in the tide of ordinariness. As a child, his parents did force him to learn some piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but he was not proficient in any of them. After growing up, he forgot everything. His academic performance was average, and his physical fitness was poor. He was the kind of ordinary person who might know a little bit about everything. But when it came to any specific area, he was nothing special. This life of Chun-Ling was the same. The ordinariness of two lives stacked together. And Chun-Ling did not believe he had the potential to be chosen by the divine paths. Talent is indeed unpredictable, Chu Mu-yun said thoughtfully. Some people may possess certain talents that have not yet manifested. Maybe they will show themselves when the right opportunity arises. Then, if it's the path of the war god, how can one know if they have talent? It's simple. Chu Mu-yun's smile gradually faded, and he said in a very indifferent tone, you go kill someone. And you'll know. 1 isn't enough, so kill 10. Kill 100. If you kill 1,000 and the path of the war god still hasn't favored you, then you can be sure you have no talent for it. Chun-Ling's chopsticks paused, and the living room fell into silence. Just kidding, Chu Mu-yun laughed. As if the ice and snow had melted, and a warm breeze swept over the dining table again. If you don't kill anyone, then you can only enter the ancient repository for 3 years. Although it's a long time, you're still young. You can wait. Kill people. Chun-Ling looked at the rice in his bowl, recalling the scene of the red paper monster killing 2 enforcers that night, suddenly feeling a bit nauseous. Chun-Ling was an ordinary person. even though he had killed countless people in games in his previous life and watched many bloody movies. When it came to actually wielding a knife to kill, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't cross that line in his heart. That line built by reason and compassion. What is that path? Chun-Ling remembered the killing dance he drew from Han Meng, which came from the judgment path of the war god. But he wasn't clear about what the path actually was. You know about paths too? Chu Muyin looked at him in surprise. Let's put it this way. If becoming a god is like a mountain climbing road, then on the mountain, besides the main road, there will also be small paths. The divine path is the main road, while the path is an extension based on each person's personality and talent. For example, Han Meng. He is quite stubborn and has a sense of justice, so he corresponds to the judgment path. The abilities he gains when ascending to different levels may also be different from other paths, more characteristic of his personal traits. Chun-Ling pondered. How many paths would there be for a divine path? That's hard to say. Some divine paths have many followers, so the paths that have been explored and extended will naturally be more. For example, the path of the war god has 7 different paths that I know of, but some less popular divine paths may have only a few paths. Dr. Chu, are you also a possessor of the path of divine communication? Chun-Ling thought of Dr. Lin's evaluation of him and asked curiously. Yes, Chu Mu-Yun admitted generously. I follow the path of the medical god. The path of the medical god? Is the medical ancient repository also in the Aurora domain? As soon as he asked this question, Chun-Ling realized, shocked. You are a divine favorite. Chu Mu-Yun smiled without speaking. Although Chun-Ling had long suspected that Chu Mu-Yun followed the path of the medical god, he didn't expect the other party to be a divine favorite. Wasn't this thing supposed to be very rare? How did he stumble upon it so casually? What does it feel like to become a divine favorite? Chun-Ling couldn't help but ask. Chu Mu-Yun pondered. It's not easy to describe. It's like suddenly feeling transcendent in an instant, as if there's a gaze from the void looking at you, and then the surrounding environment changes, revealing a path to the void. The divine path? Is it a real road? Not an illusion? It's true. At least it was true at that moment. However, before you step on it, it will float in the air, constantly swaying, as if Chu Mu-Yun couldn't think of a suitable adjective for a moment. Like a ribbon? Chun Yen, who was engrossed in his meal, suddenly spoke up. A ribbon? Chun-Ling looked at him in surprise. Yes, a ribbon. Chu Mu-Yun's eyes brightened, and he continued. Then the moment you step on it, it solidifies and disappears. Although you can't see it, it will always exist within you. Chun-Ling looked at Chun Yen in confusion, and the latter shrank his neck and said softly, I just casually said that based on his description. All right. Chun-Ling sighed, hoping. I too have a day when I can step onto the divine path. After finishing the meal, Chun Yen rolled up his sleeves to wash the dishes, while Chu Mu-Yun pulled out a book from somewhere and sat by the kerosene lamp reading by its dim light, sometimes frowning, sometimes looking puzzled, not knowing what he was thinking about. As night deepened, the 3 of them returned to their rooms to rest. Chun-Ling was the last to leave. He blew out the candle on the table, and the flickering flame immediately dropped into darkness. His gaze turned towards Chun Yan's room. Chun-Ling walked slowly to Chun Yan's door, took out a broken peace charm from his pocket, and was about to knock when his fingers froze in midair. I woke up after the surgery, and I've been waiting in the hospital for you to pick me up. And then I heard outside that there's a world-ending disaster invasion, and I was really worried about you. I took advantage of the hospital staff's inattention and sneaked out, just as I was about to go home to find you. I saw you hanging on a monster. It seems the enforcers are short-handed. They only sealed off the areas outside Districts 2 and 3, but there aren't many guards between the 2 districts. So I sneaked over here. Brother, aren't we running away? Brother, it's okay to become a monster, as long as you're still you. That doctor seems very capable. I recovered very quickly. I don't know, maybe I slipped away while running back. Chun Yan's words kept flashing in his mind, and Chun-Ling's fingers tightened around the peace charm. He looked at the charm in his hand, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Ever since he found this peace charm in the ruins of Ice Spring Street, Chun-Ling's heart has been in a knot. Even after walking for 2 hours back, he couldn't stop thinking about this matter. Upon careful reflection, ever since Chun Yen appeared, there have been many things that are simply inexplicable. The timing of his appearance, the location he appeared at, it was too coincidental. Can a boy who has just undergone a heart transplant really cross the enforcer's blockade and walk more than 2 hours to the back mountain? Or is he no longer human? Chapter 24. Poker weight. Why am I using also? Chun Yen is Chun Yen, not something else disguised in his skin. This Chun-Ling can be certain of. Since the Gray Realm descended at the same time, and since the audience can merge with themselves, then why can't the other calamity that descended merge with humanity? But all of this is just Chun-Ling's speculation. The truth may only be known by asking him personally. Just as Chun-Ling hesitated about whether to knock on the door swung open from the inside. Brother. Chun Yen rubbed his eyes. What are you doing? I have something to ask you. Chun Yen was about to say something, glanced at Chu Mu-Yun's room across the way, pulled Chun-Ling into the room, and closed the door. Yen, let me ask directly. Chun-Ling looked seriously into his eyes. Was it you who bloodied Ice Spring Street? Chun Yen's body shook. And seeing the broken peace charm in Chun-Ling's hand, he silently lowered his head. Seeing Chun Yan's straightforward admission, Chen Ling, who was preparing to continue persuading him, was momentarily stunned. It really was you? Chen Ling asked again. So, you merged with the calamity too? I don't know. When I woke up, I was already standing there. You also lost a part of your memory? Chen Ling's brows furrowed slightly. He believed Chun Yan wouldn't lie to him. And even he himself was in such a situation, mysteriously crossing over, mysteriously gaining the audience in his mind. And when he woke up, he was already back home. But the point where the gray realm converged, wasn't it in the back mountain? You should have still been in surgery. Why were you affected too? I don't know. Chun Yan shook his head again. I just remember the doctor gave me anesthesia, and when I woke up, I was in Ice Spring Street. I was really scared. So I hid in the back mountain, and when I came out, I saw my brother crawling out of that monster. Hearing this, Chen Ling finally pieced together the cause and effect. However, why exactly Chen Yan was affected by the gray realm convergence is still a question. Could it be that when that calamity broke into District 2, it just happened to encounter Chen Yan on the operating table, and then merged? Chen Ling didn't quite understand this merging process, and couldn't think of anything else. I understand. Chen Ling nodded. You stay at home for these few days. Don't go anywhere, understand? I'll handle other matters. Chen Yan hesitated. What's wrong? I originally wanted to take a look at Mom and Dad. Chen Ling was taken aback, and after a long silence, spoke softly. Wait for brother to clear your name first, after the storm has passed. Then I'll take you to see them, okay? Okay. Chun Yan nodded obediently. Stay away from that Chu Mu Yun for these few days. Don't let him touch you. Talk to him less. Okay. If Han Ming comes to find you again and asks you some questions, just answer like this. Okay. After Chen Ling finished instructing, he turned to leave. Chun Yan gently locked the door, returned to the hard wooden bed, and lay down. He turned his head to look out the window. In his chestnut-colored eyes was the reflection of the vast blue aurora. Suddenly, at the end of the aurora sky, a red light faintly brightened, like a vermilion star. It's coming again, Chun Yan muttered to himself. As the vermilion star grew increasingly radiant, a dreamlike path extended from the void, connecting directly to the head of Chun Yan's bed. That path floated and swayed between the star and him, like a soft ribbon. Chun Yan lay on the bed, calmly gazing at this divine path, which was an olive branch thrown to him by a deity. After a moment, he slowly raised his hand and grasped the fluttering ribbon. Then he crushed it forcefully. Bang! A faint sound echoed in Chun Yan's ears, as he crushed the divine path with one hand, turning it into countless fragments that vanished into the void. At the same time, the vermilion star in the sky quickly dimmed. He rejected divine favor. Chun Yan opened his palm. A piece of divine path the size of a thumb was quietly lying in his hand, resembling vermilion glass. He casually opened the drawer by his bed, tossed the vermilion glass inside, and then closed and locked it. In the dark drawer, more than 30 identical pieces of vermilion glass flickered slightly. Morning. Chen Ling got up early to wash up. Today, no kind-hearted person was there to reimburse his fare, so he had to walk to Ice Spring Street. Just the round trip would take over 4 hours, so he had to get up earlier and return later than the other reserve enforcers. To his surprise, Chu Muyun seemed to have gotten up even earlier than him. As soon as Chen Ling entered the living room, he saw Chu Muyun dressed in a casual shirt and knitted vest, sitting sideways at the table, holding an ancient medical book, as if he was seriously studying something, occasionally adjusting his glasses. It was as if he was not sitting in a drafty, broken living room at that moment, but rather in an elegant CAF in the city of Aurora. Seeing Chen Ling get up, he smiled and put down his book. Good morning. Morning. Chen Ling responded casually and hurried out the door to eat breakfast at the Zhao's breakfast shop across the street. Ever since he had tipped off Uncle Zhao last time, he felt a bit guilty, so he made a point to visit their shop every morning to give Uncle Zhao some business. As for Zhao Yi, he had been grounded by Uncle Zhao for a week and had yet to step outside. After Chen Ling left, Chu Muyun slowly put down his book. He stood up and walked straight to Chen Ling's room, his footsteps silent on the old wooden floor, like a ghost. Chu Muyun reached Chen Ling's bedside, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses. He put on white gloves, took out a pair of tweezers from his pocket, and collected several strands of hair and tiny flakes of skin scattered on the pillow, placing them into a brown, empty bottle. After finishing this, he quietly exited the room. Waving his hand lightly, a breeze sweeping across the floor, completely erasing the footprints he left behind. He did not return to his room, but walked straight outside, crossing several streets to arrive at the entrance of a shabby convenience store. Ding! As he pushed open the store door, a crisp bell rang. What do you want to buy? A woman sitting at the counter asked lazily, yawning. A ray of hope. Upon hearing this answer, the woman's gaze instantly froze. The previous laziness disappeared entirely, replaced by cold and sharp eyes as she stared at Chu Muyun, slowly speaking. Show your identity. Chu Muyun lightly raised his fingertip, and a white playing card appeared in his palm like magic, which he flipped onto the table. The woman turned over the card face up, revealing Spade 7. Password. She spoke again. Chu Muyun replied calmly. Human civilization will never extinguish. Chapter 25, Bowing Down. Spade 7. What is your request? I need a quiet room. Reason? to discover a suspected integrator and conduct a disaster-level assessment experiment. Integrator? The woman raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is there a possibility of absorbing him? The target can eliminate the possibility of being a member of the integrators, but there is a tendency to join the enforcers. Whether he has absorption value depends on my assessment results. Understood. The woman pulled out a key from the bottom of the cabinet. The quiet room is on the second underground floor. Chu Mu-yun took the key, opened the dark door to the basement, and his figure flickered before disappearing without a trace. The woman stepped out from behind the counter, subtly observing her surroundings at the door, then flipped the sign to indicate the store was closed. In the darkness, Chu Mu-yun lit an oil lamp and gradually descended the narrow staircase. The dim light sank lower and lower, and at the bottom of the stairs was a space of about 10 square meters. Chu Mu-yun bent down and placed the oil lamp on the ground in the center, then took out the brown bottle and poured its contents out. Chu Mu-yun removed his glasses, and a brilliant blue light emanated from deep in his eyes, a powerful pressure turning into a whirlwind, swirling within the space. Diagnosis begins. Ice Spring Street. Chun Ling's figure moved through the shattered ruins, searching carefully. He was quite glad to have been assigned to this place and tasked with finding clues. If Chen Yin had left any clues here, he would be the first to know and the first to cut off the leads. If the protective charm he found yesterday hadn't been picked up by him but fallen into the hands of other enforcers, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the facts prove that Chun Yin had not left anything else behind. Chen Ling spent the entire morning turning Ice Spring Street's ruins upside down, and apart from various bloody remains, there was nothing else. He didn't even see any traces of the disaster realm that Qian Fan had mentioned. Chun Ling couldn't help but wonder what kind of ability that disaster within Chen Yin was. Just as he was deep in thought, a figure approached from a distance. Wu Yudong? Chun Ling recognized the person and was momentarily taken aback. Wu Yudong was also on Ice Spring Street, which was not surprising. But the problem was that now Wu Yudong was leaning on a metal crutch, one leg in a cast, his body covered in wounds and bandages. His left eye swollen and dirty, as if he had just crawled out of a trench. Upon hearing Chun Ling's voice, Wu Yudong, who had been looking down, finally showed a glimmer of light in his eyes. Chun Ling Wu Yudong smiled bitterly. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you alive again. What happened to you? Chun Ling clearly remembered that when he left yesterday, Wu Yudong had been full of hope for completing the mission. How had he ended up like this today? Neither the enforcers nor Ice Spring Street are anything good. Chun Ling, do you know what kind of people live on this street? Debtors, cultists, fugitives. There's illegal gun trading, drug trafficking, and organ trading everywhere. I went to collect information from the survivors on this street yesterday, and they just laughed and insulted me. They kicked me into the bathroom, made me clean the toilets. When I refused, they broke my leg. Wu Yudong's voice trembled more and more, as if he was recalling some painful memory, veins bulging on his neck. They did it on purpose. The enforcers in Area 2 know what this street is like. None of them are willing to come. So they turned to Area 3 for help. I don't know what deal they made with Mahjong, but he brought people over from the reserve in Area 3. He knows we're newbies, poor and powerless. Who else would he pick if not us? To put it nicely, we came to provide support. To put it harshly, we are just offerings given by the high-ups of the enforcers. I guarantee with my life. The high-ups of the enforcers must be involved in the underground dealings of Ice Spring Street. Why should it be like this? My parents worked hard to send me to school. I got into the enforcers on my own merit. Why do they have the right to insult me like this? Wu Yudong roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot, but even at this point, he still dared not speak too loudly because the enforcers from Area 2 were not far away. Under the gaze of the lion, even the ants, no matter how furious, could only suppress their voices. Wu Yudong's chest heaved violently, as if he was about to challenge Ice Spring Street or the enforcers, but as a voice rang out, his body trembled again. Wu Yudong, Chen Ling? What are you talking about? Qian Fan, dressed in a black and red uniform, approached with arms crossed, curiously asking. Wu Yudong's face instantly turned pale. Wu Yudong, didn't you say you weren't going to be an enforcer anymore? Qian Fan spoke again, voluntarily withdrawing from the enforcer exam, but there's no chance for a reversal. For people like you, this should be a chance to change your destiny. Are you really sure about this? Or if you think there's something that the enforcers are currently doing wrong, you can bring it up, and we can discuss it. Wu Yudong's face changed several times, wanting to say something but hesitating. Under Qian Fan's gaze, he ultimately just shook his head. No, I voluntarily withdraw. What a pity. Chun Ling looked at Wu Yudong in front of her, her emotions suddenly becoming complex. Wu Yudong dared to passionately accuse the enforcers of their crimes. But in front of the enforcers, he didn't dare to say a word. However, she couldn't say that Wu Yudong was cowardly, because even if he wasn't an enforcer, he would still have to live in the 3rd District or other major areas of the Aurora Realm, where enforcers would be everywhere. For everyone living in the Aurora Realm, the enforcers were like the heavens. Wu Yudong looked deeply at Chun Ling, then lowered his head again, struggling with his cheap crutches, gritting his teeth, and limping towards the 3rd District. His figure gradually shrank as he moved away, until it became a tiny speck of dust, blown away at the end of the road. Chun Ling knew that from now on, Wu Yudong might never lift his head again. Sigh, I actually think he's quite good, hardworking, and with potential. Qian Fan sighed as he watched Wu Yudong's departing figure. By the way, now that Wu Yudong is gone, no one will do his job. From today on, you will take over for him. Chen was taken aback and turned to look at Qian Fan, who smiled back at her. Under the sunlight, his smile was devilish. Chapter 26. Are you ready to answer my questions? After saying this, Qian Fan left. Chen stood still, unconsciously recalling Wu Yudong's lowered head, her fists clenched slightly. Wu Yudong has bowed his head, but what about him? If it were in her past life, perhaps Chen would have been no different from Wu Yudong. Only by lowering her head could she find a way to survive in society. But this time, Chen slowly turned her head to look at the remaining stretch of Ice Spring Street, her gaze cold as ice. You want me to bow my head? Heh. 3rd District. Basement. A gust of icy wind swept up from the void, roaring and crashing into Chu Muyun. The kerosene lamp on the ground shook violently, extinguishing in an instant, plunging the entire basement into dead silence and darkness. Chu Muyun let out a muffled groan and fell heavily to the ground. He looked up in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just now, at the moment he activated the Eye of Retrospection. It seemed he saw pairs of bright red eyes glancing at him from the endless void. Just that glance made his path to divinity tremble. This. After staring blankly for a long time, Chu Muyun suddenly came back to his senses. He immediately got up from the ground, frantically rushing up the steps back to the convenience store. What's wrong with you, Spade 7? Seeing Chu Muyun appearing so hurried and flustered, the woman frowned slightly. I saw it. What? The end of the world. The woman was taken aback, momentarily not understanding what this meant. That guy is a world-ending disaster. Chu Muyun spoke firmly. This is impossible. The woman shook her head immediately. No one can merge with the end of the world, not even the leader of the current fusion faction. You must have seen it wrong. I absolutely did not see it wrong. Its gaze even made my divine path feel fear. This must be reported to the Red King and the Gray King immediately. Chu Muyun walked to the counter, pulled out paper and pen, and began to write quickly. If this is true, then it might cause a big mess. The woman immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Even if the Red King and Gray King came together, we might not be able to deal with it unless the Aurora Lord also joins us. Upon hearing this, Chu Muyun paused with his fingertip. What's wrong? The woman asked. The end of the world level disaster possesses the power to annihilate a human realm. Chu Muyun slowly turned to look at her, his eyes flashing with madness. Then, what if we kill it and release the end of the world? Wouldn't we not have to execute that plan? The woman was stunned. That's a world-ending being. Are you crazy? The woman started to say, but then shook her head, almost forgetting that you formal members are all crazy to begin with. I was just saying it casually. Chu Muyun adjusted his glasses, calming down, and said calmly, let's first consult the Gray King and the Red King. After Chu Muyun finished writing the letter, he handed it to the woman. The woman glanced at him and then asked, by the way, weren't you supposed to conduct an absorption evaluation on him? Are you still going to do it? Yes. Then, as the recommender, what is your rating of him? Chu Muyun's expression was unusually serious, extremely dangerous. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking on the door startled the many enforcers of the 2nd District who were leisurely drinking tea, and they turned to look in confusion. Who would come at this time? I don't know, Qian Fan said while opening the door of the tea house. Chen was quietly standing outside the door. When the door opened, she smiled and waved to the several enforcers inside. These were the enforcers who were originally supposed to be responsible for Ice Spring Street. But now they were all huddled here drinking tea, leaving everything to Chen and Wu Yudong, which in itself indicated some problems. It now appeared that Wu Yudong was telling the truth. This group of enforcers was colluding with the people of Ice Spring Street. Now, instead of searching, they only sent 2 newcomers, purely for show. This way, if the headquarters in Aurora City were to inquire, they could say they lacked manpower and that everything on Ice Spring Street was handled by Chen and Wu Yudong, thereby shifting the blame while maintaining good relations with Ice Spring Street. It was definitely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing that it was Chen who came, the enforcers immediately lowered their heads to drink tea, showing no intention of talking to her. It's you? What are you doing here? Qian Fan was surprised to see Chen regarding my work. There are still some matters that need clarification from you, my lords. What matters? My task is to inquire about information related to the disaster from those survivors of Ice Spring Street, right? Yes. So what if they don't cooperate? Upon hearing this question, Qian Fan sneered in his heart, but still patiently replied on the surface. If they don't cooperate, you just have to find a way to make them cooperate. We are enforcers and have enforcement power. So can I use force? Of course. Chen heard the other enforcers in the room, unable to hold back their laughter. Then I understand. Chen nodded. If they don't cooperate, I'll drag them over for you, my lords, to deal with. That's good. Hurry up. Your assessment ends tomorrow, and you must complete your task today. With Chen departure, Qian Fan closed the door behind him, and then a series of unrestrained laughter erupted. This kid is really thick-headed, even more stubborn than that Wu Yudong. Did you hear that? He still wants to use force. Has he really not inquired about what Ice Spring Street is like? Sigh, he comes from a poor place. How could he have so many information channels? Stop making fun of him. Let us drink tea. The faint laughter passed through the door crack and fell into Chun-Ling's ears, but she was completely unconcerned. At this moment, her attention was entirely focused on the prompt that flashed before her. Audience Expectation Value 111, Chin's Directing Rules. Article 13. In the case of clear existing conflicts, emotions can be appropriately heightened through character relationships to pull the audience's emotions and enhance the satisfaction of the original conflict's outbreak, even adding subsequent conflict satisfaction points. Of course, Chun-Ling could directly go to Ice Spring Street and make a scene, but that would make the conflict relatively simple, and the audience expectation value wouldn't increase much. Therefore, she chose to drag the enforcers into the game. Chun-Ling walked through the half-destroyed Ice Spring Street and arrived at the Black Axe Tavern, currently the place with the most survivors. This tavern was usually the most frequented activity spot for the residents of Ice Spring Street, and now, with half the street in ruins, it had become a temporary shelter for some. Yesterday, Wu Yudong was humiliated here, but Chun-Ling was not him. He held a survey form in one hand and pushed open the tavern door with the other. As the door creaked loudly, the entire tavern fell into a dead silence. Countless cold, fierce gazes swept towards the entrance, converging on Chun-Ling. Hello, I am the enforcer Chun-Ling. Are you ready to answer my questions? Chapter 27. Answer. After a brief silence, the tavern erupted in laughter. Just as one Wu left, another arrives. Officer Ma is really sincere. What can you say? If you hadn't gone crazy yesterday, that Wu kid wouldn't have run away. That kid was so honest. It would have been great if he stayed a few more days. But this one looks even better than yesterday's. He is quite good looking. Take it easy today. Old Qian said if this one runs away, there will be no one left. Run? Don't think about running this time. A thin man slowly stood up, his deep-set eyes staring at Chun-Ling like a zombie. Not bad, quite young, looks healthy. The parts on him should fetch a good price. Bone knife, you've gone too far. It won't end well for you. Ice Spring Street was slaughtered. It's the fault of these enforcers. What? Are we not allowed to ask for some compensation? The thin man, known as Bone Knife, sneered. The crowd in the tavern eyed Chun-Ling at the door, like a pack of greedy, hungry beasts assessing their prey. Chun-Ling stood there, seemingly unfazed by their words. He took out a pen from his pocket and tapped it on the form. Bone Knife, right? Let us start with you. Where were you the night Ice Spring Street was slaughtered? Seeing the young man daring to ask questions, the crowd exchanged surprised glances. They knew that yesterday, Wu Yudong had been so frightened by this scene that he couldn't even speak. Was this kid really reckless or just plain stupid? Bone Knife narrowed his eyes, stood up, and slowly walked to Chun-Ling. Where was I? Bone Knife blew on his black nails. Then his pale fingers clawed at Chun-Ling's neck like an eagle. I was in your mother's bed. In the blink of an eye, a glint of cold light flashed in Chun-Ling's eyes. His right hand, holding the pen, suddenly thrust forward, and the pen tip pierced through Bone Knife's palm. With excruciating pain, Bone Knife let out a scream, and before he could react, a hand rapidly enlarged in his vision and slammed down, smashing his head onto the ground. God of War, Judgment, Path, Third Stage, Dance of Slaughter. Bang! Wood chips flew, and crimson flowed. The crowd felt a flash before their eyes, as Bone Knife was single-handedly smashed into the floor by the young man. The heavy cotton coat slightly lifted, and the entire tavern fell into dead silence. Attacking an enforcer, a serious crime, Chun-Ling said indifferently. He slowly straightened up, brushed off the blood on his hands, and scanned the crowd. Audience anticipation 2. Audience anticipation 2. Audience anticipation. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd finally came to their senses, and the shock and astonishment in their eyes were overshadowed by rage and murderous intent. 3 of them pulled out guns and aimed at Chun-Ling. Damn it, a tough nut. Chun-Ling had long known they had guns. The moment they drew, he flipped the nearby table. The massive table flipped in midair, causing a group of figures to retreat to the sides, the front descending into chaos. Meanwhile, Chun-Ling bent slightly and darted out from under the table, swinging a bottle towards the nearest gunman's face. Smash! The bottle shattered, sharp shards cutting across the man's cheek, leaving several crimson streaks. Chun-Ling followed up with an elbow strike, knocking him unconscious to the ground. In an instant, 2 gunshots erupted from a distance, bullets whizzing straight toward Chun-Ling. In the dim light, Chun-Ling moved like a ghost, his heavy coat swirling as it was pierced by 2 bullets, yet none hit his body. This was Chun-Ling's first time using Dance of Slaughter. The most obvious sensation was that his body felt weightless like a phantom. In such a cramped and chaotic tavern, he moved through it effortlessly. As long as he could anticipate the enemy's gun movements, he was confident he could dodge the bullets, provided there weren't too many gunmen. As he took down the first gunman, the other 2 immediately felt a sense of being locked onto by a beast. They tried to track Chun-Ling's position, but with Chun-Ling continuously flipping tables and chairs to obscure their view, this was nearly impossible. Suddenly, a whistling sound rushed past his ear, and the next moment, a heavy blow struck his head, knocking him unconscious. Chun-Ling took down another gunman, snatched his weapon, and fired at the several knife-wielding men rushing in. Bang, bang, bang. Blood blossomed on their legs, and they immediately screamed, collapsing to the ground. The sounds of wailing, cursing, gunfire, and falling tables and chairs echoed. In just 30 seconds since Chun-Ling entered, the entire tavern was in disarray, with 13 out of the 14 patrons taken down. Chun-Ling casually tossed the empty handgun aside, stepping over the body of a man with broken ribs, who let out a cry of agony. He leisurely walked to the only intact chair in the room and sat down. "Boss, a glass of whiskey," Chun-Ling said, kicking the man again, causing another scream to ring out. Charge it to his head. The one-eyed boss, who had been standing behind the counter throughout, finally came to his senses. Looking at Chun-Ling with fear in his eyes, being able to run a tavern in Ice Spring Street and becoming a gathering place for most residents. This one-eyed boss was certainly not an ordinary person. He had seen many people in the 7 districts, but he had never encountered a young man like Chun-Ling, who was so decisive and ruthless. "Is this a backup? If you told me this guy was an enforcer, I'd believe it." The one-eyed boss wisely put away the revolver he had secretly gripped, lowered his head to fetch a glass, and began to prepare whiskey. "Name," Chun-Ling said, crossing his legs and placing the form on his lap, speaking. In the silent tavern, no one answered. "I'm asking you." He kicked the man's broken ribs. "Oh. Li Meng. Li Meng." The man immediately softened. "Where were you the night of the disaster invasion?" I was in this tavern." "Did you see what that disaster looked like?" "I think I saw it. I just happened to go out to relieve myself and saw it pass by in the street. It should have been a humanoid." The man stammered out the truth. Chun-Ling didn't say anything further, stood up, took the whiskey from the counter, shook it lightly, and the transparent ice cubes clinked against the glass wall. Then, he raised the glass and slowly poured it over the man's bloody wounds. "Ah!" The heart-wrenching scream echoed through the street. "I'm telling the truth. It's all true. Do you know?" In the absence of concrete evidence, reporting to the enforcers based solely on words like seems and should counts as spreading rumors. Chun-Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. "I'll ask you again, did you see it?" I really." Chun-Ling's wine glass gradually tilted. More and more wine poured into the wound, causing the big man to tremble all over. "No, I didn't see anything." Chapter 28, he got off work hearing this. Chun-Ling finally put the wine glass back on the ground and wrote a line in one column of the form, "No witnesses." Immediately after, he ordered a new glass of whiskey and walked to the next resident of Ice Spring Street. Name, Sun Lao Lu. "Did you see the disaster?" Aye. Sun Lao Lu saw the encounter of that big man just now, swallowed, and said, "I didn't see it." Chun-Ling nodded and continued to walk to the next person, watching Chun-Ling take down everyone alone and then calmly ask questions. A thought surged in Sun Lao Lu and others' minds at the same time. Is that guy Ma's Pit? Didn't they say that the ones sent over were all fledgling reserves? Looking at his ghostly dodging ability just now, it's not far from that of a law enforcer. Or is he actually a law enforcer? Could it be that the matter on Ice Spring Street has been exposed, and Ma intends to take this opportunity to eliminate them all and then clear himself? The more everyone pondered, the uglier their faces became. They all stared at Chun-Ling, fearing that once this guy finished asking questions, he would pull out a gun and execute them one by one. Chun-Ling leisurely recorded everyone's testimonies, took fingerprints, and for those who had already been knocked out, he also directly wrote no witnesses and forcibly took a fingerprint. Then, he went to find the boss and asked for a thick rope, tying everyone's hands together, and then pushed open the tavern door. "Thank you for your cooperation. See you tomorrow." This boy in a torn cotton coat stood at the door, smiled slightly at the crowd in the tavern, and turned to leave. The tavern, in a state of wreckage, fell into dead silence. Didn't he die? After an unknown amount of time, Sun Lao Lu woke up from that gaze, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He turned to look at the boss. "What are you dazed for? Hurry up and help us untie." "Did you hear gunshots just now?" In the tea house, a law enforcer hesitated to speak. "No, did you mishear?" Qian Fan casually replied while rubbing mahjong. "Don't worry. Those people on Ice Spring Street still know their limits. At most they just move a knife. Pulling out a gun would make things worse for everyone." "That's true. That kid named Chun-Ling, is he still out today?" "Hard to say. His sales are better than Wu Yudong's. But if that group is a bit tougher, what if someone gets killed? Wouldn't it be hard to explain in Area 3? "What is hard to explain?" "A poor kid from Cold Frost Street. I heard his parents were scared silly by the disaster. Even if he dies here, just find a random place to bury him. Who would know? Who would come to make a fuss?" "Don't worry. Area 3 is Ma Gu's territory. He can handle the situation well." Bang. Bang bang bang, the knocking sound at the door rang again. "TSK, who is it again?" Qian Fan stood up somewhat displeased. "Day after day. Where do so many matters come from? It's probably that kid who realized something was wrong and came out to report us. Haha. He hasn't been gone long. He wouldn't have just taken a look at the door and come back, right?" Amidst the discussions, Qian Fan opened the door and saw that it was indeed Chun-Ling standing at the door, his brows instantly furrowing. "Why are you here again? Have I not made myself clear? This is my work report." Chun-Ling took out the form from his pocket, was about to hand it to Qian Fan, when he suddenly saw a spot of blood and debris on the corner of the form, so he casually flicked it away, wiped it clean, and smiled as he handed it to him. Qian Fan was stunned. The other law enforcers playing mahjong inside were also stunned. Qian Fan took the form, looked at it suspiciously for a while, then smiled and said, "Little Chun, I know this job is a bit challenging for you. But you can't just stamp it and fool people, right?" "I didn't fool anyone," Chunling said seriously. "They are right in the tavern. If you don't believe it, you can go ask them." Qian Fan's brows furrowed even tighter. He looked at Chunling, unsure whether he was joking or serious. How could that group be so honest in answering his investigation? This kid, wouldn't he have sold his looks to exchange for them? But this time was too quick. "Right? I'll go take a look." Qian Fan immediately stood up, was about to walk out the door, suddenly thought of something, turned back, and said, "You should know that falsely reporting task results will lead to disqualification from the exam, right?" "I know." Qian Fan put a cigarette in his mouth, skeptically walked towards the tavern, and the other law enforcers exchanged glances and curiously followed. Seeing many law enforcers leave, Chunling looked down at the mahjong table. A few lines of characters flashed by. Audience expectation 111, Black Axe Tavern. Can you move a little faster? In the wrecked tavern, the whales rose and fell. Sun Lao Lu was one of the less injured ones, and at this moment, watching the boss dawdle cutting the ropes, couldn't he help but curse. The boss shot him a cold glance. "If you talk more, I'll kill you. Why weren't you this tough just now?" "That kid is a law enforcer. Does being tough help us?" "Is he really a law enforcer?" Sun Lao Lu's eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "Many years ago, when I was dealing drugs in Area 3, I was tracked by a law enforcer whose movements were exactly like that young man's. If it weren't for my good luck back then, I wouldn't have escaped to Area 2 at all." The boss paused for a moment. "Do you know who that law enforcer is?" "Who?" "The chief law enforcer of Area 3, Han Meng." Sun Lao Lu stood there in shock. Creaked, the tavern door was opened. Qian Fan stood at the door, seeing the wreckage of the tavern and the blood-soaked, dying residents of Ice Spring Street. Disbelief appeared in his eyes. Did this mess come from that kid? The many law enforcers who rushed over were also shocked. Qian Fan walked into the tavern, carefully stepping over the lifeless bones and the wailing big man. Everyone who was still conscious stared wide-eyed at the few law enforcers, their eyes burning with anger. "Qian Fan." Sun Lao Lu gritted his teeth and sat up. "You son of a bitch. I'll kill you." Qian Fan frowned. "What are you cursing?" Click, the sound of a bullet being chambered rang out, and the boss had walked up front at some unknown time, the gun barrel aimed at Qian Fan's forehead. The other law enforcers were startled, simultaneously drawing their guns, all aiming at the boss and the struggling residents of the tavern. The bloody tavern's atmosphere suddenly froze. "What do you want to do?" Cold sweat dripped from Qian Fan's forehead. He spoke in a low voice. "Don't forget, we are partners." "Partners? You sent that guy to cause trouble and still talk to me about partnership?" Sun Lao Lu gritted his teeth and spoke. "I don't know what's going on. Chunling is just a reserve." "Bullshit reserve." Sun Lao Lu pointed at the wailing crowd. "Say it again. Is this a reserve?" Qian Fan was left speechless. "Where's Chunling?" He turned to ask another law enforcer. "He seems to have left." "Left?" "He told me he was off work." Chapter 29, the Dan Jiao. What a loss. Chunling walked on the mountain road home, looking down at the cotton coat with 2 holes punched in it, his eyes filled with heartache. During the exam period, the standby position had no salary, and when the clothes were torn, there was naturally no subsidy. Calculating this way, he lost a piece of clothing during his working period, which added to the already struggling family without any income. Of course, he still gained something today. Current expectation value, 40. Since being instructed by Qian Fan to take over Wu Yodong's investigation, the audience's expectation value has steadily increased, rising by 5 during the visit to the tea house to find the enforcers, and by 10 after breaking into the tavern. Originally, Chunling thought that the enforcers returning to the tavern would also gain expectation value, but in fact, it did not happen. It seems that the expectation value can only increase when he is personally present to witness it. Chunling felt that he had vaguely figured out a way to quickly gain expectation value. He walked along the mountain road for more than 2 hours and finally returned to Hanswang Street. Before entering the door, he heard a clear and melodious singing voice coming from inside the house. A young nun, just 20 years old, in the prime of youth, had her hair shaved by her master. Every day, she burned incense and changed water in the Buddhist hall, seeing a few disciples playing games under the mountain gate. He watched us, and we watched him. He and we and he, both cared a lot for each other. Hearing this segment of the opera, Chunling's brows slightly raised. This segment, Siphon, is a classic in opera, well known to the world because of the famous movie Farewell, My Concubine. Chunling had heard it many times, but he didn't expect that the opera repertoire in this world would be the same as in his previous life. What surprised Chunling even more was how beautiful Chunyan's voice was and how solid his singing skills were. Even compared to those famous performers in theaters from his previous life, Chunyan was not inferior at all. Logically speaking, without a famous teacher to guide him, it should be impossible to reach this level. While Chunling was thinking, he walked into the house and saw Chu Muyin still sitting in the living room in the same posture, earnestly holding a book and studying. "You haven't moved all day, have you?" Chunling couldn't help but ask. "I moved. I went out for a walk in the morning to get some fresh air." Chunling nodded. "Did a yin disturb you?" "No. That's good." Chunling sat down at the table, his gaze turning to the bedroom. where Chun Yin was practicing eyebrow movements in front of the mirror while also practicing his vocal exercises. With a complex expression, he spoke. Yin has been interested in opera since he was young, but unfortunately, the area is too small and no one can teach him. Our family can't afford a teacher. Indeed, not many people understand opera these days. Chu Muyin glanced at the bedroom. As far as I know, there are hardly any people in Aurora City who understand it. Chun Yan's singing gradually became quieter. It seemed that he heard Chun Ling's return and immediately ran to the living room, excitedly asking, "Brother, do I look good in my makeup?" Chun Yin blinked his eyes. The apricot blossom-like eyeshadow spreading on both sides, elegant and soft, and his eyes, outlined with thick black eyeliner, appeared particularly spirited. Chun Ling recognized that this was the makeup for the Dan role, but perhaps because Chun Yin was self-taught, there were still many differences compared to his previous life. However, even so, it was still an absolutely flawless, perfect face of a beautiful young man. "You look good," Chun Ling replied sincerely, "but some details seem a bit off. When I have time, I'll help you adjust it." "Brother, do you understand opera makeup?" "A little bit." Chun Yin looked at him with admiration in his eyes. "Brother, do you think I can perform at the New Year Gala after I return to school?" "Of course. The whole area only has our family, Yin, who can sing opera. When the time comes, you just need to put on your costume, do your makeup. And when you start singing, your classmates will definitely be shocked." Chun Ling chuckled. "Is he still going to school?" Chu Muyin asked in surprise. "Yes," Chun Ling nodded. "He just started his first year of high school, but he got sick just a few days after enrollment. Now that he is well, he should be able to join the next batch of new students." "Brother, what song should I sing then?" "If you're the only one singing, Siphon is quite good. Then I'll go practice." Chun Yan's eyes sparkled, and he immediately threw on the open red opera robe, running back to the bedroom to start practicing again. After all, Chun Yin was just a 15-year-old kid, and at this age, he was eager for friends and attention. When Chun Ling was in school, he also fantasized countless times about taking a guitar on stage and showing off in front of countless teachers and students. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to play at all. But for Chun Yin, being able to combine his interests with performance was an incredibly exciting thing. "No rush," Chun Ling said with a helpless smile. "Clean up a bit. We'll get ready for dinner soon." Seeing this, Chun Yin obediently came to help Chun Ling wash the vegetables. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the two big holes in the cotton coat out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes slightly narrowed. "Brother, what happened to your clothes?" His tone suddenly became serious. "It's nothing, just got snagged." Chu Muyin, who was reading, looked over at the sound, and his eyes behind the glasses immediately squinted. "Did you get shot?" Chun Yin raised his head suddenly. "No, I wasn't hit." Chun Ling explained immediately upon feeling Chun Yan's gaze. "They shot too slowly. I dodged it. I wasn't hurt." Chu Muyin glanced at him and nodded slightly. Indeed, he wasn't injured. "Brother, who shot at you?" Chun Yin asked coldly. "It was." Chun Ling was about to say Ice Spring Street, but hesitated for a moment after seeing the chilling glint in Chun Yan's eyes and finally said, "Just two little gangsters who have already been caught by the enforcers." He knew that Chun Yin was a fusionist and also knew that Chun Yin had gone on a rampage on Ice Spring Street that night. If he mentioned those three words, he feared Chun Yin would go there tonight and massacre the whole street. It should be noted that the street was most likely already occupied by the enforcers, and if Chun Yin went again, he might encounter the judge. Hearing this, Chun Yan's expression softened. He quietly picked up the torn cotton coat. "I'll sew it up for you." Chun Yin made his opera robes himself. So mending a piece of clothing was not a difficult task for him. They had guns. How did you win? Chu Muyin stared into Chun Ling's eyes as if trying to see through his heart. "They had guns, but they didn't know how to use them. They shot several times and hit my clothes." "Why do you ask this?" Naturally, Chun Ling couldn't reveal that he possessed Dance of Slaughter, as it involved the existence of the theater and the audience. "It's nothing." Chu Muyin withdrew his gaze, staring at the cover of the book, lost in thought. After the three finished dinner, they each returned to their rooms. The night enveloped the sky, with only the blue aurora silently floating. Chun Ling, who had fallen into a dream, found his consciousness drifting into the theater. In the dead silence of the dim room, a figure slowly approached. It was Chu Muyin. The lenses reflected a pale glow under the aurora, and those cold eyes gazed at the sleeping Chun Ling, a hint of killing intent flashing in his gaze. He slowly raised his right hand, holding a short knife as cold as the moon. However, just as his hand was raised halfway, it froze. He saw a beam of moonlight piercing through the clouds, perfectly shining through the window, and spilling onto the wooden floor beneath him. The light and shadow danced, slowly revealing two characters. Go back. Below these two characters was a reflection of a playing card. It was a gray card, a gray king. Upon seeing this card, Chu Muyun's pupils constricted, and he immediately lowered his arm. The short knife seemed to slither like a snake into his sleeve, disappearing without a trace. A gray-black cloud came with the wind, obscuring the hazy moonlight, and the line of characters on the floor vanished as if they had never appeared. Chu Muyin took a deep look at the sleeping Chun Ling and turned to leave. As he gently closed the door, the room fell into a dead silence. A few seconds later, from the shadows in the corner, Chun Yin, dressed in pajamas, slowly stepped out. The The boy's crimson eyes fixated on the direction of Chu Mu-yun's bedroom, and in his hand, he had unknowingly picked up a blood-stained bone knife. As the door to Chu Mu-yun's bedroom was completely shut, the boy's eyelids drooped and closed, and when he opened them again, a chilling murderous intent was buried deep within his gaze. The ethereal aurora swirled outside the window, and Chunyin slightly turned his head to look at the sleeping Chunling. "Good night, brother," he murmured. After saying this, his figure quietly passed through the wall and returned to his own room. Meanwhile, at the law enforcer headquarters in Zone 3, in the office, Ma Go, there's news from Ice Spring Street. A three-striped law enforcer hurriedly approached. Ma Zhong raised an eyebrow. What did they say? That law enforcer hesitated for a moment. They were very harsh in their words. Ma Zhong asked, why? Because the lockdown hasn't been lifted yet? No, they said you were not honorable. Not only did you not keep your promises, but you also sent people over to insult them. The law enforcer added, the one you assigned to support Ice Spring Street. Reportedly, the guys from the Black Axe Tavern were beaten up by him, and the bone knife is about to explode. Assigned to support? Ma Zhong asked in confusion. Who is it? One named Wu Yudong, and one named Qinling. Wu Yudong was scared by those people and voluntarily withdrew from the law enforcer exam. And the one who hit them was that Qinling. I seem to remember him, the kid from Frost Street whose parents were scared silly by the disaster? Yes, that's him. He could beat up the guys from the Black Axe Tavern? I don't believe it either, but that's the fact. The law enforcer paused for a moment and cautiously asked, Ma Go, do you think he might have received divine favor? Ma Zhong didn't answer. He frowned and stuck a cigarette in his mouth, and the law enforcer immediately stepped forward to light it. Is Zone 3 going to have another law enforcer? Ma Zhong exhaled a puff of smoke. Currently, there are 5 law enforcers in Zone 3, 3 of whom are our people, but if another one appears, that would be troublesome. The law enforcer murmured. He beat up the people from Ice Spring Street. He must know some things. It's probably going to be difficult to bring him to our side. Rather than letting him grow and become Han Meng's support, it would be better for us to take action early and eliminate him. The law enforcer narrowed his eyes and rubbed his neck with his hand. Ma Zhong sneered. Chonglin, your vision still needs some honing. The law enforcer called Chonglin was taken aback. Am I wrong? Yes, but your perspective is too narrow. Ma Zhong flicked the ash off his cigarette and said lightly, even if this kid has received divine favor, he is still only at the first level. It will take a long time for him to pose a threat to us. Rather than taking action against him, it would be better to change targets and solve the problem from the root. You mean Han Meng? Before Han Meng came, Zone 3 was our territory. Back then, our industry was the largest in the 7 districts. Even the current Ice Spring Street is only half our size. But ever since this kid parachuted in as the commander of Zone 3, he has cleared out Zone 3 and directly cut off our financial resources, forcing us to re-establish relations in Ice Spring Street. Ma Zhong's eyes gradually turned cold as he stuffed the cigarette but into the ashtray. He is the commander of the law enforcers in Zone 3. Usually, we have no chance to act against him, but now it's different. What is different? In what situation would a 4-striped law enforcer die in Zone 3? Chonglin pondered for a moment, as if he thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Disaster? Each district's commander of law enforcers holds an important position. Once something happens, the Aurora City will definitely send someone to investigate. Usually, we can't touch him. But now there's a ready-made murderer who just happens to descend into Zone 3. Someone who has previously defeated Han Meng in a direct confrontation and then vanished without a trace. Ma Zhong said with a cold smile. Kill Han Meng and frame it as a disaster attack resulting in mutual destruction. Not only will we eliminate this troublesome threat, but we can also justifiably lift the lockdown in Zone 3 and restore trade with Zone 2 immediately. This way, the anger from Ice Spring Street will also subside. However, what if after everything is over, that disaster comes back out? Who can prove that the one who comes out later is the same as the current one? Chonglin was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but sigh. It's still you, Ma Go? Now that Han Meng has been injured by the disaster and is not as strong as before, as long as we set up properly, he will undoubtedly die. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Ma Zhong's eyes. Call Old Tao over. We need to discuss this properly. All right, what about Qinling? Ma Zhong's eyes flashed with a glint of brilliance. Don't let him come into contact with those people from Ice Spring Street anymore. Otherwise, he might provoke them again. First, find an excuse to let him join the law enforcers. Once we deal with Han Meng, we will be his direct superior. At that time, won't we be able to do whatever we want? Understood. Good morning, brother. Chunling pushed open the door and saw Chun Yin sitting in the living room, smiling and turning to greet him. You're up so early? Chunling asked in surprise. I couldn't sleep last night, so I got up early to memorize my lines. Chun Yin raised a handwritten script in his hand and said seriously. Chunling nodded and was about to wash up and head out when Chu Mu-yun also pushed the door open. Today it's your turn to be late. Chu Mu-yun casually responded, his eyes slightly dark, looking like he hadn't slept at all last night. Is your exam finishing today? Chu Mu-yun seemed to recall something. Yes, today is the last day. Good luck, brother. Chun Yin made a cheering gesture. You can definitely become a law enforcer. I hope so. Chunling smiled. After yesterday's events, Chunling no longer had high hopes of becoming a law enforcer. For ordinary people like him and Wu Yudong, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky to become a law enforcer through their own efforts. Moreover, he had beaten up the guys from the Black Axe Tavern yesterday, which meant he had completely made an enemy of law enforcer Ma Zhong from Zone 3, and the other party would definitely not let him advance. However, even if he couldn't become a law enforcer, going to Ice Spring Street to reap some benefits wouldn't be a bad idea, right? Chunling thought as he stroked his chin. Chapter 31. Extinguish, combined chapter. While Chunling was thinking, he walked out the door, and a few white flakes crossed his vision. He was slightly taken aback and looked up at the sky. It's snowing? Under the azure aurora, snowflakes floated down like cotton from the sky. Chunling reached out to catch one, and the octagonal crystal slowly melted in the warmth. The aurora domain was different from other domains. It had no seasons, only a harsh winter. Chu Muyin stepped out of the house as well, reaching out to catch a snowflake, and said with some confusion, "But isn't this snowfall a bit sudden?" "Is it sudden?" Chunling asked. "A few days ago, there was an unprecedented heavy rain that hasn't happened in 10 years, and today it suddenly starts snowing. It feels like the weather in the aurora domain is getting more and more chaotic." Chu Muyin pondered as his brow furrowed tighter. "Brother, this snow is falling so fast." Chun Yan, draped in a costume robe, dashed onto the street, standing amidst the increasingly dense snowflakes. His chestnut-colored eyes filled with joy and anticipation. "At this rate, we'll have enough to build a snowman by tomorrow." Looking at the boy in red reaching out to catch snowflakes, a gentle look appeared in Chunling's eyes. He smiled and said, "You pile it up every year. Haven't you piled enough yet?" "This time is different," Chun Yan replied seriously. "The snow is heavy this time. Maybe I can pile up a dozen of them at once. Then we can build a tall platform, and I can practice my performance on it, with the snowman as my audience. Isn't it enough for me to be your audience?" "Brother, who sings with only one audience member?" Chunyan pouted. "What if I get stage fright when I perform at school without any audience?" "That's true." Chunling chuckled and slowly looked up at the sky. "It would be nice if this snow could keep falling. If it keeps falling, it would turn into a snow disaster." Chu Muyin pushed up his glasses and hesitated for a moment before putting on his woolen coat. "I need to go out for a bit." Chunling and Chun Yan exchanged glances. "Will you come back for dinner?" "Yes." As Chu Muyin's figure gradually disappeared at the end of the street, Chunling glanced at the time. "I should go too. The mountain road is hard to walk on in the snow." "Wait." Chun Yan seemed to think of something, quickly ran back into the house, and stuffed the cotton coat he had mended overnight into Chunling's hands. "Brother, I fixed it for you. Be careful going up the mountain today. Don't fight with anyone again." Chun Yan's tone was unusually serious. Chunling examined the coat carefully and found almost no signs of damage. It was perfect as new. He couldn't help but praise, "Our Yan is really skilled." Chun Yan grinned. "I'm off." Chunling waved his hand and walked straight towards Area 2. The snow was falling heavier, just as Chun Yan had hoped. By the time Chunling reached halfway, the accumulated snow had already submerged the soles of his shoes, and the cold, icy water seeped into his feet, chilling him to the bone. He rubbed his hands together while trudging forward through the snowflakes, murmuring to himself, "I hope it doesn't really turn into a snow disaster." He walked for a long time, and the pedestrians on the street grew increasingly sparse, but the number of law enforcers rushing by quickly increased. They wore black and red uniforms and hurriedly galloped towards a certain direction, not even glancing at Chunling as they passed by. The snowflakes stirred by the wind hit Chunling's face, and he wiped his face, looking curiously in the direction they were leaving. "What is going on?" Chunling didn't know and wasn't interested in following up, as long as the direction they were going wasn't Frost Street. He didn't care where they went. After walking for about 3 hours, Chunling returned to the familiar Ice Spring Street. The ruins had been mostly cleared, and the desolate half of the street looked even more lifeless under the blanket of snow. Just as he was about to find Qian Fan and the others for today's tasks, several figures walked quickly towards him, waving enthusiastically. "Little brother Chunling." It was none other than Qian Fan and the others. "Lord Qian," Chunling still politely added the honorific. After all, he hadn't completely torn the facade with Qian Fan and the others. He still had to maintain a semblance of courtesy. "What is today's task?" "Task? No need for a task anymore." Qian Fan waved his hand grandly. "Given your excellent performance yesterday, the higher-ups have decided to grant you a law enforcer position. You can go home today and report to the headquarters in Area 3 tomorrow." Chunling was stunned. He had thought of 1,000 possibilities on the way, such as being ambushed by a group of people from Ice Spring Street seeking revenge, or Qian Fan and the others completely tearing their faces apart and making things difficult for him, or being directly told that he was eliminated from the law enforcer position and told to go home. But he never expected to be accepted directly. It can't be. Could it be that Ma Zhong really values my strength and wants to recruit me? Chunling had only seen Ma Zhong once and didn't know much about him, so he couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking. "From now on, we'll be colleagues," Qian Fan said with a smile, patting Chunling on the shoulder as if they were longtime friends. "There may have been some misunderstandings between us before. Don't take it to heart." "Little brother Chunling." "Yes, little brother Chunling," Come to Area 2 to play cards with us when you have time. We welcome you anytime. I almost forgot. There's this too. Unlike previous years, although you all are on standby, you have indeed worked for us as formal law enforcers for 3 days. So the higher-ups have decided to give you a subsidy. Although it's not a large amount, the road ahead is long. The salary of a law enforcer is still quite generous. Qian Fan stuffed a small tube of oily paper into Chun Ling's hand. Chun Ling was surprised and opened a corner to peek inside. 10 silver coins. Chun Ling was taken aback. In this world, 1 silver coin has the purchasing power equivalent to 250 copper coins. And the purchasing power of a copper coin is comparable to that of the RMB in his previous life. This small tube of oily paper, when converted, is worth 2,500 yuan. Although it wasn't a huge amount, it was important to note that Chun Ling had only worked for 2 days. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and his partner at the road bureau worked hard all day and only earned 20 copper coins. The subsidy for just 2 days on standby was already so high. How much would the salary of a formal law enforcer be? Chun Ling looked at them deeply and couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes respect and politeness are truly reserved for the strong. Just yesterday, they had forced Wu Yudong away. If it weren't for his dance of slaughter, he would probably have met the same fate. And now, they could only smile at him, because he now had the qualification to stand on equal footing with them. Chun Ling didn't consider himself a typical protagonist of a power fantasy. He couldn't just recklessly take revenge on these hypocritical people just because he had the strength. Doing so would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire law enforcement system of the Aurora domain. His home was still on Frost Street. He had a younger brother who would soon return to school, and he needed the identity of a law enforcer to pursue the path of the war god. No matter how he thought about it, he should go with the flow and let this matter come to an end here. Then thank you all, Chun Ling said without looking up, his tone indifferent. Little brother Chun Ling, be careful on the slippery road in the heavy snow. Walk slowly on your way back. Qian Fan maintained his smile. The list of those promoted from standby should be announced at noon today, so keep an eye out on your way home. We'll meet again if fate allows. Chun Ling replied coolly a couple of sentences and then turned to head home. As Chun Ling walked away, the warm smiles on Qian Fan and the others' faces gradually faded, replaced by coldness and disdain. This Chun Ling really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. A law enforcer sneered. Once Brother Ma's side is over, Area 3 will undergo a change. Let us see how far he can go then. By the way, is there any news from Brother Ma's side? I don't know. It should be soon. Just as they were talking, a figure rushed over from a distance, stumbling in the heavy snow and nearly falling to the ground. He.S. dead. What do you mean dead? The chief law enforcer of Area 3, Han Meng, is dead. He stood up and shouted loudly. News from Area 3 says he fought alone against 2 calamities and ultimately perished together. Law enforcer Ma Zhong is now acting as the chief and has ordered an immediate unsealing of Area 3, and Area 2 will soon follow. Upon hearing this news, everyone's eyes instantly lit up. It's done. Is it confirmed? Han Meng is really dead? Qian Fan asked again. The news from Area 3 says so. It was personally relayed by Brother Ma's confidant. Qian Fan immediately felt a sense of relief and joy. With Han Meng gone, our lives will be much easier. The business on Ice Spring Street can finally start operating, gathering Bone Knife and his gang, and finding more dancers and prostitutes, good wine and meat, to hold a celebration banquet. This way they will know who to follow for a good meal in the future. Good, Fangu. Chun Ling, holding 10 silver coins, slowly crossed over the back mountain, the flying snow turning his black hair frosty white. He had just spent 2 hours walking from Area 3, stayed for only 5 minutes, and now had to return the same way. By the time he got back to Frosty Street, it would probably be noon. But in any case, he received good news and got 10 silver coins, enough for him and Xin Yin to buy a few new clothes. And he could also find someone to fill the gaps in their house to avoid freezing at home during heavy snow. There were still many expectations. Hoping to live a few stable days, Chun Ling glanced at the characters flashing in the snow and murmured to himself. Speaking of which, he seemed to have improved a lot compared to when he had just crossed over. Ever since he took his body back from the audience hadn't interfered with his surroundings for a long time, and everything was developing in a better direction. He walked in the snow for a long time until the snow had piled up above his ankles, finally returning to Frosty Street. He was about to head home directly, but he caught sight of a snack shop nearby that was about to close, and his heart stirred, so he slowly stopped. Boss, how much is this cake? Chun Ling asked, pointing at a delicately shaped cake in the display window. 200 copper coins. The boss looked up and saw it was Chun Ling, raising his eyebrows slightly. Ling, why do you suddenly want to buy a cake? They were neighbors on Frosty Street, and the shop owner recognized Chun Ling. However, given Chun Ling's family's conditions, he had never come to buy anything from the shop. To be honest, there were very few families on Frosty Street that could afford a cake costing 200, and even 50 copper mini cakes were rarely bought. I passed the martial arts exam. Chun Ling smiled. I'm buying a cake to celebrate. My brother has never eaten a cake before. You officially became a law enforcer? The boss exclaimed in surprise. Then you should celebrate well. I'll give it to you for 150. Thank you, boss. No need to thank me. You'll have to take good care of Frosty Street in the future. The boss wrapped the cake, tied it with a festive red ribbon, and handed it to Chen Ling with both hands. Chen Ling took the cake, paid, and then walked straight home. After walking a few steps, he heard several law enforcers rush by, shouting, "The disaster has been eliminated. Area 3 has been unsealed. The disaster has been eliminated. Area 3 has been unsealed." As the voices of the law enforcers gradually faded, some residents on Frosty Street began to step out of their houses, feeling a sense of relief. Ever since the disaster bell rang, Area 3 had been locked down for 5 days, and people were anxious everywhere. Now that the disaster was gone, everyone's lives could return to normal. Thinking this way, they suddenly found the heavy snow pleasing to the eye. Upon hearing this news, Chen Ling was startled. "The disaster has been eliminated? I'm still here. Could it be a yen?" Chen Ling instinctively quickened his pace, hurriedly heading home. But when he reached the door, he realized his worries were unnecessary. He saw that familiar red-clothed boy squatting at the door, seriously rolling a snowball, carefully stacking the snowballs to form the outline of a snowman. But his hand slipped, and the 2 snowballs smashed into pieces. Chen Yen sighed, and when he saw Chen Ling coming from afar, his furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, why are you back so early?" "I passed the assessment, so I came back a bit earlier." Chen Ling breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. He didn't know what had happened with the law enforcers, which disaster they had eliminated, but as long as he and Chen Yan were safe, nothing else mattered. "You passed?" Chen Yan's mouth dropped open. "Brother, are you really a law enforcer now?" "Yeah." Chen Ling entered the house, placed the cake on the table, and waved to him. "It's a rare opportunity. I bought a cake. Let's celebrate together." Hearing the word cake, Chen Yan's eyes immediately lit up, and he dashed into the house, his flowing robes swirling in the snowflakes, and sat at the table, curiously watching Chen Ling unwrap the box. "Brother, this cake must be expensive, right?" "Not expensive." Chen Ling smiled, pulling out a handful of silver coins and spreading them on the table. "I have money now. Our family will be even richer in the future." "So much money." Chen Yan stared wide-eyed in shock. "We can use it for a long time. Just in time for you to start school. This solves the tuition issue." Chen Ling unwrapped the packaging, revealing a large cream cake on the table. For Chen Ling, the craftsmanship and ingredients of this cake couldn't compare to those from his past life. But for Chen Yan, it was something he had longed for countless times while gazing at the display window. Chen Yan couldn't help but swallow. "Brother, should we wait for Dr. Chu?" "No need to wait for him. Who knows when he'll be back. Just save him a piece." Chen Ling took out a few complimentary candles, inserted them into the cake, and lit them one after another. The orange candlelight flickered in the room, illuminating the faces of the 2 boys amidst the flying snow outside. "A yen. You blow out the candles." "Can't we blow out the candles if it's not a birthday?" Chen Yan asked. "Of course we can. Just remember to make a wish first." "Okay." Chen Yan immediately clasped his hands together, lowering his head solemnly under the candlelight, like a devout worshipper. Chen Ling didn't know what wish Chen Yan had made. He only saw Chen Yan open his eyes afterward, smiling at him, his chestnut-colored pupils clear as water. "What wish did you make?" Chen Ling asked. "I can't say. If I do, it won't come true." "That's true." "Excuse me, is Chen Ling home?" While the 2 were talking, a figure cautiously walked to the door, looking toward the room under the heavy snow. "Wu Yudong?" Chen Ling recognized the figure leaning on a cane, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "What brings you here? Come in and talk." Wu Yudong smiled awkwardly, slowly walking into the room. He glanced at the cake and candles on the table, his eyes filled with envy. "I just saw the list posted on the street. You passed the assessment, huh?" "Yeah, congratulations." Wu Yudong smiled, tinged with bitterness. "I thought you would be forced to leave like me. I didn't expect you to really succeed." Hearing these words, Chen Ling sensed the bitterness and helplessness behind them. "Brother, who is he?" Chen Yan curiously looked at Wu Yudong. "This is Wu Yudong, a friend who went to Ice Spring Street with me these past few days." Wu Yudong was taken aback. "A friend?" Chen Yan pondered. "Then let's give him a piece of cake too?" Of course we should give him a piece. Do you want to cut it, or should I?" "No rush. The candles haven't been blown out yet." As Chen Ling spoke, he waved to the bewildered Wu Yudong. "Yudong, don't just stand there. Come sit down and have a piece with us." "Huh? Oh, okay." Wu Yudong slowly sat down at the table, looking at Chen Ling with a strange expression, then glanced at the empty seat beside him. Chen Ling. Can I ask a question?" "What?" "Since just now, who have you been talking to?" Chen Ling was stunned. A bone-chilling cold wind suddenly blew into the room, snuffing out the burning candle flames. Chapter 32. The Thug, Audience Expectation. 20. The remnants of the snowman melted in the silence, and after the candles went out, Chen Ling's face turned pale as paper. Chen Ling stammered, "I was talking to my brother." "Where's your brother?" Wu Yudong looked at the empty chair beside him. "Isn't it just the 2 of us in the room?" Chen Ling looked at the empty seat across from him, unsure of when it had become so desolate. In a daze, a faint remnant of a boy's smile faded in his memory. Beads of sweat dripped from Chen Ling's forehead, soaking his back through his clothes. His confused and hollow eyes trembled, like a sleeper just awakened from a nightmare. "No, it can't be." Chen Ling suddenly stood up, the legs of the table screeching against the floor. "How can it just be the 2 of us?" Chen Ling's voice rose sharply. "My brother was just here." He was building a snowman at the door. He even saw me off this morning. He repaired my coat. He forcefully took off his coat and pointed at the perfect patch. Look, this was patched by a yen. I don't know how to sew. And these wooden boards on the wall, he fixed all of them. We also have a doctor from Aurora City living with us. He has seen a yen too. You can ask him if you don't believe me. I understand now. Wu Yudong seemed to be frightened by Chen Ling, and he stammered. I just asked because I saw you talking to the air, which was quite scary. I wasn't talking to the air. Chen Ling pointed at the void across from him, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Wu Yudong. My brother was sitting there just now. You should have seen him when you came in, right? I really didn't see him. Wu Yudong felt wronged. Looking at the strangely behaving Chen Ling, he hesitated for a long time before tentatively asking, Chen Ling, have you recently encountered a disaster? Chen Ling froze in place. So, you also merged with the disaster? I don't know. I was standing there when I woke up. You lost a part of your memory too? Yeah. But the convergence point of the Gray Realm is in the back mountain, right? You should have still been in surgery at that time. How could you be affected? I don't know. I just remember the doctor gave me anesthesia, and when I woke up, I was. Familiar dialogues lingered in Chen Ling's ears. He vaguely sensed something, his pupils slightly constricting. No, it's not right. Chen Ling muttered to himself. It's all wrong. Are you okay, Chen Ling? The back mountain? Chen Ling suddenly looked up in a certain direction and rushed out of the house like a madman, forgetting to grab his coat. Wearing only a thin shirt as he plunged into the heavy snow. Just as his figure disappeared at the end of the street, Chu Mu Yun arrived at the doorway. He looked in surprise at the direction Chen Ling had left, and just as he was about to enter, he saw Wu Yudong standing alone in the living room. And his brows furrowed immediately. Who are you? I'm Chen Ling's friend. Under the silver-rimmed glasses, his eyes squinted, revealing a dangerous aura. What did you just say to him? I didn't say anything. I just thought it was strange that he was talking to himself. So I asked who he was talking to, and then, Chu Mu Yun's expression changed drastically. He looked again at the direction Chen Ling had left. Do you know what you have done? At the moment Wu Yudong met Chu Mu Yun's gaze, his heart trembled. He had never seen such cold and crazy eyes. Wu Yudong was extremely frightened. He staggered back half a step, tripped over a chair, and fell to the ground with a thud. Chu Mu Yun took a deep breath, stepped into the house, and gently closed the door. The drafty doorway blocked the light and snow from outside, casting a dim shadow over the living room. The figure in the wool coat slowly approached Wu Yudong. He pushed up his glasses, and beneath his refined appearance, a ruthless malice was unconcealed. Like a fierce beast trapped in a human shell, shedding its disguise and baring its bloody, savage fangs. Do you know how rare a subject of research is? One that maintains a delicate balance between madness and normality? Do you know how much effort I've put in to keep him from noticing his abnormalities? Do you know what kind of monster you might unleash? Wu Yudong was frightened silly, already hindered by his broken legs. He wanted to escape, but couldn't. He could only drag his body backward little by little. I don't know. I really don't know. He spoke in an almost pleading tone. I've been here for 3 days, not letting anyone near Chen Ling in this house, and yet you had to barge in. Why? Chu Mu Yun suddenly lifted a corner of a chair and swung it down on Wu Yudong's head. Bang! A dull thud echoed in the room, and Wu Yudong fainted on the spot, his forehead split open, bright red blood gushing out, quickly pooling into a puddle. Chu Mu Yun showed no signs of stopping. He stared at Wu Yudong, who lay on the ground like a corpse, swinging the chair again and again onto his body. Why? Scalding blood splattered across the wool coat, a splash of crimson climbing up the lenses of his silver-rimmed glasses. Chu Mu Yun no longer held the previous refined demeanor. Instead, he resembled a brutal executioner, frantically venting his anger in the unnoticed darkness. With each swing of the chair onto the limp body, Wu Yudong's breath gradually faded. Bang! With the last blow, the chair finally shattered. And Chu Mu Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, his chest heaving violently, the blood-stained fingertips gently adjusting his glasses. His deep blue eyes fixed on the bloodied puddle beneath him. It was unclear how much time had passed before the madness in his eyes gradually faded, and a sharp scalpel fell into his palm. Meanwhile, a figure stumbled through the snow, arriving at the back mountain. His thin clothes were already soaked with sweat, heat and cold overlapping on Chen Ling's body. He crossed the unguarded yellow caution tape and passed through piles of snow marked with wooden signs, as if searching for something. This is where everything began, and also where the truth is buried. The Mass Grave. Chapter 33. Memory. Chen Ling had never been here, aside from the memories he inherited, when Chen Tan and the others dragged him here to bury something. But for some reason, when he stepped onto the land of the Mass Grave, an unusual sense of familiarity arose in his heart. This familiarity was not singular, but dual. He looked at the graves covered by thick snow. Fragmented memories surged in his mind, as if two entirely different memories were converging here. One belonged to Chen Ling, the other to Chen Yan. He navigated through the graves by instinct, as if searching for something. Finally, he stopped in front of a mound of dirt without a wooden sign or any markings. He stared blankly at the mound for a long time, kneeling in the thick snow. The pale snow swayed in his vision, and in a daze. The memory belonging to Chun Yen became increasingly clear. Name: Chun Yen. Age: 15. Number: 39180. On the cold operating table, Chun Yen answered cautiously. A bright light shone down from above, making it impossible for him to open his eyes, only seeing blurred figures moving around the operating table. They matched up. That's right. At such a young age, to have this kind of illness, TSK. When does the surgery start? Wait a moment. The heart over there hasn't arrived yet. If it doesn't work out, we can't cover for you here. The price of hearts in the black market is so high now. Did those parents really manage to get us the heart we asked for? What a joke. They're just a family of poor folks. Even if they sold their house, they couldn't afford it. Where would they get a heart from? Hey, you don't know? What? They plan to use their eldest son's heart to save this youngest son. Is that true? Isn't that unnecessary? That couple was diagnosed early on, saying they couldn't have children. So they picked one up from the street to raise, planning to rely on it when they got old. But who knew a few years later? They unexpectedly got pregnant again and had a youngest son. The couple, who had resigned themselves to their fate, were overjoyed, immediately treating him like a treasure. If it were you, which would you choose? A wild child picked up from the street, or a biological son that was finally given to you by heaven? TSK. Hearing this conversation, Chun Yen, lying on the operating table, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He struggled to sit up, looking at the two speakers, his pale face full of shock and disbelief. You said that heart belongs to who? Your brother. The surgeon in sterile clothing casually blew on his nails. What? Didn't your parents tell you? Otherwise, do you think, with your family's money, how could they possibly find you a suitable heart? Brother. Chun Yen lay on the operating table for a long time, until the two doctors beside him began to push him back down. And only then did he come to his senses, struggling wildly. I don't want it. I'm not doing it. I'm not having surgery. Chun Yan's voice carried a hint of crying. I don't want my brother's heart. Let me go? The heart is already on its way. Whether you want it or not is not up to you. I beg you, tell my parents. Tell them I don't want the heart anymore. I don't want to go back to school. I don't want to go on stage to sing. I don't want anything. Just let my brother go. I beg you. Lie down, lie down. Chun Yen didn't know where he got the strength from, but he managed to break free from the grip of two adults, suddenly flipping off the operating table and stumbling toward the surgical door. Just then, the surgical door opened automatically, and a figure walked in, carrying a mysterious metal box. Chun Yen crashed into him and fell to the ground. The heart is here, the man said. Not bad. Those parents look like cowards, but their efficiency is quite high. The surgeon took the metal box with surprise, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chun Yen sat blankly on the ground, his dazed pupils reflecting the shadow of the metal box. His lips and face turned completely pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. I don't want it. I don't want it. A syringe gently pierced into his body. The surgeon slowly crouched down behind Chun Yen, his narrow eyes squinting like a snake's. You don't want it? Hee. As the liquid in the syringe was gradually injected, Chun Yen felt his head grow heavier, his consciousness ebbing away like the tide. Just before he fell into a complete coma, he vaguely felt someone lean close to his ear, whispering like a demon. You really didn't think we would transplant the heart to you, did you? Ling suddenly woke up. The cold wind swirled with snowflakes, howling in the mass grave. His eyebrows and hair were dyed white by the snow. The biting cold seeped through his clothes, chilling him to the bone. Even so, he couldn't stop breaking out in cold sweat. Audience anticipation, level 5, a yen. He stared blankly at the mound of earth buried under heavy snow, trembling as he raised his hand to start digging down. His palms scraped away layers of ice and snow, turning red from the cold, then hitting the frozen hard soil beneath. At this moment, he nearly stopped thinking, his mind filled only with this lonely mound of earth and Chun Yan's struggling face. As he dug deeper, a second memory uncontrollably surged into his mind. Damn, why is it raining so hard? Be careful, the mountain is all muddy, don't slip. Why do we have to come here to dispose of the body? Can't we just find a place near Ice Spring Street to bury it? Fool. If we bury it near the street, it will eventually be sniffed out by wild dogs passing by. Once discovered by someone, the enforcers would have to dig it up. And once dug up, an investigation would have to be launched. Qian Fan said that this mass grave is full of bodies. Dumping here won't be discovered. If we do this job, do we still have to share with Qian Fan and his gang? 3%. What a greedy lion. Has that kid's oil been squeezed dry? Kidneys, liver, corneas, bone marrow, blood, everything that could be taken has been taken cleanly. Now this kid is just an empty shell. Didn't you see? When he got off the operating table, he was already like mud. How disgusting. Too bad we don't know where that couple buried his brother. Otherwise, we could dig him up and get another round. Two figures in raincoats carried a black cloth bag, struggling through the mountain path in the pouring rain. Arriving at the mass grave, they found a vacant spot, placed the black cloth bag down, and each took out a shovel, skillfully starting to dig until the depth was suitable, and then casually tossed the black cloth bag into the hole like garbage. Chapter 34, The Clown. Done. Let's wrap it up. The two patted the mud off their clothes, confirming that the pit had been filled before turning to leave. The torrential rain poured over countless overgrown graves, dark red blood mixed with muddy water rolling down the cliff. Seconds later, Two more figures in raincoats walked up from the mountain below. Right here. The two held glass oil lamps, scanning their surroundings. Not noticing the dark red muddy water flowing in the dark, walking straight toward the freshly dug pit. They placed the cloth bag on the ground, took out their shovels, and began to dig little by the dark red pit. A yin will be fine, right? The rain pattered on the two's raincoats, making a dripping sound. The woman's hands clenched wide in her sleeves, her voice a bit hoarse. He definitely will. The man digging the soil said in a deep voice. The heart has already been sent over. The surgery should have started. Tomorrow we can go to Area 2 to see him. Hearing this, the woman's expression softened slightly. She glanced at the black cloth bag at her feet, her eyes filled with guilt. Poor Ling. This matter must be kept to ourselves. What if a yin comes back and asks about his brother? Then we'll say he has been accepted by the enforcers and has been transferred to Area 7. He can't come back. Will he believe that? The man said nothing, just silently thrusting the shovel into the ground, forcefully lifting large clumps of soil. Just bury it like this, he said. The two worked together to toss the black cloth bag into the hole, burying it little by little. The woman hesitated for a moment, picked up a piece of wood, seemingly wanting to write something, but was stopped by the man. What are you doing? After all, he's your son. Let's put up a marker for Ling. No, if we put a marker here, what if the enforcers or others see it? Then I said, from now on, let this matter rot in our hearts. The woman was silent for a long time, but still tossed the wooden board aside. Seeing this, the man softly comforted her. It's okay. When tomorrow comes, everything will be over. The two finally took one last look at the land, turning and disappearing into the rain. Heavy rain washed over the dark red soil, as if trying to cleanse away their hatred and grievances. Two lonely graves were separated by a thin layer of sandy soil, connected to each other. Just as everything was about to fall silent in the downpour, a strange gray hue spread from the void, merging with the gray realm. Ayuan. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Chun Ling's eyes as he frantically dug through the mud and sand with his hands, until his fingertips became blurred with blood. He did not know what happened after the merging of the gray realms, why only he had survived, and why Chun Ling did not, as he had merely become himself. But at that moment, who he was no longer mattered. This world played a joke on Chun Ling, causing him to die at the hands of the Chun Tan couple who raised him, yet at the same time, the world played an even bigger joke on the Chun Tan couple. Chun Ling's vision was blurred by tears, and scenes from the past 2 days flashed wildly in his mind. After the merging of the gray realms, a figure struggled to rise from the mass grave. The wound on its chest gradually healing, countless scarlet eyes opening behind it, and the rainwater on the ground formed a line of characters. Audience expectation, 17. A broken peace charm stuck in the crevices of its nails swayed gently in the wind. The second disaster that struck Ice Spring Street perhaps never existed at all. From the very beginning, it was Chun Ling himself, or rather, the version of himself that had just revived and lost its sanity after dropping below an expectation value of 20. He was controlled by the audience, slaughtering half of Ice Spring Street, until the audience was satisfied and leisurely headed towards District 3. No, it couldn't be like this. Chun Ling murmured to himself. Could it be that I was the only one from beginning to end? On the back mountain, he washed his costume by the stream and handed it to Chun Yin, but when he was questioned by Jiang Qin, the costume eerily appeared in his arms again. The Chun Tan couple, taken away by the enforcers, looked through Chun Yan's body, staring fiercely at him, roaring and cursing, on Cold Frost Street. Enforcer Jiang Qin followed his finger to the darkness at the corner of the street, but only saw a blurred shadow. Chu Muyin stood at the doorway of a house full of holes, holding a letter and speaking to the empty room. I heard that Mr. Chen needs a doctor. So I came. The deserted room was being repaired, the tattered cotton coat was mended, but throughout it all, no one had spoken to Chun Yin. All of this seemed to indicate that Chun Yin once existed like a ghost beside him, or rather, it was just his bizarre delusion. Chun Ling kept digging, and the soil below gradually seeped with blood. Just as he was about to continue digging, a hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Immediately after, a large red costume was gently draped over his shoulders, shielding him from the swirling snow. Chun Ling froze. He looked up and saw the familiar young boy squatting in front of him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Brother, please stop digging, I beg you. Don't dig any further, okay? Ayuan. Chun Ling stared blankly at him, his bloodied and muddy hand lifting as if to touch Chun Yan's cheek. He made contact. Ayuan, are you alive? Chun Ling's voice trembled. You're alive, right? Aye. Chun Yan glanced at the blood-soaked soil, lowering his head, unable to meet Chun Ling's eyes. I'm already dead, brother, but you're clearly right here. I'm here because of your power. Chun Ling was momentarily taken aback. Me? How could I have such power? Before he could finish speaking, a surging blizzard engulfed his vision, and the next moment, Chun Yan's figure vanished once again, as if he had never appeared. Audience expectation 5, current expectation 63. Chun Ling's gaze uncontrollably fell upon the 2 lines of characters appearing in the snow. As if he had thought of something, his pupils slightly constricting. The audience possesses the power to influence reality. After crossing over, they had influenced the things around him more than once. the water stains in the kitchen, the prank Dr. Lin, the Nodbone saw. But since Chen Yan appeared, they seemed to have stopped meddling in his life. So, Chen Yan's appearance in his eyes was also the audience's masterpiece? It was you. Chen Ling's bloodied hands clenched tightly, glaring at the void before him, the veins on his neck bulging. You made me see him. You made me get used to him. From the very beginning. You treated him as a prop, to deceive my feelings, and then destroy him with your own hands. You have been waiting for this moment for a long time, haven't you? Audience expectation 5. Another line of small text appeared, completely igniting the anger that Chen Ling had suppressed in his heart. He suddenly sprang up from the snow, his red clothing roaring in the storm, like a furious lion. So are you satisfied now? Have you seen enough of this show? Is it enjoyable? Did you enjoy my performance? I'll fuck your mother. Chen Ling seemed to imagine, in that dim theater, countless scarlet eyes peering through the curtain, watching him converse with Chun Yin over the past few days. Watching him agree to perform at the New Year's Eve party at school, watching Chu Mu Yun pondering alone beside him. They designed everything. They knew everything. They watched him pour out his emotions on stage, the corners of their mouths in the dark uncontrollably rising. He felt like a clown lost in a false performance, a plaything for others to entertain themselves. His chest heaved violently, the flames of anger seemingly ready to consume the heavy snow. He frantically searched in the snow, trying to find a knife or a gun to end this absurd life. He did not want to be a clown, let alone a tool for the audience's amusement. At that moment, his foot suddenly slipped, and several objects fell from his pocket, landing on the pristine snow, reflecting a silvery glow, 9 silver coins. It was the payment that Qian Fan had handed to him with a smile this morning. The moment he saw these silver coins, Chun Ling's pupils contracted. He stopped in his tracks, a glimmer of clarity appearing in his furious eyes, which then turned into an even stronger hatred. He remained silent for a long time, bending down to pick up the coins one by one. Good. Chun Ling's voice was hoarse. He slowly raised his head, looking towards District 2, his eyes flashing with unprecedented killing intent and madness. You wanted to see a good show, didn't you? Then I will give you another performance. Chun Ling smiled. His smile amidst the blizzard seemed demonic. Chapter 35, Lost. District 2, Ice Spring Street. At the end of the street, a mansion covering hundreds of square meters was lively and boisterous, with numerous torches scattered throughout the estate. Under the heat wave, the flying snow had yet to touch the ground before silently dissipating. This place was usually uninhabited, as if it were a forsaken mansion. But only a few knew that this mansion, enough to buy half of Cold Frost Street in District 3, was owned by Ma Zhong. And at this moment, the mansion had transformed from its original desolation into a place where enchanting music flowed continuously, the mingling of women's coyness and men's laughter creating a scene reminiscent of paradise. Brother Ma's mansion is really nice. It has been abandoned for so long, what a pity. Qian Fan, dressed in the black and red uniform of an enforcer, sat in the front row, squinting his eyes as he watched the scantily clad women dancing on stage, unable to help but exclaim, what is there to pity? Brother Ma's mansion in District 3 is much bigger than this. Another enforcer sitting beside him clinked his wine glass with Qian Fan's and drank the fine wine in one gulp. I really envy you. When can I buy a house like this? With Han Ming dead, no one can disrupt our business. In a few years, each of us brothers will have one. Ha ha. Come, let's have another drink. By the way, has Brother Ma arrived yet? Yes, on his way, said to let us have fun first. Qian Fan nodded and was about to say something when Gu Dao came over, hugging a dancer with a smile. Come, let us toast our boss Qian. We had many misunderstandings before, but please take care of business matters in the future. Boss Gu is joking. This time it's Brother Ma treating us. I'm just here to tag along, Qian Fan said with a smile, but for business matters, it's definitely about sincere cooperation and mutual benefits. Well said, mutual benefits. The 19 residents of Ice Spring Street present all stood up and clinked glasses with Qian Fan. Among them were those in the arms trade, drug trade, and human trafficking. But at this moment, they all smiled so gently and harmlessly that anyone stumbling upon them would likely think it was a gathering of business tycoons. Boss Qian, how did that batch of goods go a few days ago? Gu Dao seemed to remember something and lowered his voice with a smile. That heart, and those organs. The quality was good, right? Not bad. Qian Fan nodded slightly. The buyer was very satisfied. It's rare to have a buyer who can afford to buy all the organs at once. That batch of goods went to Aurora City, right? Hearing the words Aurora City, Qian Fan's eyes narrowed, and he slowly said, Boss Gu, in this line of work, it's best to ask fewer things that shouldn't be asked to avoid trouble. Ha ha ha, I was presumptuous. I'll drink a cup as punishment. Gu Dao downed his drink in one go, his gaze turning toward the alluring dancer on stage. His hand that rested on the shoulder of the woman next to him slid down naturally, playing with her amidst her coy protests. Speaking of which, do we only have these few performances every time? What else do you want to see? I heard that the performances in Aurora City include singing, skits, magic, and opera. Why is it only dancing here? You said it yourself, that S in Aurora City S District 3. There aren't that many variations here. Getting so many dancers and accompaniment for you is already pretty good. How boring. Gu Dao's cheeks flushed from the alcohol, and he pushed away the two beauties in his arms, walking straight to the center of the stage. The formation of the dancers performing was disrupted, and they looked at each other in confusion. Meanwhile, the few people playing instruments at the side suddenly stopped. Don't stop, keep dancing. Gu Dao pressed his body against one of the dancers, his hands slithering like snakes over her body, ultimately grabbing her wrist and controlling her dance steps like a marionette. Writhing awkwardly on stage, the dancer's face turned pale from fear but dared not resist, only allowing Gu Dao to manipulate her body. While the other dancers glanced at Qian Fan below the stage and pretended nothing was happening, continuing their synchronized movements. The drum beats continued, and the silk and bamboo music flowed. Ha ha ha, Gu Dao, your dancing is so ugly. Let me do it. No way, I think he is dancing pretty well. Keep going, keep going. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you had a talent for dancing. How about a pole dance for everyone? The crowd from Ice Spring Street burst into laughter, as if they found a great source of amusement, pushing the hot and noisy atmosphere to a climax. Just then, a figure pushed open the courtyard door in the heavy snow and walked in slowly. What is this? Has Brother Ma finally arrived? Everyone turned to look, their gazes landing in the front yard, but they froze in place. It wasn't Tima Zhong who came, but a young figure draped in a bright red opera robe. He silently stepped across the stone path in the front yard, the swirling snow dyeing his hair with streaks of white. In the pale world, that splash of crimson was so glaring and hot. Upon seeing the person's face, the majority of those inside the house changed their expressions, as if recalling something. Their eyes filled with resentment and malice. At the same time, Qian Fan was slightly taken aback, exchanging glances with the law enforcer beside him before standing up. Chunling, why are you here? A warm smile appeared on his face. It's quite unfortunate. Just as you left, Districts 2 and 3 were unsealed, and we were planning to hold a celebration to have some fun. I just said that we should have kept you here this morning to join us. Come. Since you're here, sit down and have a drink. Chunling didn't answer, calmly walking through the snowy courtyard, the muddy soles of his shoes leaving deep imprints as he stepped inside. No need, he said flatly. I came to take something. Take something? What did you leave behind? Under the gaze of the crowd, Chunling walked through the banquet, stepping onto the stage, his gaze locked onto Gu Dao the entire time. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out it's Chun, the great law enforcer. The drunken Gu Dao sneered, releasing the dancer in his hands and pushing her aside. What is this? Dressed like that? Are you going to perform for us? Now that Han Meng is dead and Ma Zhong is back in control of District 3, Gu Dao and the others didn't believe Chunling would dare to act recklessly. Now, Districts 2 and 3 are their territory. Ha ha ha. Come, let him perform. Dressed like this, are you going to sing opera? What play is it? At this moment, everyone was fearless, raising their glasses and looking at the red-clothed Chunling with mockery. Qian Fan frowned tighter and tighter, sensing something was off. Chunling, just tell me what you lost, and I'll help you find it. I lost a heart. Chunling stared intently at Gu Dao's face, and also my brother's life. In the next moment, a hand suddenly pierced through Gu Dao's chest. Chapter 36, Who Can Punish Me? Vivid red blood splashed onto the screen behind the stage, and the drum beats and silk and bamboo music on both sides of the stage instantly vanished. Everyone froze for a moment, their pupils contracting suddenly, the strong smell of blood suppressing the alcohol in their bodies. They stood up abruptly, their faces filled with disbelief. Gu Dao slowly raised his gaze from his bloodied chest to Chunling's face. It seemed he realized something. You're that kid's brother? A large amount of blood gushed from his throat, making his words unclear, his expression filled with terror. You like digging out others' hearts? Chunling's cheeks were blood red, and his eyes reflected intense hatred and madness. Today, I'm going to dig you out clean too. Give me the knife. Chunling raised his hand toward the void behind him. Below the stage, a sharp dagger suddenly trembled violently at the waist of an Ice Spring Street resident, standing frozen in place, as if an invisible hand grasped the dagger's handle. It was violently drawn from its sheath, whistling towards Chunling in the center of the stage. The audience was cooperating with his performance. Chunling grabbed the dagger and, in a flash, stabbed it into Gu Dao's chest, following the blood hole he had opened with his hand, instantly eviscerating him. Gu Dao uncontrollably opened his mouth wide. Extreme pain made him unable to help but howl, but the blood continuously surging from his throat blocked his airway, leaving only painful whimpers. Blood mixed with organs flowed out from the cut, the bone knife kneeling softly on the ground. He desperately tried to stuff those things back in with both hands, but after a few attempts, his movements gradually came to a stop. He was dead. In his pupils, the blood-red stage was reflected, and more than everything else, there was fear and helplessness. Chunling looked at the bone knife kneeling dead in front of him. His expression did not change much. This was his first time killing someone, but perhaps due to hatred and a surge of adrenaline, he surprisingly did not feel much except for a slight nausea. He did not notice that at this moment, in the snow-filled sky above, a black star faintly lit up. Chunling, are you crazy? As a law enforcer, killing without reason. You will be punished. Qian Fan saw this scene and instinctively widened his pupils, immediately shouting. On the blood-red stage, The figure in red slowly turned around. The boy's cheeks were still stained with hot blood as he held the dagger, looking down at the terrified crowd below. His eyes filled with killing intent and madness. At this moment, on the stage screen behind him, dense blood faintly lit up, like countless scarlet eyes opening in the darkness. Sitting in the void audience, watching everything. Audience anticipation level 5. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard, and all the torches in the courtyard extinguished simultaneously. Punish me? Chun Ling chuckled softly, slowly raising his fingertip, dipping it in the hot blood on his cheek, drawing a blood-colored smile that overlapped with the face of Chun Yan, who once wore a red makeup, and in a daze, the aura of the whole person suddenly became eerie and bloody. He was the soul of Chun Ling, and also the soul of Chun Yan, a lonely performer under the gaze of the apocalyptic disaster. You, on what grounds will you punish me? Who among you can punish me? The next moment, the figure in red disappeared from the stage in an instant. A dagger simultaneously cut through the void, fast enough that no one present reacted, followed by a muffled groan. The neck of a resident closest to the stage splattered blood and fell to the ground. Li Meng, Sun Lao Lu, and others were stunned. They had all fought with Chun Ling and knew his terrifying nature. The key was that they had all come to enjoy the celebration today, and almost no one had a gun, at most hiding a couple of cold weapons. But even when they had guns in the tavern, they couldn't deal with Chun Ling, let alone now. The red specter weaved through the crowd, madly reaping the lives of these people. As the number of kills increased, Chun Ling had completely overcome some of the shadows of his evil deeds and had instead become inexplicably skilled. In the midst of the vast snow, a bloody and bizarre massacre took place in the courtyard. At the same time, 100 meters away from the courtyard, has it attracted the attention of the god of war? Chu Muyin stood under a snow-covered tree, gazing at the distant courtyard, not expecting that he was truly a genius when it came to killing, not just the god of war. In the void, a man shrouded in shadows slowly materialized. Did you not notice? The stars of the witch god path are also reacting. Witch god path? Chu Muyin was taken aback. What connection did he have with the witch god path? Why would it attract the witch god path? I don't know, but don't you find it strange? What? The fusioner? How could he provoke the attention of the divine path? Moreover, he is a fusioner carrying apocalyptic level power. There's nothing strange about it. He just triggered the attention, like his innate talent being noticed by the divine path, but he hasn't truly obtained divine favor. The divine path will not be given to monsters. I see. But this kid is indeed crazy enough, ruthless enough. Your judgment is good. Chu Muyin smiled slightly and said nothing, but he would have trouble next. Why? I can smell it. The shadowy man paused for a moment. That law enforcer named Qian Fan has the aura of a ritual weapon. In the courtyard, as Chun Ling swung his knife, 7 or 8 residents of Ice Spring Street fell one after another. Without firearms, these residents almost all chose to flee, but their speed was far inferior to Chun Ling, who possessed Dance of Slaughter. Just as they reached the front yard, they were continuously hunted down. Brother Fan, what should we do? One law enforcer spoke urgently. He must have already obtained divine favor and stepped into the divine path. Qian Fan recalled the scene of Chun Ling taking the dagger out of thin air, his face extremely grim. Damn it, what divine path has he walked on? Then doesn't that make him a law enforcer? Another law enforcer's face turned pale. How could we possibly defeat him? Why hasn't Brother Ma come yet? It's too late. If this continues, not only will Ice Spring Street be completely exterminated, but we may not be able to save our own lives. A fierce look flashed in Qian Fan's eyes as he reached into his chest and pulled out something wrapped in black cloth, appearing in his palm. As he gradually unraveled the black cloth, a broken finger bone was exposed to the air. Chapter 37. The Descent of Divine Favor, a Ritual Weapon. The 2 law enforcers beside him widened their eyes in shock at this scene. As the finger bone was exposed to the air, a strange heat spread inside and outside the house, and the flying snow was kept out of the courtyard, as if an invisible domain had opened. Holding the finger bone, Qian Fan looked at the red-clothed figure in the distance that was killing rampantly, his eyes glinting with killing intent. This ritual weapon was something he bought at the black market in District 5 2 years ago for more than half of his net worth. It was said to come from the corpse of a law enforcer polluted by the convergence of the Grey Realm. For so many years, this thing had been his trump card for survival, never used before. But this time, he had no choice. Catch him for me, Qian Fan shouted lowly, stabbing the finger bone into his palm. As blood flowed over the finger bone, it seemed to come alive, crazily devouring Qian Fan's flesh. At the same time, a shadow flashed across the surface of the finger bone. In the courtyard, the ground buried under the snow suddenly trembled. Chun Ling felt a flash before his eyes as the snow at his feet suddenly exploded, and a pale, giant rib-like spire shot up from the ground, piercing through his shoulder like lightning. Even though Chun Ling had vaguely seen the trajectory of that rib, its sudden appearance left him no time to react. In a moment of desperation, Chun Ling instinctively sidestepped his body to avoid his vital points. The intense pain of flesh being pierced shot through his shoulder, causing Chun Ling's movements to freeze. Following that, a second and a third rib burst out from the ground in succession. Chun Ling's body had already been pierced by the first rib, leaving him almost no space to evade. He could only barely move his body to brush against the ribs. But this made his movement space increasingly constricted. As the fifth rib appeared, Chun-Ling was completely locked in place, like a prisoner imprisoned in a cage of bones. Unable to move. What is this thing? Chun-Ling looked towards the finger bone in Qian Fan's hand, his face extremely dark. As flesh continued to be devoured by the finger bone, Qian Fan's figure had shrunk by half, resembling a malnourished scavenger. But as the ribs stopped appearing, his figure also ceased to wither. Seeing this, Qian Fan immediately pulled the bone joint out of his body, trembling as he re-wrapped it in oiled paper, a pale smile appearing on his lips. Judging from the effect, this money was well spent. This had already reached a destructive power equivalent to the second stage of the divine path. Seeing Qian Fan so easily subdue Chun-Ling, the other two law enforcers felt a chill in their hearts. Under their worshipful yet fearful gazes, Qian Fan slowly moved his body and walked into the courtyard. How is it? Qian Fan sneered. Was it satisfying to kill just now? The bodies lay sprawled in the courtyard snow, their flowing blood staining the ground dark red. Chun-Ling was imprisoned in a bone cage, coldly watching Qian Fan in front of her, her eerie and bloody face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Is obtaining divine favor really that impressive? Even if you are a quasi-enforcer, in the end, you will still fall into my hands. Kid, I don't care what grudges you have with Ice Spring Street, you are doomed. Do you know how many people's interests you have harmed? Qian Fan slowly drew out his gun, the dark muzzle aimed at Chun-Ling's forehead, his gaunt face filled with resentment as he spoke. This is bad. I can't let him kill Chun-Ling. Seeing this scene, the shadowy man observing outside the courtyard's expression darkened, and he was about to take action. Wait. Chu Muyun suddenly spoke up, his eyes glinting with an unusual light beneath his glasses, sensing that something was off. The shadowy man paused. What do you mean? Inside the courtyard, with the gun pointed at her head, Chun-Ling remained unfazed, her eyes calm like an abyss. Just as Qian Fan was about to pull the trigger, two stars in the sky suddenly shone brilliantly, their grand divine light resembling colossal pillars crashing through the snow curtain, enveloping Chun-Ling within the bone cage. Boom! The rippling aura of the divine path swept through the void, forcibly pushing Qian Fan back several steps, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. He looked in astonishment at the two divine pillars descending from the sky, his eyes filled with disbelief. Divine favor? How is this possible? Didn't he already receive divine favor? The black one is the path of the war god, and the purple one is the path of the witch god. The other two enforcers were equally shocked, being simultaneously favored by two divine paths. What kind of monster is this kid? Amidst the astonished gazes of the three, the bloodied Chun-Ling slightly raised her head, looking at the two stars above her that extended ribbons of divine light, her eyes also flashing with surprise. She had already prepared herself to die once more. After all, her expectation value was already sufficient. Even if she died, she would likely be able to resurrect directly. But she never expected that she would actually trigger divine favor. Moreover, it was two. Speaking of which, when she killed the bone blade just now, she indeed felt a strange sensation, not joy or disgust, but rather a feeling that she was meant to do such things. According to what Chu Muyun had said earlier, this was her first kill, which attracted the favor of the war god, qualifying her as a peerless genius of the war god path. But Chun-Ling didn't understand what the second purple star represented. Just as Chun-Ling was puzzled, a third star in the sky slowly lit up. It was a vermilion star, sparkling like crystal in the sky, its ribbon-like divine light passing through the void and joining with the divine light of the other two, enveloping Chun-Ling within. Chun-Ling was stunned. There's another divine path? 3 divine paths descending simultaneously. How is this possible? Wait, which divine path does this star represent? Why does it feel like I've never seen it before? Qian Fan and the other two were completely bewildered. Meanwhile, the two outside the courtyard were equally astonished. The color is like vermilion, the shape is like crystal, there's no mistaking it. This is the path of the drama god. The shadowy man pondered. The path of the drama god? That's quite rare. Chu Muyun frowned slightly. But what does he have to do with the path of the drama god? Is he very good at acting or singing? As far as I know, no. But the brother he imagined might be. With 3 divine paths simultaneously descending, under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly be a top genius. Unfortunately, the shadowy man shook his head. But he is a fusionist, destined not to walk the divine path. With the simultaneous appearance of the 3 divine paths, someone from Aurora City must have noticed and would definitely send someone over. No need to wait for Aurora City. The shadowy man slowly turned his head, looking in a certain direction through the wind and snow. An enforcer has been approaching here. Yes, almost here. We can't let him interrupt this. I'll go stop him. Chu Muyun turned to leave. No need. Why? Someone has already gone to stop him. Chapter 38. Retreat of the Divine Path in the Vast Wind and Snow. A figure in a black trench coat walked forward slowly. The black boots left one footprint after another in the snow, blood trailing from the hem of the coat, dotting the snow like a long, fine red line. Cluster, cluster. Sparks from flint ignited a cigarette. He took a deep drag of the thick smoke and slowly exhaled. The cleanup is almost done, just a few remnants left. This time, let us take them all out in one go, he murmured. The blood-stained hem of his trench coat shimmered with 4 silver patterns. Just then, 2 stars simultaneously lit up in the gray-white sky. Ethereal divine light descending into the distant courtyard. Seeing this scene, his brows slightly raised. Divine favor? Judging by this direction, it should be Mahjong's residence. Among that group of remnants, there is actually a divine favored one? As he muttered to himself, another star lit up, and the 3rd divine favor poured down. 3 divine paths favor? His astonishment finally turned into shock. What kind of freak is this? He unconsciously quickened his pace. Snowflakes fluttered, biting cold. The outline of the distant courtyard faintly visible. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, his brows furrowed tighter. No matter how he walked, the courtyard remained hazy, showing no signs of getting closer, like a mirage in the heavy snow. Finally, he seemed to sense something, turning to look behind him. At some point, all the footprints he had left had vanished without a trace. The cold wind wailed in his ears, and in the white world, it seemed as if he was the only one left. Who? He said coldly. His voice was swallowed by the swirling snowflakes. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Playing tricks. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes as his right hand gripped the gun at his waist, an invisible field suddenly spreading out. He closed his eyes, the cigarette at the corner of his mouth burning silently, as if he was seriously sensing something. Suddenly, he raised the gun in a flash, aiming at a certain direction beside him, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The destructive force tore apart the void, shattering all the snowflakes in its path. At the same time, everything around him ignited like paper. The earth, the sky, the snowflakes, the distant outline of the courtyard. He felt as though he was wrapped in a giant cocoon, and with the sound of the gunshot, the cocoon shattered. The sense of unreality around him receded like a tide, and the distant courtyard became clear again. A light exclamation came from beside the bullet's trajectory. He turned to look and saw a boy with a face covered in white paper, half squatting in the snow, one hand holding a branch. His eyes peering through clumsily made holes in the paper, looking at him in surprise. In front of the boy, there was a large circle outlined in the snow by the branch, and now the man's figure was trapped in the center of this large circle. However, where he had just fired, the circle had been opened up. I thought it would take you a few more minutes to notice, the boy shrugged. Looks like I underestimated you. No wonder you are the legendary genius enforcer. Who are you? Han Meng frowned, staring at him. He could sense that the aura emanating from this boy was even stronger than his own. He must have already entered the 5th stage. But now, the boy in front of him is already 25 years old, yet he looks at most 15 or 16. A 15 or 16-year-old at the 5th stage. He had never heard of such a genius in the Aurora realm. I covered my face. How can I tell you who I am? The boy pointed to the white paper covering his face, and then, feeling a bit out of breath, casually poked a hole in the paper at the nose area, and continued to say faintly, at your age, how can your brain not be sharp? Han Meng's face immediately turned pale. Do you know what crime it is to obstruct an enforcer from carrying out their duties? Enforcer? Is that impressive? The boy chuckled lightly, drawing a square pattern in the snow with a twig, instantly framing Han Meng within it. When you can walk out of there, I might admit you're a bit impressive. Maybe 1/10 as impressive as me. A smile appeared on the boy's face beneath the white paper. Han Meng looked down and saw that at some point, a huge playing card, Clubs 8, had appeared in the snow beneath his feet. The moment he saw the face of the playing card, Han Meng seemed to realize something, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Twilight Society. In the courtyard, Chun Ling stared blankly at the 3rd star that had just lit up, his eyes filled with confusion. He did not recognize this star, nor did he understand why he was able to attract it. If killing had drawn the attention of the War God path, then what brought the other 2 divine paths? Chun Ling couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it anymore. For him, the question of which divine path to step onto was the issue he had to face now. As long as he stepped onto a divine path, he could master extraordinary powers. Perhaps one day, he could rely on his own strength to break free from the audience. A person cannot step onto multiple divine paths at the same time, just like one cannot split oneself to walk 2 roads. Chun Ling looked at the 3 divine paths and, without much hesitation, made his decision. After all, among the 3 divine paths, he only recognized the War God path. Moreover, the impression that Han Meng's Dance of Slaughter left on him was too deep. He even felt that the War God path might be the best at fighting among all divine paths. Just as he was about to choose the War God path, an unexpected change occurred. Behind him, in the void, pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly opened, like a sea of writhing shadows. The audience began to interfere with the performance. Boom, 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 boom. In the theater, countless spectators watching the performance began to stomp on the floor simultaneously. The dull rumbling sounded like continuous thunder. Countless gazes were cast from the theater towards the 3 stars in the sky. At that moment, world-destroying power leaked out with the scarlet eyes, as if an invisible, intangible super beast was silently roaring at the 3 stars. They were rejecting the divine paths. They were intimidating the divine paths. The next moment, the 3 stars in the sky trembled violently. The divine light enveloping Qianling began to crumble inch by inch, as if a road to the heavens was collapsing from the bottom up. The divine paths were afraid. They saw the monster behind Qianling, and those who had once favored him began to fear his existence, unwilling to let that monster step onto their path, just as no one would voluntarily invite a fierce tiger into their home. Therefore, they severed their divine paths and retreated from the brilliance. The 3 divine lights enveloping Qianling shattered, the paths to divinity quickly receding. At that moment, both Qianling and the others present, including Qian Fan, were all stunned. Chapter 39. Despair. What is happening? An enforcer was dumbfounded. Can divine favor really be withdrawn? If the 3 divine paths simultaneously descended with divine favor, that was within their understanding, but the current situation had completely exceeded their cognition. They had lived for so many years and had never heard of anyone receiving divine favor, only to have their divine path severed afterward. As expected, outside the courtyard, the shadowy man slightly nodded. It was a pity that he had finally obtained divine favor in a desperate situation, only to watch it retreat. Chu Mu Yun had stayed at Qianling's house for so long and naturally knew that Qianling yearned for the divine paths, and a sense of pity arose in his heart. What a pity! The shadowy man looked at him strangely. There are countless people in the world with divine paths, but there is only one who has merged with a world-destroying calamity while maintaining his sanity. He is already a unique existence in this world. What is there to be pitiful about? Chu Mu Yun shook his head and remained silent. In the courtyard, Qianling watched the 3 divine paths rapidly retreat. Frozen in place, he had been abandoned by the divine paths. That was perhaps the only hope in this world that could free him from the audience's control. He didn't know what had happened. He only sensed the divine path's fear. He turned to look behind him and vaguely saw pairs of eyes gradually disappearing into the void. You again. Qianling smiled bitterly. I should have thought of it. Once I step onto the divine path, it means there is a possibility of breaking free from your control. How could you let that happen? You would rather I remain on stage forever, becoming a puppet for your entertainment. Qianling's smile gradually turned cold, and deep despair emerged in his blood-red eyes. Even the divine paths retreated under the audience's intimidation. As an ordinary person, he couldn't even think of how to escape them. Rather than being a puppet for a lifetime, Qianling would rather choose death. The favor of the gods receded like a tide. Clad in red, Qianling was left alone atop the bones, laughing in despair and madness. Come on, Qian. Qianling laughed wildly. Don't you want to kill me? Go ahead, shoot at my head. Remember, to completely kill me, you have to shoot twice. Qian Fan was momentarily dazed, but soon came to his senses. He looked at the seemingly insane Qianling, and a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't understand what was happening, now that you've lost divine favor, just wait to die. He raised his gun again, aiming at Qianling's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! This time, no miracle happened. The bullet pierced through Qianling's skull, instantly taking his life, shattering half of his head. Blood and brain matter splattering on the ground. The courtyard fell into a dead silence. Qian Fan and the others looked at the half-headed Qianling, their racing hearts finally calming down. It wasn't that they were scared, it was just that everything about Qianling was too bizarre. Bizarre enough to make them doubt whether this guy was even human and whether he could die. But now, no matter what he was already dead. This kid is too creepy. Qian Fan put away his gun, spat on the ground, and turned to walk into the house. Just as he turned around, he saw the other 2 enforcers standing under the eaves, their eyes wide open in terror. What are you doing? Qiangu, one of the enforcers stammered. He. Qian Fan frowned and turned to look in the direction the enforcer was pointing, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw the crimson corpse that had been propped up on the bones strangely straighten its body, the half of its head that hung down slowly lifting, the shattered skull and flesh beginning to writhe wildly. The remaining half of an eyelid suddenly opened, and the blood-red eyeball stared fixedly at Qian Fan. Qian, didn't I tell you to shoot twice? One shot can't kill me. Can't kill me. The broken vocal cords rubbed together crazily, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. At this moment, even the well-experienced Qian Fan and the others were so frightened that they almost collapsed to the ground. Monster! Monster! One of the enforcers shouted in terror. It's not human. It's a monster. Shoot! Shoot now! Qianling roared madly. Shoot at the other half of my head. Come on! This bizarre scene left Qian Fan's hands trembling. I know it's you. Qian Fan seemed to realize something. You are the catastrophe that descended that night. Upon hearing this, the other 2 enforcers also seemed to awaken from a dream, their faces growing paler. They were truly afraid. It should be known that the 2 calamities that crawled out of the gray realm were one at the 3rd level and the other at the 5th level, neither of which they could handle. Gritting his teeth, Qian Fan drew his gun from his waist, trembling as he aimed at the red-clothed monster imprisoned in the bones. At this point, he had no choice but to shoot. However, just as he pulled the trigger, the handgun seemed to be gripped by something, and the barrel twisted into a clump. Qian Fan felt a tremendous force slam into his chest, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. crashing through the doorway of the house and hitting the ground hard. The other two enforcers widened their eyes, staring intently at the void ahead, but could not see any assailant. There was nothing there. But in Qinling's eyes, it was not so. A familiar red-clothed boy stood in the swirling snow, slowly turning to look at him with tears in his eyes. "Brother," he said, "you can't just die like this. You can't just accept your fate." Qinling's head was slowly healing, and that crimson eyeball stared blankly at Chun Yin, the madness finally receding a bit. He hoarsely spoke, "Accept my fate? What else can I do? Continue to be their entertainment? What is the point? But if you die now, everything will be gone. Even if I don't die, I have nothing." Qinling murmured, "Even if I survive, they will keep interfering with my life. They can create one of you, so they can create a second, a third. One day, they will drive me mad. Brother, as long as you're alive, there will always be hope, right? Hope." Qinling looked at Chun Yan's bloodshot eyes, silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed. "I understand." Qinling turned to look behind him, his bloodshot eyes seemingly fixated on something. "You're afraid. You know that if I die again, I will truly die. You're afraid that if I die, there will be no one left to perform for you. So you manifested his image to deceive me into living, right? Brother, you give me an illusory hope and see me desperately chase after it, only to let that so-called hope shatter just as I am about to reach it. This is what you want, brother." A roar interrupted Qinling's fierce howling. He turned to see Chun Yin standing there with tear-streaked cheeks, his gaze filled with pleading. "Brother, it's true. You have to believe me. What I'm saying is true." Qinling was stunned for a long time, his face showing struggle and pain. "Yin, I know, I just..." Chun Yin took a deep breath, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and his gaze became unprecedentedly firm. "Brother, you are not without hope." His palm reached into his bosom, pulling out a cloth bag. As the opening of the bag was released, beads of vermilion-like glass fell out. "The path they cut off, I will help you continue." Chapter 40. The Twisted God of Drama. A bead of vermilion glass fell onto the snow, divine light swirling, like dazzling stars scattered among mortals. Qinling was stunned. "Brother, do you know? That red star represents drama." Chun Yin raised his head, looking at the divine path in the sky that was gradually retracting, slowly speaking. "Since the day I began to self-study drama, I would occasionally sense its existence. It wanted to take me away, but I didn't want to go. Every time it went away, I would leave a piece of its fragment behind. I thought that when I gathered enough, maybe I could take you and our parents to the place it pointed to see what the end of the drama is. Unfortunately, in the end, I only gathered 36 pieces. Now I can't go." Chun Yin smiled helplessly, slowly gathering all the vermilion glass and forcefully waved it toward the divine path that was retracting into the sky. In the next moment, countless divine lights erupted from these fragments of the divine path, rapidly intertwining in midair, reassembling into a ribbon-like ethereal divine path, chasing after the retracting divine path. "Brother, you have to live. What is the end of the drama? Can you go see it for me?" The two segments of the divine path collided in midair, dazzling divine light illuminating the sky. The god of drama reconnected. The vermilion stars in the sky never expected their divine path could be forcibly retained. The divine light trembled in midair, as if trying to pull it back. On the other end of the divine path, the young Chun Yin stood quietly. Even though his body looked weak and thin, he was so powerful above the talent of the drama path, transcendent, and as steady as Mount Tai. He firmly nailed the starting point of the god of drama in front of Qinling. The divine path abandoned Qinling, but Chun Yin did not. What happened? Outside the courtyard, the shadowy man and Chu Mu Yun both looked up at the sky in shock. Beneath the vermilion stars, a broken road was rapidly being completely repaired. Why was the god of drama fixed? It chose Qinling? How is that possible? Even the usually calm and wise Chu Mu Yun couldn't help but widen his eyes. The two of them carefully scanned the area around Qinling in the center of the courtyard, but found nothing unusual in their sight, seeing nothing at all. Wait, something's not right. What's wrong? That divine path of drama is wrong. It has been distorted. I've never seen a divine path like this before. What happens if a distorted divine path is stepped on? If a road's markings are altered, who knows where its final destination is? Heaven or hell? You mean, go stop him. He must not walk on that twisted divine path. Two figures rushed towards the courtyard. Qinling stared blankly at Chun Yin, who was standing on the divine path of drama, unsure if it was an illusion, but his figure seemed to be fading little by little. Yin. Qinling's pupils constricted, not knowing where the strength came from. He forcibly pulled his shoulder out of the skeletal cage, the sharp bone tips tearing through flesh. Bright red blood dripping from his arm onto the ground, quickly pooling into a blood puddle. He gritted his teeth, unable to suppress his scream, and after several seconds, he finally broke free from the cage, stumbling towards Chun Yin. He reached out toward Chun Yin, but could only pass lightly through the void. Previously, he could touch Chun Yin. "Brother, this time I really have to go." A pure and gentle smile appeared on Chun Yan's face, unique to youth. "This path is different from other divine paths of drama. It will make your life twisted and bumpy, but it might allow you to break free from those things. Where are you going? Chunling's face turned pale from blood loss. Back to where I should be, and it will also become the cornerstone of your divine path. Chunyin took a step back, fully revealing the divine path to Chunling. His figure almost faded away, leaving only a voice echoing in Chunling's ears. Walk this path, and the world will belong to brother. Chunling, stop. That path cannot be walked. Chu Muyun's voice came urgently. But Chunling seemed oblivious. He wore a bright red theatrical robe, standing at the starting point of the divine path, slowly raising his right foot, then stepping onto it. Boom. The moment his foot landed, the ethereal divine path solidified instantly, resembling a blood-red staircase ascending to the heavens. In the next moment, this heavenly staircase rapidly shrank beneath Chunling's feet, ultimately transforming into nothingness. The twisted divine path seemed to have vanished, or perhaps it was already beneath Chunling. Chu Muyun and the others arrived at the scene, leaving only Chunling standing alone with his head bowed. Chunling, didn't you hear me calling you just now? Chu Muyun frowned and stepped forward, about to say something more, when he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? The shadowy man asked. Chu Muyun's voice rang out again. The shadowy man was momentarily stunned. He turned to look at Chu Muyun, only to find that the latter hadn't spoken at all. What's wrong? Then his own voice echoed from the front. The two looked forward simultaneously. A bone-chilling cold wind swept across the snow. And the boy in the bright red robe stood with his back to them, his neck twisting eerily backward. Chunling, didn't you hear me calling you just now? What's wrong? Chunling, didn't you hear me calling you just now? What's wrong? Chunling, didn't you? The voices of Chu Muyun and the shadowy man intertwined as they came from Chunling's throat, while his face continuously switched between the two of them. Yes, switched. On Chunling's face, it was as if there was an easily tearable mask, like a calendar. With each sentence he spoke, he would transform into the corresponding person's appearance. And with the next sentence, a layer would automatically tear away, becoming another person's likeness. Eyes, stubble, moles, voice. Every detail was perfectly replicated. The two looked at Chunling's face, which constantly shifted between their own faces, feeling a chill run down their spines. What happened to him? The shadowy man asked in confusion. Generally, stepping onto the divine path means reaching the first stage, and each ascent to a stage automatically grants mastery of a corresponding path skill. His appearance should be the result of the first stage skill of the theatrical divine path. The first stage skill of the theatrical divine path is changing faces. Block 7 told me that most skills awakened at the first stage of the theatrical divine path are 1,000 faces, which is the most basic disguise ability of an actor. From the description, it seems very similar to Chunling's current situation. But why does he look so dazed? His divine path is distorted, so the awakened skill should also be distorted. If nothing unexpected happens, he has been backfired by his own skill. I see. No wonder he kept mimicking what we said just now. But he is not mimicking anymore, Chu Muyun said, looking at Chunling, who had suddenly fallen silent, frowning. I suddenly have a bad premonition. Just as the shadowy man was about to ask what the premonition was, Chunling raised his head again. A piece of skin was torn from his face. On Chunling's neck, a large, pitch-black gun barrel locked onto the two of them. Chapter 41. Beneath the face skin, watching Chunling's head transform into a gun barrel, Chu Muyun and the shadowy man were both stunned. Bang! Chunling's vocal cords simulated the sound of a gunshot. A blinding flash erupted from the gun's muzzle, and the two figures standing directly in front quickly snapped out of their shock and dodged. They moved across the snow for dozens of meters at an incredible speed before stopping. When they looked back, they found that no bullets had been fired from the gun barrel. Only sparks kept erupting from the muzzle, as if mimicking the pose of firing a gun. The shadowy man asked in bewilderment, did Block 7 ever mention that 1,000 faces could turn into a gun barrel? No. Chu Muyun shook his head. 1,000 faces is a disguise ability. It can only change appearances, but he seems to be able to change objects as well. That's too abnormal. Is this the power of that twisted divine path? But great power usually comes with a greater cost. Chu Muyun calmly looked at the figure in red clothing in the snow, who fancied himself a gun barrel, his expression somewhat complex. Bang, bang, bang. The gun barrel that Chunling had transformed into kept firing into the void, like a soulless automaton, until he saw the three people, Qian Fan and others, who were frozen in shock beneath the house. He suddenly stopped, as if in thought. Does he still have some rationality left? The shadowy man asked in astonishment. It should be called instinct, Chu Muyun replied flatly, the instinct for revenge. At the same time, the three people targeted by the gun barrel, Qian Fan and his companions, turned pale again. They had just witnessed Chunling re-establishing the divine path, tearing apart his body, and then transforming into a madman. The continuous cognitive shock had nearly caused their brains to stop functioning. Why the hell won't you die? Why aren't you dead yet? Qian Fan yelled, raising his gun again and repeatedly pulling the trigger at the red-cloaked monster. Bullets struck Chunling's body, splattering blood, and even though his appearance had turned into a gun, his physical hardness had not significantly increased, as if he had merely changed skin. In the next moment, another layer of skin was torn from Chunling's face. The originally large and bizarre gun barrel vanished, replaced by a face resembling a red-painted danjiao, a type of traditional Chinese opera performer, with eyebrows like hooks. Closely resembling the deceased Chun Yin, the bright red theatrical robe stepped through the snow, like the only crimson in the pale world. The danjiao fixed her gaze on Qian Fan and the others, her lips parted slightly, and then Chun Yan's melodious and penetrating singing echoed in the courtyard. The little nun, only 28 years old, in the prime of youth, had her head shaved by the master. Every day, she burns incense and changes water in the Buddhist hall. Seeing a few disciples playing games at the mountain gate, with the theatrical tones flowing, the red figure left behind a residual shadow, instantly disappearing from the spot. Qian Fan felt a blur before his eyes, and a wrist was cut open by a dagger. He screamed, and the gun fell from his hand into the snow. His other hand immediately tried to reach into his clothes to pull out a ritual tool again. But a flash of cold light caused his other hand to float away from his arm. He looks at us, and we look at him. Beneath the apricot-like eye makeup, a pair of hollow pupils stared fixedly at Qian Fan, almost pressed against his face. Chenling, I know I was wrong. Qian Fan's features twisted in agony as he struggled wildly, but fear consumed his heart. If you let me go, I'll give you all my money. I promise I won't. Uft. A sharp blade pierced through Qian Fan's chin, cutting off his pleas. He and I, we care for each other. Qian Fan's body fell stiffly into the snow, and the danjiao slowly withdrew the dagger, turning her gaze to the only two law enforcers left in the courtyard. The two exclaimed, without any thought of resistance, turning to flee towards the courtyard gate. At the same time, the danjiao's feet lightly brushed the ground, her wide sleeves fluttering like butterfly wings, and the cold gleam of the dagger traced elegant arcs in the snow, sending splashes of blood flying. She slowly came to a stop. With the last two bodies hitting the ground, the entire courtyard was drenched in blood, and the figure in red stood amidst the corpses. Blood dripping from the blade, like a demon come from hell. Uncertain how much time had passed, Chunling's face faded away, and he returned to his original appearance. He stood alone in the sea of blood, the dagger slipping gently to the ground. As a cold wind brushed by, he fell back lifelessly like withered grass. Finally finished. Chu Mu Yun and another person approached from a distance. Looking at the unconscious Chunling, they sighed deeply. The fusion of a world-ending catastrophe. Stepping onto a twisted path of divinity, from now on, he is destined to be an outlier, the shadowy man said slowly. An outlier? Isn't that the best? Chu Mu Yun's lips curled up. The Twilight Society gathers outliers. Are you really sure you want to include him in the Twilight Society? Not me. Chu Mu Yun took out an envelope from the pocket of his coat, pinching it between his fingers. The seal on the envelope bore a red badge. It's the Red King. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from the void, and the snowflakes shattered in an instant. In the wilderness, several kilometers away from the mansion, a boy holding a branch in boredom suddenly looked up in surprise. In the center of the snowy ground, a gruesome crack spread wildly, and Han Meng's hands reached out from the crack, grabbing its edge and pulling hard. The snowflakes exploded, and Han Meng's body completely passed through the void. His black trench coat covered in dust and blood, looking extremely disheveled. He really broke through? The boy exclaimed, covering his mouth, or rather, the large hole representing the mouth on the white paper. Han Meng's chest heaved violently, as if the previous action had consumed considerable energy. He fixed his gaze on the boy sitting still and unhesitatingly raised his gun. Don't be so excited. I admit I underestimated you a bit. I didn't expect there to be geniuses in the Aurora realm, the boy said, resting his chin on his hand. Your name is Han Meng, right? Do you want to join our Twilight Society? Not interested. Han Meng's voice was cold as ice. A dirty organization made up of madmen and executioners. When did they dare to openly appear in the human realm? TSK, it seems you have a deep prejudice against us. That's a fact. The invisible field opened around Han Meng, citing Article 139 of the Human Covenant. In any realm, upon discovering members of the Twilight Society, they shall be immediately included in the highest level extermination list, with priority even above fusionists and usurpers. You are sworn enemies with the human realm. Don't say that. We haven't done anything heinous, the boy said unhappily. Is that so? Han Meng sneered. Including the extermination of an entire human realm? Chapter 42, Secret Eye. The boy raised an eyebrow, about to say something when an arc of light shot up into the sky from the mansion behind him. So, the world has a significant prejudice against us. The boy waved his hand casually. Not talking to you anymore. You'll understand one day. Han Meng squinted and immediately pulled the trigger. The roar of the gun echoed, the wind whipping up the hem of his trench coat, and the annihilating bullet pierced through the boy's body, leaving a head-sized hollow. However, the bullet passed through his body without leaving a trace of blood. The boy's figure gradually faded, like a sheet of faded drawing paper. Han Meng, right? I remember you. If fate allows, we shall meet again. The boy's body became flatter, turning into a two-dimensional caricature in just a few seconds, as the cold wind blew against Han Meng's face. Han Meng frowned. He took down the caricature and saw the boy wearing a white paper mask sitting cross-legged. extending a finger to give him the middle finger. He immediately tore the caricature into pieces. The Twilight Society appearing in the Aurora realm, this is troublesome. Han Ming took a deep breath and looked in the direction of the mansion, walking straight ahead. No one stopped him, and Han Ming quickly arrived at the mansion's entrance. He pushed the large door open with force, and with a screeching sound, the sight of corpses filled his vision. Scattered across the blood-soaked ground were 9 silver coins. In the Ice Spring Street celebration, a total of 22 people, with none surviving. Chun Ling slowly opened his eyes. He saw the spotlight above him and covered his eyes with his hand, but did not immediately stand up. He lay quietly on the stage floor like a corpse. In just a few short hours, he had experienced too much. The disappearance of Chun Yin, the cruel truth, the rage of revenge, the self-delusion of redemption, followed by despair. And then a glimmer of hope. Everything left Chun Ling numb and hopeless. He wished so much that this was all a dream, and upon waking, his mother would call him to get up for breakfast, hurriedly put on his clothes, wear his work badge, and go back to being a corporate slave in the theater. Unfortunately, what awaited him was still that dead and eerie theater. After a long time, Chun Ling finally sat up slowly. He looked at the densely packed crimson eyes in front of the stage, feeling immensely complicated. Even if he stepped onto the path of the divine, would there really be a day when he could escape from this crowd of spectators? Or was he merely becoming more interesting in their eyes? Chun Ling had no answer. But at least now, he had a reason to struggle to live. He stood up from the floor, walked to the large screen in the center of the stage, and a series of characters flashed before his eyes. Audience expectation level 1. Audience expectation level 1. Audience expectation level. Current expectation level, 77. Connection with actor lost. Performance interrupted. Audience expectation level 50. Current expectation level, 27. These were the changes in expectation levels that occurred in the mansion, and after Qian Fan shot himself once. He had already lost 1 connection, deducting 50 from the expectation level. But perhaps because the expectation level remained above 20 after the deduction, no audience members fled. As long as the total expectation level was controlled, even if death occurred, it wouldn't lead to the previous situation of body usurpation. This was a chance for a rebirth. However, raising the expectation level to above 70 was not easy. Chun Ling's gaze fell on a corner of the screen, where the jumping treasure chest icon reappeared. He lightly tapped with his fingertip, and exciting music played consecutively, accompanying the stage lights. When Chun Ling turned to look, another table had appeared in the center of the stage. Expectation level detected to have first exceeded 70. Unlocking achievement. Special praise. You have gained an extra lottery chance. After using it, 1 character skill will be randomly drawn from all characters in this performance for you to learn. Chun Ling walked to the table, and a series of cards with different colors and patterns appeared out of thin air on the tabletop. Like last time, most were white and gray. But the number of blue ones had increased compared to last time. It seemed there were new characters appearing, along with an increase in skill cards. With a flick of his finger, the many cards flipped over simultaneously, all showing their backs flashing at an astonishing speed. After a moment, they neatly froze in place. Last time, Chun Ling drew Han Ming's Dance of Slaughter. Here, which changed his fate in one fell swoop. Would Lady Luck still favor him this time? Drawing a skill card that could overturn the situation, Chun Ling hesitated for a moment, then lifted his fingertip and tapped one of the cards. The card flipped over. A touch of blue appeared before Chun Ling's eyes. Skill. Secret Eye belongs to Divine Doctor Path, Blood Butcher, Path, First Level, Character, Chu Mu Yun. The moment Chun Ling saw the information on the card, his eyes narrowed slightly. Drawing the skill card of Chu Mu Yun was within Chun Ling's expectations. But the enormous words, blood slaughter, made him unable to suppress his doubts. Is this path really part of the medical god path? As Chun Ling absorbed the card, the usage method of Secret Eye appeared in his mind. Unlike the Dance of Slaughter from the Soldier God path, Secret Eye leaned more towards being an auxiliary skill. Its function being to help the user better capture, analyze, and discern details. A good doctor can determine the severity of a patient's condition through their behaviors and actions, including a psychologist who can even confirm a person's thoughts through their micro-expressions and predict future actions. Secret Eye elevates this ability to its peak. As Chun Ling finished drawing his abilities, the cards on the table simultaneously disappeared, but the table itself still stood there. What does this mean? Chun Ling stepped forward and found that there was a new piece of paper on the table. The paper also had a few lines of small text written on it. Congratulations on completing the performance. Initial chapter Heartless. The highest audience expectation for this performance, 78. You have gained a chance for a designated lottery draw. After using it, you can specify a character from all the characters appearing in this performance and randomly draw the opponent's abilities. The probability of drawing rare skills is related to the overall audience expectation of this performance. After reading all the text, the table under the spotlight suddenly produced page after page of paper, with countless words appearing on them. Who am I? Boom. Pale lightning flashed through the dark clouds. Rain poured down violently, and the wrathful thunderstorm drenched the muddy ground. Chapter 43, First Performance. Chun Ling's gaze swept over the first few lines. and as the pages turned, he saw many familiar scenes and phrases. As if everything he had experienced in the past few days had been compiled into a performance and recorded. It's you. Behind the wooden desk. A man in a white coat slightly turned, coming to get medicine for your brother again? Didn't he transfer to the hospital in Zone 2? Ah Ling. You are already dead. You shouldn't be here. Chun Tan's eyes were red. He tightly gripped the axe. His hoarse voice spoke. No matter what occupies your body, I will set you free. The low rumble of thunder flashed across the dim sky. Don't be afraid, brother. Chun Yin said softly. I buried him for you. Hello, I am the enforcer Chun Ling. Are you ready to answer my questions? Rather than being a puppet for a lifetime, Chun Ling would rather choose death. Monster, monster. An enforcer shouted in terror. He is not human. He is a monster. And the last line was a descriptive text. He stood alone in a sea of blood, the dagger gently falling to the ground. As a cold breeze swept by, the whole person fell back to the ground like withered grass. Seeing this, Chun Ling felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Although he had long been aware that he was being watched, it was only at this moment that he truly felt the strangeness of it all. The most crucial point was that all Chun Ling could see was his own role. Everything that happened when he was not present was blocked by thick black lines. Even he, the main character, did not have full review rights for this performance. Based on my personal experience, compiled into a performance? Chun Ling murmured. As the last line of text concluded, these pages automatically bound themselves into a book in the void, landing in Chun Ling's hands. With several lines of text particularly eye-catching on the cover. First performance, initial chapter Heartless, starring Chun Ling, other cast, Chun Yin, Han Meng, Chu Mu Yun, Chun Tan, etc. Meanwhile, in the corner of the stage, a wooden bookshelf appeared out of nowhere. Chun Ling stared deeply at the performance in his hands. And after a long time, he stepped towards the bookshelf, placing this performance in the leftmost slot of the first shelf, with the words Heartless facing outward, clearly visible at a glance. Just as Chun Ling was about to turn around to conduct the second designated lottery draw, a familiar voice rang out beside him. The intermission is over. Please continue the performance. The black curtain slowly opened, and Chun Ling's consciousness drifted away from the theater into the void. Are you awake? As Chun Ling opened his eyes, Chu Mu Yun's voice floated over from the side. The heating was running in the room, and Chu Mu Yun had already taken off his woolen coat, wearing a shirt and vest. Quietly sitting in a chair by the window, holding a medical book and reading. Before he could say the next sentence, a short knife had already flashed to his throat in a lightning-like manner, a chilling, killing intent instantly extinguishing the candlelight. In the dim room, Chu Mu Yun's eyelids twitched as he looked at the red-clad figure before him and slowly spoke. It seems that divine path really has affected your character. Your killing intent is so heavy. You clearly know that Yen is fake, yet you pretended nothing was wrong and stayed for so many days. What is your purpose? A fierce light flickered in Chun Ling's eyes. I am a doctor. I came to Zone 3, of course, to treat you. Chu Mu Yun closed the book. If I had any ill intentions towards you, you would have died countless times already. Chun Ling stared at Chu Mu Yun. How much do you know? Unfortunately, I know everything. How much is everything? What do you think? Chu Mu Yun's lips curled into a smile as he slightly leaned towards Chun Ling. I am very curious how you managed to maintain your sanity while merging with a world-ending calamity. Or rather, how were you balanced? Upon hearing this, Chun Ling's pupils suddenly constricted. Since their first meeting, when Chu Mu Yun had found ways to linger, the other party should have already sensed something was wrong. In the following days, he had been observing Chun Ling, even proactively bringing up Chun Yan's characteristics. This man, wearing silver-rimmed glasses and appearing gentle, was actually the one with the deepest schemes. But Chun Ling did not expect that the other party would directly expose his identity as a merger and even the level of the audience upon speaking. So what do you intend to do? Chun Ling countered. Are you going to crack open my head and take a look? Hand me over to the enforcers? Or use this to coerce me into doing something for you? To be honest, I am very interested in the first option. Chu Mu Yun spread his hands helplessly. But unfortunately, my superiors do not allow it. As for the second point, that is even less possible. If I go to the enforcers' headquarters with you, the first one to be caught will definitely be me. Your superior? Chun Ling keenly caught the key point. Aren't you the divine doctor of Aurora City? Who is your superior? The director? The divine doctor is just an identity I crafted to blend into Aurora City. Then what is your true identity? Have you heard of the Twilight Society? Chun Ling shook his head. The Twilight Society is a secret organization established outside the 9 major human domains, now 8. All members are numbered according to the face of playing cards, secretly infiltrating various major human domains to carry out covert activities. Sounds like a not-so-just organization. No, we are a just organization. Chu Mu Yun pushed up his glasses and smiled. But in the eyes of the world, our justice represents absolute evil. Sorry, I am not interested in joining a cult. Chun Ling had heard countless brainwashing methods of such cults or pyramid schemes in his previous life, which merely instilled some distorted ideologies to control people's thoughts. Even in this life, despite bearing the calamity, he had no intention of falling into depravity. So, we are not a cult, just our ideas conflict with this era, Chu Mu Yun explained patiently. Moreover, our salary is quite high. About 10 times that of becoming a law enforcer. 10 times? Chen Ling looked at him in surprise, then shook his head. But money doesn't mean much to me. Even if I have money, I need to have a life to spend it. In his previous life, hearing about a tenfold salary would have certainly tempted Chen Ling. But now it was different. His main goal now was to break free from the control of the audience. Everything else was just clouds to him. We have quite a few resources as well. If you encounter obstacles while climbing the divine path, you can seek help from other members. Are there many of your members? There are probably more than 20 still alive. Let's talk about our justice, he said. Chapter 44. Questioning no need, Chen Ling said, putting away the short knife and taking a deep breath. I'll think about it first. Chu Mu Yun slowly leaned back in his chair, seemingly unperturbed by the outcome. He didn't try to persuade him, simply saying, no problem. Whenever you've made up your mind, you can come find me at Xiaofan's grocery store. I'll be here waiting for you all day. Chen Ling stood up, ready to leave. When Chu Mu Yun pulled out a small silver square from his pocket and handed it to him. What is this? A gift from my superior. Chu Mu Yun replied lightly. Through it, you might understand us a little better. Chen Ling took the small square, examining it in his hand for a moment before nodding slightly. Okay, thank you. Also, pay attention to your mental state. Don't let the distorted divine path affect your journey. It's very sinister. Chen Ling didn't respond. He had noticed that since stepping onto that path, his emotions had become a bit strange. He needed to calm down and think things through. Leaving the room, Chen Ling made his way up the stairs, eventually arriving at a small convenience store. A woman behind the counter, who was sleeping with her head down, glanced up at him before dozing off again. Chen Ling had some recollection of this Xiaofan grocery store. Although it was far from Frost Street, the things sold here were cheap. He used to bring Chen Yin here to buy things during the new year. He didn't expect this place to be a stronghold for Chu Mu Yun's organization. Chen Ling had no intention of chatting with the woman and pushed the door open to leave. The heavy snow did not cease with the end of the first act. It continued to fall thickly, and the snow had now accumulated past his ankles, making walking increasingly difficult. After determining the direction, he walked straight towards Frost Street. He didn't know why he was going back. There was nothing left there. But where else could he go besides Frost Street? Chen Ling didn't know. The small house on Frost Street was his only sanctuary in this world, even if it left him with no good memories. Chen Ling. Just as he reached near his home, a voice called out from not far away. Wu Yudong dashed through the snow, approaching him. Chen Ling, where have you been? Are you feeling better? What are you doing here? Chen Ling looked at Wu Yudong in surprise, who had been leaning on a cane and half dead just a few hours ago, but was now moving freely and full of energy. I came to thank the miracle doctor. Wu Yudong exclaimed excitedly. It's that man who lives in your house. He's incredible. I remember talking to him, and suddenly everything went black. When I woke up again, my leg was healed. The doctor at the clinic said I needed to rest for at least half a year, and there was a high chance of leaving behind complications. But he healed me right away. I had been injured from heavy work before. My knees and joints would hurt whenever it was cloudy or rainy. But now I feel nothing at all. And the most important thing is, I feel like I've grown taller. Chen Ling looked at Wu Yudong, clearly noticing that he was indeed taller. Previously, Wu Yudong's head only reached Chen Ling's chin, but now it was close to his nose. Chu Mu Yun, so amazing? He has already left. Chen Ling paused for a moment and added, and most likely, he won't be coming back. Wu Yudong was taken aback, disappointment evident on his face. All right, then I'll head back. Watching Wu Yudong leave, Chen Ling returned to his doorstep, ready to push the door open when his hand suddenly froze midair. He looked at the old door frame, narrowing his eyes as a glimmer flashed in his pupils. The secret eye gave him an extreme level of detail observation, instantly locking onto the fine snow stains on the door frame. No way. Someone entered the house while I was gone. And most likely, they haven't come out. Chen Ling cautiously withdrew his arm and silently stepped back 2 paces in the snow. Just then, a voice slowly emerged from inside the house. Good observation, come in. It was Han Ming's voice, as low and deep as ever. You don't think you can avoid coming home forever, do you? Realizing his movements had been exposed, Chen Ling furrowed his brows, hesitating for a moment before forcefully pushing the door open. What are you doing in my house? He said, looking at Han Ming sitting at the dining table, speaking in a deep voice. Investigating. How is this any different from a burglar breaking in? Law enforcers have the right to investigate and enforce the law. Do I really need to explain this to you? Han Ming lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Don't think that just because I'm only here to investigate, you can do anything about it if I were to set your house on fire. Chen Ling's gaze grew increasingly cold. But I really didn't expect you to know Chu Mu Yun. How did you meet him? What does that have to do with you? I am currently questioning you in my capacity as the chief law enforcer of District 3. Chen Ling, watch your attitude. Han Ming's gaze sharpened, an inexplicable sense of oppression suddenly enveloping the living room. Chen Ling met his gaze for a long time before slowly speaking. It was Dr. Lin from the street corner clinic who introduced us. Why did you go to see the doctor? I was feeling unwell at the time. Feeling unwell required you to consult Chu Mu Yun? Are you really unwell, or has your mind been tainted by the gray realm? Han Ming's eyes sharpened like an eagle that sees through the human heart. Chen Ling's heart trembled. In front of Han Ming, He suddenly felt as if there was nothing left to hide. On the night of the disaster, you spoke to Jiangqin and said your brother was squatting at the street corner. But today, while investigating Ice Spring Street in District 2, I discovered that your brother, Qin Yan, had his organs completely removed a few days ago and died an unnatural death. So, who was that brother you mentioned that night? I searched the entire house and only found traces of two people's lives, yours and Chu Mu Yun's. But why are there 3 bowls in the sink? Who was that bowl for? Before coming here, I asked Wu Yudong. He said you were alone in the house lighting candles, and then, that's enough. Chun Ling suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. Yes, I'm crazy, okay? I've lost my mind. I can see a yen. I feel like he's right beside me. Just not long ago, he was still outside making a snowman, blowing out candles with me in the house. He said he wanted to go back to school, wanted to perform in the New Year's Eve show. To me, he's a living person. He's just an ordinary child. He got sick. He wants to get better. He wants to stand on stage one day and perform openly. What is wrong with that? Han Ming, you are here aggressively questioning me now, but where were you when those people on Ice Spring Street killed my brother? When they colluded with law enforcers to force one ordinary person after another to death? Where were you? Where is your right to investigate? Where is your right to enforce the law? Han Ming's body trembled violently. Chun Ling's chest rose and fell violently as he fixed his gaze on Han Ming's eyes. Han Ming's originally calm gaze slightly contracted, and he subconsciously avoided Chun Ling's stare. He sat there quietly, his head bowed, like a sculpture. Chapter 45. The plate after an unknown amount of time. Chun Ling finally calmed down and coldly spoke. Director Han Ming, if your questioning is over, please leave my house. Han Ming did not say anything further. He silently stood up and walked towards the door. He pushed open the large door, and swirling snowflakes flew into the room. The 4-patterned black coat fluttered slightly as he paused for a moment and turned to look at Chun Ling. Whether you believe me or not, I have always fulfilled my duties. If you really think this world lacks justice, why not become it yourself? You passed the martial arts test as the first in the reserve seat, and you are now a formal law enforcer. You can report to headquarters tomorrow. Also, the qualification to enter the ancient military path is also yours. After saying this, he stepped into the heavy snow, his black coat gradually disappearing at the end of the street. Chun Ling's gaze swept across the empty room, his expression somewhat complicated. Once Han Ming walked far away, he also left the house and headed towards the back mountain. The mass grave. Chun Ling sat slowly in the snow, holding the unopened box of cake. Again, I'm here. He looked at the uneven pit he had dug, softly speaking. Snowflakes stuck to the boy's temples, resembling white hair. He removed the candles from the cake one by one and inserted them into the snow. You've already made a wish, so I want to light the candles. I'll cut the cake for you. Chun Ling took out a plastic knife from the packaging and carefully cut the cake into 2 pieces, placing one neatly in front of the pit and picking up his share from the box. Ice and snow covered the surface of the cake, and Chun Ling took a bite, unsure if it was cream or ice shavings. As he chewed, he mumbled indistinctly. A yen, do you know? This world is really messed up. This cake tastes so bad, yet it costs 200 copper coins. In my original world, a cake for 200 would be bigger and much tastier. If I had the chance, I really want to take you back. Although your brother is also a corporate slave, the money I earn is enough for you to eat and drink without worries. But speaking of which, if you come back with me, you would definitely live better than I do. You're good looking, and your singing is great. Just being a short video blogger would get you hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers. Definitely a successor of national style. Chun Ling's face turned red from the cold wind as he bit down hard on the cake, gazing at the sky. But there are good things here too. The aurora is beautiful, whether during the day or at night. But beauty, what use is it? Just surviving takes all my effort. The path you gave me seems powerful, but it might also affect my mind. Is this what you call hardships? Han Ming wants me to join the law enforcers. But the doomsday disaster on me is like a time bomb. Once it erupts, I will become the target of everyone. Looking at it this way, joining that society is like taking a shortcut, right? Instead of letting them discover me and capture me, why not confront them from the beginning? A yen. How should I walk the next path? Chun Ling murmured to the pit. Just then, something slipped out of his pocket and fell into the snow. Chun Ling picked it up. It was the silver square that Chu Mu Yun had given him. In the biting cold wind, it felt icy to the bone. Chun Ling remembered that Chu Mu Yun had said that through this, he might understand them better. But how should this thing be used? He fiddled with the silver square for a while, and with a gentle push of his fingertip, a silver sliding cover detached from the body, revealing a section of silver metal with some square holes, looking like a standard plate. Chun Ling stared at the plate in astonishment, filled with confusion. Since coming to this world, he had always thought its technological level was stuck in the era of the Republic of China, with oil lamps, rickshaws, salting snow, and old-fashioned handguns. But seeing this plate, he suddenly felt dazed. Should this thing appear in this world? Where did this world get computers? Without computers, where would this plate plug in? One question after another flashed through Chun Ling's mind, and he inexplicably picked up the plate and inserted it into the snow beneath him. The next moment, a string of deep green code automatically floated onto the snow. ID 129439. Loading. Loading complete. Chun-Ling rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The sound of rushing water echoed in his ears as Chun-Ling suddenly opened his eyes, as if just waking from a nightmare, cold sweat soaking his back. At some point, he had left the mass grave and arrived in a small, square space. The sound of the toilet flushing gradually faded, replaced by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Bro, are you done? I can't hold it anymore. Chun-Ling regained his senses and quickly scanned his surroundings. A bathroom? He exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. It was not the dilapidated bathroom at home on Hanshuang Street, but a clean, bright modern bathroom. Everything from the sensor lights above to the toilet behind him gave Chun-Ling a strong sense of familiarity. Did I come back? Confusion filled Chun-Ling's eyes. Bro, hurry up and put on your pants. If you don't, I really can't hold it anymore. The man's voice outside was filled with urgency. Chun-Ling immediately pushed open the bathroom door. A man in a shirt at the door was overjoyed, sidestepping into the stall, slamming the door shut, followed by a series of comfortable groans. Chun-Ling looked around instinctively, quickening his pace to exit the bathroom. The first thing that caught his eye was Haiti. Next to it were KFC, Muji, Zhouheiya, and Dania dumplings. Looking at these familiar brands and the passers-by in the mall, Chun-Ling's pupils slightly contracted. He seemed to think of something and crazily quickened his steps, rushing through the crowd and out of the mall amid countless strange gazes. The moment he laid eyes on the towering buildings, only one thought remained in Chun-Ling's mind. He was really back. Did I just dream? Chun-Ling held his head with both hands, muttering to himself. No, if it was a dream, why would I wake up in the bathroom? Just now, I was in the mass grave, talking to a yin, and then I inserted the plate into the snow. And then was it that plate? As Chun-Ling was talking to himself, the large screen of the building across suddenly flickered, interrupting with an emergency news broadcast. This morning at 9 o'clock, a red meteor passed by Earth, and at the same time, minor earthquakes erupted in various regions across the country. Within just 3 minutes, hundreds of buildings split and collapsed, including the Meishang Hotel, Jiangkou Football Field, and the Beijing Grand Theater. According to incomplete statistics, the current death toll has exceeded 2,000. Chapter 46. The secret of the Twilight Society, the Beijing Grand Theater. Wasn't he at the theater where he had worked? Chun-Ling remembered that he had died when the chandelier fell on him, supposedly due to an earthquake. So he really came back? Meanwhile, a group of pedestrians stopped, pointing at the screen. A red meteor? Speaking of which, I think I saw it this morning, zipping by. Sigh, why didn't it crash into Earth? Hurry up and let the world end. I really don't want to go to work anymore. By the way, what is up with this minor earthquake? I didn't feel anything at all in the morning. It can't be that it only targeted those few buildings, right? The news said it was caused by magnetic pole changes, but whatever, it didn't affect me. As the news break ended, the building's screen switched back to advertisements, and everyone just paused for a moment before turning to leave. Only Chun-Ling stood there, lost in thought. The red meteor. Could my crossing over be related to this meteor? A bus passed in front of Chun-Ling, pulling him back from his chaotic thoughts. He looked at the red sign for Route 33 on the bus and seemed to remember something, immediately rushing toward the bus. A shadow rushed past the sidewalk, and he hurried onto the bus just before the doors closed. The kid has some skills, the older driver rubbed his eyes. I didn't even see how you got on. Are you training for sprinting? Chun-Ling then realized and looked down at his hands, frowning tighter and tighter. The dance of slaughter was brought back by himself? Hey, kid, scan your code, the driver said, starting the bus while pointing to the payment machine with his chin. $2. Chun-Ling searched his pockets thoroughly, but he had no money. What do you mean scan to pay? I don't even have a phone. When he said this, Chun-Ling felt like a primitive man who had just walked out of the Stone Age. Oh dear, why make it hard for the kid? I just broke a $2 bill buying groceries. I'll cover for him. In the front row, a big-haired aunt took out 2 coins from her pocket and dropped them into the box with a clink. Thank you. Auntie, Chun-Ling said politely. Kid, are you a performer? I love watching performances. Which role do you play? Hearing the aunt say this, Chun-Ling realized he was still wearing that bright red costume, which stood out even more on the bus. I just sing casually, Chun-Ling replied awkwardly. The bus seats were full, so he held onto the handrail, swaying slightly with the bus as he chatted with the aunt. As the bus passed one stop after another, Chun-Ling's heart gradually sank. He glanced at the name of the next stop, slowly moving toward the back door of the bus, and as soon as it came to a stop, he rushed out. Across from the stop was a residential area. Chun-Ling took off the eye-catching costume and headed straight into the community, skillfully making his way through the path until he reached a small high-rise. Seeing that the building was safe and sound, Chun-Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was his home. What he feared the most was that the earthquake would affect this place, and his parents would end up like him. Fortunately, everything was safe. Chun-Ling entered the building but found it filled with white mourning cloths, and his heart sank. He immediately took the elevator to the 9th floor. As the elevator doors opened, a chorus of crying reached his ears. Kaiyan, stop crying. What will happen to your health if you keep this up? Yeah. If Aling were still alive and saw you like this, he would be heartbroken. Aling was a good kid. But life is truly. Chun-Ling stood dazed in the elevator, his gaze passing through the half-open door, seeing many figures surrounding a middle-aged woman, offering condolences. He recognized them. They were relatives from his family in the capital, aunts and uncles, all gathered here, and the woman in the center was his mother. The middle-aged woman held a black and white photo in her arms, already a tearful mess. The figure in the photo was Chunling. Two relatives stood in the corner, whispering to each other. Where's Chunling's dad? He's in the hospital. Discussing Ling's funeral arrangements and told Kaiyun to come back and sort through his belongings. Did you see Ling's body? I did. The relative nodded. Poor kid, his head was smashed open. They said it was from a chandelier. At that time at the hospital, Kaiyun held Ling's hand and cried for more than an hour. It was his dad who eventually pulled her away. Oh, heaven is blind. Let us go? Comfort Kaiyun. No matter what, we need to arrange Ling's funeral first. Yeah. Chunling stood in the elevator, like a statue, watching all this unfold. He wanted to step out of the elevator, but he didn't know how to explain his chaotic mind to his relatives and mother. Just then, the elevator doors closed automatically. As the metallic doors gradually closed, the front door of Chunling's house was pushed open, and his relatives helped Kaiyun out. Thud. The elevator doors closed. Perhaps someone downstairs pressed the button, and the cabin began to descend slowly. Mom. It was only then that Chunling, with pale lips, hoarsely uttered this word. He looked at his reflection on the metallic elevator door, and the image of his mother crying on the ground resurfaced in his mind, making his heart ache like it was being cut by a knife. He took a deep breath, as if making a decision, and frantically pressed the button for the 9th floor. He wanted to see his mother. However, the elevator continued to descend. Meanwhile, familiar deep green text appeared in the void. ID 12943, 9-time limit reached. Reading interrupted. Boom. The elevator cabin plummeted rapidly. Mom. In the heavy snow, Chunling abruptly sat up from the ground. He was breathing heavily, his pupils involuntarily dilating. He looked around and found himself still in the mass grave. Damn, what the hell is going on? Chunling came to his senses and couldn't help but curse. Just now, he almost thought he really returned. But when he opened his eyes, he was still in this damn place. Chunling's gaze fell on the disc in the snow. Through it, you might understand us a bit more. What exactly is the organization that Chu Mu-yun belongs to? Why do they have the disc? Can they even send themselves back to their previous lives? Chunling clenched his hands, taking a deep breath. He grabbed the disc and turned around to run down the mountain. At Xiao Feng's grocery store, by the counter, a woman lazily stretched. Looking at the darkening dusk outside, said, he might not come. No, he will. Chu Mu-yun sat in a chair, seriously flipping through a book, confidently replying. Why are you so sure? Over the years, many have refused the invitation from the Twilight Society, right? The Red King said he would come. He definitely will. As soon as Chu Mu-yun finished speaking, the grocery store door was pushed open forcefully. Chunling stood outside in the heavy snow, his chest heaving violently, as if he had run over from somewhere. We need to have a good talk. He raised the disc and spoke slowly. Chapter 47, Reversal of Times. Chu Mu-yun was not surprised by Chunling's arrival. He smiled slightly, dragged a chair from the convenience store, and gestured for Chunling to sit down. It seems you finally have the patience to listen to me explain our justice. I'm all ears. Although Chunling was eager to know everything about the disc, he believed that since Chu Mu-yun had given it to him, he would surely explain it. So he patiently waited for Chu Mu-yun to start from the beginning. How much do you know about the Great Disaster? Chunling recalled what Dr. Lin had said earlier, mentioning a red meteor streaking across the sky, where the gray world intersected with this world, causing impacts and disasters to emerge. At that moment, Chunling suddenly thought of the red meteor he had seen in the news. He seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in shock. Wait, the world in the disc is the world before the Great Catastrophe. That's right. Chu Mu-yun looked at him in surprise, seemingly not expecting Chunling to guess it so quickly. What you just said is known to most people in the 9 major realms. But the actual Great Catastrophe is far more than that. What do you mean? According to rumors, the world before the Great Catastrophe was prosperous, where humans could harness the power of science to achieve many things, such as flying into the sky, bringing the dead back to life. Cities illuminated all night as bright as day, constructing virtual worlds in reality, and even leaving this planet to explore the more mysterious and unknown universe. As Chu Mu-yun spoke, he observed Chunling's expression, noticing that the latter showed no signs of fluctuation. He couldn't help but ask, aren't you surprised? Huh? Isn't what I said enough to surprise you? Chu Mu-yun, like others in this world and era, grew up here and had naturally never seen the technological level before the Great Catastrophe. For them, everything depicted in legends was insubstantial, just like modern people listening to myths. Oh, that's quite amazing. Chunling nodded expressionlessly. Isn't that just airplanes, medical care, electric lights, games, and spaceships? These were already commonplace for Chunling, who lived in a modern city. However, if his so-called previous life was actually the world before the Great Catastrophe, wouldn't that mean he wasn't traversing worlds, but rather time? In any case, 379 years ago, a red meteor streaked across the sky, and since then, human material civilization began to regress. Chu Mu-yun spoke as if reciting a well-established line. stating that humanity's most proud technological achievements were the first to collapse: photolithography machines, spaceships, and superweapons capable of exterminating worlds. Are you saying that human civilization is regressing? That's right. People before the Great Catastrophe discovered that they could no longer manufacture new things, as if the most fundamental scientific principles inside them had all failed. Even if they perfectly assembled each component, there was no difference from before. It just couldn't operate. As time passed, more and more things became useless: mobile phones, computers, high-speed trains, and large-scale power plants. Panic spread through human society. They did not know how far their material civilization would regress. In this fear, they began to kill each other. Wait, Chen Ling interrupted Chu Muyun. The regression of material civilization should be a dilemma faced by all humanity. Why didn't they unite and cooperate to overcome difficulties, but instead turned on each other? They united, but it was useless. Chu Muyun paused for a moment, and I also mentioned that they possessed some kind of superweapons capable of exterminating worlds. But not every country had them. Once these weapons became ineffective, and everyone's technological civilization regressed to the same level, the original balance of power would be broken. Strong nations would no longer be strong, and weak nations would no longer be weak. In order to protect their positions, resources, and wealth, strong nations would choose to launch all superweapons to eliminate weak nations that did not possess these weapons. Chen Ling seemed to realize something. World War? Chen Ling certainly understood the importance of nuclear weapons to strong nations. If they first learned that all countries' technological levels would regress to the same starting line, they would inevitably initiate war, because losing their weapons meant losing deterrence, and other countries would inevitably either oil, wealth, and other resources. What you said is basically correct. But strong nations do not just attack weak nations, they also attack each other. Because if the technological level truly regresses severely, then human resources become the real determinant of a nation's survival. To balance the strength of each country, they must weaken the populations of nations with differing stances as much as possible. The crystallization of hundreds of years of human civilization ultimately devolved into pure killing machines under the tide of regression. Chen Ling remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, "The intersection with the Gray Realm is not the fundamental cause of the Great Catastrophe. Humanity's mutual slaughter is." After that Great Catastrophe, the world was left in ruins. The survivors thought that the world had a new order, only to find that just a few days later, the Gray Realm began to intersect with reality. Pollution from the unknown world eroded the land, and fierce disasters slaughtered living beings. The already exhausted human society suffered devastating blows. After that, there were no longer divisions among nations. Survivors gathered together to establish 9 bases. Later, they mastered methods to resist the intersection with the Gray Realm, and the 9 bases gradually expanded into today's 9 major realms. I see. Chen Ling sighed deeply. Wait, if what Chu Muyun said is true, doesn't that mean his parents would also perish in the Great Catastrophe? Not just his parents. All his relatives, friends, and colleagues he knew would be caught up in this calamity. How many could survive? Those people standing on the street watching the news would never have thought that the world would soon undergo a huge change. Chen Ling's eyes trembled slightly. Now he knew everything that happened in that era. He knew that almost everyone he cared about would perish, yet he was powerless. That era was nearly 400 years ago. Now that he knows, what can he do? You tell me all this, and then what? Then, it is the only purpose of our Twilight Society, and also the justice we believe in. Chu Muyun pointed to the door outside. What do you think of the Aurora Realm? Chen Ling's mind immediately conjured up the image of Wu Yudong limping, the rickshaw puller's disdain for the enforcers, the ruthless and arrogant people of Ice Spring Street, and the enforcers colluding with them for profit. It's chaotic. In the end, he could only squeeze out those 2 words. What if I told you that compared to other realms, the Aurora Realm is actually much better? Chen Ling was stunned. The Twilight Society gathers a group of pathetic individuals rejected by society. In the eyes of the world, we may be seen as madmen, failures, or executioners. Our only commonality is complete despair towards this era. So, we gather together, and then what? Chen Ling asked. The dim yellow sunset gradually sank into the earth, and half of Chu Muyun's face was cast in shadow. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, word by word. Reverse the era, restart the world. Chapter 48, Formless, reverse the era, restart the world? Chen Ling understood each of these 8 words, but together, he did not grasp their meaning. It's the literal meaning. Chu Muyun said slowly, to reverse everything from the Great Catastrophe to the present, allowing human civilization to return to the day the Red Star descended. Are you saying to trace back time? Not tracing back, but restarting. There is a significant difference between the two. Chen Ling looked at Chu Muyun in disbelief. Is this even possible? Haven't you already seen it? Chu Muyun pointed to the disc in Chen Ling's hand. Our attempts result. In Chen Ling's mind, he immediately recalled the scene of inserting the disc into the snow and traveling back to his previous life. Undoubtedly, that was the world he once existed in. The era when the Red Star had just descended. The Twilight Society perfectly restored it and sealed it within this disc. How did you manage to do that? The idea of restarting the world is nothing but a fantasy to Chen Ling, yet he happens to be a first-hand experiencer. This process is quite complex. Despite our efforts so far, we have only completed this 2-hour save file, but we have found a way. One day, we will let this save file replace history and restart the world. But if the world can really be restarted, then you should represent justice. Why are you being hunted by the 9 major human domains? Why not join forces with them? Chen Ling retorted. Chu Muyin smiled. He pushed up his glasses and calmly replied, "You will understand in the future." Chen Ling fell silent for a moment and nodded slightly. "I have already told you the most basic concept of the Twilight Society." Chu Muyun's eyes fixed on Chen Ling. "Now you need to make a decision. Will you join us and become the highest level of wanted criminal in the 9 major domains, living a life of constant upheaval, despised and feared by the world? Or will you leave?" Chen Ling's eyes flickered. After a brief pause, he slowly raised his head and firmly stated, "I will join. Reverse the era, restart the world." For others, the Great Catastrophe is merely a description in history, but for Chen Ling, it means that everything belonging to him will be obliterated. He does not like this world, does not like this era. He wants to return to where he belongs, to honor his parents and live a stable life. More importantly, he wants to change the established history so that his father, relatives, and friends can live well. He wants to go home. Hearing these 3 words, Chu Muyun smiled slightly. He took out 3 playing cards from his pocket and laid them on the table. Spade 6, Heart 6, Club 6. What is this? Joining the Twilight Society means completely severing ties with one's past for many of our members, including their names, families, and identities. They use the face of the playing cards to represent themselves. You can choose one too. Why are they all 6? The number represents seniority. The earlier you join, the higher the number. For your batch, it starts with 6. Chu Muyun shrugged. Actually, 6 is quite good. I joined a few years earlier, and I only got a 7. Then why are there only 3 suits? What about diamonds? 2 months ago, a newcomer joined and took the diamonds. All right. Chen Ling's gaze swept over the 3 playing cards, and he instinctively touched his chest, feeling empty underneath the skin. I choose Heart 6. Chu Muyun raised an eyebrow, nodded, and pushed the playing card in front of Chen Ling. Then, welcome to the Twilight Society, Heart 6. The woman who had been silently sitting in the corner began to clap at the right moment. Chen Ling looked at her with a strange expression. The woman yawned and turned her head away. Is she also a member of the Twilight Society? What card does she have? She has no divine path or any other abilities. She's just an ordinary person, so she is only a peripheral member responsible for message transmission. Basically, every domain and city has them. What about you? What card do you have? Spade 7. Chen Ling nodded. He looked at the Heart 6 in his hand, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality, as if he had casually drawn a playing card from a store and had become a wanted member of the Twilight Society just hours ago, when he had firmly believed it was a cult. That save file, there are only 3 copies in the entire Twilight Society, one for the Red King, one for the Gray King, and this one is temporarily kept with you, but it can only be opened once a month. Otherwise, it will damage the contents inside. What should I do next? Chen Ling asked. Where do I report? Do I need to go through procedures and then stay in some dormitory? Chu Muyun shook his head in silence. The Twilight Society is a club, and the management of members' personal behavior is quite loose. You can do whatever you want, as long as you complete the tasks as quickly as possible when assigned, and disguise yourself well to ensure you are not discovered by the human domains. Speaking of disguise, you should be the best at it. Me? Didn't you step onto the divine path of acting? Disguising yourself as different roles should be your strong suit. Chu Muyun said naturally. Moreover, your skills seem to be even more perverse than normal acting paths. Chen Ling recalled something and touched his chin. With a thought, he tore off his entire face. Under the astonished gaze of the woman, 2 identical Chu Muyuns sat facing each other. That's right, this is it. The left Chu Muyun nodded. After stepping onto the divine path, every time you advance a level, you will automatically master a corresponding skill. The skills will vary depending on the path you choose. You have taken a twisted divine path, so your skills should be unique. I see. The right Chu Muyun looked down at his body, noticing that even his clothing and voice had changed. If the woman hadn't known their seating arrangement in advance, she wouldn't be able to tell which one was the real Spade 7. As far as I know, the first level skill of a regular acting path is called Thousand Faces, which allows for free facial and vocal changes, but cannot transform into objects. Yet you can do all of that. Chu Muyin paused. You are the only one who has taken this path. Aren't you going to give this skill a name? Thousand Faces. Chen Ling thought for a moment. In that case, my skill will be called Formless. Formless, without shape, form arises from the heart. Your divine path is quite strange. Although the ability is powerful, the side effects are also very obvious. If nothing unexpected happens, every time you advance, you will trigger short-term mental confusion, which is something to particularly watch out for. Mental confusion? Did I experience that when I advanced? Chen Ling didn't remember the process of becoming a gun barrel and slaughtering after Chen Yan. Chu Muyin briefly described it to him, then glanced at the dim night outside and slowly stood up. It's about time. I need to go. Where to? Back to Aurora City. I have tasks there. While speaking, Chu Muyun took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Ling. What is this? This is your task, Chu Muyun replied seriously. It is a task personally assigned to you by the Red King. Perhaps only you in the entire Twilight Society can complete it. Chapter 49. The Price of Progress. When Ling came out of Xiaofang's grocery store, it was already dark. Chu Muyun waved at him and walked straight toward Aurora City, while Ling stood at the store's entrance, watching him leave before heading in another direction. The heavy snow had stopped, but what followed was the biting cold of melting snow. Ling walked along the deserted snow-covered path, his breath misting in the darkness. His right hand rubbed the disc in his pocket, and a bright light flickered in his eyes. Restart. Ling took a deep breath and resolutely walked into the darkness. With a clear goal, the shadows cast by the audience seemed to diminish significantly. What does it matter how the actors on stage perform? What does it matter if they interfere in life? Unless you kill me, I will definitely return. Even if I have to die, I will die on the way home. Before that, he must grow quickly and conceal his identity as a member of the Twilight Society. Becoming an enforcer seems like a good choice. The Twilight Society does not resist members joining other organizations. In fact, it encourages it, as it means members can better hide themselves and even help other members through their positions. I participate, I cause trouble, I run away. This policy is indeed not wrong. Ling chuckled self-deprecatingly. He returned home, lit the kerosene lamp on the table, and the orange flame illuminated the empty room. The cold wind seeped through the gaps in the wooden walls, producing a low, buzzing sound. Ling sat down at the table, took out the envelope given to him by Chu Muyun, and carefully read it by the light. Mixed into the ancient military vault. To steal fragments of the military foundation? Ling raised an eyebrow in surprise. The letter detailed a part of the map of the ancient military vault, with a corner marked in red. If nothing went wrong, that was what the Red King wanted him to steal. Ling finally understood why Chu Muyun said that among the entire Twilight Society, only he could complete this task. Because only Ling was an enforcer, and he had just passed the assessment with the highest score, qualifying as an enforcer eligible to enter the ancient military vault. At the same time, he also possessed the skill, no form. Other than Ling, no one else would have the opportunity to enter the ancient military vault. But why did the Twilight Society want the fragments of the military foundation? Ling continued reading. The Red King did not explain this in the letter, only telling him that a member of the Twilight Society would meet him at that time, coordinating with his movements and providing backup. After reading everything, Ling pondered for a moment and then held the letter to the candle flame. The paper curled, and the bright light reflected on Ling's face, flickering silently in the dark. That night, after Ling fell asleep, he did not enter the theater. He had a dream. He dreamed that he returned to the time before the great disaster, back to the familiar doorstep of his home, standing in the elevator, watching his mother holding his portrait, weeping inconsolably. Ling felt his heart twist in pain, even though his chest felt empty. "Mom, I'm not dead," Ling murmured as he stepped out of the elevator, wanting to embrace the family member he missed the most. "Mom, I'm still alive. I want all of you to be alive." Just as his foot was about to cross the elevator door, the elevator car suddenly plummeted. A strong sense of weightlessness enveloped Ling, and he struggled helplessly in the car, seeing the elevator shaft seemingly stretching infinitely. In the endless descent, he could only see his home fading away wildly. Boom. Ling fell to the ground. It was an endless darkness. The light of home seemed to have turned into stars, twinkling in the unreachable sky. Ling stood in the dark, like an ant cast into an abyss, foolishly reaching out, trying to touch the starry sky. Just when despair filled his heart, a blood-red divine path extended from beneath his feet, reaching all the way to the stars he could not reach. That was his way home. A twisted, bizarre, crimson road, with countless pairs of scarlet eyes watching him from both sides, full of mockery. At that moment, Ling stood on the first step of the staircase, wanting to quickly climb to a higher place. But just as he planned to take the next step, he found that no matter what, he could not step onto the next step. Ling was stunned. He looked down and saw that on this stone step, there was a crooked line of small words written. Complete a performance involving at least 50 participants, and ensure that no one survives after the performance ends. The moment he saw these words, Ling's confusion deepened. He looked back and suddenly found that on the steps he had already walked past, there was also a line of small words. Lose the one who loves you the most, and become him. A line crossed over this small text, like a completed performance checklist, trampled beneath his feet. Ling seemed to understand something. He looked again at the twisted road leading to the sky, fear emerging in his eyes. This was a living road, a monstrous road. In the next moment, everything around him shattered. At midnight, Ling woke up from his dream, his face pale as he sat on the bed for a moment, then rushed down to the desk, picked up paper and pen, as if afraid of forgetting. He quickly wrote down the words on the next stone step. Complete a performance involving at least 50 participants, and ensure that no one survives after the performance ends. Was this the price of advancing on the twisted divine path, or a condition? Ling muttered to himself. He knew that everything that just happened was not as simple as a dream. The fact that he had not entered the theater after falling asleep today was itself an anomaly. Perhaps this dream was a hint from his divine path, or perhaps from a yin. This road was different from other divine paths. It would make your life twisted and rugged. Chen Ling recalled what Chun Yin said before he stepped onto the twisted divine path, falling into deep thought. Other people's divine paths should not have such price-like things, otherwise. Chu Muyin should have warned him today. So, were these small words on the steps unique to his twisted divine path? Was this what Chun Yin referred to as twisted and rugged? Chen Ling looked at the line of words he wrote on the paper, his expression complex. But now that he had stepped onto this road, and this road would be his only way to escape the audience, as well as his only choice to return home. But even so, how was he supposed to complete this terrifying performance involving at least 50 participants? Chen Ling sat at the desk, pondering for a long time. He seemed to have thought of something and slowly wrote 4 characters behind that sentence. Ancient military vault. Then, he wrote a question mark. The pen tip paused at the last dot of the question mark, the dark ink spreading on the page, and Chen Ling sat there like a statue, motionless. The aurora swirled in the sky outside the window, and Chen Ling did not notice that at this moment in the grand theater inside his mind, countless shadows seated in the audience were slightly smiling, as if they were laughing. Chapter 50, Enthusiastic Zone 3, Enforcer Headquarters. Chen Ling, right? An enforcer carefully verified Chen Ling's identity and handed him 2 sets of black and red uniforms along with an enforcer's credential. After changing clothes, Chen Ling had lunch at the headquarters, and in the afternoon, he took an oath of office in the headquarters square. Then came the leader's speeches. This entire process made Chen Ling feel increasingly like he had returned to modern society. Even after nearly 400 years since the Great Disaster, some habits of humanity had still been preserved, offering glimpses of the civilization before the disaster. The only thing that surprised Chen Ling was that the speaker was not Han Meng, but another 2-stripe enforcer he had rarely seen. Where was Commander Han Meng? Why wasn't he the one speaking? Nearby, another enforcer raised the question. Don't you know? I heard that the enforcer in Zone 3 rebelled a couple of days ago. It's that Ma Zhong, who plotted against Commander Han Meng along with 2 other enforcers, only to be killed on the spot. Ah, is that true? Of course it's true. It's said that night, Commander Han Meng was furious and executed Ma Zhong and the others on the spot before the formal documents were issued in Aurora City, along with killing over 50 enforcers who had ties with them. Haven't you noticed that there are significantly fewer enforcers here today? Wow, killing so many people at once. Isn't that like cutting off the arms of Zone 3's enforcers? Is Commander Han Meng that ruthless? Now there are only 2 enforcers left in the entire Zone 3. One is Commander Han Meng, and the other is this Shi Renjia on stage. This Shi Renjia was personally promoted by Commander Han Meng. Although he is only a 2-stripe, his background is clean. However, I heard that because Commander Han Meng failed to report in time and took matters into his own hands, Aurora City is very angry and may deal with him during this period. So that's why he couldn't show up? Alas, what a pity. Hearing the conversation nearby, Chen Ling raised his eyebrows slightly. He suddenly remembered what Han Meng said at his home yesterday afternoon after a long silence. Whether you believe me or not, I have always been fulfilling my duties. If you really feel that this world lacks justice, why not become it yourself? Previously, Chu Muyun's evaluation of Han Meng was also that he had a sense of justice, so it seems that Han Meng really has something. After the law enforcer Shi Renjia finished speaking, he began assigning tasks to the newcomers, as well as the streets they would be responsible for patrolling from now on. Chen Ling, as the only law enforcer from Hanshuang Street this year, was naturally assigned to Hanshuang Street. After Han Meng cleared the law enforcers in District 3, the internal situation of the law enforcers had indeed become much cleaner. While thinking about this, Chen Ling walked out of headquarters and headed straight to Hanshuang Street. On his first day as a law enforcer, he needed to patrol his assigned street to familiarize the residents with himself, which was also a form of asserting dominance, as per the internal regulations of the law enforcers. Since he put on this uniform and walked out of the law enforcer headquarters, passers-by on the street would avoid him, not even daring to make eye contact. Would you like a peach, sir? An old voice came from the side. Chen Ling turned to see a frail old woman pushing a wooden cart full of peaches, her voice hoarse. No, thank you. Chen Ling waved his hand to refuse. Sir, you should try it. I brought these peaches from District 4 this morning. They are both good and cheap. She grabbed Chen Ling's collar, her cloudy eyes full of pleading. Following her figure, Chen Ling noticed that there was also a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes lying on the fruit cart, shivering in the cold wind. Just take a bite. If it's not good, you won't have to pay. She picked out the largest peach from the cart, wiped it carefully with her clothes for a moment, and handed it to Chen Ling. Chen Ling did not eat it, as he was unsure if there was anything hidden inside the peach, like poison. When this thought flashed through his mind, he was shocked because he was not like this before. If it were the him before the Great Disaster, or even just yesterday, he would have lent a helping hand. Even if he could not do much, at least he could buy a few peaches to show some kindness. This was his compassion and perseverance, and now, these things seemed to be fading little by little. Chen Ling met the old woman's gaze for a moment, and then spoke. How much are the peaches? 1 copper coin per pound. Give me 2 pounds. Chen Ling expressionlessly took out 2 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to her. The old woman immediately accepted the coins with both hands, bowed repeatedly to Chen Ling while thanking him, and then picked out a few of the largest peaches and put them into a bag. Meanwhile, Chen Ling suddenly spoke. That child has a fever. Take him to get some medicine. With the secret eye, Chen Ling could see that the baby on the cart was not in a good state and reminded her. The old woman paused, and a look of struggle and guilt appeared in her eyes as she looked at the baby, but she still said nothing, silently picking 2 more peaches for Chen Ling. She did not weigh them, but Chen Ling could tell with the naked eye that the 2 bags of peaches definitely weighed more than 2 pounds. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. She continued to thank Chen Ling as she pushed the cart forward. Until she encountered the next passerby, she hurriedly ran up to them, pleading, Sir, would you like some peaches? Brought from District 4. The cold wind made her and the baby's faces red, but it did not topple her frail body. Chen Ling touched his pocket and shook his head helplessly. He only bought 2 pounds purely because he had only 2 copper coins left in his pocket. The silver coins he got from Qian Fan had long been lost in the blood-soaked courtyard. As soon as he stepped onto Han Huang Street, he noticed that many people were secretly standing at their doorsteps, looking in this direction. When they saw Chen Ling approaching in uniform, they began to whisper among themselves. Oh, it's Officer Chen Ling. The first shop on the street was the cake shop that Chen Ling had visited before. The owner, seeing Chen Ling coming, immediately put on a flattering smile. Officer Chen Ling, you look so handsome in that uniform. Li boss. Chen Ling naturally walked to the door of the shop, looking at the residents of Han Huang Street at their doorsteps, and asked, What's going on? Oh, everyone came out to see you. See me? Yes. The law enforcer who was originally responsible for patrolling Han Huang Street was said to have been killed by Officer Han Meng. Today is also the day for the new law enforcer to take office, so everyone wants to see who will be in charge of this street from now on. When the list of law enforcers who passed the assessment was announced that day, everyone guessed it might be you. After all, you are from Han Huang Street. Here you are? You really came. Chapter 51. Peaches hearing this, Chen Ling finally understood the context and nodded slightly. Officer Chen Ling. Li Boss looked around and took out a small bag of oiled paper from the cabinet, handing it to Chen Ling. This is a little token from our shop. Please accept it. If you want cake in the future, just let me know, and I'll personally deliver it to your home. Chen Ling slightly narrowed his eyes, opened the oiled paper, and 2 silver coins that still smelled of cream fell into his palm. His brows immediately furrowed, seeing Chen Ling frown. The observant Li Boss felt a pang of anxiety and immediately spoke up. Officer Chen Ling, this month there have been heavy rains, heavy snow, and disasters invading. My shop really hasn't made much money. Next month, it will definitely be better. Looking at the 2 silver coins in his hand, Chen Ling seemed to understand what the residents of Han Huang Street had been whispering about earlier. Just as Chen Ling was about to speak, several figures walked out from the surrounding shops. Officer Chen Ling, I'm from the tailor shop across the street. Just call me Xiao Su. Officer Chen Ling, do you remember me? I fixed the plumbing at your home before. My hardware store is right next door. This is a little token of my appreciation. Officer Chen Ling, you look so handsome. Come visit our shop sometime. We have plenty of beautiful girls there. It seemed that seeing Li Boss take the lead, other shop owners followed suit. All of them wearing broad smiles, holding oiled paper, and reaching out to Chen Ling judging by the weight. It appeared that these shop owners had discussed this beforehand. Each shop was giving 2 silver coins, except for the middle-aged woman who invited Chen Ling to visit her shop, who stuffed him with 5 coins and gave him a knowing look. In just a few seconds, the silver coins in Chen Ling's hands had nearly reached 20. If converted to pre-catastrophe standards, that would be 5,000 RMB already, and this was only just stepping into the street. At that moment, Chen Ling suddenly understood why law enforcers like Ma Zhong could buy such luxurious mansions in District 2. If an ordinary law enforcer could so openly and brazenly reap such benefits from their position, how terrifying would Ma Zhong's earnings be as a law enforcer who held absolute power in District 3? Not to mention, his interests also involved the black market of Ice Spring Street. From the residents' reactions on Han Huang Street, it seemed that this kind of thing was quite common in the Aurora domain. Sorry, I can't accept it. Chen Ling shook his head, hearing these 5 words. The crowd's faces turned white, and after exchanging glances, they cautiously spoke up. Then, does that mean? It means nothing. I just won't accept it. Chen Ling directly placed the money back on the cake counter, withdrew, and continued walking toward the other end of Han Huang Street. The expressions of the many shop owners grew increasingly grim. They gritted their teeth and pulled out a few more silver coins from their pockets, stuffing them into their oiled paper, and hurriedly chased after him. Commander Chen Ling, our revenue this month is indeed not good. Please show some mercy and let us off for a month. Yes, Commander Chen Ling, we are all neighbors on the same street. Please be lenient. If you don't take this money, we won't feel secure. What if other law enforcers come by? We have no one to protect us here. The voices of a few people speaking grew quieter, but Chen Ling's heart became clearer. What they were offering was not just money, but another form of protection fee. They wanted to continue operating in Area 3, and it was impossible without protection. If he refused their money, they would feel even more insecure. They thought Chen Ling's refusal was purely because the offered amount was too small. Accepting it was not an option, but refusing it wasn't either. Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, and a thought suddenly surged in his mind. You want to use this to test the cadres? He said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the other bosses were instantly dumbfounded. How much do you want? Just tell me a number. Ling, have never been interested in money. Then what do you want? Just say it, and we'll prepare it immediately. Ling slowly took a peach out of the convenience bag and handed it to Boss Lee. I want this, exactly the same peach. Bring me a truckload. After finishing his sentence, Ling turned around and left. If these bosses were smart, they should inquire where to buy this peach. It wouldn't be hard to find the old lady selling peaches on the next street. This way, they could pay the old lady and also get peaches for themselves. Finding peace of mind. This plan is perfect, Ling thought to himself, as his figure gradually faded away. The gazes of the bosses fell on the peach in Boss Lee's hand. Two of them suddenly felt weak in the knees and collapsed to the ground. Ichi said, have us bring him this kind of peach? The hardware store owner, a tough guy at 1.8 meters tall, was so scared his lips turned purple. He calls this a peach? At this moment, in Boss Lee's hand, a bright red human heart slowly stopped beating. Audience expectation level 2. When Ling saw these words appear in the snowy ground, he was taken aback. Why on earth did the audience expectation level rise again? Ling furrowed his brows and replayed all the things he had just done, still unable to find where the expectation level had increased. Could it be that the audience was causing trouble again? While Ling pondered suspiciously, he continued deeper into Frosty Street. And more shop owners came forward wanting to build good relations. Ling handed the peaches from his bag to them, telling them he only accepted this, then turned around and left. The effect of giving out peaches seemed better than Ling had imagined. After each distribution, those bosses stopped chasing after him, likely going to find places to buy peaches. Audience expectation level 2. Audience expectation level 2. Audience expectation level. Watching the expectation levels increase, Ling furrowed his brows tighter. He seemed to sense something and looked down at the bag in his hand. Only one peach remained, lying inside, smooth and juicy, exuding a fragrant aroma. Ling picked up the peach and examined it for a while, finding no issue, so he carefully took a bite. Sweet. Meanwhile, across the street, in a house peeking at Ling through the window, the hostess rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Ling finished the peach in a few bites. And by now, he had almost walked through all of Frosty Street. Seeing it was getting late, he headed straight for his own alley. Upon returning to his doorstep, he noticed that Zhao's breakfast shop diagonally across had pulled down its metal shutters, which surprised him a bit. Logically, even if Uncle Zhao wasn't operating at this time, he should still have the door open to prepare ingredients for tomorrow. Ling didn't think much of it and went straight home, changed out of his black and red uniform, and sat on the eaves at his front door. He didn't know how long had passed. He looked at the empty street, lost in thought. Why hadn't anyone come to deliver peaches yet? Chapter 52. The Demon Law Enforcer? At this moment, in a shop on Frosty Street, dozens of bosses gathered together, each with a furrowed brow, as if the world was about to end. Did he really say he wants identical peaches? One boss tentatively spoke. That's right. He told me the same thing. When he passed me that heart, it was still dripping blood. I almost fainted, you know? But where are we supposed to get him a human heart? He can't possibly want us to prepare a live sacrifice, right? This is bizarre. The last law enforcer, although domineering, at least we could solve it with money. But what does Ling want with a human heart? Today, my neighbor told me they saw Ling walking down the street, finishing a heart in just a few bites. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. And images of Ling grinning while tearing apart a heart flooded their minds, causing the room's temperature to drop suddenly. Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed their saliva. The more timid bosses trembled all over. He likes to eat human hearts? Isn't that what demons do in stories? If he doesn't like to eat them, why would he walk around with such a big bag of hearts? So where did he get all those human hearts from? Wait, the more you say, the weirder it gets. Uncle Zhao, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, couldn't help but speak up. I know Ling well. I've watched him grow up. He is a good kid. How could he be as sinister as you say? Did you all see it wrong? Impossible. So many of us saw it. Should we report him to the law enforcers? Are you crazy? Report him to the law enforcers? Ling is a law enforcer himself. Do you want to be ripped open on the street and have your heart eaten? The boss who suggested it shuddered and fell silent. So what should we do next? We can't really get him a human heart, right? The crowd exchanged heated words, and the atmosphere of panic and confusion thickened. In the end, no one spoke anymore. They all bowed their heads in silence, seemingly considering whether to move away. But even if they moved, where could they go? Could they afford houses in other streets? How about this? An older boss slowly spoke. It's definitely impossible to offer a human heart. Boss Xiao, you're in the butchering business, right? Why don't you get a few pig hearts and chicken hearts to send over and see his reaction? Pig hearts and chicken hearts. Will that work? What if it doesn't? We can't get the kind of peaches he wants either. Let us observe the situation first. Anyway, everyone must avoid provoking him. I have a feeling he is more ruthless than any law enforcer we've encountered before. Understood. Ling waited until dark, but still didn't receive any peaches. What went wrong in the process? Did it really take this long to buy a few peaches? Ling was baffled. Just as he was about to get up, close the door, and rest, a figure walked up to his doorstep. Seeing the person's appearance, Chun Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Commander Han Ming? Why are you here again? Han Ming was not wearing the black trench coat with the 4 patterns today, but was dressed in plain clothes. Perhaps because of this, Chun Ling didn't feel the pressure from him this time, as if the person standing in front of him was just an ordinary young man. I came to deliver documents. The quota for you to go to the Bingdao Ancient Repository has been approved, Han Ming said, holding a piece of paper between his fingers, speaking calmly. What? You're not inviting me in for a seat? Chun Ling hesitated for a moment, but still stood up and opened a path. If it were before, Chun Ling wouldn't have let Han Ming into the house, but after hearing those things at headquarters today, his impression of Han Ming has changed. Han Ming naturally sat down at the table, glanced at the neatly folded enforcer uniforms beside him, and casually asked, how does it feel to be an enforcer on your first day? The power of an enforcer is greater than I imagined, Chun Ling replied lightly. I'm not used to it. That's normal. Many people, after becoming enforcers, get overwhelmed by the sudden power and benefits, leading them to become corrupt. But you haven't. And I didn't misjudge you on this point. How do you know I haven't? Han Ming looked at the still drafty house and fell silent. Of course, being too weak isn't a good thing either. It makes the public think you're easy to bully. You must establish authority appropriately. As Han Ming was speaking, a figure on a bicycle passed by Chun Ling's doorstep. Perhaps the entrance was too slippery. He fell with a thud. He cursed, prepared to ride away. But upon seeing the house and Chun Ling inside, his expression changed instantly. I'm sorry, Officer Chun Ling. I'm truly sorry for disturbing your rest. Without saying another word, he knelt on the ground, banging his head 3 times. Then, he scrambled to his feet and fled the alley as if escaping for his life, leaving his bicycle idling at Chun Ling's doorstep. Han Ming was silent for a long time. You've established quite the authority. Chun Ling recognized that the man who had fled in panic was the shop owner he had met earlier in the afternoon, to whom he had given a peach. But he couldn't understand why the other party looked like he had seen a ghost upon seeing him. Let's get to business. Han Ming handed a document to Chun Ling. Tomorrow noon, gather with several other enforcers at the headquarters in Area 3 to prepare for a trip to the ancient military vault. Is it that soon? It had only been 2 or 3 days since the martial arts test ended, and he had just put on the enforcer uniform. Yet he was already being arranged to go to the ancient military vault? Originally, the ancient military vault opens 3 months from now, but this year is an exception. Han Ming paused for a moment. Yesterday, Areas 5 and 6 experienced a massive gray realm convergence, resulting in the emergence of a 5th-tier disaster. Almost all the enforcers from those 2 areas perished. Another gray realm convergence? Chun Ling exclaimed in shock. Wasn't it said that gray realm convergences are rare within human territories? It used to be, but recently the Aurora realm has been quite abnormal. Chun Ling recalled that Chu Mu Yun had mentioned something similar before. Not long ago, there had been an unprecedented heavy rain that caused a gray realm convergence in the mass grave, and the heavy snow in recent days had led to a large-scale convergence in Areas 5 and 6. It seemed that every chaotic celestial phenomenon triggered a convergence. Is it related to celestial phenomena? Chun Ling asked tentatively. Maybe. Han Ming seemed to think of something, his eyes narrowing. And the Twilight Society has also made an appearance. Upon hearing the name Twilight Society, Chun Ling's heart stirred, and he casually asked, Twilight Society? What is that? Chapter 53. The Court of Judgment, a fanatical and evil organization that advocates destruction. Wherever they appear, disaster and misfortune are sure to follow. So serious? You haven't seen them. Although the members of the Twilight Society are few, each one is insane. Han Ming recalled the time he was toyed with by Plum Blossom 8, his eyes growing colder. This incident in Areas 3, 5, and 6 was also caused by them. Chun Ling began to probe. That shouldn't be the case. Han Ming shook his head. They can't actively summon the Gray Realm. That's the means of the Scarlet Sky cult. Then what disasters and misfortunes did they bring to the Aurora Realm? Chun Ling tried to keep his tone as innocent as possible, not wanting Han Ming to think he was fishing for more information about the Twilight Society. However, Han Ming was clever and seemed to catch a hint of something unusual. He stared at Chun Ling for a long time, not answering his question, but said seriously, Chun Ling, you'd better not develop any curiosity about this organization, nor should you make any form of contact with them. They are extremely dangerous and skilled at brainwashing. You just need to know that once you encounter a member of the Twilight Society, the further away you stay from them, the better. Do you understand? Unfortunately, a newly initiated member of the Twilight Society is sitting right in front of you. Seeing that Han Ming had gone this far, Chun Ling decided not to pursue the matter further and nodded calmly. In any case, Areas 5 and 6 have suffered extremely heavy losses. Preliminary statistics show that over 3,000 people have died in this disaster, and with the complete annihilation of the enforcers, these 2 major districts are practically ruined. Even if Aurora City urgently reallocates enforcers to fill the gaps, there still aren't enough personnel. So they advanced the opening time of the ancient military vault to recover quickly? Exactly. Enforcers have one chance to enter the ancient military vault 3 years after they are formally appointed. There's a chance to be selected by the divine path to enter the vault early, which means being able to quickly gain a new batch of enforcers. Although they will only be first tier. This time, there are a total of 70 enforcers dispatched from the 7 major districts, along with those sent from Aurora City. You will need to take a boat across the frozen sea to reach the very edge of the Aurora realm, where the ancient military vault is located. At the same time, 3 enforcers from Aurora City will lead the team to ensure your safety. What is the ancient military vault like? The ancient military vault is vast, but the area for your trials only occupies a small portion. You'll know the specifics once you get there. Han Ming glanced at the time and said lightly, "It's getting late. Get some rest and conserve your strength. And if you encounter any issues in the vault, don't be too cautious. You are an enforcer from our Area 3, and even if you stir up some trouble, I will back you up. Don't embarrass us in Area 3. Hearing this, Chen was taken aback. Before he could ask anything, Han Ming turned and left. Chen carefully pondered Han Ming's last sentence. It seemed to imply something? Perhaps that was the purpose of his visit today. After thinking for a moment, Chen shook his head, turned, and lay down on the bed, gradually sinking into sleep. Damn, can't I just have a good dream? Chen opened his eyes to see the spotlight above him and sighed inwardly. After last night's dream, he almost thought he wouldn't have to report to the theater every night anymore and could sleep peacefully. Unexpectedly, he was back. Chen crawled up from the stage and walked straight to the screen, clicking the treasure chest button in the corner. After completing the first act last time, he still had a designated roll lottery opportunity that hadn't been used. Now that he was about to head to the ancient military vault, having an extra skill for self-defense would always be good. As the stirring music played, Chen turned and walked to the table, where countless cards flew around and finally landed neatly face down on the table. Please write down the name of the character you wish to draw on the paper. A line of small text appeared on the paper. Chen held the white paper in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally wrote down 2 characters, Han Ming. Since it was a designated character, Chen naturally chose the one with the highest potential. And the only 2 divine path holders beside him were Chu Mu Yun and Han Ming. Compared to healing divine path, war god path was definitely more skilled in combat. At least that's what he thought. Moreover, Chen already had a killing dance, and getting another war god skill would make the 2 complement each other better. If possible, Chen even wanted to replicate a complete judgment path. In this way, he could be considered a dual practitioner of the drama god path and the war god path. As the 2 characters Han Ming appeared on the paper, all the cards on the table disappeared, leaving only 12 cards lined up, which represented all the skills owned by Han Ming. Among them, 1 card was gray and could not be selected. According to Chen Han Ming was a 4-pattern law enforcer, corresponding to the 4th level of the divine warrior path. Among these 12 cards, only 4 were blue divine path skill cards, while the others were likely ordinary skills like culinary tracking. As for the unselectable card, it should be the killing dance that Chen already possessed. A probability of 3 out of 11. No, the screen indicated that there would be some enhancement based on the total audience expectation value from the previous performance. Chen rubbed his hands and, after hesitating for a moment, finally chose one of the cards. Skill, Judgment Court, Affiliation, Divine Warrior Path, Judgment, Path, 4th level. Character, Han Ming. Here it comes. Upon seeing this skill, the scene of Han Ming battling the red paper monster, where he shattered its body with 3 shots, immediately flashed in Chen mind. If nothing went wrong, this should be one of the core skills of the Judgment Path. As Chen absorbed the card, all the information regarding this skill suddenly appeared in his mind. Unlike Killing Dance, this was a domain-type skill, and using it would consume the user's mental energy. Speaking of which, whether it was Formless or Secret Eye, Chen had felt no burden when using them. However, after using Killing Dance for just a few seconds, he would feel extremely fatigued. Skills from the 1st to 3rd levels were all based on physical attributes, while those above the 4th level required mental energy. Chen pondered. He wondered if his current 1st level mental energy could support him in using Judgment Court once. Chapter 54. Chen woke up and glanced at the time. It was about what he expected. He walked to the headquarters of the law enforcers in Zone 3. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure approaching. Chen, you finally made it. Jiang Qin checked the list and said, now we have everyone. Chen still remembered Jiang Qin, the law enforcer. On the night the house was destroyed by the red paper monster, Jiang Qin had asked him questions and mentioned that he could reach out anytime if there were issues, making him one of the few law enforcers Chen had a good impression of. Chen glanced around. Besides himself and Jiang Qin, there were only 2 others, both from the same batch of candidates who participated in the martial arts test, so they were somewhat familiar. Commander Jiang, are we the only ones going this time? Chen asked, along with the other 2 candidates. They were the top 3 from this year's law enforcer exam, and according to Han Ming's agreement, they naturally had the qualifications to go to the ancient military path repository. However, it was expected that there would be other veteran law enforcers from the 3-year term participating as well. Yeah, just us. Jiang Qin shrugged. Originally, there were 5 or 6 of my peers going together, but a couple of days ago, they were caught colluding with Mahjong, and all of them were taken care of by Meng Go. Chen replied. The situation in our Zone 3 is already quite good. Look at the law enforcers in Zones 5 and 6. Either they are dead or disabled. The total number of those who can go doesn't even add up to 5. Jiang Qin was quite optimistic. He put away the personnel list and led Chen Ling and the others straight outside. Commander Jiang, how do we get to the ancient military path repository? One of Chen Ling's peers asked. Chen Ling remembered his name. It seemed to be Zhong Yaoguang. The ancient military path repository is in the frozen sea on the northern border of the Aurora realm. To get there, you can only take a boat from the port. Lindong Port. That's so far. Actually, taking a train there is not bad. Train? Chen Ling was taken aback. He had thought that there were no trains in this era, but upon reflection, if it were a steam train, it wouldn't require high technology. It was just that he had never heard anyone around him mention taking one while in Frost Street. Yeah, Chen Ling, you haven't taken one? If it's your first time, you'll be amazed. It's really something. Zhong Yaoguang's eyes lit up. I haven't taken one either. The ticket price isn't cheap. The other peer, who had been silent, spoke up. Don't worry. This time, Menggu will reimburse the ticket cost. Jiang Qin smiled slightly. The three followed Jiang Qin and walked to the border of Zone 3. A straight railway stretched from the distant snowy field, leading to a small, dilapidated platform in front of them. Though it was called a platform, it was essentially just a large shed built on the ground with a few stone steps, along with a small ticket booth beside it, marked with a large 3. For the vast majority of residents in the Aurora realm, especially those in the 7 districts, there was hardly any need to take the train. They could spend their entire lives in their neighborhoods without any concept of traveling to other major districts. The development of the 7 districts was largely uniform. It was the same everywhere. The railway infrastructure was primarily for facilitating material transport within Aurora City and between the 7 districts. So the platform and other facilities being somewhat rudimentary was only to be expected. Jiang Qin walked up to the ticket booth and after a while, came back with 4 tickets. Let's wait a bit. The train will arrive in about 10 minutes. We're just in time. This train only runs once a day, and if we miss it, we're done for. The 4 of them stood on the platform, and apart from the ticket booth, they were the only ones braving the cold in the desolate wilderness. With the snow just melting and the platform being drafty, they silently huddled their necks, eagerly watching the end of the tracks, waiting for the train that would rescue them. How about it, Chen Ling? Cold. Jiang Qin's concerned voice came from the side. I see you're dressed lightly. Not cold. Chen Ling shook his head. If you were cold, I could get you a coat from the suitcase. We still have to go into the ancient military path repository later. Don't catch a cold on the way. Without waiting for Chen Ling's response, Jiang Qin squatted down and opened his hardshell suitcase, rummaging through it. Really don't need it. Chen Ling quickly waved his hands. I have good physique. I can withstand the cold. Before he could refuse, Jiang Qin pulled out a deep brown overcoat and wrapped it around Chen Ling without a second thought. This time I'm the team leader from Zone 3. Just listen to me. Jiang Qin patted his shoulder. But even if you catch a cold on the way, it's fine. I brought 4 packs of cold medicine, which should be enough. Thank you. Chen Ling, wrapped in the thick windproof coat, momentarily didn't know what to say. No need to thank me. Jiang Qin stood beside him, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Chen Ling, some things aren't as you think. Menggu is really a good person. He just has a tough exterior and lacks empathy at work. He doesn't bother to explain misunderstandings to others. I had long noticed the things Ma Zhong and the other law enforcers from Zone 3 were doing, but we had no evidence. Moreover, Ma Zhong has backing in Aurora City, so without evidence, Menggu couldn't act against him. We are truly, truly sorry about your brother. Jiang Qin looked at him sincerely, his eyes devoid of any impurities. Chen Ling didn't expect him to say this suddenly and fell silent in the cold wind. I guessed it. If Ma Zhong didn't have backing, he wouldn't be able to develop the black market so audaciously in Zone 2 and Zone 3. While Han Meng was merely a law enforcer marginalized by Aurora City, it wouldn't be so easy for him to topple the powerful Ma Zhong faction. This time, it was Ma Zhong who sought his own death by attempting to assassinate Menggu, which provided the opportunity to uproot them. But even so, Menggu still faced disciplinary actions from Aurora City. Jiang Qin sighed deeply. You know, if it weren't for the large-scale Gray Realm convergence in Districts 5 and 6, Menggu would have been imprisoned long ago. It's just that there is currently a severe shortage of personnel in Aurora City, which is why he hasn't been dealt with yet. However, even so, he has been suspended. Imprisoned? Chen Ling frowned. Wasn't he the victim? Many people in Aurora City were unhappy with Menggu. In this era, those who are too upright and too serious often don't have a good ending. Just as Jiang Qin finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from afar. The train is coming. Zhong Yaoguang immediately spoke up. So soon? Jiang Qin turned around to look at the clock in the center of the platform. It was 10 minutes early? As the thunderous rumble drew closer, a massive black iron beast, spewing large amounts of steam, slowly approached the platform on the snowy tracks. Zhong Yaoguang elbowed Chen Ling and raised his eyebrows, saying, How about that? Impressive, right? Chen Ling raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Yes, this is the one. Jiang Qin glanced at the train ticket and nodded slightly at the train's front number. It seemed they had indeed arrived early. As the train gradually came to a stop, A conductor opened the door and placed a board between the steps and the train door, calling out, "Those going to Winter Harbor, please board." At the conductor's shout, everyone hesitated no more and boarded the train in turn. With another blast of the whistle, the train slowly started moving along the tracks, gradually disappearing into the white horizon with a clattering sound. A few minutes later, a figure walked out of the ticket booth. He glanced at the empty platform, a slight smile on his lips, then dragged out a blood-stained black cloth bag from under the booth's counter and walked away. Clang, clang, clang. A black iron train passed through the snow and slowly stopped at the platform. A conductor poked his head out of the train, looked around, and then said, "No one at this station, let's go." The steam's hum sounded again, and the train gradually disappeared at the end of the tracks. The three large red characters painted on the top of the black locomotive clearly visible. 18. Chapter 55. Face Theft. Chun Ling and the others entered the carriage. This train had a total of 6 carriages, 5 of which were for cargo, and only 1 was for passengers. As soon as Chun Ling and the others boarded, they saw 4 figures dressed in law enforcement uniforms sitting together. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the same batch of law enforcers heading to the military path ancient vault. Zhong Yaoguang followed the signs to find their seats and sat down by the window first. What a pity. If I had known, I should have brought some fruits or snacks. The journey wouldn't be so boring. If you want to eat, I have some right here. Another peer handed over a bag of sunflower seeds from his backpack. Thanks. Chun Ling had no interest in the seeds because since he boarded the train, he had seen the condensation on the window form 2 lines of characters. Audience expectation, 7. Current expectation, 36. Something's not right. Every time Chun Ling saw the audience expectation rise inexplicably, he would tense up because it often meant something was about to happen. Chun Ling, aren't you going to eat some? Zhong Yaoguang actively offered the sunflower seeds to Chun Ling. Chun Ling squinted slightly. This time he didn't refuse, but took the seeds, crushed them in his hand, and watched them scatter on the ground. Not poisonous. Chun Ling thought thoughtfully. Zhong Yaoguang's eyelids twitched. Chun Ling, even if you don't want to eat, you don't have to be like this, right? You could just say no. Since the beginning, Chun Ling's attitude had been extremely indifferent, seemingly unwilling to get close to them. To be honest, Zhong Yaoguang didn't mind this kind of personality, as everyone grew up in different environments. But at the moment, Chun Ling's actions did seem a bit excessive to him. Don't argue, be quiet for a while. Chun Ling was frowning, carefully looking for something off, and had no interest in bantering with him. The expectation value had suddenly risen after they boarded. So there must be a problem with this train. Chun Ling, okay, stop arguing. Jiang Qin timely intervened, suggesting that everyone was colleagues from District 3, and there was no point in arguing over such trivial matters. Chun Ling is tired, let him rest for a bit. Zhong Yaoguang, aren't you bored? How about the 3 of us play some cards? Seeing Jiang Qin speak, Zhong Yaoguang was displeased but said nothing more, since Chun Ling was unwilling to blend in. Then let it be. All right. Jiang Qin seemed prepared and took out a deck of playing cards from his bag, starting to play with Zhong Yaoguang. Chun Ling's gaze swept across half the carriage. Even with the enhancement of Secret Eye, he found no issues. Plus, he didn't know much about trains in this era, making it hard to gather useful information. So, Chun Ling's attention fell on the 4 law enforcers at the adjacent table. Which district are they from? Chun Ling suddenly spoke up. Districts 5 and 6. Jiang Qin glanced at their uniforms numbers. Indeed, only 4 people had come, just as on the list. It seemed that the 4 law enforcers sensed Chun Ling's gaze, and after a brief eye contact, they turned away and calmly looked out the window. Chun Ling remembered that since boarding, he hadn't heard them speak a word, not even a casual chat among themselves. Chun Ling frowned slightly. He vaguely felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. Is Winter Harbor in which districts? What happened at the border of Districts 1 and 2? Winter Harbor should be further from the other major districts. They had no other way to come here except by train. Chun Ling's brain raced. But why was it that on this train, there were only us and the people from Districts 5 and 6? Jiang Qin was stunned. Maybe District 7 was too far away, and they took the train over yesterday? What about District 4? Since Districts 5 and 6 chose to depart today, it didn't make sense for District 4 not to board this train. Where are their people? Zhong Yaoguang said gloomily, we got on the train. So who cares whether the people from District 4 got on or not? Chun Ling directly ignored his words because he felt he had grasped something. Commander Jiang Qin, how many people from District 4 came this time? About 10? While the two were chatting, Zhong Yaoguang, who was impatiently waiting for the cards, rested his head on one hand and glanced out the window. Huh, what's wrong? Asked a peer beside him. Am I seeing things? Zhong Yaoguang rubbed his eyes, widened them, and looked out the window. Where are the tracks? As soon as he said this, everyone froze. Chun Ling quickly looked outside. The snowflakes were swirling wildly in the wind created by the steam train, and everything outside was a white blur. At some point, the tracks on which the train was running had disappeared. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit tight and do not move around. A female conductor approached with a black basket filled with snacks and fruits for sale. She reached into the basket with one hand and smiled, asking, would you like something? Zhong Yaoguang and the others were momentarily stunned, just about to say something when Chun Ling's voice suddenly rang out. Be careful. Bang. The roar of a gunshot echoed in the carriage, a bullet piercing through the basket, instantly hitting the nearest Zhong Yaoguang on the head. In the next moment, Zhong Yaoguang's bewildered head exploded, red and white splattering onto the other peer sitting beside him, turning him into a bloody mess. This sudden turn of events shocked both him and Jiang Qin into a daze, and then the conductor pulled the trigger again, but almost simultaneously. A kick struck the bottom of the basket, flipping it over. Bang! The second gunshot rang out, the bullet embedding itself into the train's iron shell, producing a piercing shriek. Jiang Qin, as an experienced law enforcer, reacted extremely quickly. He immediately stepped in front of the female attendant and delivered a right hook that struck her temple, sending her flying into a nearby seat with terrifying force. In a flash, he drew his gun from his waist, aiming at the female attendant, when suddenly, a bullet shot in from a distance. This time, the shooters were the 4 law enforcers sitting by the window in zones 5 and 6. They sat calmly, squinting their eyes, their gazes toward Chun Ling and the others filled with mockery. The bullet pierced through Jiang Qin's palm, and he let out a scream as his handgun fell to the ground. At the same time, figures appeared at the entrances on both sides of the carriage. One was a middle-aged man dressed in a train conductor's uniform, and the other was a male attendant. Both fixed their gaze on Chun Ling and the others, sneering, "Good reaction, but unfortunately, you can't escape. Number 17, if you don't make a move soon, that kid's blood will run cold." The female attendant, who had been knocked down by Jiang Qin, slowly got back on her feet. She shot a resentful glance at Jiang Qin, then walked over to the corpse of Zhong Yaoguang, whose head had been blown apart, placing her palm on his face. A grayish glow flickered, and Zhong Yaoguang's facial skin and features vanished, leaving only a bare blood-stained face, hollowly gazing at the ceiling. In the next moment, the female attendant's face contorted violently, gradually transforming into Zhong Yaoguang's appearance. She had stolen Zhong Yaoguang's face. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Thieves of the Divine Path, you are fire usurpers? Chapter 56, Thieves of the Divine Path. You guessed it. The train conductor raised an eyebrow. Too bad there's no reward. You dare to hijack this train, Jiang Qin said while scanning the surroundings with the corner of his eye. Do you know where this train is headed? To the cold winter port, to the ancient war vault. The train conductor walked over to the female attendant who had transformed into Zhong Yaoguang, casually tossing a pair of white gloves into the pool of blood, chuckling. Otherwise, why would we steal your faces? So your target is the ancient war vault. Jiang Qin's mind shook. Then he suddenly picked up the handgun and repeatedly pulled the trigger at the train conductor. Break the windows and run. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the gunfire erupted, Chun Ling pulled out a short knife from his sleeve and forcefully smashed the window beside him. Glass shards, along with the howling cold wind, rushed into the carriage. He leaped out without hesitation. While Jiang Qin delayed for time, Chun Ling had already guessed his plan. Now that the enemy had the upper hand and both ends of the carriage were blocked, there was no way out except through the broken window. Jiang Qin was also extremely quick, shattering the glass next to him with a gunshot, his figure darting out in the opposite direction from Chun Ling. As for the other colleague, he wasn't as sharp. By the time he realized what was happening, Chun Ling and Jiang Qin had already jumped out, and he hurriedly followed suit, diving toward the window. It was this brief pause that allowed a bullet to accurately pierce through his head, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. The train conductor looked at the broken windows on both sides, his expression somewhat grim. He exchanged a glance with the male attendant and calmly said, "I'll chase that senior law enforcer. You go after the newcomer." Understood. The two figures simultaneously vanished within the carriage. Another attendant stepped forward, placing his hand over the face of the deceased colleague, gradually morphing into his appearance. The enforcers from Zone 3 have some interesting capabilities. One of the 4 enforcers by the window casually remarked, unlike those 4 idiots from Zones 5 and 6, who just disappeared without a trace, offering no experience at all. It was that newcomer who noticed something. An enforcer sitting opposite replied, "He doesn't seem simple either. Number 13 won't miss, right? Miss? What are you joking about? Number 13 is already at the second tier of the thieves of the Divine Path. And that newcomer hasn't even reached the Divine Path. How could he possibly miss? True enough. Enough chit-chat. Come help me clean up the bodies. There's blood everywhere. It's disgusting." Amidst the swirling snowflakes, Chun Ling crouched atop the train, watching the figure below dashing around the snow like a headless fly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yes, he and T actually escaped, although he didn't know the principle behind it, since the train could move across the snow without tracks. Recklessly jumping down to run on flat terrain would definitely be slower than the train, especially while being pursued. So, he chose to pretend to escape through the broken window, actually using his hands to grip the edge of the train beneath the window, quietly crawling back onto the roof. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Chun Ling moved along the roof of the train, crouching as he advanced toward the very back. This train had 6 compartments, and the last compartment was an absolute visual blind spot. As long as he waited for the train to distance itself from his pursuers, he could silently disembark from there and leave. Are the fire usurpers also after the ancient war vault? Chun Ling pondered everything that had just happened as he walked. Could it be that they were also targeting the foundation of the war divine path? Chun-Ling didn't know much about the fire usurpers. But judging by Jiang Qin's reaction earlier, it seemed that this organization was composed entirely of owners of the thieves of the divine path. They were stealing the identities of rookie law enforcers in order to infiltrate the ancient war vault, which was quite similar to his own plan. The enforcers from Zones 5 and 6 must have been completely wiped out, including the attendants and the train conductor. There were exactly 8 people. No wonder they only allowed enforcers from Zones 3, 5, and 6 to board the train. They had calculated the numbers. He wondered if Jiang Qin could escape. Chun-Ling passed through the cargo compartment, now far from the passenger area. With the heavy snowstorm, he should be in the blind spot of visibility. Just as he was about to jump down from the compartment, a figure climbed up from the very back, panting heavily. I was wondering where you were. You really know how to hide, huh? The male attendant, drenched in sweat, fixed a fierce gaze on Chun-Ling. Chun-Ling thought. Audience anticipation level 3. Oh no. This villain seems a bit clever. Without hesitation, Chun-Ling drew his gun, aiming at the attendant, and pulled the trigger. Bang. The gunshot was drowned out by the roaring of the train and the howling wind and snow. At the same time, the attendant let out a cold laugh, showing no intention of dodging, and slowly walked through the last compartment toward him. The bullet had already left the chamber, but a gray flash appeared in the void. He was unharmed. Chun-Ling's brow furrowed instantly. Through mystic eye, he saw that the bullet vanished just before it was about to make contact with the attendant. Immediately after, a crisp clattering sound fell from the top of the compartment. The vanished bullet had somehow dropped from the attendant's palm, striking the steel surface of the train and rolling away without a trace. Chun-Ling watched as the figure drew closer, pulling the trigger again. Bang bang bang. The continuous gunfire rang out, but not a single bullet could hit the attendant's body at such close range, as if they vanished into thin air. You think a gun can hurt me? The attendant scoffed. Kid, the power of the divine path is not something an ordinary person can contend with. He casually raised his palm, and several bullets fell from it, dropping uselessly into the snow. Just as Chun-Ling was about to make a move, the attendant immediately raised his hand and reached into the void. Chun-Ling's gun vanished in an instant. The next moment, the gun was already in the attendant's hand. The dark barrel aimed at Chun-Ling's forehead. Astonishment appeared in Chun-Ling's eyes. This was Chun-Ling's first time encountering a godly skill outside of the war god path. The opponent seemed capable of stealing anything around him from a distance, including high-speed bullets and the gun he held in his hand. Is this the power of the thief path? Have I gained some insight? The attendant seemed to enjoy the shock on Chun-Ling's face, smiling slightly. Then it's time to hit the road. Bang! The orange flame flickered from the gun's muzzle, and a bullet shot out instantly. Almost simultaneously, a shadow flashed by. The deep brown coat cutting through the wind and snow in an arc, and in a blink, it leaped over half the carriage. The glint of the short knife aimed straight at the attendant's eyes. Gain some insight. In the wind, Chun-Ling spoke lightly. You really should be on your way. Chapter 57. Blood handprint. The attendant's pupils suddenly contracted. Just as Chun-Ling's short knife was about to slice through his throat, a flash of gray passed by, and his palm was suddenly empty. Chun-Ling's palm wind brushed against the attendant's neck, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He staggered back a step and thrust the short knife towards Chun-Ling. He forgot that he could steal weapons. With both hands empty, Chun-Ling could only dodge helplessly. This brief moment allowed the attendant to create some distance between them, barely stabilizing himself on the train roof. How is this speed possible? The attendant stared at Chun-Ling in disbelief. You also mastered the godly path? It seemed he thought of something, his expression changing rapidly. No? You're not an ordinary rookie enforcer. Who are you? A member of the Scarlet Sky sect? Or a member of the Dusk Society? Seeing his identity exposed, Chun-Ling stopped pretending. He had to get rid of this guy quickly. He knew too much. Even without weapons, Chun-Ling could still fight barehanded thanks to the killing techniques he learned from Han Meng, which were not to be taken lightly. Chun-Ling changed his steps, approaching the attendant at high speed. The latter, having suffered once, seemed somewhat wary of Chun-Ling closing in, constantly using his gun and short knife to maintain distance. As Chun-Ling gradually closed in, the attendant could only keep retreating, soon reaching the end of the last carriage, almost with nowhere left to go. The deep brown coat fluttered at the top of the train, steam mixed with wind and snow gradually engulfing their figures. Meanwhile, in the direction the train was moving, a narrow tunnel was rapidly approaching. This tunnel was extremely narrow, barely a head taller than the train, and both fighters caught a glimpse of the rapidly approaching wall, their hearts jolting simultaneously. Just as they were about to crash into the tunnel, Chun-Ling reached for his chin and tore hard. A face skin flew into the air. Buzz! The train shot through the tunnel like a cannonball, the compressed air producing a low rumble, distorted light, and shadow flashing by. Seconds later, light once again enveloped the roof of the carriage, where the attendant clumsily climbed up. Damn it, almost got caught. Just before he crashed into the tunnel, he used his skill to steal the mud and sand loaded in the freight car, causing the tarpaulin below to suddenly collapse, allowing him to hide within and narrowly escape disaster. As he barely steadied himself, he saw a blood-red leopard lurking just a few steps away, its crimson eyes staring intently at him. A leopard? The moment he spotted this creature, his pupils contracted sharply. He had no time to react to why a leopard had suddenly appeared on the train. He raised his gun to shoot. Just then, the crimson shadow darted across the roof like lightning. Sharp claws sliced through his wrist, and the gun, along with his wrist, fell from the carriage. Immediately, the leopard went wild, tearing at his neck and face, a dreadful scream echoing in the wind and snow, soon drowned out by the roaring train. Clang, 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 clang. It was unclear how long it had been, but the leopard finally stopped, standing up and transforming into a human silhouette. He raised his hand, gently wiping the hot blood from his cheek. Beneath the crimson, it was Chun-Ling's calm but crazed expression. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth as he casually picked up a handful of snow from the roof and stuffed it into his mouth, rinsing briefly before spitting it out. This skill is surprisingly useful, he murmured. This was his first time facing an opponent with godly skills. Although he ultimately won, the opponent's bizarre abilities left a deep impression on him. However, he speculated that this man only had a maximum of second-tier strength. The first-tier skill was to steal items, and the second-tier skill was to steal faces, but strictly speaking, neither of these skills had any offensive capability. A thief is still a thief. In terms of direct combat power, they are no match for a soldier. Chun-Ling looked at the disfigured corpse, hesitated for a moment, then bent down to strip it of all its clothes, kicking the slick body under the carriage, where it was soon crushed into pieces by the steel wheels. Then, he crumpled the attendant's outfit and tossed it into a nearby cliff, making it disappear from sight. Sorry, the foundation of the war god path cannot be given to you just like that. The arsonist and his target are both ancient treasures of the war path. Although he was only first tier and alone, Chun-Ling did not plan to give up easily. He intended to take a risk this time. The arsonist was the enemy, but if utilized well, he might become his weapon. Chun-Ling glanced at the passenger compartment, a plan surging in his mind, and a flash of madness flickered in his eyes. At this moment, Chun-Ling could clearly feel his twisted godly path leaping with joy, his hollow chest beating, and every cell in his body waiting for him to dance between life and death. He knew that this distorted godly path was changing his character again. But this feeling was truly not bad. Audience anticipation level, 12. Current anticipation level, 61. You all say, which will return first, number 13 or number 8? In the passenger compartment, Zhong Yaowang sat next to another fellow student, munching on seeds while speaking. It should be number 13. After all, the enforcer leading Area 3 looks like he can really run. I think I just heard gunfire. Over at the back of the train, someone must have finished. I feel it's number 8. After all, number 8 is third tier, and learning that skill makes killing easy for him. That makes sense. Just as everyone was talking, a figure wrapped in a deep brown coat floated down to the train door, stepping into the compartment with the falling snow. It turns out number 13 returned first. Zhong Yaowang said with a smile, "Why did it take you so long? That kid pretended to escape, but actually hid on the roof, causing me to run around before I found him. I'm exhausted." Chun-Ling cursed as he casually walked to his seat. "Pretty smart. You can tell since he was the first to discover us," another enforcer replied. "Come, have some seeds." Chun-Ling picked up a couple of seeds, munching while looking inside the compartment. "Is the other one not back yet?" he asked nonchalantly. Jiang Qin ran at the same time as him. If the path chosen was right, there's actually hope for him to escape. Chun-Ling didn't care about the others who died, but he hoped Jiang Qin could survive. Chun-Ling looked at his thick, deep brown coat, feeling a bit worried. "Not yet. I don't know what the situation is." "Forget it. I'll go check it out." A glimmer of light flashed in Chun-Ling's eyes as he stood up and walked toward the train door. "No need." Just then, a figure walked into the compartment, facing him and approaching slowly. The moment Chun-Ling saw that person, his pupils slightly contracted. Jiang Qin, covered in blood, dragged a corpse through the carriage and stopped in front of Chun-Ling. The body in his hands was another Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin raised a bloodstained hand and patted Chun-Ling's shoulder, saying, "The theft was successful, well done." After finishing, he brushed past Chun-Ling. Chun-Ling stood in a daze for a long time, slightly lowering his head to see a shocking crimson handprint on his deep brown coat. Chapter 58. The Saint of Thieves. The black steel beast raced through the flying snow. Inside the only compartment, 8 law enforcers sat in their respective positions, perfectly recreating the scene when everyone boarded the train. "We're almost at Winter Harbor," number 8 said calmly, glancing out the window. "The first phase of the plan has been completed successfully. Next is the most critical part." The usurper replacing Jiang Qin, number 8, seemed to be the leader among the 8. As soon as he spoke, the others, who had been casually snacking on sunflower seeds, immediately fell silent. Chun-Ling, who had been pretending to doze off, slowly opened his eyes. "In Winter Harbor, we will meet with the new law enforcers from other districts and 3 escort law enforcers from Aurora City. According to intelligence, one of these 3 law enforcers is of 5 stripes, and 2 are of 4 stripes. The gap in strength between us and them is too great. We absolutely cannot confront them head on. You must hide your identities well. Before coming, I already provided each of you with a brief introduction to the characters and experiences you are replacing. You must disguise yourselves according to that and avoid causing trouble. Do you understand? What if other law enforcers take the initiative to provoke us? Ling suddenly asked. Then we must endure. Number 8 paused for a moment. This mission is crucial and must not go wrong. Hearing this, the other usurpers looked somewhat displeased but eventually nodded. Number 8, do we really need to be this careful? Zhong Yaoguang asked in confusion. Didn't they say a saint of thieves would come to escort us? The saint of thieves is a super powerhouse of the 7th rank. There are only 5 of us usurpers who have him with us. What are those law enforcers worth? Ling's heart sank. The saint of thieves? 7th rank. Although Ling did not understand what the title of saint of thieves represented, he understood the significance of the 7th rank. People say that the path to divinity has 10 ranks, so this so-called saint of thieves is only 3 steps away from becoming a deity? So far, the strongest divine path owner Ling had seen was Han Meng, who was only at the 4th rank. The saint of thieves? Really? Another usurper's eyes lit up. Which one is coming? Red, yellow, blue, white, or black? White. Number 8 answered calmly. The saint of thieves, by Yi. Ling could clearly feel the heavy breathing of the crowd. Upon hearing this name, their eyes began to shine. Although Ling did not understand, he immediately followed suit. His eyes filled with yearning. If that person is here, what do we have to fear? We can just cause a ruckus in the military Dao Ancient Vault, right? Someone among them said. Cause a ruckus in the military Dao Ancient Vault? What do you think the military Dao is? Number 8 shot him a glance. Among the 14 divine paths in the world, the military Dao Ancient Vault represents extreme killing. Do you think you can charge in just because they're a saint of thieves? The crowd fell silent. No one in the world can force their way into the military Dao Ancient Vault. If we want fragments of the foundation of the military Dao, we can only find loopholes in the divine path trials. Otherwise, what can we do? If something goes wrong before entering the military Dao Ancient Vault, such as the 3 escort law enforcers encountering an accident, Aurora City will immediately close the military Dao Ancient Vault, and none of us will be able to enter. Therefore, before we enter the Ancient Vault, everyone should keep a low profile, under the name of the end of the thief god, King of Silver. I hope this journey goes smoothly. Number 8 stood in the center of the carriage, pointing his right fingertip to his forehead, solemnly speaking. At that moment, everyone's expressions became serious, as if completing a kind of ritual of faith, and they similarly placed their right hands on their foreheads. Under the name of the end of the thief god, King of Silver, I hope this journey goes smoothly. End of the thief god, King of Silver? Ling mimicked the others while noting this title in his heart. This sounded like the deity referred to by the thief god path, and it also seemed to be the faith of the usurpers. Sitting in his seat, Ling looked out at the port that was gradually approaching, lost in thought. Once again, there were law enforcers from Aurora City and the Saint of Thieves among the usurpers. He couldn't help but wonder if the members sent by the Dusk Society to meet him could be trusted. The train came to a slow stop in the wilderness over 10 kilometers away from Winter Harbor. This train was not recorded, so it definitely could not stop at the station. Number 8 found an abandoned factory warehouse to hide it, and then they walked over on foot. As they got closer to Winter Harbor, the surrounding shops and pedestrians increased, and the streets finally had some lively atmosphere. Hot oil sticks, tea eggs, roasted sweet potatoes, fresh tofu pudding. Extra, extra. Latest news from the Aurora Daily. Districts 5 and 6 suffered heavy damage after the disaster, and there may be a merger of the 2 districts. The 7 major districts of Aurora will become 6. Also, the biggest scandal. The 3rd young master of the Aurora City Star Chamber marries a famous courtesan, only to discover afterward that she is his long-lost aunt. Hey, little brother. That newspaper about the 3rd young master sleeping with his aunt, give me a copy. Okay. A boy's clear voice echoed on the street, immediately attracting a large crowd of passers-by to buy newspapers. Ling noticed that the ears of the other usurpers perked up, seemingly unable to resist wanting to buy a copy. Don't attract unnecessary attention. Number 8 glanced at them. The crowd shrugged their shoulders, somewhat disappointed. Newspapers, magazines, toys, playing cards. Take a look. A lazy voice came from the side. Ling turned his head to see a woman lazily sitting in a shabby grocery stall, calling out while casually playing with a box of playing cards. On the cover of the box, a heart 6 was clearly visible. Ling's heart stirred, and then he glanced at the group moving towards the port, not stopping but lightly shifting his gaze, continuing to move forward with the others. The 8 of them crossed the street and headed straight to the port, where many figures dressed in law enforcer uniforms had already gathered, forming a circle around 3 law enforcers in trench coats. Just as number 8 had said, on the hems of their trench coats, 1 had 5 stripes, and 2 had 4 stripes, clearly visible. Hello, I am Jiang Qin, the leading law enforcer from District 3. Number 8 stepped forward and respectfully addressed the 3 law enforcers, simultaneously handing over several documents. The law enforcers participating in the military Dao Ancient Vault trial from District 3, District 5, and District 6 total 8 people, all present. One of the 4-stripe law enforcers scanned the crowd, picked up the documents, and began to carefully verify each one. When they joined the law enforcers, they had all left images at headquarters. At this moment, the law enforcer was comparing the photos, asking questions one by one, his sharp gaze slicing through the faces of everyone like a knife. Finally, he nodded slightly and checked off everyone's names on the list. By the way, how did you get here? The people from District 4 haven't arrived by train yet. How did you get here first? The law enforcer suddenly asked. We came on yesterday's train. Number 8 smiled slightly. They said they hadn't been to Winter Harbor, so we came a day early to have a look. We didn't expect to run into friends from Districts 5 and 6 on the way. Yes, quite a coincidence. Another law enforcer from District 5 nodded. All right, you can move around a bit nearby now. Once the people from District 4 arrive, we can board the ship. Don't wander too far. Just within 200 meters around here. Okay. Hearing this, the other few fire changers exchanged glances and cautiously asked, Commander Jiang, can we go buy newspapers now? Go ahead. The few of them turned and left. Chen-Ling, with her hands in her pockets, silently followed behind them. Chapter 59. The meeting point. After walking about 40 or 50 meters, Chen-Ling suddenly turned around and entered a nearby public restroom. He had naturally seen the meeting information given by the grocery stall. But the Winter Harbor was so small that under the watchful eyes of the 3 law enforcers in number 8, he couldn't directly approach the grocery stall owner to chat. If he wanted to meet that mysterious member of the Dusk Society, he had to use a more discreet method. Chen-Ling tailed the lucky boy, and just as he was about to enter a stall, he knocked him out with a hand chop and quickly dragged the boy inside, shutting the door behind them. By the time the door opened again, he had transformed into the boy's appearance. Chen-Ling adjusted his slightly messy collar and stepped out of the restroom, walking straight towards the grocery stall. Do you want newspapers, magazines, toys, or playing cards? If not, I'm off work. Hello, I want to write a letter to my mom. A youthful voice suddenly chimed in just as the woman was yawning. She looked down to see a pair of innocent big eyes looking up at her pitifully. Little friend, my mom has a heart disease, and I want to give her some hope. Before the woman could respond, the boy continued. I only have $6 left, can I send it? Hearing this, the woman's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She immediately smiled and pushed the paper and pen towards him. Of course, you can write it here. Thank you. The boy picked up the pen and quickly wrote on the paper. Fire changers infiltrated the ranks. The thief Saint Baiyi is hiding in the dark. Request support. After finishing the last word, he immediately folded the paper and handed it to the woman. At that moment, several law enforcers hurried past him, heading towards the port to gather. The law enforcers from District 4 have arrived. Seeing this, the boy deeply glanced at the woman before walking towards the restroom. This woman was not a member of the Dusk Society. She was just like the grocery stall in District 3, serving merely as a means of information transfer. Although he didn't get to see the member who came to support him, he knew the woman would definitely pass on his message. This way, the Dusk Society would also be prepared. Not to mention sending someone capable of suppressing the thief Saint Baiyi over. At least it could ensure his safe retreat, right? Thinking of this, Chen-Ling felt much more at ease. He returned to the restroom, changed back to his original appearance, and then calmly walked towards the gathering point. Meanwhile, the woman at the grocery stall scanned her surroundings cautiously. She carefully brought the paper under the table, slowly unfolded it, and froze in place. On the large sheet of paper, there were only 2 blood-red characters. Go die, the woman. Audience anticipation level 5. At the moment Chen-Ling saw these words, his heart sank. The audience anticipation level rising inexplicably was never a good sign. This was Chen-Ling's accumulated experience over time. Chen-Ling tried to look around for any clues, but found nothing. No assassins, no danger. He even walked around the boat for a while, fearing someone might secretly make a big hole in the bottom of the boat. As the law enforcers from District 4 arrived, the 3 law enforcers gathered everyone for assembly, boarding the ship sequentially by district. There are really a lot of people from Aurora City, almost half of them. Zhong Yaowang couldn't help but speak upon seeing a large group of law enforcers gathered together. That's normal. Another fire changer replied indifferently. Aurora City is the core of the Aurora realm, monopolizing 80% of the resources in the realm. In the original design, the 7 districts were meant to serve as the outer factories for Aurora City. It's already quite good that they are willing to give the 7 districts so many slots. Chen-Ling followed their gaze and saw a large group of law enforcers waiting at the edge of the boat, preparing to board. At a glance, there were at least 30 people. They were conversing with each other, not even glancing at the law enforcers from the 7 districts. On the contrary, the law enforcers from other districts cast envious and admiring looks at them. In fact, just from their demeanor, one could tell the difference between the law enforcers from Aurora City and those from other districts. Their every gesture exuded a confident aura, while the law enforcers from other districts appeared as if they had accidentally worn the same clothes. At this moment, among the many law enforcers from Aurora City, 3 stood out especially. They were noticeable because none of the 3 wore the black and red uniform of law enforcers. One wore black clothes and pants. Another was adorned in jewels, and the third held a folding fan, leisurely fanning himself in the cold wind. The 3 stood at the front, and no one dared to step within half a step of them. Even the 3 law enforcers from Aurora City deliberately made sure not to position themselves ahead of them. Who are those 3? A fire changer asked curiously. The one in black clothes and pants should be Lu Xianming. His father is one of the 5 major law enforcers in Aurora City, holding significant power. The one with the fan is Pu Wan. It said that their family comes from a divine book family from another realm. A divine book family? Then why are they in the military path? I don't know. And the one covered in jewelry? Zhong Yaowang hesitated for a moment, as if noticing something. He picked up the newspaper he had just bought, widened his eyes, and exclaimed, "No wonder he looks so familiar. He is the third young master of the Star Chamber of Commerce, Yin Shizai." Everyone gasped in surprise. Chunling narrowed his eyes and deliberately raised his voice, pretending to be shocked as he remarked, "Is he the one who sleeps with his aunt? Be quiet." The leading number 8 frowned, "Don't cause trouble." At the same time, the black-clad Lu Xianming at the front glanced at District 3 and casually said, "Yin Shizai, your glorious deeds have already reached outside Aurora City. In terms of fame, we truly cannot compare to you." Yin Shizai's face turned extremely ugly as he glared fiercely at the people from District 3. "Damn it. When I go back, I'm going to bankrupt the Aurora Daily. These damn bastards are just adding insult to injury. Then you'd better really step onto the divine military path. Otherwise, even if you go back, you'll be kicked out of the house. What am I afraid of? This time, with Brother Pooh here, I don't believe I can't walk the divine path. All right, let us board the ship." As the law enforcers from Aurora City boarded the ship first, others followed suit. Compared to the numbers from other districts, the combined 8 people from Districts 3, 5, and 6 seemed a bit shabby. After confirming the numbers were correct, a law enforcer slightly nodded, signaling to set sail. With a loud blast of the horn, the ship slowly headed towards the center of the frozen sea. As soon as Chunling stepped onto the ship, he heard an undeniable voice coming from the center of the deck. "Hey you." Chunling turned to see Yin Shizai standing there with a sullen face, waving at him. "Yes, you come over here." Seeing Chunling being called by Yin Shizai, the most nervous ones were not Chunling but the many fire changers nearby. They were startled, suddenly having a bad premonition. Seeing this scene, a hint of a smile flashed in Chunling's eyes. The fish had taken the bait. Chapter 60. Chunling's plan. The bone-chilling cold wind blew from the frozen sea, chilling the hearts of many fire changers. Since boarding the ship, the law enforcers had automatically formed small groups, scattered across the deck. Number 8 had originally hoped to avoid that group from Aurora City to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. But unexpectedly, they still had their sights set on them. Meanwhile, Lu Xianming and Pu Wen beside him turned to look over here. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chunling finally stepped forward, slowly walking towards Yin Shizai, who was surrounded by numerous Aurora City enforcers. "What do you want?" he said. "What is your name?" Enforcer from Area 3, Chunling. Yin Shizai looked him up and down and said, "Nice coat. Take it off and give it to me." "Why should I?" Chunling retorted. As soon as these words were spoken, a thick smell of gunpowder spread through the air. Anyone could tell that the third young master was angry and wanted to regain his dignity at Chunling's expense, but Chunling was clearly not an easy target. "Give him the coat. Give him the coat. Don't cause trouble. We're about to enter the ancient vault. Don't provoke him." Many of the fire usurpers felt their hearts leap to their throats, silently praying. Yin Shizai casually extended his hand, and one of the enforcers behind him immediately took out a thick stack of silver coins and handed them to him, which he tossed casually. Clink. Dozens of silver coins fell onto Chunling, then dropped to the ground like garbage. "Is this enough?" Yin Shizai said while casually blowing on his nails. "If it's not enough, I can add a leg of yours." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold gun barrel was pressed against his forehead. Yin Shizai froze. "Not enough." Chunling held the gun with one hand, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc. With a click, the bullet was chambered. "How about adding your life?" The fire usurpers. Audience expectation level 5. Current expectation level 71. A bone-chilling wind swept across the deck, and the next moment, the crowd finally snapped out of their shock. The more than 10 enforcers standing behind Yin Shizai were horrified and drew their guns simultaneously. Countless gun barrels were aimed at Chunling. If he dared to fire, he would surely be riddled with bullets. Meanwhile, Lu Xianming and Pu Wen, standing in the distance, also showed surprise in their eyes. They had considered that Chunling might resist. After all, not everyone is a soft target. But they never expected that after just 2 sentences from Yin Shizai, the other party would draw his gun without hesitation, surrounded by so many Aurora City enforcers. Threatening the life of the third young master of the Starry Merchants Association? Was he crazy? At that moment, number 8 felt his heart nearly stop. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and pushed down the gun in Chunling's hand, glaring at him fiercely. Chunling remained expressionless. You. Yin Shizai's face went pale. This was the first time in his life someone had threatened him so ruthlessly. "Do you know who I am? How dare you point a gun at me?" "No." 8 took a deep breath, lowered his posture, and apologetically said to Yin Shizai, "I'm really sorry. Chunling just became an enforcer. He is too young and might not know your identity." "Chunling, this is the third young master of the Starry Merchants Association in Aurora City. You should know the Starry Merchants Association controls 90 of the resource channels in the 7 districts, and 60 of the shops in Aurora City belong to them. Besides, they are also the biggest sponsor of the enforcer headquarters in the Aurora realm, the ones who pay the enforcers, and even the enforcer officers. Do you understand what I mean?" Number 8 glared at Chunling, almost gritting his teeth as he said this, especially the latter half. The Starry Merchants Association is the money bag of all enforcers, including the 3 enforcers escorting them. They have the power to terminate the journey at any time. If you dare to harm a hair on Yin Shitsai, everyone from Area 3 will lose the qualification to enter the ancient vault. Hearing number 8's flattery, Yin Shitsai's expression finally softened a bit. Area 3 is indeed a rural place. It's normal for a young enforcer not to understand the worth of his identity. The more ignorant, the more reckless and crude. Just as Yin Shitsai was about to say something, the gun barrel was raised again. Yin Shitsai, right? Chen Ling said calmly. Was it this hand that threw money at me? Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Chen Ling did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang! Unlike last time. This time Chen Ling acted too quickly, and there was no warning at all. Everyone thought he would be shocked upon learning of Yin Shitsai's identity and would give up resistance. But who would have thought he would dare to fire? Yin Shitsai stared in horror as the gun barrel was aimed at his eye, followed by the sound of the trigger being pulled. He screamed in terror and lost his balance, falling backward onto the ground. A bone-chilling wind swept across the deck, and Yin Shitsai felt half his soul leave him in fright. He stared blankly at the unresponsive gun barrel for several seconds before regaining his senses. There were no bullets in the chamber. The deep brown coat swayed in the wind as Chen Ling slowly lowered the gun, a hint of mockery appearing in his gaze as he looked at the disheveled Yin Shitsai on the ground. Chen Ling, what are you doing? No. 8 looked at Chen Ling in disbelief. These people from Aurora City are just lucky. They are all a bunch of good-for-nothings, Chen Ling said leisurely. Commander Jiang Qin, isn't this what you told me? Number 8 was stunned. He stared hard at Chen Ling's face, and after a long time, he hoarsely said, Are you trying to rebel? No, you are not. He did not finish the latter half of his sentence. But all the fire usurpers hidden in the shadows seemed to realize something, their eyes flickering with hesitation and shock as they looked at Chen Ling. Commander Jiang Qin, are you going to punish me? Chen Ling calmly met number 8's gaze, his eyes narrowing into a subtle arc. On the ship, number 8 was taken aback. To outsiders, this dialogue undoubtedly seemed like a conflict between enforcers of Area 3. Only the fire usurpers could see something different. Either number 13 wanted to rebel, but that possibility was slim, or the man in front of them was not number 13 at all, but Chen Ling himself. On that train, everyone thought no. 13 would definitely kill Chen Ling. After all, one was a second-tier powerhouse of the thief god path, and the other was just an ordinary person who had just become an enforcer. How could an ordinary person counterkill No. 13 and dare to play a dual identity game with them all the way? It seemed impossible, but this situation happened nonetheless. Chen Ling looked calmly at No. 8 in front of him, a slight smile on his lips. He knew that his identity as a fire usurper had been exposed, but he didn't care. This was a ship heading to the ancient vault of military path, filled with countless enforcers and 3 enforcer officers. Even if the fire usurpers knew his identity, they would not dare to act against him, nor would they expose him. Maintaining his hidden identity, blending into the fire usurpers' ranks, safely entering the ancient vault, and counter-killing everyone at the last moment was certainly a good choice, but it wasn't that appealing to Chen Ling. Since this was a performance, he wanted to raise the audience's expectation as much as possible and design more interesting points of conflict. Chen Ling had an even crazier plan. Chapter 61. Ancient Vault of Military Path. Audience Expectation Level 3. Do you dare to play with me? Yin Shitsai's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He came back to his senses, and he was about to explode with anger. He thought he had walked on the edge of death, only to find that this was just a joke played by Chen Ling. In that instant, his life and death were toyed with by Chen Ling. You actually dared to play me. How dare you? Yin Shitsai stumbled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Kill them for me. With a swish. In the next moment, the many enforcers surrounding Yin Shitsai simultaneously drew their guns, with more than 10 gun muzzles encircling Chen Ling and number 8 in the center. A group of country bumpkins. You dare to mock me? Yin Shitsai snatched the gun from a nearby enforcer and pressed the muzzle against Chen Ling's forehead. What do you have to fight me with? With one command from me, half the boat's crew will come to kill you. And you. He abruptly turned the gun towards number 8. Yes, I was just born lucky. With one word from me, I can make you bunch of country bumpkins from Area 3 reincarnate. Not convinced. Number 8? No. 8 was completely dragged into this by Chen Ling and was already cursing internally. He had worked hard to bring a few fire usurpers, stealing the identities of enforcers from 3 districts, hiding their identities all the way here, just to blend into the military road ancient tomb without causing trouble. Yet, Chen Ling's appearance had directly put them in the spotlight. Number 8 never expected things to escalate like this. Young Master Kai, are you really going to shoot? A still calm enforcer from Aurora City cautiously spoke up as he saw Yin Shitsai nearly going mad. What are you afraid of? Am I not capable of killing 2 country bumpkins? Everyone, open fire. Wait. Just as Yin Shitsai was about to give the order, 3 figures in black trench coats rushed over. The 3 enforcers had originally been in the cabin holding a meeting to discuss the upcoming route. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they came out to see that things had already escalated. Put down your guns. Don't you all want to enter the ancient tomb? The The five-striped enforcer spoke coldly. The crowd exchanged glances and silently lowered their weapons. Officer Lee, what do you mean by this? Yin Shizai frowned tightly. They provoked me first. I'm just acting in self-defense. Yin Shizai emphasized the word self-defense. Young Master Yin, please don't make it difficult for us. If someone dies on this ship before entering the military road ancient tomb, according to regulations, we must return and accept an investigation from the enforcer headquarters of Aurora City. Upon hearing this, the anger in Yin Shizai's eyes was somewhat subdued. This was indeed a regulation issued by the enforcer headquarters. If it were anywhere else, he could kill without a care. But this ship heading to the military road ancient tomb held extraordinary significance for the Aurora realm. Nevertheless, Yin Shizai still felt unwilling. He fixed his gaze on Chun Ling and number 8, his eyes flickering with cold light. An enforcer with 4 stripes saw this and leaned close to his ear, whispering, Young Master Yin, just bear with it for now. You can take action once we're inside the ancient tomb. It's not too late. It's common for 1 or 2 people to be lost in the military road ancient tomb each year. If someone dies on this ship, none of us can bear the responsibility. Yin Shizai glanced at him, his mood easing considerably. He looked at Chun Ling and number 8. All right. Let us deal with them once we enter the ancient tomb. Seeing that Yin Shizai did not continue to escalate the situation, the fire usurpers finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they sensed that once they entered the military road ancient tomb, things might not go as smoothly. No. 8 cast a deep glance at Chun Ling, who smiled innocently at him. But for some reason, seeing that smile, number 8 felt a chill in his heart. As the ship gradually cut through the azure sea, large ice floes began to appear around them, the biting cold seemingly seeping into their bones. Even though everyone was wearing heavy clothing, it was hard to resist this chill. Meanwhile, at the end of the horizon, a black sky gradually emerged. Even though it was still afternoon, the sunlight above the frozen sea began to dim, and the dark sea, carrying heavy ice floes, flowed past the ship. This world was visibly sinking into darkness. Standing on the deck, everyone looked up at the sky. Most had never seen such a scene, and neither had Chun Ling. A black sky over the frozen sea. This was the second time Chun Ling had witnessed large-scale supernatural phenomena since arriving in this era. The first time was the aurora. However, even the ubiquitous auroras in the aurora realm could not extend into this black sky, as if there were an invisible barrier isolating all auroras from this realm. The young enforcers exchanged glances. The domain of the military goddess path. The 4-striped enforcer slowly spoke. Humanity has existed for tens of thousands of years. Since the moment we began to live in groups, human civilization was born. From the initial activities of chopping wood, making fire, and hunting, to the various specialized divisions of labor after civilization flourished, the concept of profession runs through all human civilization. The 14 paths of divine connection: scholar, doctor, soldier, craftsman, actor, sorcerer, diviner, thief, and prostitute, are manifestations of the divine nature of professions throughout the river of human civilization. The military god's ancient tomb is the embodiment of the divine nature of the military path among humans, containing the accumulations of human history in a particular path over tens of thousands of years. The military god's ancient tomb is the vessel of all killing and war since the appearance of humanity. Do you see that sword? Everyone followed his finger and saw a massive black sword penetrating the heavens in the central area of the black sky, standing majestically like a mountain. The sword seemed to come from the sky, piercing through the human realm, pointing directly to the earth's core. Even standing on the deck looking up, they could only see half of the sword's body. The other half of the hilt had already disappeared into the dark sky above, invisible to the naked eye. Beneath that sword lay the military god's ancient tomb. Are we going beneath that sword? That's right, but only to the outermost area. The range of the military god's ancient tomb is vast. Only a small portion will be open to you. The enforcer paused for a moment. The military goddess path, validated through killing, is an opportunity you have in the Aurora realm. However, in the ancient battlefield manifested in the military god's ancient tomb, you can kill at will. When you find resonance in blood and fire and gather enough killing intent through slaughter, you will have the chance to attract the foundation of the military goddess path, granting you the qualification to step onto the divine path. Everyone stared blankly at the gradually approaching giant sword in the sky, their hearts shaken. The ship hummed. The cold wind howled, and the hems of everyone's clothes were whipped up by the fierce wind, making a rustling sound. Chapter 62. In the name of the King of Silver, seeking resonance, gathering killing intent. Is this the key to attracting the foundation of the military goddess path? Chun Ling memorized these 8 words. He suddenly recalled that when he received the gaze of the military goddess path in his courtyard, he seemed to be in such a state. A strong hatred occupied his heart as he stood before the bone knife. Having never killed anyone before, he used a dagger to slice open the body of the opponent. The killing intent he contained at that moment nearly slaughtered the entire courtyard before it barely subsided. However, the difference was that he was directly granted the divine path by the star representing the military goddess path from the heavens. whereas the people entering the military god's ancient tomb this time would obtain the divine path from the foundation of the ancient tomb. In terms of effectiveness, the latter should be inferior to the former. Before entering the ancient tomb, there are two rules you must remember. First, all beings manifested in the military god's ancient tomb can be killed at will, as they are merely projections of ancient killing intent. However, you cannot harm each other. Manifested beings can be reborn if they die, but if you die, it is truly death. Saying this, he glanced at Yin Shizai and added, of course, if you die at the hands of manifested beings during a fight, it counts as an accident. Regardless, you must prioritize your own life. Second, after you enter, the ancient vault will automatically close until it reopens 24 hours later. During this time, you cannot exit temporarily. As I said, if you encounter an emergency, prioritize your own life. Every year, law enforcement officers are sent into the ancient vault, but less than 1/10 of them can step onto the path of the war god. It's okay if you don't make it onto the path of the war god, but if you die here, you lose everything. Every word from the law enforcement officers serves as a reminder to everyone not to be too aggressive and to minimize unnecessary casualties in the ancient vault. At the same time, Chunling also fell to gaze on him. He turned around and found Yin Shizai, surrounded by many law enforcement officers, sneering at him. The other 7 fire usurpers also frowned at him, their eyes flickering. Chunling directly ignored the gazes from these two groups, his deep brown coat swaying gently in the wind. He stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the approaching ancient vault of military paths, seemingly lost in thought. Not long after, the ship arrived at the base of the enormous sword in the sky, docking in front of a massive portal. There were no walls, no paths, just that black door standing alone on the frozen sea, behind which lay endless void. The 4-pattern law enforcement officer glanced at the time and, after passing through the door, officially entered the interior of the ancient vault. The ship would wait for them here in 24 hours. Everyone exchanged glances and moved to the edge of the deck, looking at the black portal standing before the void, unsure how to enter. Just then, the silent Lu Xianming suddenly stepped forward, leaping onto the railing and soaring into the black portal, disappearing completely. Lu Xuanming's decisiveness startled the others, and soon more people began to follow suit. Taking a deep breath before jumping from the ship into the door. Chunling, right? Yin Shizai said with one foot on the railing, sneering at Chunling. I'll be waiting for you in the vault. After saying this, he also leaped down, vanishing from sight. The 7 fire usurpers followed closely behind. By the time most people had entered, only Chunling was left alone on the deck, his figure appearing as small as an ant beneath the black sword in the sky. 3 law enforcement officers in trench coats stood behind him. Go in, the 5-pattern law enforcement officer said slowly. Even if you choose to withdraw now, once you reach the shore, Yin Shizai will still find a way to kill you. His power is far stronger than you imagine. They thought Chunling was hesitating to enter, believing he was afraid. After all, anyone who wasn't stupid would know that once he entered the ancient vault, Yin Shizai would mobilize all his forces to hunt him down. Entering this ancient vault was almost a guaranteed death sentence for him. After a long silence, Chunling slowly turned his head. He smiled slightly at the 3 law enforcement officers. Who said I want to withdraw? He leaned back against the railing, gently tilting his body backward, and gracefully fell from the ship, disappearing into the black portal. Audience anticipation level 3. Current anticipation level 77. Darkness engulfed Chunling. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing on a cliff. The many law enforcement officers who had entered the vault before him were now standing in front of him in an arc, seemingly waiting for him. They looked at Chunling with expressions of regret, sympathy, schadenfreude, and pity. Anyone who had seen the friction between him and Yin Shizai on the ship knew that Chunling was doomed. This was the inevitable consequence of angering Yin Shizai. After all, he was just a newly promoted law enforcement officer from the 3rd district. How could he compete with Yin Shizai, who held power? Among them were also law enforcement officers from other major districts, most of whom felt sympathy for Chunling. After all, even if they were in his place, their fate would not be much better today. But they also could not stand up to speak for Chunling. Their only relief was that Yin Shizai had set his sights on Chunling and not on themselves. Surrounded by others, Chunling's expression remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze to the 8th person and others standing on the edge. The fire usurpers exchanged glances, seemingly not intending to intervene in Chunling's affairs, lost in their own thoughts. You really dare to come in? Should I say you are arrogant or brave? Yin Shizai said, his voice cold and piercing, as he looked at Chunling. As he raised his right hand, more than a dozen law enforcement officers from Aurora City drew their guns simultaneously. More than a dozen dark gun muzzles were aimed at Chunling, leaving him with no escape. Yin Shizai was determined to kill Chunling here. The bullets were ready to fire. With a dense fire net in front and an endless abyss behind him, he had nowhere to retreat. Chunling's hand moved to his waist. The moment he pulled out his gun, everyone's nerves tensed up. Yin Shizai instinctively grabbed the ritual tool in his pocket, and Puwen stepped protectively to his side, the aura of the Book of Gods silently emanating. At the same time, All the armed law enforcement officers instinctively prepared to pull the trigger. But in the tense atmosphere, Chunling slowly placed the gun barrel into his mouth. Chunling smiled. His lips uncontrollably curled into a grin, madness flickering in his eyes. Did you think that if I die, everything would be over? In front of everyone, he raised his right hand, lightly tapping his forehead as if he were a devout believer, and spoke to the void. Usurp the heavenly path, seize the universe. In the name of the end, thief god, Silver King, you will all die here. Bang! Chunling pulled the trigger. In the moment the bullet pierced his throat, his face shifted, transforming into that of the fire usurper number 13 he had killed, and then he helplessly fell into the abyss behind him. Fire usurper. Chapter 63. The chaos prelude. As Chunling committed suicide by gunshot in front of everyone, the world fell into silence. Everyone stared in shock at the empty cliff edge, momentarily frozen in thought. He committed suicide? Yin Shizai was stunned for a long time. I thought he was tougher than that, but he just killed himself? Something doesn't seem right. Did you all see that? His face changed the moment he was shot. Yeah, what was that about? I thought it was strange how a little law enforcement officer from the 3rd District dared to act so recklessly against young Master Yin. So he isn't really Chunling? He is a fire usurper. Just as everyone was discussing, Pu Wen suddenly spoke up. His expression was extremely serious. Usurp the heavenly path. Seize the universe. End thief god, Silver King. This is the belief of the fire usurpers. Fire usurpers? Upon hearing these 3 words, everyone present changed their expressions dramatically. Isn't that the evil organization wanted by all human realms? They have also come to the Aurora realm. I've heard that every member of the fire usurpers is a possessor of the thief god path. They can easily steal anyone's face and blend into the crowd. They take pleasure in stealing everything from others: identity, money, memories, emotions, family. It's said they can also steal others' divine paths. So the one who just died wasn't Chunling at all, but a fire usurper who infiltrated among us? They made it into the ancient vault of military paths. Everyone spoke in a frenzy, and the terrifying atmosphere rapidly spread within the enclosed ancient vault. At the same time, the fire usurpers nearby were also in shock. They initially thought that Chunling had killed number 13 and then pretended to be a fire usurper to infiltrate their ranks. But just now, after Chunling was shot, he clearly transformed into the appearance of number 13. So, number 13 didn't make a mistake? Everything that just happened was done by number 13 himself? Did he betray them? But what was he after? All the fire usurpers felt their heads spinning, looking at each other, only seeing confusion in each other's eyes. He just said that we would all die. Lu Xianming, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If it were Chunling who said this, everyone would find it ridiculous. After all, he was just a powerless small law enforcer from Area 3. But if this was said by a fire usurper disguised as Chunling, then the situation was different. At this moment, everyone recalled Chunling's words, expressions, and smiles just before his suicide, feeling a chill run down their spines. But now that he is dead, can he still kill us? Someone among the law enforcers spoke hoarsely. What makes you so sure that only one fire usurper infiltrated us? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's hair stood on end. The hearts of the fire usurpers sank like a stone. A fire usurper infiltrating the ancient vault must have some significant plan. Do you think they would only send one person? Lu Xuanming's deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. From another perspective, if there were only him, why would he actively provoke Yin Shizai, prompting us to attack him? Isn't that actively exposing his identity and seeking death? Do you mean he was actually trying to attract our attention? To hide his other accomplices? That doesn't make sense either. Once he dies. We also know that a fire usurper has infiltrated. Wouldn't that make it easier to expose his teammates? Could it be that there was an internal conflict among the fire usurpers? This possibility can't be ruled out, but I still feel something is off. Chunling provoked the murderous intent of the law enforcers in Aurora City, leaving the fire usurpers dumbfounded. And then this mysterious young man at the center of it all simply committed suicide, leaving them with endless mysteries. Yin Shizai looked extremely ugly. He had thought that once he entered the ancient vault, he could vent his anger on Chunling, but he never expected that it would only make him feel worse. So, has a fire usurper really infiltrated us? He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is it?" Everyone looked at each other, and there was an added sense of vigilance and hesitation in their gazes. According to Lu Xuanming's earlier statement, any one of them around could have been replaced by a fire usurper. If I remember correctly, that Chunling should have come on the same vehicle as the law enforcers from areas 3, 5, and 6. Pu Wen seemed to have thought of something. There were only 8 of them in total, making it the most suitable target for a switch on the way, right? Everyone suddenly turned to look at number 8 and the others. Moreover, they had arrived a day early. A law enforcer from Area 4 continued. They are very close to Winter Harbor, especially Area 3. Thinking about it, there was really no need to arrive a day early, even if they came for fun. It was too coincidental to run into law enforcers from Areas 5 and 6. Speaking of which, during the time on the ship, Chunling's conversation with their Area 3 captain was also quite strange. The hearts of the 7 fire usurpers grew increasingly tense with the dialogue among the others. They could clearly feel the fear and suspicion in the eyes of others looking at them. and some even revealed murderous intent. What the hell is going on? The 7 fire usurpers were now at a loss, wanting to cry but having no tears. They had been acting honestly among the law enforcers, not doing anything. And now their identities were about to be exposed just like that. With their identities on the verge of being exposed, several fire usurpers exchanged glances, their expressions turning sinister. Since they were about to be exposed, why not just kill them all? After all, once they entered the ancient vault, no matter how much they slaughtered, the outside world wouldn't know. Even though they were outnumbered 10 to 1, most of the opponents were ordinary people. Killing them wouldn't be difficult. Law Enforcer Jiangqin from Area 3. Lu Xianming crossed his arms and slowly spoke. We need to verify the authenticity of your faces. Do you agree? Suspicion had already arisen. If they didn't confirm the identities of this group from Area 3, who could safely train in the ancient vault? How to verify? Number 8 retorted. I heard that fire usurpers steal faces by putting the flesh and blood of the other person on their own skin. If you let me cut open your face, I can see if there is still a face underneath, and we can verify it naturally. All the guns were instantly aimed at the 7 fire usurpers. Seeing this, Number 8's expression changed repeatedly. He remained silent for a long time, took a deep breath, and viciously said, Do it. At this point, even if they refused to verify, it would be meaningless. Rather than that, they might as well strike first and kill these troublesome law enforcers. Once those 2 words were spoken, the 7 fire usurpers simultaneously changed their faces, reverting to their original appearances. The crowd, witnessing this scene, was shocked. They almost let these fire usurpers deceive them. Meanwhile, they didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. But the next moment, the guns in their hands disappeared into thin air, reappearing in the hands of the 7 fire usurpers. A group of kids who haven't even grown hair. I've tolerated you long enough. Number 8 spat. And the flash of gunfire instantly illuminated the edge of the cliff. A slaughter began. Chapter 64. The performance begins. This act of weapon theft left most of the law enforcers dumbfounded. Most of them were newcomers who had never encountered divine paths. And they were even less familiar with the divine path of theft, which came from beyond the Aurora realm. The moment their weapons were stolen, they all stood frozen in place. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous gunfire rang out, and the first batch of law enforcers at the front fell like straw in the wind. The first group to fire resulted in the loss of over 10 people on the law enforcer side. Yin Shizai was horrified. He grabbed a law enforcer and pulled him in front of him as a shield. At the same time, a silver needle ejected from the side of his ring, stabbing it into the law enforcer who had been shot into a honeycomb. As the flesh of that law enforcer was frantically devoured, the red jewels on the surface of the ring lit up, and a mysterious power radiated from Yin Shizai's palm. Crush! Yin Shizai casually tossed the drained law enforcer aside, and with his right hand facing the barrage of bullets, he clenched his fist. The next moment, the guns stolen by the 7 fire usurpers were, as if they were being wildly ravaged by an invisible hand, the straight gun barrels curling into lumps, the bullets exploding from the chambers, and their hands getting injured. Sacrificial artifact? Number 8's eyes flashed with a glimmer, and he raised his right hand to grab Yin Shizai. Just as he was about to steal Yin Shizai's sacrificial artifact, Pu Wen stepped forward, pulling out a piece of rice paper from his sleeve and pointing it at the 7 people in midair. On the surface of the rice paper, a dark character appeared. Strong and powerful. Seal. As this character faded from the paper, the 7 fire usurpers' figures froze simultaneously, as if their bodies had turned to stone, briefly stiffening in place. The book Divine Path, first stage, sealing character. Seeing this scene, Number 8's heart sank. He didn't expect Pu Wen to have truly mastered the book Divine Path. How did he get this opportunity to enter the ancient vault? Having Yin Shizai bring him along was an obvious cheat, right? In the blink of an eye, a flash of blade light slashed from the darkness, crescent-like, across the neck of a fire usurper who had been immobilized. The black-clad Lu Xianming halted, the straight blade already drenched in blood, and at the same time, a large head rolled from the body of the fire usurper behind him. One less fire usurper. Run. Lu Xianming killed one person but did not continue to attack. Instead, he decisively rushed into the depths of the ancient repository, shouting, "We are not their opponents. Split up and run." This sentence startled the other law enforcers, and they immediately turned and scattered in different directions. Although there were more than 70 of them, they lost over a dozen members in just one encounter with a few usurpers. Even with Yin Shizai's sacrificial artifact, Pu Wen's divine book, and Lu Xuanming's sudden attack, they barely managed to take down one usurper. However, once the other usurpers broke free from the fixed state, they could easily retaliate against all of them. 1 second later, Number 8 was the first to break free from the fixed state. He coldly looked at the fleeing individuals heading in different directions and hesitated for a long time before deciding not to pursue. Damn it, Number 14 has been beheaded. The remaining usurpers regained their actions and turned pale at the sight of their comrade's severed body. We underestimated them. Number 8 spoke slowly. Yin Shizai, Lu Xianming, and Pu Wen are all powerful young figures in Aurora City. How could they enter the ancient repository without defensive measures? It's mainly that Pu Wen. Zhong Yaoguang gritted his teeth and said, If it weren't for his divine book, we could have stolen Yin Shizai's sacrificial artifact in an instant. Next time we meet Lu Xianming, we must kill them. Number 8. Are we not pursuing? Don't forget our objective. Everything revolves around stealing the foundation of the divine path of arms. Number 8 looked at the direction in which everyone had fled and sneered. Even if we let them drag it out for 24 hours until the repository reopens, so what? Waiting for them outside won't be those 3 law enforcers from Aurora City, but a saint of thieves. The other usurpers imagined that scene, and their lips curled up, feeling reassured that a saint of thieves would back them up. What were they afraid of? All right, let them jump around for a while longer. But who exactly is this number 13? It's really hard to figure out who he is. Who cares? A dead person can't stir up any waves. I just feel that everything is strange. All right, don't overthink it. Right now, stealing the foundation of the divine path of arms is the priority. The 6 usurpers turned away from the cliff and walked straight into the depths of the ancient repository, quickly disappearing from the horizon. After an unknown amount of time, a blood-red hand slowly clawed its way up the cliff edge. The whimpering cold wind at the bottom of the cliff sounded like ghostly cries, and a figure draped in a bright red theater robe crawled up from the abyss. Chun Ling spat out a shell casing. His punctured head was visibly healing at a rapid pace as his gaze swept over the bloodied corpses on the ground, seemingly counting something. 1, 2, 32, 13. 13 are dead, leaving 64. The fighting isn't fierce enough yet. Complete a performance involving at least 50 participants and ensure no one survives after the performance ends. This was the goal left to Chun Ling by the twisted divine path. In other words, he had to ensure that everyone died here within 24 hours. If relying on himself alone, killing the remaining 77 people would undoubtedly be extremely difficult, as it included 7 usurpers banding together, as well as Yin Shizai, who held a sacrificial artifact and was surrounded by numerous law enforcers, who went with his divine book, and Lu Xianming, whose combat power was unknown. The good news was that the divine path only required no one to survive, without demanding that Chun Ling personally kill everyone. Thus, Chun Ling personally scripted this play. Using his own death as bait, he would draw fire onto the other usurpers during their fight. He could trigger casualties without bloodshed and use that opportunity to escape everyone's line of sight, secretly manipulating everything. Audience expectation, 8. Current expectation, 35, at the dim cliff's edge. Blood stained the earth crimson. Chun Ling, draped in a bright red theater robe, slowly crouched down, his fingertips touching his lips before pressing against the blood-soaked ground like an actor about to start a performance, kissing the stage. A smile couldn't be suppressed at the corners of his mouth. As if completing some ritual, he murmured, "The performance begins." Chapter 65. It's that dog of the Qin army. How is it? Are they chasing us? Yin Shizai distanced himself from the cliff, running several kilometers before gasping for breath. At this moment, besides Pu Wan, who had always followed him, there were only 8 law enforcers from Aurora City left. In the panic earlier, everyone had almost scattered. No. A law enforcer glanced back. It should be safe here. Damn it, what are the law enforcers of Aurora City doing? How could they let the usurpers infiltrate? Yin Shizai cursed. This matter must be held accountable. I want them to give me an explanation. Just as several people were talking, a figure hurriedly ran over. Is it a usurper? Upon seeing him approach, Yin Shizai's nerves tensed. No, it's Xiao Jian. A law enforcer immediately spoke upon seeing the person's face. His leg isn't very good, so he's running a bit slowly. He has been lagging behind the group. He won't be swapped out by a usurper, will he? Someone in the crowd muttered quietly. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression immediately changed, and they looked warily at the sweating Xiao Jian, as if wary of something. Young Master Yan, wait for me. Xiao Jian limped over from a distance, staggering, his face somewhat pale. However, before he could get close to the others, Yin Shizai coldly said, "Stop." Xiao Jian froze in place. "Who are you?" "I am Xiao Jian." Xiao Jian was startled and stammered. "My dad is Jian Chonglan. I'm your family's gardener. I even served you tea this morning. You don't remember me?" Yin Shizai narrowed his eyes and gave a look to a law enforcer beside him, who immediately understood. He drew a short knife from his waist and slowly approached Xiao Jian. "Young master, I'm just verifying your identity." Yin Shizai said lightly, "You're moving too slowly. We can't rule out the possibility of you being swapped out by a usurper." "I didn't." Xiao Jian exclaimed, "Young master, I really didn't. I run slowly because my leg is lame. I really haven't been swapped out. Whether you've been swapped out or not, cutting your face will tell us." The law enforcer stepped in front of Xiao Jian, the cold glint of the knife reflecting off his face. Xiao Jian's legs went weak, and he immediately knelt down with a thud. "Young master, please don't cut my face. I'm begging you. I'm already lame. If you cut my face again, how will I survive?" The law enforcer hesitated upon seeing this. He turned to look at Yin Shizai, who waved his hand in annoyance. "What are you looking at?" "Cut." "Sorry, brother." The law enforcer yanked Xiao Jian's collar, and the sharp tip of the knife pierced his cheek, then slowly pressed down. A piercing scream escaped from Xiao Jian's throat as his face twisted in pain, blood seeping from his skin, and a gaping cut marred half of his face, revealing the flesh beneath. Beneath the flesh, there was no other face. The law enforcer put away the short knife, stood up, and nodded slightly to Yin Shizai and the others. It's him. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, the crisis is averted. Pu Wen glanced at the direction of the cliff. Those usurpers didn't pursue us. They must have other objectives. As long as they don't come to provoke us. It doesn't matter what they want to do. Yin Shizai said solemnly. As long as 24 hours pass, they will undoubtedly die. Before that, we have more important things to do. In order to bring you into the ancient treasure of war, I have used up all my connections and favors. If I still can't step onto the path of the war god, I might as well give up on ever leading the Star Chamber of Commerce in my lifetime. Let me make it clear beforehand. I can only help you plunder killing intent using the path of the book god. Whether you can step onto the path of the war god is not related to me. Pu Wen glanced at him. No need for your reminder. Yin Shizai's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he waved his hand. Let's go. Time is of the essence. Everyone followed Yin Shizai and headed straight into the depths of the ancient treasure, leaving behind a bloodied figure lying motionless in the vast wilderness. Xiao Jin struggled to get up, a shocking knife wound cutting across his cheek. He stared blankly at the departing crowd, his eyes filled with despair. After a moment, he finally regained his composure, gritting his teeth and following in their footsteps. Is this the interior of the ancient treasure of war? Beneath the dim sky, Chen Ling, dressed in a bright red opera robe, stood alone in the desolation, murmuring to himself. Chen Ling did not pursue any faction, as there was still enough time before the ancient treasure of war reopened. During this time, it would be better to let the conflict ferment on its own. He believed that the chaotic slaughter was far from over. It was merely a temporary pause. In other words, let the bullets fly for a while longer. Chen Ling also needed some time to find a way to steal the foundation of the path. He clearly remembered that before entering the ancient treasure, the leading enforcer had said that when resonating from blood and fire, gathering enough killing intent in the slaughter would provide an opportunity to attract the foundation of the war god path. How exactly should this be done? While pondering, Chen Ling climbed over a small hill. Not far from the hill, a narrow ravine was embedded in the ground, where 10 armored figures stood together with weapons, seemingly engaged in conversation. Judging by their clothing and weapons, they did not look like people from this era. Is this the ancient killing intent projection the enforcer mentioned? After hesitating for a moment, Chen Ling walked straight down the hill towards the ravine. As soon as he stepped into the ravine, the 10 armored figures seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around. They fixed their gaze on the red-clad Chen Ling, as if he were their archenemy, shouting, "It's that dog of the Qin army. Kill!" In the next moment, the 10 men charged at Chen Ling with spears raised, brimming with killing intent. Chen Ling was momentarily stunned, instinctively taking a step back, his foot leaving the ground. Immediately, the 10 armored figures halted, as if losing their target, and turned to walk back. They put down their weapons and gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Chen Ling. He stepped back into the ravine with his right foot, and the 10 men immediately glared at him, raising their weapons and charging again. "It's that dog of the Qin army. Kill!" Chen Ling withdrew his foot, and they fell silent, turning back. Chen Ling stepped forward again. "It's that dog of the Qin army. Kill! It's that dog of the Qin army. Kill!" Repeating this several times, Chen Ling looked at the expressions of the 10 in the ravine, feeling it was incredibly strange. Isn't this exactly it? Chapter 66. Storage Device. Chen Ling seemed to understand what this ancient treasure of war was about. The enforcer on the ship had said that the ancient treasure of the divine path was a manifestation of the divine nature of the divine path in the human world, containing all the accumulations of humanity along a certain path over tens of thousands of years. At first, Chen Ling had no concept of this, but the current scene suddenly reminded him of a term from the previous era, storage device. The ancient treasure of war resembled a super storage device, gathering all wars and slaughters in human history and presenting them in some logical way. The trial area they were in should be the edge region of this storage device. The 10-man ravine before him seemed to preserve a segment of war history. Once someone entered this area, it would be triggered, and as long as they left, the killing intent projection inside would automatically reset. No wonder the enforcer said to act within their capabilities. In this mode, as long as the participating enforcers didn't act recklessly, they could ensure their safety by fleeing immediately if they felt they couldn't win, making it perfect for training these novices. Chen Ling stepped into the ravine again. But this time he did not retreat. Instead, he walked straight towards the 10 men. "It's that dog of the Qin army. Kill!" The 10 soldiers shouted, charging at Chen Ling with their spears. In this narrow terrain, there was no choice but to face them head-on. The dark blood-stained spearheads broke through the air but did not touch Chen Ling's body. The flash of red deftly avoided the spear's trajectory, and in the blink of an eye, a gleaming dagger sliced across the throat of the first soldier. Immediately, 3 spears whistled towards him. These soldiers were not like the ruffians from Ice Spring Street. They were clearly trained, with their coordination and attack angles being exceptionally crafty. Chen Ling held the dagger, retreating in the ravine to dodge the frantically thrusting spearheads, and at the same time, he pushed off forcefully against the side wall. His figure leaped into the air, directly crossing over the wall of spears, and landed among several of them like a ghost. The hem of his opera robe traced an arc, and the white cold gleam instantly took the lives of 3 men. In such close quarters, the dagger's agility far surpassed that of the spears, and the soldiers couldn't react in time as they fell one after another. In the short span of an encounter, Chun-Ling killed 4 men. He turned to look at the corpses lying in pools of blood, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. He didn't know how he had done it. The move he had just executed, leaping off the wall and killing the group, was entirely instinctive, and he hadn't thought about it at all in that moment. It was as if he inherently knew how to kill most efficiently. After killing 4 soldiers, Chun-Ling watched as their bodies transformed into black mist and surged into his body. At the same time, an inexplicable desire surged in his mind. This feeling was hard to describe, like walking out of a gangster movie after just watching it, standing tall with an unintentional swagger, looking at everyone with a defiant gaze. As if seeing only small-time thugs. Under the baptism of killing intent, his soul craved more intense battles, yearning for more blood and fire. Chun-Ling's eyes flickered with fierce light as he unhesitatingly attacked the remaining 6 soldiers. A flash of red danced among the crowd, and under Chun-Ling's agility, the advantage of their long weapons vanished. The 6 soldiers fought and retreated in the ravine, unable to withstand the dagger's cunning angles of attack. Finally, under Chun-Ling's ferocious assault, their coordination fell apart, and as the first figure was killed by Chun-Ling, more and more fell in succession. Blood soaked the ground, and a chilling killing intent filled the entire ravine, all of which was absorbed into that flash of red. Dogs of the Qin army shall not die a good death. Chun-Ling's dagger pierced the chest of the last soldier, whose blood-red eyes fixed on him, blood surging from his throat. And only after uttering those words did he collapse into a pool of blood. The last trace of killing intent surged into Chun-Ling's body. He looked down at the corpses strewn about and thoughtfully said, "I wonder which war's projection this dog of the Qin army belongs to?" Chun-Ling was not very knowledgeable about history and had no interest in learning. For him, the priority was to quickly steal the foundation of the war god path. Just as he was about to leave the ravine, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. In the ancient battlefield of weapons, the sky was turbulent with swirling clouds. The massive black sword that pierced the heavens gradually revealed its true form amidst the mist. High above in the unreachable firmament, a faint light flickered at the end of the sword's hilt, where a dark red gem sparkled like a star. At this moment, Chun-Ling felt the killing intent within him begin to boil, as if something unseen had locked onto him. Wait, why does this feeling seem so familiar? Just as Chun-Ling was in confusion, a black satin ribbon extended from the gem on the sword's hilt, slithering through the clouds like a serpent, flying straight towards him. Meanwhile, in another area of the ancient battlefield of weapons, a small ravine was filled with 7 law enforcers awkwardly wielding knives and swords, retreating step by step against the attack of 3 armored soldiers. Yan Shizai and Pu Wen stood outside the ravine, watching the grueling battle, unable to help but curse. Useless. With so many people, you can't even deal with 3 projections of killing intent. The 7 law enforcers inside the ravine were on the verge of tears. They had indeed been law enforcers in Aurora City for 3 years, but what era was it now? Law enforcers carried guns, and practicing marksmanship was infinitely more useful than close combat. How many of them had even trained with melee weapons? Yet, their guns had been stolen by the arsonists. Without guns, they could only pick up nearby cold weapons to fight, but in terms of close combat, they had hardly held swords or knives before. What could they use to battle soldiers who had been seasoned in the annals of human history? Thus, even though they had found a ravine with only 3 projections of killing intent, they were still being suppressed, making Yan Shizai jump in anger. Pu Wen, hurry up and take action. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to restrain myself from taking out this group of useless people. Yan Shizai suppressed his fury and said to Pu Wen beside him. Pu Wen nodded, reached into his sleeve, and produced a sheet of Xian paper once again. Freeze, he whispered to the 3 soldiers. As the character for freeze on the paper disappeared, the 3 armored soldiers simultaneously froze in place. The other law enforcers finally breathed a sigh of relief, grabbing their knives and swords to attack the soldiers. In the chaos, 3 law enforcers managed to strike vital points, absorbing the killing intent that dissipated after the soldiers vanished. Their eyes instantly brightened, as if something was growing within them, the fatigue disappearing without a trace. And their backs unconsciously straightened, a heroic spirit appearing between their brows. What are you waiting for? Come out. Yan Shizai spoke again. The others immediately obediently stepped forward. It took so long to absorb just 3 killing intents. At this rate, when will we attract the attention of the god of war? Yan Shizai spoke unhappily. The attention of the god of war varies from person to person, Pu Wen explained at the right moment. Some people are naturally suited for the god of war. Even if they only kill 1 person, they can attract the attention of the divine path. Others are not suited for it. Even if they gather dozens of killing intents, they might not be able to attract it. I know. Yan Shizai waved his hand. That's why I asked you to come. If dozens are not enough, then let us absorb 100, 200. I refuse to believe that I, Yin Shizai, am destined to have nothing to do with the god of war. After saying that, he pointed to the 3 law enforcers who had absorbed the killing intents. Quick, use your skills to transfer their killing intents to me. Pu Wen shook his head. The number of swallow characters is limited. We should wait until their killing intents accumulate more before using them. Otherwise the efficiency is too low. Fine. Then let us find a place with more killing intents, and slowly. Boom. Before Yin Shizai could finish speaking, the ground suddenly trembled beneath their feet. Everyone was stunned as the clouds dispersed, and a black serpent extended from the sword hilt, diving straight down not far away. Seeing this, Yin Shizai's eyes widened in shock. The god of war? How long has it been since we entered, and someone is already about to step onto the path of the god of war? It shouldn't be possible. Among this batch of law enforcers, is there really such a genius? Pu Wen pondered, could it be Lu Xianming? Let us go take a look. Yin Shizai immediately said, we can't provoke Lu Xianming, but if it's someone else, then it's different. The group hurriedly set off towards the place where the divine path was descending. Number 8. Someone has already attracted divine attention. An arsonist saw the scene in the distance and immediately spoke. I see it. Number 8's gaze followed the black satin ribbon upward, eventually landing on the surface of the dark red gem on the sword hilt. Is that the foundation of the god of war? The foundation on the sword hilt? How do we steal it? Climb up? Not possible. Number 8 shook his head. Where we are is just the outermost and smallest area of the ancient battlefield of weapons. It was chosen as the trial ground of the Aurora realm because of its simplicity and harmlessness. But the closer you get to that sword, the more dangerous the area becomes. It is said that deep within the ancient battlefield, there are several extremely ancient and powerful beings, let alone us. Even if the thief saint came, it would be impossible to reach the area around that sword. Then how do we steal the foundation? We can't touch the foundation, but we can wait for it to come to us. Number 8 raised his hand, pointing at the black satin ribbon extending from the foundation. That is our medium to touch it and our only opportunity to steal the foundation. To steal the foundation, we first need to attract the god of war over, right? So we also need to gather killing intents like those law enforcers to attract the foundation's attention? That's the most reliable method. As they spoke, they arrived before a larger ravine. In the center of the ravine, more than 50 armored soldiers were gathered together, forming a formation facing forward, exuding a chilling killing intent. The 7 arsonists stood at the front of the ravine, exchanged glances, and nodded slightly. The next moment, they all charged into the ravine simultaneously. In the 10-man ravine, the black satin ribbon extended straight above Chen Ling. A solemn and oppressive aura suddenly descended. The god of war? Chen Ling remembered that when he had attracted the attention of the god of war in the courtyard, a similar thing had appeared. However, the difference was that the ribbon at that time was thicker and more solid, like a staircase extending down from the firmament, while the one before him extended from the gem on the hilt of that black giant sword. Is this how you attract the god of war? Chen Ling said in disbelief. Is it really that simple? Wasn't it said that even entering the ancient battlefield of weapons and gaining the god of war's recognition was extremely difficult? Wasn't it said that less than 1 in 10 would be able to step onto the path of the god of war? Chen Ling was a bit dazed. After all, he had just casually picked a 10-man ravine and ended up killing through it all. He never expected to attract the god of war so easily. It had been less than an hour since he entered the ancient battlefield. Is the god of war really so unreserved? Every time he casually provoked it, it came rushing over? So, that is the foundation of the god of war? Chen Ling's gaze fell on the source of the black satin ribbon, the gem embedded in the sword hilt. He tried to reach out his hand, wanting to touch the gem through the god of war itself. But before his fingertips could touch the black satin ribbon, it suddenly trembled violently. Then, as if it had seen something terrifying, it quickly retreated. Chen Ling reached out a hand, but grasped at nothing. Chen Ling looked back at the void behind him, where pairs of crimson eyes gradually faded. The oppressive pressure from the onlookers scared the god of war away, not giving him a chance to touch it at all. Sure enough, even after entering the ancient repository of war, the outcome remains the same. The divine path running away upon seeing me is quite troublesome. Chen Ling furrowed her brows tightly. If she couldn't even encounter the divine path, how could she steal the foundation of the path? In this case, perhaps she could only go and rob those fire usurpers. It was unrealistic for her to single-handedly kill 6 fire usurpers, so she could only resort to using others to do the dirty work. But now, the law enforcers and the fire usurpers were in a stalemate. How could she speed up the process and make them fight again? Just as Chen Ling was pondering, a shadow suddenly fell from the retreating divine path, descending through the dim sky and landing precisely in front of her. Bang! Chen Ling was drawn by the dull sound and saw a bloodstained token lying quietly on the ground. She looked curiously at the retreating divine path and stepped forward to pick up the token, inspecting it carefully in her hand. This was a token with a very ancient feel to it, cold to the touch, made of some kind of metal material. Through the dark, thick bloodstains, she could barely make out 2 characters below. They were not simplified Chinese characters that Chen Ling was familiar with. Instead, they resembled small seal script. Chen Ling couldn't understand seal script, but the first character seemed to resemble the character for white. White. Ling immediately thought of the thief saint, Bai Yi, mentioned by number 8 on the train. But the second character didn't look like Yi at all, and besides, this token had a considerable historical feel. Definitely not a modern product. Ling stared carefully at the mysterious second character, scribbling on the ground for a long time before hesitantly sketching out another simplified character that looked very similar. On the gray-white ground, the two characters pieced together to form a name that made Ling's heart tremble. Bai Qi. Chapter 68. Has it chosen me? The god of killing, Bai Qi. Ling had naturally heard of Bai Qi's name. Even in the entirety of human warfare history, this figure was quite prominent. But why did this token inscribed with the name Bai Qi fall from the divine path? Moreover, both the timing and location of its fall seemed almost as if someone had deliberately delivered it into her hands. Looking at the black giant sword piercing through the heavens and the earth, a thought suddenly flashed through Ling's mind. Since the ancient repository of war is a storage of human warfare, does it still contain data on certain famous generals? For example, Bai Qi? Ling carefully examined the token, trying to find more clues on it. Just then, a voice came from a distance. Strange. Why has the divine path disappeared again? It must have been controlled by someone, so of course it vanished. But judging by the location, that person shouldn't have gone far. There's a ravine here. Inside, there are 10 murderous projections. That person must have gathered the murderous aura here to attract the divine path. Ling heard Yan Shizai's voice among them. Holding the Bai Qi token, her eyes narrowed, and a thought swiftly appeared in her mind. Without hesitation, she tucked the token into her bosom, tore a piece of her face skin off with her right hand, and instantly transformed into an identical Bai Qi token, quietly lying in the depths of the ravine. After Ling killed her way through this 10-person ravine, the 10 murderous projections seemed to refresh, firmly occupying the entrance of the ravine, while Yan Shizai and the others were blocked outside, tiptoeing to try to see what was happening inside. Is there anyone in there? Yan Shizai asked. I don't know. These murderous projections are blocking the view. Can't see clearly. Then let's kill them all first. Yan Xiao? But there are 10 murderous projections. We can't handle them. Useless. With Pu Laodi here, what are you afraid of? Charge. Yan Shizai roared angrily, kicking one of the law enforcers and directly sending him into the 10-person ravine. It's that Qin army dog. Kill. The 10 armored soldiers charged in aggressively, brandishing their long spears without saying a word. Seeing this, Pu Wen had no choice but to take out a binding talisman again, briefly immobilizing the 10 soldiers. The other law enforcers followed suit with their swords and knives, surging forward, and after a flurry of slashing, they killed 6 of them. A few seconds later, the remaining 3 soldiers broke free from the binding and engaged in a fierce battle with several law enforcers. Faced with the 3 living and moving soldiers, the crowd suddenly lost their composure, retreating in succession and unexpectedly falling into a stalemate. Don't look at me. The binding talisman can only work once on the same target in a short period. I can't help you now. Pu Wen shrugged as he felt Yan Shizai's gaze. A bunch of useless people. Yan Shizai cursed. Today, whoever accumulates the most murderous aura when we return. The headquarters of the law enforcers in the Aurora realm can choose any team to join. But whoever accumulates the least, I'll fire him. As soon as these words came out, all the law enforcers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, crazily charging at the 3 armored soldiers. The sharp, long spears cut through their bodies, leaving behind several gruesome wounds. However, under this fearless assault and the pressure of numbers, the 3 armored soldiers were still broken through the formation and ultimately met their demise at the hands of the most aggressive law enforcers. The 10 streams of murderous aura were absorbed by everyone, and their eyes grew increasingly bright. Even the law enforcer named Xiao Jian, who was limping, noticeably improved his aura after killing an armored soldier in the chaos. The grayness in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of confidence and power. Is this murderous aura? Xiao Jian curiously looked at his own hands, and he began to like this feeling. Witnessing this scene, Yan Shizai's expression finally eased. He hurried into the ravine and looked deeper inside. How is it? Is there anyone? It seems there isn't. One law enforcer took a few steps forward and saw no figures. The guy who first obtained the divine path must have already left. Clatter. A blood-colored token just slid off a stone, falling right in front of Yan Shizai. Oh, what is this? Yan Shizai discovered the blood-stained token and bent down to pick it up, his eyes filled with confusion. Pu Wen stepped forward, saw the small seal script on the token, and his face changed in shock. Bai Qi. Bai Qi. Who is that? He is a rumored ancient general. Pu Wen's eyes were fixed on the token, filled with shock. Most records about him were destroyed in the Great Disaster, but it is said that he was once given the title of the God of Killing. God of Killing? Hearing these 2 words, even Yan Shizai, who didn't understand history, was startled and quickly asked, could it be that he is still alive? Impossible. Pu Wen shook his head. The ancient repository of war is indeed a carrier of all wars and killings to date, but historical figures are ultimately historical figures. Even if Bai Qi really appeared, it could only be a projection of a certain segment of killing in the ancient repository of war. It's impossible to resurrect from history. Yan Shizai suddenly lost interest. So is this thing fake? No, this token has a strong aura of the divine path. It shouldn't be fake. Pu Wen spoke uncertainly. Even if it is a projection of killing, given by Qi's status, he should be the top existence within this ancient repository. His token appearing here might be the divine path, conveying some kind of message to you? The divine path, conveying a message to me? Yin Shizai held the token. Stunned for a moment. Are you saying it has chosen me? When he said the last few words, Yin Shizai's voice trembled slightly, and an unprecedented excitement appeared in his eyes. At this moment, all of Yin Shizai's previous displeasure was swept away. It should be noted that every year, many people enter the ancient repository of war, stepping onto the divine path. But how many people are chosen by the divine path and granted something? If this thing is really as Pu Wen said, the value of this by Qi token is enough to crush any enforcer stepping into the trial. Even if he never sets foot on the divine general path this time, once he returns home, just relying on this token, he can shock all the elders in his family. The words chosen by the divine general path are enough to crush all competitors of other star merchants' heirs. Hearing Yin Shizai's last sentence, Pu Wen was taken aback. He felt that Yin Shizai might have misunderstood his meaning. But seeing the other party's ecstatic expression, Pu Wen hesitated for a moment but didn't say much more. I knew it. I've had such bad luck for so long. There must be a day when I turn things around. That fire usurper even said I was just a lucky fool. He knows nothing. Yin Shizai laughed heartily. By Qi token. By Qi token. With this thing, who in Aurora City would dare look down on me? The scheduled release was wrong. There are still 2 chapters at 7 tonight. Doghead, Chapter 69, Celestial Wolf. Boom. Just as Yin Shizai was overjoyed, the ground beneath everyone's feet trembled again. The dark clouds parted, and the light of the divine general path at the hilt of the giant sword shone brightly, with an ethereal stone staircase cascading down like a ribbon, extending in a certain direction. Someone stepped onto the divine general path again, Pu Wen said in surprise. There are quite a few high-talent enforcers in this batch. Yin Shizai watched as the second divine general path owner was born, and much of his joy was washed away. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Continue. We'll wait outside this 10-person gorge, and whenever the killing intent projection gathers, we'll strike once. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't accumulate a divine general path. Yin Shizai led the others back outside the gorge. And after a moment of waiting, the 10 armored soldiers refreshed again. Charge! Yin Shizai waved his hand, and the other enforcers immediately rushed out. With Pu Wen's coordination, the familiar battle scene was quickly replayed. It wasn't that Yin Shizai didn't want to switch to a gorge with more killing intent projections, but they were already at their limit handling 10 killing intent projections. If they switched to a 20-person gorge, these people would probably be turned into a hornet's nest, and he would become a solitary commander. Yin Shizai held the Bai Qi token like a treasure, watching the enforcers repeatedly slaughter through the 10-person gorge. During this time, 2 more divine general paths extended from the foundation. Divine general path, Celestial Wolf path? The black-clad Lu Xianming stood in a cleared 15-person gorge, and as the divine general path gradually receded, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Congratulations, young Master Lu, on stepping onto the divine general path. The 3 enforcers behind him immediately congratulated. Just a Celestial Wolf path. What's there to celebrate? Lu Xianming shook his head. The Celestial Wolf path has no weaknesses in various aspects, but it also has no obvious advantages, ranking only in the upper middle among all divine general path paths. Back then, I refused the divine favor of the Celestial Wolf path because I wanted to exchange it for a more powerful path, like Azura or Judgment. I didn't expect that even entering the ancient treasury would yield the same result. Young Master Lu, don't be modest. The divine favor is something many people seek, but cannot obtain. You not only got the divine favor, but you also rejected it once. If Yin Shizai knew, wouldn't he go mad with jealousy? Yes, young Master Lu, the Celestial Wolf path is quite good. The reason you feel it's not strong enough is simply that no absolute strong person has emerged from this path. Since that's the case, why not become that strong person yourself? If I could step onto the divine general path like you, regardless of which path it is, it would be like my ancestors smoking incense. Several enforcers followed Lu Xianming, their eyes filled with envy. All right, stop following me. There is still a long time until the trial ends. Find your own place to gather killing intent quickly. If you can step onto the divine general path and advance to enforcer, come work under me. Thank you, young Master Lu. Aren't you going to continue accumulating killing intent? I feel this thing is quite effective. I also feel that after absorbing this killing intent, I feel much more confident and full of power. Lu Xianming shook his head. Gathering killing intent is merely to attract the attention of the divine general path. This essence is an aura left over from ancient battlefields. Absorbing too much will affect one's mental state. Only a fool like Yin Shizai would think that absorbing more is better. I see. So where are you going? To find those fire usurpers and test my Celestial Wolf. Lu Xianming narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of killing intent flickering in his gaze. Fire usurpers? The crowd was startled, but at least they all had 2 skills, both at the 2nd tier, while you just advanced to the 4th tier. Below the 4th tier, Aside from the number of skills mastered, there's not much difference. Moreover, it's impossible for a strong person of the 4th tier or above to appear in this ancient treasury. Besides, they are just a bunch of thieves. Whether stealing items or faces, they pose no threat to me. As long as I find a lone fire usurper, I'm confident I can kill them. Lu Xinming, carrying a black knife, walked away, gradually disappearing from the crowd's view. It's that Qin Army's dog. Kill. This is already countless times Chun Ling has heard this phrase, and his ears are almost calloused, even though he currently has no ears at all. Although he has turned into a token, Chun Ling can still perceive everything around him and can see that Yan Shizai treasures it very much. Almost as if he wanted to enshrine it. It has been 5 or 6 hours since Yan Shizai had people repeatedly clear this 10-person gorge, making Chun Ling think of scenes from the previous era when playing online games, constantly farming dungeons for items. Now, under the relentless efforts of these enforcers, they had cleared it 9 times, gathering a total of 90 portions of killing intent. Among them, the enforcer with the most killing intent had about 17 or 18, while the least had 6 or 7. It looked like they were farming a lot, but averaged out. It was the same result as Chun Ling finishing it in just a few minutes. I can't take it anymore. Really can't take it anymore. An enforcer covered in wounds staggered out of the gorge and collapsed onto the ground. The other enforcers were also somewhat injured. And after 5 or 6 hours of continuous battle, they had almost exhausted their bodies. Even though the invigorating effect of the killing intent boosted them, their stamina could not hold out, and they all collapsed to the ground. Looking at the sprawled figures on the ground, Yan Shizai's eyelids twitched. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Pu Wen beside him. Pu, it should be enough now, right? Almost. Pu Wen nodded slightly. If they dragged it out any longer, if someone among them had extraordinary talent and attracted the divine general path, then all the absorbed killing intent would be wasted. Good. Also, make sure that each of them willingly offers their killing intent. Otherwise, the word swallow will be ineffective. You can rest assured, I've already arranged everything. Yan Shizai finally waited for this moment. He first placed the Bai Chi token carefully aside, then spoke to the enforcers, stand up. Seeing this, the others could only drag their exhausted bodies off the ground and line up in front of Yan Shizai. Pu Wen reached into his sleeve with his right hand and took out 8 pieces of rice paper, handing them to Yan Shizai. The paper had the same black characters. Swallow. Stick the paper on your palm. When I tell you to move, just press your palm against their chest. Understood. Pu Wen formed a seal with one hand in front of him, and the next moment, the character swallow in Yan Shizai's palm suddenly twisted, turning into an invisible vortex that swirled in the void. Go, Pu Wen said. Yan Shizai did not say a word and directly placed his palm on the chest of one of the law enforcers. The black killing intent was visibly drawn into Yan Shizai's body through a vortex. After more than 10 seconds, the law enforcer's face turned pale. As if his spine had been pulled out, his body weak and powerless, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 70. Provocation. Chun Ling watched from the side. Witnessing Yan Shizai drain the killing intent from the law enforcer, his eyes gradually lighting up like a torch. Is it possible to do this? Chun Ling was incredibly astonished. It was the first time he saw a skill from the Book of God, which could immobilize a person with just one word and could also drain killing intent. Although he didn't know if the word swallow could take other things from the effects displayed so far, its abnormality was no less than that of formless. He wondered how many levels this Pu Wen had. While watching the spectacle, Chun Ling quietly transformed into a spider and crawled towards the ravine while everyone was focused on Yan Shizai. After draining a law enforcer's killing intent, Yan Shizai obviously felt his condition improve. A sensation of unprecedented exhilaration and confidence surged within him. He immediately walked up to the second law enforcer and began to absorb again. 10 killing intents, 22 killing intents, 35 killing intents. As one law enforcer after another lost their killing intent and collapsed to the ground, Yan Shizai's eyes visibly turned red, an indescribable ferocious aura pouring out from his body. The killing intent gathering within him increased, but the Book of God still showed no reaction, and a strong feeling of agitation surged in his heart. Not enough. Still not enough. Yan Shizai absorbed 16 more killing intents, forcefully pushing the recently drained law enforcer down to the ground. Then suddenly grabbing the next law enforcer by the shoulder. How many do you have left? 15. The law enforcer was clearly frightened by Yan Shizai, stammering. Without saying a word, Yan Shizai pressed his palm against his chest, and the killing intent surged into his body through the vortex between his palms. Xiao Jian, whose cheek was sliced open, had the least killing intent on him, ranking last among the crowd. He watched Yan Shizai approach, his heart racing. Still not enough. Just one more, one last one. After absorbing the 7th law enforcer's killing intent, the Book of God still did not react. He lowered his head, his eyes blood red as he rushed in front of Xiao Jian. How many do you have? 7. Just 7. Yan Shizai's fierce face was almost pressed against Xiao Jian's. You worthless trash. He kicked out, directly knocking Xiao Jian to the ground. The latter felt a hand suddenly press on his chest, a suction force emanating from the palm. Not enough. Pu Wen's voice suddenly rang out. He did not let go of his mind and agreed to the word swallow. Yan Shizai's pupils shrank slightly, and he stomped heavily on Xiao Jian's chest. Roaring, "What are you doing? Spit out your killing intent." Xiao Jian was stomped into a daze by Yan Shizai, his mind blank. "Do you really not want to be a law enforcer anymore? Do you believe I can make your whole family die with a single word?" Yan Shizai's roar echoed again, like a beast roaring in Xiao Jian's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian's pupils constricted. A flicker of struggle crossed his face, but ultimately he relaxed his body, allowing the word swallow to drain the killing intent from his body. As the killing intent rapidly drained away, his confidence and dignity also dissipated. An unprecedented emptiness surged in his mind, and he didn't even want to move a finger, collapsing weakly to the ground. After Yan Shizai finished absorbing the last killing intent, his eyes were blood red, and at that moment, he resembled a butcher who had just emerged from a bloody sea, a single glance able to silence a crying baby. He spat viciously at the corpse-like Xiao Jian, his eyes filled with violence and resentment. Having used the word swallow so many times in one breath, Pu Wen visibly looked haggard. He looked at Yan Shizai, whose demeanor had drastically changed, frowning tightly. Having absorbed so much killing intent, why hasn't he, the Book of God, reacted? Through this method of plunder, Yan Shizai must have the most killing intent among everyone in the ancient military vault. Even among past law enforcers, there were probably not many who could accumulate nearly 100 killing intents in 24 hours. Yet, even so, the Book of God remained unresponsive. It hung high above the clouds, like a proud and picky emperor of slaughter, and Yan Shizai had never caught its eye. "Yan Shizai, how are you feeling?" Pu Wen asked. "Me? I feel great." Yan Shizai's eyes were blood red. He took a deep breath, looking at the dark red gemstone above the clouds. "But I have already accumulated nearly 100 killing intents. Why hasn't he attracted the Book of God yet? Maybe the amount of killing intent is still not enough." Pu Wen paused for a moment, or perhaps, "You are indeed not suited for the path of the Book of God. You're talking nonsense." Yan Shizai widened his eyes. "I am the one chosen by the Book of God. How could I not be suitable? It must be that the Book of God has too high expectations of me. That's why it hasn't descended yet." His voice abruptly stopped. He stared blankly at the empty ground, stunned for several seconds before coming to his senses. "Wait, where's my Bai Qi order?" Yan Shizai clearly remembered that before he began absorbing the killing intent, he had carefully placed that token on the ground. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? "There is someone there." Someone shouted, and everyone looked up. Not far away on the hill, a familiar figure was holding the Bai Qi order, glancing back at Yan Shizai with a hint of disdainful smile. "The arsonist, number 8. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. No one noticed that behind him in the void, a nearly thicknessless face silently floated down to the ground. Audience anticipation level 5. Yan Shizai's breathing suddenly became heavy. "The arsonist." He gritted his teeth and roared, "You're looking for death." Yan Shizai swallowed nearly 100 killing intents and still did not gain the attention of the Book of God, which made him extremely displeased. But fortunately, he still had a Bai Qi order. Even if he couldn't step onto the path of the Book of God this time, he could use the identity of being chosen by the Book of God to return to Aurora City and reclaim everything he had lost. But now, his only opportunity to turn the tide was stolen right before his eyes by the arsonist. What is the difference between this and directly stealing his life? Oh no, when did they set their sights on us? Pu Wen pondered, could their target be the Bai Qi order? Damn the arsonist. Yan Shizai was like a powder keg that had been completely ignited, exploding with rage. Did he really think I was afraid of them? Let us chase after them. Calm down a bit. We are not their opponents. We weren't before, but we might be now. There are so many law enforcers who have stepped onto the path of the Book of God in this ancient vault. Can't I command them? Yan Shizai said fiercely, money can make the devil push the mill. The arsonist dares to covet my Bai Qi order, then I will take their lives. Chapter 71. Gathering of law enforcers, stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Yan Shizai kicked each of the extremely weak law enforcers to make them stand up. Just as they were about to leave, a pair of hands suddenly hugged Yan Shizai's thigh. He turned around to see it was Xiao Jian, covered in blood. Young Master Yan, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it earlier. You wouldn't really revoke my law enforcer status, would you? Law enforcer? Yan Shizai sneered, pulling apart Xiao Jian's hands with one kick. I said from the beginning, whoever has the least killing intent will be removed from their position. What makes you think you can continue to be a law enforcer? You run slowly. You can't even kill anyone. You're just like your useless father. You're a worthless life destined to be a dog for others. Yan Shizai didn't even bother to look at him, turning away to walk towards the hill. The other law enforcers stumbled to their feet, glancing sympathetically at Xiao Jian before following Yan Shizai away. They were all law enforcers promoted by Yan Shizai in Aurora City. Without him, they wouldn't be where they were today, as long as they helped Yan Shizai step onto the path of the war god in the ancient ruins. Even if they couldn't become law enforcers themselves, Yan Shizai could use his power to give them a bright future. But Xiao Jian had clearly been kicked out of the game by Yan Shizai. Xiao Jian's bloodstained hands unconsciously clenched into fists as he watched Yan Shizai's departing figure. despair flashing in his eyes. He had been limping since childhood, and if it weren't for his father working like a dog for the Yin family all those years, he would never have become a law enforcer. But now, his appearance was ruined during this trip to the ancient ruins, and he was stripped of his law enforcer status. Even if he went back, he would only be a useless person. He murmured Yin Shitsai's name, and the despair in his eyes gradually turned into deep resentment. He lowered his head slightly, his scarred face in the blood pool appearing demonic. Young Master Yin, that Xiao Jian is following us again, one law enforcer said, noticing the stumbling figure behind them. Ignore him. Yin Shitsai scanned the surroundings, and in the distance, he spotted 8 or 9 law enforcers gathering together and coming this way. Go, call them over. Yin Shitsai gestured, and someone stepped forward to say a few words to the group, who then hurried over. I am the team leader of the law enforcers from Zone 1, Wang Tao, the leading law enforcer said respectfully, extending his hand. What orders does young Master Yin have? Yin Shitsai had no intention of shaking his hand and coldly replied, has anyone in your Zone 1 law enforcers stepped onto the path of the war god? Yes. There is one. A law enforcer from Zone 1 raised his hand. Do you want to enter Aurora City? Yin Shitsai asked straightforwardly. Aurora City? The law enforcer who had stepped onto the path of the war god was taken aback, then immediately overjoyed. Yes, I want to. What orders does young Master Yin have? The arsonists are the public enemy of the 9 human realms. Today, come with me to eliminate them, and I will ensure you enter Aurora City and become a law enforcer there. Yin Shitsai waved his hand, throwing out a temptation that was hard for all law enforcers from the 7 districts to refuse. The other law enforcers from Zone 1 who hadn't attained the war god path had their eyes widen in shock. They knew that Aurora City was a dreamlike existence for all people from the 7 districts. 99% of residents from the 7 districts would never see the inside of Aurora City in their lifetime, only hearing descriptions passed down from others. The law enforcers of Aurora City were worlds apart from those of the 7 districts. The law enforcer who heard they were going to kill the arsonists felt a bit conflicted, as he wasn't very confident in his own abilities. But thinking of the chance to enter Aurora City, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I will go with you. The others who hadn't stepped onto the path of the war god could join as well. Although they couldn't enter Aurora City, I would provide them with sufficient resources. Under Yin Shitsai's temptation, all the law enforcers present chose to follow him. After all, they had no path of the gods and didn't need to confront the arsonists directly. They could just hang around on the outskirts and reap the benefits, gaining the favor of the starry commerce, which was undoubtedly very profitable. Quickly gathering a group, Yin Shitsai continued to ask, have you seen any other law enforcers? I saw law enforcers from Zone 4. They just passed from over there. Let's go. 7 or more law enforcer groups were fine, but those with fewer than 7 must verify their identities, who when reminded at the right time. By this time, it was already halfway through the time since everyone entered the ancient ruins, and those who could attain the path of the war god had basically done so. The others were law enforcers with little talent. Almost everyone would choose to join the expedition under Yin Shitsai's invitation. Of course, some law enforcers were hesitant to take risks. But seeing the increasing number of people gathering behind Yin Shitsai, they hesitated for a moment before choosing to join. Humans are inherently social creatures. When everyone is doing the same thing and they aren't, they will stand out as different. If Yin Shitsai and the others succeed in eliminating the arsonists and later compile a list, those who didn't join would find it hard to get along in the future. A few hours later, Yin Shitsai had assembled an army of over 50 people, among whom 5 had stepped onto the path of the war god and had already reached the first stage. With so many people as muscle, Yin Shitsai stood tall. He turned to Pu Wen and asked, how much time is left until the ancient ruins open? Less than 3 hours. That should be enough. Yin Shitsai gritted his teeth, ordering, send someone out to search, scour the entire trial site, and find those arsonists. As several law enforcers went to search, Pu Wen's eyes flickered as he spoke to everyone. The opponent's theft ability is tricky. We can't attack recklessly, just listen to me. Achoo. Number 8 suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Nothing. Just feeling a bit cold on the back of my neck. Number 8 turned to look at the battlefield strewn with corpses, his brow unconsciously furrowing. It shouldn't be. We've accumulated so much killing intent, yet it still hasn't triggered the war goddess attention? Could it be because we have the path of the thief? No, triggering attention has nothing to do with having a path of the gods. We can only sense the aura of the thief god once the path of the gods approaches us. The lack of attention might just be because we are too weak. An arsonist explained. So what now? The time for the ancient ruins is about to be up, right? Number 8 was about to say something when his brow suddenly furrowed. He turned to look at a nearby cliff and saw a law enforcer glancing this way before turning and running. Have we been discovered? An arsonist felt a jolt of fear. Even if we have been discovered, what of it? They see us, and they won't have time to run. True. Wait. Number 8's eyes narrowed slightly. Something seems off. Chapter 72. The chaos begins. I found them. A law enforcer rushed across the wilderness, shouting to the gathered Yin Shitsai and others. Hearing this, Yin Shitsai's eyes lit up immediately. Where? In the southwest direction, in front of a 50-person gully. How many people in total? 6 people altogether. Go. Without a second thought, Yin Shizai led the more than 50 law enforcers straight in that direction. The 5 law enforcers who had already stepped onto the path of the war god, like generals, charged around Yin Shizai, their eyes gleaming with unprecedented battle intent. They had just stepped onto the path of the war god and acquired their skills, eager for an enemy to practice on, and the arsonists were the perfect target. Dust swirled in the air as the crowd moved away. The law enforcer who had just reported stood in place, a slight smile on his lips. He tore a piece of skin from his chin with his right hand, and a face mask flew away with the wind. Kill. Hongi Chenling stood amidst the swirling dust, murmuring to herself, "This performance is about to come to an end." Audience anticipation level 3. Meanwhile, 6 fire usurpers saw numerous figures dressed in black and red uniforms appearing from the nearby hills, their faces visibly ugly. They actually came? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 more enforcers of the God of War path had joined. No wonder they had the confidence. They initially fled, only to let more people step onto the God of War path, and then encircle us together. This group of enforcers, when did they become so united? What should we do now? What are we afraid of? Just kill them. Don't be fooled by their numbers. The vast majority are just live targets without divine paths or guns. Do you really think they can hurt us? A fire usurper sneered. As for those few who stepped onto the God of War path, they are merely at the first stage. What kind of climate can they create? Don't underestimate them, no? 8 said solemnly. Before the 4th stage, the God of Thieves is weak in combat. Be especially careful not to let them get close. Try to use ranged weapons to wear them down. On the opposite hill, Yin Shizai slowly stepped forward, flanked by 5 first-stage God of Warpath enforcers. His blood-red eyes fixed on number 8, wishing he could tear him to pieces. "Hand over my token, you bunch of sneaky thieves." "Token? What token?" A fire usurper was stunned and quietly asked the others, "Who stole his stuff?" "None of us." "Stop playing dumb," Yin Shizai roared. "In the ancient repository of martial arts. Who else but you could steal things from afar? I saw you refusing to hand it over, so I'm here to take it myself. Charge." At Yin Shizai's command, the 5 first-stage God of Warpath enforcers immediately shot out like arrows, diving down the hillside, creating several whistling sounds as they cut through the air. The other enforcers exchanged glances and followed closely behind them, a black and red wave rushing towards them. "Something's off," number 8 thought, looking at the furious Yin Shizai, his brow furrowing. "What is off?" a fire usurper asked. "Everything's off. I always feel like someone is targeting us." Since entering the ancient repository of martial arts, the 6 of them had been gathering killing intent, preparing to steal the foundation of the God of War path, without any contact with the enforcers. Yet, Yin Shizai claimed he saw them steal his things. Ever since they began stealing the identities of enforcers in Districts 3, 5, and 6. It seemed they were being led by the nose, and everything that happened was beyond their control. He felt as if a pair of invisible hands were manipulating their actions. At this point, who cares what's off? A fire usurper's face showed a sinister expression. Just kill them all, and everything will be normal. Although no, 8 couldn't make sense of it. It was pointless to think about it now. His eyes grew colder as he ordered, "Then kill." The 6 fire usurpers raised their hands simultaneously, each gripping a firearm, the dark muzzles aimed at the oncoming black and red wave, and they opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. When they first entered the ancient repository, they had stolen all the enforcers' weapons, almost having unlimited ammunition. In contrast, the enforcers were empty-handed, forced to charge through a hail of bullets. Fortunately, there were only 6 fire usurpers, each with 2 guns, totaling just 12. The 5 first-stage God of Warpath enforcers leading the charge shouted, their skin darkening as if covered by armor. Bullets rained down on them, leaving only a few shallow holes. "What the hell?" a fire usurper exclaimed in surprise. "It's iron armor," number 8 said solemnly. Most first-stage skills of the God of Warpath are iron armor, which greatly enhances defense and power, but the weakness is that before reaching the 4th stage, iron armor cannot fully cover the body. Under the firepower of the fire usurpers, apart from the 5 first-stage God of Warpath enforcers at the front, the other enforcers rushing forward fell one after another. Scarlet blood stained the ground, and the enforcers hiding behind the crowd turned pale, turning to flee. But before they could get far, Yin Shizai's fierce and grim face blocked their path. He knocked down the fastest fleeing enforcer with a punch, the ruby ring on his finger embedding into the opponent's body, instantly absorbing a large amount of flesh and blood, with a strange red light flowing on the surface. Either charge forward, or die. Yin Shizai raised his hand and clenched it at the fleeing enforcers. Squeeze. Crack. Several enforcers' necks seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand and were forcefully torn apart, their bodies twisting like a twisted rope, thudding to the ground. This scene stunned the enforcers who were preparing to escape, and coupled with Yin Shizai's overwhelming killing intent, they hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to turn back and charge toward the fire usurpers. It was death either way, but there was a greater chance of survival by moving forward. At the same time, the 5 first-stage God of Warpath enforcers had broken through the hail of gunfire, their figures crashing toward the 6 fire usurpers like cannonballs. Looking for death, a fire usurper's eyes flashed with killing intent. He raised his hand and grasped at the void, causing the first stage enforcer rushing toward him to suddenly step into thin air, and the solid ground was dug out into a deep pit. The first stage enforcer lost his balance, and in that instant, the fire usurper snatched his short knife, the sharp tip aimed straight at the opponent's throat. Chapter 73. The Clam and the Snipe Fight for the Fisherman's Profit. Clang. The knife tip pierced the first stage enforcer's throat, sounding as if it had struck steel, producing a sharp, clanging noise. The fire usurper felt his hand go numb, a bad premonition swelling in his heart. The next moment, the unbalanced enforcer suddenly twisted, a black fist whistling as it smashed into his chin, the terrifying force sending him flying. Shattered teeth mixed with blood fell onto the desolate ground. This punch left the fire usurper dizzy. He instinctively raised his hand to snatch the opponent's weapon, but found nothing to steal. He couldn't steal someone else's fist. The enforcer himself did not expect the frontal combat power of these thieves to be so inadequate. His confidence soared, and he executed a whip kick. At that moment, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. Losing his target and direction, this kick only kicked at emptiness, and he nearly fell to the ground due to losing his balance. What happened? Why did I lose my sight? In such a chaotic battlefield, the newly initiated enforcer panicked, raising his hands to feel around in the darkness, calling out in fear. Then he felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if something was pressed against it. Bang! A gunshot rang out. His head exploded instantly, blood and brain matter splattering like a blooming flower onto the ground. A wisp of smoke wafted from the gun's muzzle as number 8 stood behind the collapsed corpse, holding the gun with one hand, his face devoid of expression. I told you not to underestimate them. The fire usurper who had his jaw shattered struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with pain. Number 8 looked towards the battlefield beside him, where 4 first-stage God of Warpath enforcers were entangled with 4 fire usurpers, fighting fiercely. In close combat, the God of Warpath had a clear advantage, almost overpowering the other fire usurpers, who could only rely on continually stealing weapons to maintain the situation. Among the 7 fire usurpers who entered the ancient repository of martial arts, only number 8 had reached the 3rd stage. He snorted coldly. Just as he was about to head toward that battlefield, a voice came from afar. Fire. A piece of rice paper unfurled in the wind, and a blazing fireball shot out from the character, Fire, directly smashing toward number 8's face. Number 8 frowned and immediately retreated, as a fierce burst of flames erupted at his previous position, almost engulfing him. Just a first-tier book god, truly seeking death. A cold light flashed in number 8's eyes as he abandoned the other fire thieves to rush towards Pooh on the hill. The latter's expression was extremely grave, and without hesitation, he pulled out a piece of rice paper from his sleeve, ready to unfold it, but the paper vanished into thin air. At the same time, number 8 tore the rice paper in his hand into pieces and coldly said, I stole your words. What can you do about it? As number 8 drew closer, Pooh instinctively took a step back and shouted to the side, Yin Shitsai, what are you waiting for? As soon as this was said, Yin Shitsai, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally made his move. He raised his hand adorned with a ruby ring, and a cold word escaped his throat, twist. An invisible force erupted from the void, causing the hair on number 8's body to stand on end. He quickly dodged to the side, but even so, his right hand was still caught in it. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and number 8's arm visibly twisted into a spiral, hanging limply as he let out a painful roar, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Yin Shitsai. The moment Yin Shitsai met his gaze, he turned and ran without hesitation. As expected, Pooh's eyes sparkled with cunning. Your stolen items have distance limitations. You can steal my rice paper now, but you can't steal his ring. The maximum distance must be less than 50 meters. Number 8's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Pooh with unprecedented seriousness. He had underestimated these young people. This guy had already devised a plan against him. Number 8 shot a glance at the nearby fire thief, who immediately understood and went to steal several weapons, chasing after Yin Shitsai's fleeing direction. Originally, there were many law enforcers blocking that path who had not yet stepped onto the divine path, but seeing number 10 charging in with murderous intent, they all gasped and desperately ran to the sides, clearing a path for him. You're clever, but so what? Number 8 turned back and spoke coldly. Your teammate doesn't seem so reliable. He ran. How will you survive? Pooh said nothing and did not pull out any more rice paper. Instead, he formed a hand seal in front of him and softly chanted, Wind. At the same time, a life-saving piece of rice paper quickly faded beneath his clothing, and a whirlwind rose from the void, billowing his robes. He swayed and, aided by the wind, fled at an astonishing speed. He still has rice paper. Number 8 gritted his teeth and quickly pursued. He realized that this young book god was Yin Shitsai's strategist and the most difficult to deal with. Number 10 had already gone to hunt Yin Shitsai. As long as he stole the opponent's sacrificial vessel and killed him, it shouldn't be difficult. As long as he killed Pooh and Yin Shitsai, this ragtag group of law enforcers wouldn't pose a threat at all. Meanwhile, Yin Shitsai was sprinting away with 2 law enforcers. Yin Shao, aren't you going to help Pooh as planned? One law enforcer asked, confused. How can I help? If I don't run now, they'll steal my ring, and then how can I defend myself? Yin Shizai clutched the ring like a treasure. It was far too precious and absolutely must not fall into someone else's hands. The three of them ran for hundreds of meters before stopping to catch their breath. Yin Shizai was about to say something when he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. He froze for a moment and looked down. The red ring had vanished without a trace. Finally caught up to me, a voice came from not far away. Yin Shizai turned to see number 10, the fire thief, toying with the red ring, sneering at the three of them. Run, why aren't you running anymore? Yin Shizai's face instantly turned pale. Without hesitation, he pushed the two law enforcers behind him towards number 10 and turned to continue running down the hill. The two law enforcers never expected Yin Shizai to be so ruthless. Caught off guard, they crashed directly into number 10. Number 10 snorted coldly, a short sword slipping into his palm. After sidestepping half a step, he instantly slashed one law enforcer's throat. The other one reacted, screaming as he tried to escape, but was still killed by number 10's sword. The two corpses fell to the ground in succession, and bloodied number 10 looked in the direction Yin Shizai had fled. His gaze icy cold. Chapter 74, Massacre. Damn it, what are those law enforcers doing? So many of them can't even stop a few fire thieves, and they let them come after me. Pu Wen's plan was utterly unworkable. He was just a good-for-nothing who could only talk big. Damn it, damn it. Bai Qi Ling is gone, and the ring is gone. I'm really done for this time. Yin Shizai ran frantically up the hill, cursing angrily as he ran. He didn't dare look back, fearing that if he did, his head would end up like the others, rolling on the ground. He didn't want that. His head was very precious. In a moment of panic, Yin Shizai stepped into thin air and rolled down the hill like a ball. Mud and gravel covered his body, and he was so dizzy that when he finally regained his senses, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Pain surged from all over his body as he groaned and opened his eyes, the gray sky that hadn't changed for hundreds of years pressing down on him like lead. Yin Shizai tried to sit up, but failed. He had several fractures, and not only could he not get up, even the slightest movement caused him excruciating pain. Yin Shizai had never experienced such suffering. He could only lie on the ground like a corpse, his chest heaving as white mist dispersed into the air, his heart filled with despair. He was truly panicking. He feared he would really die in this ancient tomb, and if that happened, he would lose everything, his revenge plan, his commercial wealth. He had worked so hard to land such a good opportunity. Who knew what kind of poor wretch he would become in the next life? A rustling sound came from nearby. Yin Shizai's heart leapt to his throat, and he widened his eyes, staring intently at the sky not far away, fearing to see number 10's devilish face, for that would mean his end. To his surprise, it wasn't number 10 who came, but a face he recognized somewhat. It's you? Yin Shizai exclaimed in surprise. It was a young man with a scarred face, limping as he walked. It was Xiao Jian. Quick, take me out of here. Yin Shizai's heart surged with joy, and he immediately spoke. Carry me. As long as I can survive and get out, I guarantee you can continue being a law enforcer. Plus, you'll have a worry-free life for the rest of your days. Yin Shizai couldn't move anymore, but he could let Xiao Jian carry him. As long as he could leave this place, find somewhere to hide, wait for the ancient tomb to open again, he could live. Xiao Jian glanced at Yin Shizai's large body, and after a moment, slowly shook his head. I'm sorry, Yin Xiao, I'm a cripple. The moment this was said, Yin Shizai's voice halted abruptly. Yes, Xiao Jian was a cripple, someone who struggled to walk on his own. How could he possibly carry Yin Shizai away from the fire thief's pursuit? Realizing this, the flicker of hope that had just risen in Yin Shizai's heart was instantly extinguished. He looked at the ugly, thin Xiao Jian, and resentment and anger surged uncontrollably from his heart. He glared with bloodshot eyes and cursed loudly. Damn it, damn it. We're at this point already, and you're still a useless piece of trash. Trash. My life is in your hands, and your glory and wealth are in your hands. You can't even grasp it yourself? Why the hell did I have to bring you along as a burden? Can you even do one thing right? I'm really cursed. Yin Shizai was completely broken. He never expected that his once promising life would end up defeated by a cripple. Now he was filled with regret, wondering why he had taken this useless person into the enforcers. He should have beaten this waste and his father to death with sticks back then. Xiao Jian lowered his head, letting Yin Shizai curse at him. Under the gloomy sky, a cold light gradually appeared in his eyes. The humiliation he had suffered, the humiliation his father had endured, all the past flashed back in his mind as he looked at Yin Shizai's ugly and twisted face, his fists clenching uncontrollably. You and your dad are the same. You're both useless. If it weren't for my dad giving him a meal, he would have. Shut up. Xiao Jian roared, directly jumping on Yin Shizai and punching him in the face. Yin Shizai's voice stopped abruptly as he stared blankly at Xiao Jian, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. After a while, he incredulously asked, You dare hit me? You actually dare hit me? I hit you, so what? Xiao Jian punched him again, one punch after another. Is it so amazing to be born well? Why are you so arrogant? My dad was recognized by your dad for his own abilities. Who do you think you are? How dare you insult him? My useless leg was crippled by you when you were drunk. If it weren't for you, would I have fallen to this state? Xiao Jian's punches were very hard. honed from years of doing tough work. He relentlessly struck Yin Shizai, who was unable to even speak a complete sentence. Until Xiao Jian got tired, Yin Shizai, with a face covered in blood, finally gasped for breath, glaring at Xiao Jian with bloodshot eyes. You dare hit me. You're dead meat. Dead meat. Xiao Jian sneered, suddenly drawing a short knife from his waist and stabbing it into Yin Shizai's lung. Who's dead meat? Yin Shizai screamed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. If you dare kill me, your whole family will die. Kill you? Who can prove it? The cold light in Xiao Jian's eyes grew more intense. The usurper mingles with the military Dao and goes on a killing spree. Is it strange to kill a Yin Shizai? Hearing this, terror appeared on Yin Shizai's face as he stared at Xiao Jian's scarred face. As if seeing him for the first time, Xiao Jian pulled out the short knife and crazily stabbed it into Yin Shizai's body, the blade going in and out, growing increasingly crimson, with blood flowing onto the dark earth, gradually submerging both of them in a pool of blood. Yin Shizai's life was rapidly draining away. He wanted to stop Xiao Jian, to buy his life with resources or promises, but at this moment, he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Xiao Jian's blood surged into Yin Shizai's throat, and he mumbled, "My name is not Xiao Jian." Xiao Jian gripped the knife handle tightly, raising it high. The eyes that had always been filled with humility and ingratiation now revealed an unprecedented fierceness. "My name is Jian Changsha." Puff. The blade violently pierced Yin Shizai's throat. Yin Shizai's body shook violently, then collapsed to the ground, breathless. Xiao Jian's chest heaved violently, and the corner of his blood-splattered mouth involuntarily curled up. A feeling of unprecedented exhilaration and clarity surged in his heart, as if a nightmare had been shattered, and everything in his life was embracing a new beginning. At the same time, above the heavy clouds, the foundation of the military Dao lit up. At this moment, someone still gained the recognition of the military Dao. The number 8, who was chasing Pu 1, suddenly stopped. He looked at the black ribbon extending down from the Dao foundation, falling towards a nearby hill, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. The plan to attract the military Dao's attention by accumulating killing intent on his own was clearly no longer feasible. So if they wanted to steal the fragments of the military Dao's foundation, they could only start from someone else's divine path. This divine path was too close to them. If they went now, they should still make it. Without hesitation, number 8 abandoned the pursuit of Pu 1 and rushed straight towards the black ribbon falling from the heavens. At the edge of the hill, a figure in red witnessed Xiao Jian brutally kill Yin Shizai. He raised an eyebrow and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. Chapter 75, Transformation? Military Dao? Seeing the straight black ribbon flying towards him, Jian Changsheng was momentarily stunned. He staggered to his feet, glanced at Yin Shizai's bloodied corpse and the short knife stained with blood in his hand, his expression complex. Fate seemed so wondrous. The military Dao gathered before him, intertwining into a staircase leading to the heavens. Jian Changsheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped onto it. Boom. The moment his foot landed, the divine path took shape. A large amount of information and power surged into Jian Changsheng's mind. He stood there dazed for a long time, looking down at his hands. Military Dao, first stage. Azura path? A look of astonishment appeared on his face. Having been an enforcer for so long, Jian Changsheng naturally knew some paths of the military Dao. And Azura was undoubtedly one of the strongest paths in the military Dao, said to be unattainable even by Lu Xianming. And he, surprisingly, awakened this path? Maybe I really am a genius of the military Dao? Jian Changsheng muttered to himself while moving his body, realizing that since stepping onto the Azura path, his previously crippled leg was no longer lame. He felt lighter than ever, an unprecedented sense of power coursing through him. This feeling was more addictive than gathering killing intent. He closed his eyes, carefully moving every muscle and bone in his body, producing light cracking sounds. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling the murky air. When he opened his eyes again, they shone bright as a torch. I really am a genius, right? Jian Changsheng couldn't help but smile, spitting on Yin Shizai's corpse. That puddle of mud had obstructed his life for over a decade, and now he felt that his life was finally back on track. Perhaps it was because he had suppressed his personality for too long. At this moment, Jian Changsheng felt an overwhelming confidence, a mindset similar to that of a newly rich person. He desperately wanted to find a target to test his strength. A surprised voice sounded from the side. Number 10 stood at the edge of the hill, looking down at Jian Changsheng and the corpse of Yin Shizai, exclaiming in astonishment, he was actually killed by someone else? TSK. The moment Jian Changsheng saw the usurper, his eyes lit up. He gripped the bloodstained short knife and rushed towards the hill without hesitation. His speed was fast, each step dripping with blood. In number 10's eyes, he only saw a blood-red shadow rapidly approaching him. Another one who stepped onto the military Dao? Number 10's heart sank, a sense of alertness rising. He had never seen the first stage skill of the Azura path, but it was evidently different from others, iron skin. Number 10 flipped his palm, and a handgun fell into his hand. He aimed at the rapidly approaching Jian Changsheng and pulled the trigger in quick succession. Bang bang bang. 3 bullets fired in rapid succession hit Jian Changsheng, and he did not possess the solid skin of iron skin. The bullets easily embedded themselves into him. Is that it? Number 10 was stunned, but the next moment he realized something was wrong. After being hit by 3 shots, Jian Chongqing not only didn't stop, but his speed increased even more. He leaped across dozens of meters like a phantom, and before number 10 could shoot again, a glint of cold light flashed before him. Number 10 exclaimed, activating his stealing ability. Jian Chongqing's short knife vanished into thin air, leaving behind an empty fist that struck number 10's ear. Boom. The terrifying force directly stunned number 10, and blood immediately flowed from his ears. How could this guy, who had clearly been shot 3 times, still move so fast? Moreover, this strength was even more outrageous than that group of iron clothes. Number 10 gritted his teeth against the intense pain and dizziness, gripping a short knife, and stabbed 3 times into Jian Chongqing's lower abdomen, each blade sinking in. But after the 3 stabs, Jian Chongqing not only showed no reaction to the pain, but instead became even more ferocious, his bare hands unleashing terrifying power, striking number 10's chest 5 times in half a second. So fast that bloody afterimages appeared in the air. Number 10's chest visibly caved in, almost all of his ribs broken. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew out several meters like a broken kite, collapsing to the ground. Blood continued to seep from Jian Chongqing's wounds. Yet he appeared oblivious, stepping forward with bloody footprints, slowly approaching the fallen number 10, with a refreshing and proud look in his blood-red eyes. Is this the path of Azura? So powerful, completely different from other paths. Jian Chongqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. I, Jian Chongqing, am indeed a genius. No. 10 watched as the blood-red, demonic figure approached, terror reflected in his eyes. This guy, whether shot or stabbed, seemed to feel no pain at all. And the more wounds he had, the more ferocious he fought, completely like a humanoid beast. Number 10 lay in a pool of blood, desperately trying to crawl back. But Jian Chongqing stepped on his chest, the excruciating pain making him scream. The more he screamed, the more pronounced the smile on Jian Chongqing's face became. A usurper of fire? Just SOSO. He crushed number 10's ribs with 1 foot, the broken bones piercing his heart. No. 10's pupils suddenly constricted before he lay down weakly on the ground. The cold wind swept across the blood-stained earth, and Jian Chongqing stood alone there, like the only victor on this battlefield. His gaze slowly moved away from the corpse beneath him, looking towards the chaotic battlefield in the distance. In his eyes, the killing intent flickered again. Let me end this all, he sneered, blood-red footprints crossing the hill, gradually disappearing into the wilderness. After a long time, a figure in red walked slowly out of the shadows. Qianling thoughtfully watched Jian Chongqing's departing back, murmuring, the Azura path? That skill looks quite good. Qianling hadn't expected Jian Chongqing's transformation. He had long noticed this lame man who was always trailing behind Yan Shizai's team, and saw how he was humiliated and beaten by Yan Shizai. But Qianling had thought he would continue to endure in silence. Unexpectedly, beneath that seemingly humble and weak exterior was such a ferocious soul. No wonder he caught the eye of the god of war. If placed in previous years' military ancient treasures, Jian Chongqing would undoubtedly be a dark horse. Having lived a half-life of mediocrity, finally risking everything here to turn the tables on the mountain above him, obtaining a powerful path. One could imagine how smooth sailing it would be from now on. In a novel, he would be a definitive male protagonist template. But unfortunately, this dark horse was destined to perish here. Just as Qianling was about to walk towards the battlefield that was about to conclude, a rustling sound suddenly came from the side. He lightly exclaimed and turned to look, only to see Yan Shizai's already mangled body glowing with a faint blue light at his chest, where a petal-like sacrificial vessel was emanating a breath of life. As the petal gradually withered, a surge of life energy flowed into Yan Shizai's body like a tide. Thump, 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 the life energy gathered in his chest, rhythmically hammering at his heart. The heart, which had fallen silent, began to beat again, and the fatal wound on his neck healed at a visible speed. Recovering more than half in just a few seconds, Yan Shizai suddenly opened his eyes, as if waking from a nightmare. Don't kill me, he shouted in a delirious manner, but all that responded to him was the whistling wind and the distant roars of battle. Yan Shizai lay in the pool of blood in a daze for a long time before finally coming to his senses. He groped at his chest with both hands, eventually finding only a withered petal. This thing is indeed useful. Seeing himself brought back to life by the petal, a look of ecstatic relief appeared on Yan Shizai's face. It seems my old man really does care about me. Heaven won't let me die. I, Yan Shizai, am back again. This petal was a treasure that Yan Shizai's father, the president of the Star Chamber of Commerce, had obtained from somewhere. When he handed this petal to Yan Shizai, he did not explain its purpose, only telling him to keep it close and never take it off. Now, Yan Shizai finally understood the petal's effect. Recalling everything that had just happened, the joy in Yan Shizai's eyes quickly faded, replaced by endless resentment and anger. Jian Chongqing, a despicable waste. Actually dared to kill me? Once I escape, if I don't kill your entire family, I won't be named Yan. Yin Shizai cursed as he staggered up from the pool of blood. He glanced at the chaotic battlefield in the distance and immediately turned to head towards the entrance of the ancient treasure. After all, there wasn't much time left before the ancient treasure opened. As long as he could find a place to hide until the enforcers arrived, who could harm him then? Just as Yin Shizai took a step, as if remembering something, he ran back to the corpse of the usurper of fire, earnestly groping around. Where's my ring? Where's my ring? After searching for a long time, he couldn't find it, frowning in confusion. Are you looking for this? A voice drifted lazily from behind him. Yin Shizai's body trembled, and he turned to see a figure in a bright red costume standing in the blood pool, casually playing with a ring, looking at him with a half-smile. The moment he saw that face, Yin Shizai was shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief. You, how could I be here? Didn't I die? Am I human or ghost? Before Yin Shizai could speak, Chunling leisurely finished his lines for him, then slowly walked towards Yin Shizai, who stood dumbfounded. The smile on Chunling's face gradually faded as he looked down at Yin Shizai. After a moment, he coldly spat out 2 words, kneel down. The glint of a dagger flashed instantly as Chunling ruthlessly cut through Yin Shizai's Achilles tendon. Yin Shizai let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, curling up in the pool of blood. This is impossible, you clearly died. Yin Shizai hugged his legs, his face pale. If even you need to be killed twice to die, why can't I? Chunling said indifferently. I told you, all of you will die here. Do you think you can escape, young Master Yin? Chunling, spare me. Give me a way out. I promise. I won't say anything about what happened here. Actually, we have no deep grievances, do we? I can apologize to you on the ship, really. I can bow to you. I can take you to Aurora City. You can choose any position among the enforcers. I guarantee you will enjoy endless wealth and glory. Also, I have many treasures at home. I can give you whatever you want. Yin Shizai begged desperately, his means of survival exhausted. If he was killed by Chunling again, he would truly die, and everything would be gone. Chunling slowly slipped the ruby ring onto his finger, seemingly ignoring Yin Shizai's pleas. He scrutinized the ring for a moment before abruptly interrupting Yin Shizai. How do you use this thing? Yin Shizai was stunned. You said you would give me all your treasures, right? Chunling spoke again. How do you use this thing? Hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Yin Shizai's eyes. Chunling's interest in the ring meant he had a chance to buy his life with a treasure. This was a ritual tool with a significant history, said to have been obtained from the Grey Realm that emerged during a Level 7 disaster invasion. Yin Shizai immediately explained that as long as it devoured spiritual power, it could manipulate space within a small range. If the user's spiritual power was below Level 4 and insufficient for the ring to devour, fresh blood and flesh could be used instead. Only at Level 4 could one use it without any cost? Yes, only at Level 4 could one master the domain. Before having a domain, spiritual power was almost zero. How does it devour flesh and blood? There is a mechanism on the side of the ring. As long as you touch it and stab the protruding needle into your body, it can. Pooh! Before Yin Shizai could finish speaking, Chunling had seized his throat with one hand, and the ring's needle pierced his skin, beginning to madly devour Yin Shizai's flesh and blood. Under the ring's devouring, Yin Shizai's originally round and full body visibly shrank, just as Chunling had seen Qian Fan use a finger ritual tool in the courtyard for the first time. But the ring's devouring speed seemed even faster than that tool. Yin Shizai, grasped by Chunling's throat, wanted to wail but couldn't make a sound, only staring at Chunling desperately, pleading for mercy. Finally, just as Yin Shizai was about to be drained dry, Chunling released his hand. Cough, cough, cough. Yin Shizai collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. At this moment, he looked like someone recovering from a severe illness, emaciated and skeletal, almost unrecognizable. So that's how it is. Chunling gazed at the softly glowing red gem, lost in thought. It's already yours. Yin Shizai gasped like a broken bellows. Chunling, can you let me go now? Sure. Chunling patted his shoulder, slowly rising from the pool of blood. By the way, didn't you say you liked that outfit of mine? I can't give you that one. But how about this one I'm wearing? Yin Shizai glanced at Chunling's bright red opera robe and quickly shook his head. At this moment, he didn't dare act like he did on the ship. Besides, on the ship, he wasn't really interested in Chunling's ragged clothes. He just wanted an excuse to trouble Chunling. No, I don't need it. All right, what a pity. Chunling turned and walked away. Seeing Chunling leave just like that, Yin Shizai finally let out a sigh of relief. He awkwardly crawled through the pool of blood, slowly moving toward the entrance of the ancient storage. He could finally go home. Just then, a cold wind brushed against the hem of the bright red opera robe. As Chunling walked forward, he casually raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Crack! Yin Shizai's figure twisted like a corkscrew, and his already faint life aura instantly vanished. He lay skeletal in the pool of blood, his eyes staring blankly at the sky, as if draped in a bright red opera robe identical to Chunling's against the grayish-white earth. Chapter 77. Assassination of the Fire Thief. Where did they go? Pu Wen traversed the wilderness, scanning the surroundings in search of number 8. According to the original plan, 5 enforcers on the soldier god path were to battle 5 fire thieves, while he and Yin Shizai teamed up to set a trap to eliminate the leading number 8. Unexpectedly, halfway through, Yin Shizai was chased off by a fire thief. Just when he thought he would have to deal with number 8 alone, number 8 fled as well. As the fight continued, both teammates and enemies disappeared, leaving only Pu Wen himself. Thud! Just as Pu Wen was puzzled, a light tremor came from the sky. He looked up, his eyes filled with surprise. Below the clouds, a black ribbon was gradually retreating back to the base of the sword, but on that ribbon, a figure was gripping tightly, seemingly struggling desperately. Isn't that the fire thief? Number 8's figure quickly ascended into the air, looking at the approaching base of the soldier god path with excitement and madness in his eyes. His hand plunged into the black ribbon, grabbing repeatedly, but only grasping at emptiness. However, he showed no signs of stopping, continuing to use his thieving skills. Finally, after dozens of attempts, a dark red shard fell into his palm. This shard was about half the size of a palm, and compared to the complete base of the soldier god path, it was like a stone sliding down a mountain, but this was the limit of what he could achieve. At the moment the shard fell, the entire ancient storage of the soldier path trembled, the black ribbon shattered into nothingness, and the unsupported number 8 fell from the sky, plummeting towards the ground. His target is the base? Seeing this scene, Pu Wen's expression tightened. He didn't understand the base. Although every ancient storage had a corresponding base, they had no opportunity to interact with it, only knowing that it seemed very important to the ancient storage. The fire thieves dared to steal the base of the soldier god path, which would inevitably trigger a series of chain reactions. Pu Wen did not believe that the entities deep within the ancient storage would allow them to leave this sea area unscathed. That thief who stole the base shard was at level 3, and now that Yin Shizai was missing and Lu Xianming was nowhere to be found, he was left alone. How could he deal with him? Pu Wen glanced in the direction number 8 was falling and then looked at the chaotic battlefield nearby, feeling a headache coming on. The melee between the enforcers and fire thieves was nearing its end. 3 of the 5 enforcers on the soldier god path had been killed. 2 fire thieves had also died, and countless ordinary enforcers had been injured or dead, leaving only 3 or 4 figures still fighting, with corpses strewn across the ground. Pu Wen roughly calculated that of the more than 70 who initially entered the ancient storage, no more than 10 were likely still alive. In nearly 100 years, there had never been such severe casualties in the trials of the ancient storage of the soldier path. The enforcers from Aurora City had hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate more enforcers to regain their strength, but unexpectedly, all the seedlings had perished in the ancient storage. If the ancient storage were to open, wouldn't those 3 enforcers be scared to death on the spot? Pu Wen shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and charged straight towards the direction where number 8 was falling. As the fighting reached this stage, if they didn't eliminate the most troublesome fire thief, no one would be able to leave alive. Meanwhile, as number 8 fell from the sky, he tightly gripped the base shard and reached out his hand towards the ground below. The hard stone was instantly stolen away, leaving only the soft sand below. He crashed down heavily, sending up a cloud of dust. Even though the ground was soft, the impact still hurt number 8 significantly. He staggered to his feet, feeling pain throughout his body, but when he looked at the base shard in his hand, joy emerged. Task accomplished. Having stolen the shard of the base of the soldier god path, he would likely see a significant rise in his ranking upon returning, maybe even entering the top 5. Just as number 8 was secretly delighted, a whistling sound suddenly came from behind his head. He felt a chill at the back of his neck and rolled forward without hesitation. Swoosh! A long knife grazed the top of number 8's head, slicing off a large patch of blood. Before number 8 could see who the attacker was, the blade flashed again with astonishing speed. Thoughts raced through his mind. He raised his fingertip, and the cold light that had approached his brow disappeared into thin air, only to be grasped tightly in his palm. But that palm seemed to have anticipated the disappearance of the weapon long ago. Not only did the attack not stop, but the palm also shaped itself like a knife, covered in black steel, striking towards number 8's face like lightning. Number 8 immediately swung his knife to block, the blade sparking against the palm. But the terrifying force still sent him flying several meters away. Number 8's combat experience was indeed rich. He adjusted his body in midair and finally landed steadily on the ground. He looked up to see a young man in black standing there, coldly shaking his bloodied palm. Did you dodge it? Lu Xuanming's brows were furrowed in seriousness. Is it you? A cold light flashed in number 8's eyes. Lu Xuanming's attack had come too suddenly, as if he had been lurking beside him, waiting for the moment when his vigilance was at its weakest to strike. If it weren't for number 8's rich combat experience, he would have probably had his head severed in an instant. But now, he had narrowly escaped, and with the distance between them widened, victory could no longer tilt in Lu Xuanming's favor. A newly ascended enforcer dares to plot against me? Number 8 slowly straightened up, gripping his long knife tightly in his right hand. No wonder he is the son of that famous enforcer. His courage is commendable, but unfortunately, you no longer have a chance. Lu Xianming furrowed his brow, his foot slamming down on the ground, charging at number 8 like a fierce beast. Number 8 calmly stood in place, his right hand reaching out towards the void ahead. Steal the light. Instantly, Lu Xuanming's vision was engulfed in darkness. The target disappeared. The environment vanished, and this sudden change caused Lu Xianming to freeze, just as a whistling blade was slashing towards his neck. It was his own knife. Without thinking, Lu Xianming activated iron armor, a sharp sensation piercing through the hard iron covering. He was knocked to the side by the blow. Just as he was about to roll and dissipate the force, the clear sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. Click. This is bad. A thought flashed through Lu Xuanming's mind, and in the next moment, a bloom of blood erupted from his thigh. Chapter 78. The Final Victor? Lu Xianming could judge the direction of the attack by the airflow created by the blade cutting through the air, and he used iron armor to defend himself. But he could not determine the shooting position of the bullet. Therefore, he was shot. The bullet pierced through his thigh, causing him to completely lose his center of gravity. And a massive force suddenly hit his chest, kicking him away. Dust flew as the disoriented Lu Xianming fell heavily to the ground. He instinctively sat up from the ground. But at this moment, he had completely lost his direction and had no idea where the enemy would attack from. Blood flowed steadily from the bullet hole in his thigh, and his face turned ashen. Is this the pressure of the third level? Even the thieving god, who is not good at fighting, cannot handle it at the first level. In the desolate wilderness, Number 8 held a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, expressionless as he walked towards Lu Xianming. He silently raised the gun, aiming at Lu Xuanming's forehead, just as he was about to pull the trigger when a voice came from the side. Is there only this last one left? Number 8 was taken aback and turned to see Jian Changsheng, covered in blood, staring intensely at him from not far away, his scarred face filled with excitement and desire. Killing this one should count as a great achievement, right? He laughed loudly, his figure darting towards Number 8 like a blood arrow. There's another one who has stepped onto the path of the war god? Number 8 frowned slightly. Jian Changsheng's speed was incredibly fast. Even Lu Xianming, who had activated iron armor, couldn't possibly catch it. In a blink, he crossed dozens of meters, arriving in front of Number 8. The latter was startled and immediately fired several shots at him. The bullets hit Jian Changsheng's body one after another, but his speed surged even more. As a bloodied fist whistled towards Number 8. Steal the light. Number 8 did not hesitate to activate his skill again. Suddenly losing his sight, Jian Changsheng, like Lu Xianming, flitted around like a headless fly. Just when Number 8 breathed a sigh of relief, a heavy punch crashed into his chest. This punch directly broke 2 of Number 8's ribs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Lu Xianming, eyes closed, somehow found himself beside him. A dark fist clenched in the air, coldly facing Number 8's direction. Your voice has revealed your position, he said calmly. Number 8 painfully crawled up from the ground, his eyes filled with malice. Just then, a piece of rice paper quietly floated above him. Freeze. The characters sketched in blood gradually faded away, and Pu 1, with empty hands, stood beside, forming a hand seal. Number 8's figure was instantly frozen in place like a statue. 2 enforcers who had lost their sight, one a frozen usurper, entered a bizarre state of silence on the battlefield. Seconds later, Lu Xianming was the first to regain his sight, like a cannonball charging towards Number 8. The latter also broke free from the freeze half a second later, one hand stealing Lu Xuanming's vision again, while the other raised the gun and fired 3 shots. Damn it, is his stealing unlimited? Lu Xianming cursed inwardly. 3 bullets whistled into Lu Xuanming's body. 2 were deflected by the randomly activated iron armor, and the last one pierced through his shoulder, causing his originally clenched arm to droop immediately. Number 8 wanted to shoot again, but found the magazine empty. Helpless, he could only discard it, just as a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Jian Changsheng's punch had shattered Number 8's kidney, and then he wrapped his arms around his waist, fiercely throwing him to the ground. Now, let us see how you run, he sneered. Jian Changsheng's vision was stolen too late and had yet to recover, but he found Number 8 by following the gunshots, landing a punch that crushed his insides and then mounted him. Number 8, after all, could not fight off 4 hands. Although he had injured Lu Xianming, he was still circled from behind by Jian Changsheng. He stared fiercely at Jian Changsheng, whose eyes were tightly closed, gritting his teeth. He directly snatched the dagger into his hand and frantically stabbed at the opponent's body. Jian Changsheng ignored Number 8's attacks, laughing loudly, his bloodied fists recklessly hammering down on Number 8, clearly intending to trade injury for injury. At first, Number 8 could stab him several times, each strike aiming for vital points, but as he was hit several times, his consciousness began to blur, and in the end, he could only lie on the ground like a pile of mud, letting the rain of fists pound down on him. Each punch landed on flesh, each punch broke bones. Having exhausted all the rice paper, Pu Wen stared blankly at the bloody and gruesome scene before him, his brows involuntarily furrowing. He certainly recognized Jian Changsheng, but he had no idea what the other had gone through to transform from a cowardly lackey into such a reckless fiend. Enough, Pu Wen spoke up. Jian Changsheng seemed to have not heard, hammering down several more punches, blood and flesh flying. Enough, Pu Wen stepped forward and shouted again. Only then did Jian Changsheng stop, glancing at Number 8, who was in a barely human state beneath him, slowly standing up. "It's over," he said. "This usurper is killed by me. The credit is mine too." He looked at Pu Wen, as if declaring some kind of sovereignty. "No one will steal your credit." Pu Wen looked around and asked, "By the way, have you seen Yan Shizai?" "I saw him. He was killed by a usurper." Pu Wen heard the news and furrowed his brows tightly. He stared into Jian Chongqing's eyes, seemingly trying to see through him, but the latter was unafraid and stared back. The scarred face looked fierce, revealing no emotion. Lu Xianming beside them let out a long breath, unsteadily standing up. Once he regained his focus, he walked to a nearby hill to gaze into the distance. "They're all dead." "What? All dead?" Lu Xianming looked at the battlefield of the Bingdao ancient vault, where corpses lay scattered everywhere. "Only the three of us survived." Pu Wen and Jian Chongsheng were stunned, and they followed him up the hill. All they could see were blood and bodies. Whether they were the bloodcasters or the law enforcers, there was not a single person left standing. In this chaotic battle, the law enforcers ultimately won, though it was a devastating victory. The three blood-stained figures stood side by side on the hill, the breeze brushing against their clothing. One Shura, one Tianlang, and one scholar. They were the last winners of this world. Pu Wen's expression was somewhat grim. Although he disliked Yan Shizai, he had been hired by him. With Yan Shizai dead in the Bingdao ancient vault, the news returning to Aurora City would undoubtedly cause chaos, and he might be held accountable. Lu Xianming showed no expression, but perhaps due to the excessive blood loss from his wounds, his face was as pale as paper. As for Jian Chongsheng, he looked at the sea of corpses, and after a few seconds of silence, he instead laughed. "The final winner is me." Clap, clap, clap. In the silence, a crisp sound of applause came from behind. The three were taken aback and turned to look. A figure draped in a bright red opera robe had somehow seated himself atop the blood-colored rocks, smiling down at the three. His hands, adorned with ruby rings, clapped lightly, like a genuinely appreciative audience. "Wonderful," he said with a smile. "I seem to understand the joy of being an audience member." Chapter 79. 1 against 3. The appearance of the figure in red nearly made the three's hearts stop. They stared blankly at the familiar face, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Even the usually composed Lu Xianming looked somewhat pale at this moment. "Qinling, that bloodcaster? Wasn't he dead long ago?" Questions popped into their minds one after another, and they suddenly felt their brains were insufficient. Only Pu Wen reacted first. He fixed his gaze on Qinling and hoarsely said, "I thought it felt strange. You're the one manipulating everything from behind. To be honest, I'm not very willing to explain this to you." Qinling paused for a moment, knowing that villains often meet their end by talking too much. "The three?" Qinling slowly stood up, looking down at the three with his eyes, the scarlet opera robe fluttering wildly in the wind, resembling a blood demon. A mad smile curved his lips. "You three, come at me together." The three on the hill exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat grim. But Jian Chongsheng was the first to charge out, rushing at Qinling like a mad dog, while Lu Xianming drew his long knife from the ground and followed closely. Pu Wen, however, stood still, immediately biting his finger and quickly writing on the ground. He had already exhausted all the prepared seal characters, and the one he had just used to bind number 8 was written on the spot. Now he had to act again. Standing atop the towering rock, Qinling leisurely extended his finger toward his cheek and gently tore. A piece of skin flew away with the wind. At the same time, the Qinling standing there seemed to vanish into thin air. Jian Chongqing and Lu Xianming were both stunned, and a black shadow quickly flashed past them. It was a black falcon. What skill is this? Lu Xianming had never seen anyone transform into an animal. Even the shape-shifting deity could only change faces. Was this a technique of those witch gods? The falcon flew past the two and transformed back into Qinling in midair, crashing down like a scarlet meteor toward the ground behind. Pu Wen, who was just about to finish writing his ceiling character, felt something flash in front of him. Amidst the flying debris, his wrist was firmly gripped. Pu Wen stared in shock at the face so close to him, but the latter had already pressed the gun's muzzle against Pu Wen's forehead, smiling faintly. "Good skill, but unfortunately, the wind-up is too slow." Bang! A shot, and Pu Wen was dead. Qinling had been observing from the shadows for a long time and had already seen through everyone's skills. Pu Wen's book deity was indeed powerful in all aspects, but every use required him to take out paper. If he had no paper, he could only write on the spot. Had this been at the beginning of the ancient vault, Qinling certainly wouldn't have dared to take on 3 people at once. But now Pu Wen had exhausted all his paper, and Lu Xianming was already severely injured, having lost a hand and a leg, greatly diminishing his combat strength. Taking out Pu Wen first was the most crucial part of Qinling's plan, or else, once he released a ceiling character, he could very likely be counter-killed in an instant. As they watched Pu Wen be precisely killed by Qinling, Lu Xianming and Jian Chongqing's pupils constricted. They exchanged a glance and, in tacit agreement, turned around, rushing toward Qinling from opposite sides, with Jian Chongqing moving the fastest, almost like a blood-red shadow, reaching Qinling in the blink of an eye. However, Qinling inserted the red ring into Pu Wen's body and then slowly stood up, casually waving his hand. Crush! Bang! Jian Chongqing reacted extremely quickly, At the moment the space twisted, he dodged to the side. Even so, one side of his shoulder was still crushed into a mist of blood. He let out a muffled grunt, the fierceness in his eyes intensifying. But losing an arm was extremely detrimental to his balance, especially while moving at high speed. His body instinctively tilted to one side, nearly falling to the ground. In that brief moment, the bright red opera robe had already engaged in battle with the black-clad Lu Xianming. The dagger and long knife clashed, creating blinding sparks in the air. Lu Xianming saw Chunling's ring and coldly spoke, "You killed Yan Shizai? What of it?" Chunling felt a tremendous force transmitted from the tip of the knife and retreated gracefully, his form as light as a fluttering butterfly, instantly flashing to Lu Xianming's back. Lu Xianming possessed iron armor, with great strength and defense, so Chunling naturally couldn't confront him head-on. He could only rely on the flexibility of Dance of Slaughter to fight. As long as his speed was fast enough and his angles of attack were tricky enough, Lu Xianming wouldn't have time to activate iron armor for defense. Lu Xianming, already having lost a hand due to number 8, could only awkwardly defend and retreat with one hand holding the knife, waiting for Jian Chongqing to come to his aid. But Chunling would not give him that chance. Chunling dodged like a ghost, avoiding Lu Xuanming's counterattack and swiftly stabbing his ringed right hand into Lu Xuanming's wound. A frenzied, devouring power surged from within, visibly thinning Lu Xuanming's form. Lu Xianming reacted quickly. He immediately swung his knife toward Chunling's wrist, but it was blocked by the dagger in midair. After a brief struggle, Chunling was pushed back a few steps. Before Lu Xianming could swing his knife, Chunling first lightly waved his finger at him. Crush. A small range of spatial distortion precisely landed on Lu Xuanming's gripping hand. His bones shattered instantly, causing him to drop the long knife. In the blink of an eye, a shadow rapidly flashed to his front, and a cold glint pierced his chest. Lu Xianming let out a muffled groan, his eyes staring wide at the Chunling who was so close, and moments later, he fell straight to the ground. At the same time, a sound of breaking air came from behind Chunling. He nimbly dodged to the side, the short sword grazing his cheek as it passed. The fierce light flickered in Jian Chongqing's eyes as the dagger and short knife clashed in midair more than 10 times at an astonishing speed, neither side gaining the upper hand. After an explosive exchange, both chose to distance themselves, the two figures in red standing on opposite sides of the battlefield, staring at each other. No matter if you are human or ghost, you will die today. Jian Chongqing gritted his teeth. He could feel the immense power of Chunling before him. Even Pu Wen and Lu Xianming had been killed one after another. But he had fought hard to reach this point. No matter what, he couldn't die here. His willpower surged, the aura of slaughter spreading around him as he let out a low growl, charging towards Chunling like a blood-red lightning bolt. Chunling expressionlessly raised his gun, aiming the muzzle at the rapidly approaching figure, and slowly spoke, "For the reboot of human civilization, I judge your death." The moment Chunling's words fell, a wave of judgmental energy surged into the barrel of the gun. At the same time, Chunling felt his spirit rapidly waning, as if he had poured everything into his hands. In the depths of his being, it seemed as if some force locked onto the approaching target through the muzzle of the gun. Jian Chongqing, drawing closer, suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end, an unprecedented sense of crisis erupting within him. He looked at the gradually approaching black muzzle, feeling as though he was under the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Instinct told him he had to avoid this attack, but his body was already too late to respond. Bang! Chunling pulled the trigger. The power of deconstruction transformed into a bullet that shot from the muzzle, without sparks, without explosions, quiet as a silent arrow, instantly piercing through Jian Chongqing's chest. Jian Chongqing felt his body lighten, his chest left with only a fist-sized hole, and as he looked down, he could even see the ground behind him where the bullet had struck, everything seeming to vanish into nothingness, including his heart. He could no longer control his body, staggering 2 steps before collapsing in front of Chunling. After firing this shot, Chunling felt darkness enveloping him, the intense drain on his mental strength almost causing him to faint on the spot. It was only by gritting his teeth and holding on that he managed to stay upright. Indeed, releasing the 4th level skill, Judgment Court, at the 1st level was still too much of a strain. Moreover, from the results, he hadn't managed to expand his field like Han Meng had at that time. Instead, he could only condense a minuscule version of the field near the gun barrel, shooting out the deconstruction bullets with lethal force, only about the size of a fist. It should be noted that Han Meng had collapsed the body of the red paper monster with 3 shots, each shot having a killing range multiple times that of Chunling's current ability. Even if he could release a skill beyond his own rank at the 1st level, its intensity would be greatly reduced, limited to the corresponding rank, Chunling thought fleetingly. But the fact proved that even the weakened Judgment Court was enough to instantly kill nearly all enemies of the same rank, like Jian Chongqing. "You are a monster." A weak voice emerged from the fallen Jian Chongqing's throat, perhaps due to his own skill. Even after being shot through the heart, he still did not die immediately but stared fiercely at Chunling. "I shouldn't die here. I just started. I'm not willing." His voice grew fainter until, in the end, he fell completely silent. Yet even so, his eyes still looked at Chun Ling, as if trying to remember his face for the next life. He died with his eyes wide open. Only after confirming Jian Changxing's death did Chun Ling finally breathe a sigh of relief. This guy was too hard to kill. Not only did he not feel pain when injured, but he also became fiercer as the battle went on. Chun Ling suspected that if he hadn't used the judgment court skill to kill him instantly, he might not have been able to match Jian Changxing in a prolonged fight. Chun Ling paused for a moment, finally recovering a bit from the brink of fainting. He scanned his surroundings, slowly moving his feet toward number 8, who lay in a pool of blood. At this point, number 8 had been beaten to the point of losing human form. Chun Ling searched through the blood and flesh for a while before finding the fragment of the divine weapon Dao that number 8 had clutched in his hand. Just as he was about to take it, he found that number 8 still tightly gripped the fragment, unwilling to let go. "You're still alive?" Chun Ling said in surprise. Although number 8 was shattered all over, he still possessed a trace of vitality, his remaining eyeball glaring at Chun Ling through the blood, his palms stubbornly clutching the fragment. That was their last stubbornness. The 8 of them, the usurpers of fire, had traveled thousands of miles from another realm just for this fragment of the divine weapon Dao, and to obtain it, they had even suffered total annihilation. This was the fruit of their lives. How could they let Chun Ling take advantage of it in the end? "Let go." Chun Ling sighed. "Everyone is dead. Do you think you can turn the tables?" A glimmer of despair flashed in number 8's remaining eyeball, but he still did not let go. Chun Ling did not attempt to pry the fragment from number 8's hand, but instead gently placed his palm on number 8's bloodied face. Taking out his gun with the other hand and pressing it against number 8's temple, Chun Ling could feel number 8 trembling, but whether it was fear, anger, or unwillingness, he did not know. All right. Dressed in a bright red theatrical robe, Chun Ling squatted beside the blurred blood and flesh, comforting him gently, as if soothing a child. "You did well, kid." Bang! The bullet pierced through number 8's skull, and he completely lost his breath. Chun Ling withdrew his hand. Number 8's eyelids had been forced shut, as if he had passed away peacefully. Chun Ling used his dagger to cut open number 8's stiff palm, retrieving the bloodied fragment of the divine weapon Dao. Slowly standing up as the breeze brushed against the hem of his bloody theatrical robe, swaying gently in the dead silence of the wilderness, like a crimson flame from the underworld. "Is the performance not over yet?" Chun Ling pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing, "Right, I'm not dead yet." He was the final victor and the only survivor on this stage. The ultimate condition of the performance was, no one survives. Chun Ling glanced at the bloody words drawn on the ground. Current anticipation value, 65. Since the performance began, the audience's anticipation value had been slowly increasing with the progression of the performance. However, the real accumulation of anticipation value came after he transformed into Bai Qi, provoking the clash between the enforcers and the usurpers. Just by killing Yin Shitan, seizing the ring's sacrificial vessel, and appearing to take on 3 opponents when Jian Changxing and his companions thought they were victorious, he had harvested nearly 30 points of anticipation value. Just now, after reaping number 8's life, he gained another 5 points. With everyone dead, where could he find another 5 points of anticipation value? Chun Ling suddenly felt a bit of a headache. Had he known, he should have designed more plot elements to have this group of corpses contribute a bit more anticipation value. Chun Ling's gaze swept across the corpses on the ground, finally landing in the depths of the ancient treasure store of weapons. In that unknown, mysterious darkness, there was only this path left. Chun Ling glanced at the time. There was still a little time before the ancient treasure store of weapons opened, so he stepped forward, walking deeper into the ancient treasure store. 5-man trenches, 10-man trenches, 15-man trenches, 20-man trenches, 50-man trenches. As Chun Ling delved deeper, the soldier respawn points around him grew larger. After passing through the 50-man trench, he saw a conspicuous stone tablet standing tall on the gray-white ground. Trial boundary, no entry. Crossing this tablet meant leaving the trial area defined for them by Aurora City and entering the depths of the ancient store. And the area ahead was clearly not open to this group of newcomers. Chun Ling stood before the tablet, pausing briefly before continuing forward. The moment his foot crossed out of the trial area, a weak warmth flowed from his chest. Chun Ling was taken aback. Reaching into his chest to pull out the hot item, which was indeed the Bai Qi Ling Chapter 81, the grave and the audience. Bai Qi Ling reacted. A trace of doubt flashed in Chun Ling's mind as he held the Bai Qi Ling in his hand and continued moving forward. The emergence of Bai Qi Ling was already extremely strange, as if someone had transmitted it to him from the depths of the ancient tomb through the divine path of war. Now that Chun Ling had entered the depths of the ancient tomb, Bai Qi Ling was reacting again. Perhaps it was guiding him towards something? As Chun Ling gradually delved deeper into the ancient tomb, the massive sword that pierced the heavens was slowly approaching him as well. An inexplicable chill lingered around him, as if it could freeze him to the bone. This chill was not a physical coldness, but an indescribable sensation, like the eerie feeling of being watched while walking through a graveyard in the dead of night. Chun Ling suddenly thought that, in a sense, he was also walking through a vast grave, a war grave that had existed since the dawn of humanity. Chun Ling's gaze swept around. and large trenches were scattered across the land. They could no longer be considered trenches, but rather pits, each containing hundreds or thousands of figures, motionless like sculptures, reminiscent of the terracotta warriors he had seen before. In the trial zone, the largest trench Chen had seen could only accommodate 50 people, but here, a casual glance revealed that there were at least hundreds, and as he ventured deeper, pits containing thousands were everywhere. It was getting colder. Chen furrowed his brow. Just as the surrounding chill became unbearable, the Bai Qi Ling in his hand grew increasingly hot, like a miniature sun clasped in his grip, its heat driving away the cold within half a meter. However, despite holding the token, Chen did not feel burned. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of security. Where was it trying to guide him? Unconsciously, Chen quickened his pace. As he drew closer to the black giant sword, he seemed to vaguely see something flash around him. A feeling of being watched surged in his heart. But whenever he turned to look, he couldn't see any shadows. As if it were just his imagination. Something was lurking in the depths of the ancient tomb. Chen frown deepened, and just as he was about to turn back, an enormous pit appeared before him. It was a circular pit with a diameter of several kilometers, and under the dim sky, it seemed endless. Standing at the edge of this pit, Chen felt as small as an ant. Shock filled Chen eyes. How many people could such a large pit accommodate? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? This was the largest pit he had seen since entering the ancient tomb of the divine path of war. All the pits that refreshed soldiers combined were no match for this one. But strangely, this giant pit was empty. There were no regularly refreshed projections of killing intent. In the center of the empty pit, only a desolate tomb stood alone. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the pit, even with the token in hand. Chen couldn't help but shiver. His naked eye couldn't see anything in the giant pit, but he seemed to hear countless resentful souls filled with killing intent wailing above the pit. Chen suddenly remembered reading in a history book that the Qin general Bai Qi had buried 400,000 Zhao troops alive after the Battle of Chongping. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Qi's name as the god of killing had been passed down through the ages. Chen gaze fell on the solitary desolate tomb in the center of the giant pit, his eyes narrowing slightly. This giant pit had not produced projections of killing intent like the others. Instead, it had a desolate tomb. Did this mean that this desolate tomb was enough to rival tens of thousands of projections of killing intent? Was that? Chen glanced at the burning token in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then entered the giant pit, walking straight toward the desolate tomb. As he approached, he slowly saw the full appearance of the desolate tomb. Rather than a tomb, it was more like a grave mound half a person high. There was nothing in front of the grave mound, comparable to the mass grave Chen had buried before. How could the mighty god of killing Bai Qi be buried in such a place? Chen was filled with confusion as he stopped in front of the desolate tomb. The heat from the token gradually faded, as if guiding Chen here was its purpose. At the same time, a chilling aura surged around him. On the ground in front of the desolate tomb, a line of blood characters seemed to seep from the soil, slowly appearing. 3 bows and 9 knocks. I pass on your divine power. The moment Chen saw this line of characters, his brows couldn't help but furrow. Before he could react, an even colder breath erupted from the void behind him, and countless scarlet eyes suddenly opened, their gazes piercing through the boundary of the theater. As if an invisible world-destroying beast was roaring, a violent wind erupted from within Chen crashing toward the desolate tomb opposite him. Almost simultaneously, a condensed, almost tangible black killing intent surged violently from the grave, as if the master of the desolate tomb had cast a chilling gaze upon him from countless ages ago. Boom. 2 terrifying auras collided in the giant pit, like circular waves bursting outward, the aftermath peeling away the surrounding sand and soil, revealing the ghastly blood color and countless white bones beneath. On the ground in front of the desolate tomb, a huge character formed from oozing blood appeared. Looking incredibly sinister, disaster. Chen stood at the edge of the collision of the 2 auras, his bright red theater robe billowing in the wind. He shielded his eyes with his hand, as the black killing intent rolled around him, the terrifying pressure almost suffocating him. Had the audience engaged in combat with Bai Qi? This thought flashed through Chen mind, and he suddenly felt a surge of joy. If Bai Qi could contend with the audience, could he possibly eradicate them completely? If the audience perished here, he would be completely free. Once this thought arose, it was hard to shake off, but unfortunately, things did not go as smoothly as Chen hoped. Through the gaps in his fingers, he could see the desolate tomb trembling, as if it was about to shatter soon. The scarlet eyes behind Chen gradually faded into the void, and the world-destroying pressure receded as well. Meanwhile, the killing intent surging from the grave also retreated back to the bottom of the pit. The vast giant pit fell silent once more. The sudden clash between the 2 sides and its abrupt cessation, if not for the ground being scraped away to reveal the underlying blood color. Chen might have thought that everything just now was merely an illusion. Chen gaze returned to the desolate tomb, and he indeed noticed that the surface of the grave had increased in cracks. It seemed Bai Qi had not gained the upper hand during the recent confrontation. Just as Chun Ling felt regret, another line of blood characters seeped from the ground. Assist me in returning to life. Fulfill your wishes. Chapter 82. There is another survivor. The moment Chun Ling saw this line of characters, he was stunned. Before he could regain his senses, a beam of blood light suddenly erupted from the ground, rushing into the token in his palm. The surface of the Bai Chi Ling became stained with layers of blood, which quickly faded away. Chun Ling could distinctly feel a sharp killing intent emanating from it. Audience expectation level 7. Chun Ling did not know what had happened, nor did he understand why the audience's expectation level would rise with the infusion of that blood light. He had no time to think further because, just as the blood light disappeared into the token, the entire giant pit began to shake violently. The edges of the distant pit rapidly vanished, the earth transforming into countless tiny grains of sand, collapsing like a sandpit world, disappearing into the void at an astonishing speed. A wave of obliteration was sweeping toward Chun Ling. Chun Ling's pupils contracted slightly, and without hesitation, he turned and fled, his figure darting like a sword towards the direction he had come from. In the midst of the collapse of the massive pit that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, he was like a tiny and struggling ant, chasing a glimmer of hope. Chun Ling's speed had reached its peak, and at the moment the collapse was about to engulf him, he narrowly escaped the range of the pit, stumbling onto solid ground. What the hell happened? Chun Ling wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked back, only to see that the original massive pit had completely vanished, replaced by a hollow void. When he looked down, it was as if he was gazing into an abyss. In the next moment, the earth began to restore itself, the void filled with soil that seemed to surge from nowhere, leveling out completely in just a few seconds, as if the massive pit had never existed. Seeing this scene, Chun Ling involuntarily recalled the scene of the killing aura projection being killed and then automatically restored. So, was that massive pit also restored by some mechanism of the ancient martial arts repository? Chun Ling glanced at the token in his hand, his confusion deepening. But he no longer had time to linger. If nothing unexpected happened, the three law enforcers would soon be opening the entrance to the ancient repository. He tucked the token away close to his body and quickly rushed back to the trial area, first running to the entrance of the repository, scratching the faces of all the law enforcers from Area 1, and then throwing all of them into the abyss. After hesitating for a moment, he randomly tossed the bodies of 2 law enforcers from Aurora City down as well. After doing all this, Chun Ling randomly found a spot with the most chaotic corpses and sat down on the spot. Boom. At the same time, a low humming sound came from the entrance of the ancient repository. The ancient repository was opening. Chun Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, casually picked up a short knife beside him, and pressed the blade slowly against his abdomen, making a forceful cut. His waist was sliced open, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Chun Ling's face visibly turned pale as he endured the intense pain, lying back among the chaotic corpses. In the crimson pool of blood, his face, devoid of any color, revealed a strange smile. The performance is over. His eyes closed. Outside the ancient repository, the massive ship swayed gently with the waves. Under the black sky, 3 figures cloaked in trench coats stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the swirling vortex that was slowly opening. Time was up. One of the 4-striped law enforcers clasped his hands behind his back, wondering how many would step onto the path of the martial god this year. According to previous years, having 7 or 8 would be good. This time it was likely to be a bit fewer. Don't forget, Yin Shitsai went in with that brat from the book God Path. He wants to snatch others' killing aura, so naturally, the chances for others to advance are smaller. Does the higher-ups really not care about Yin Shitsai's blatant cheating? Mind your own business. The 5-striped law enforcer said coldly, we just need to obey orders. The 2 4-striped law enforcers immediately fell silent. As the vortex grew larger, half a minute later, it had returned to the size it was when everyone entered. They stood at the bow, waiting for the law enforcers who completed the trial to return through it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the vortex remained silent, showing no signs of anyone emerging. What is going on? Did they misremember the time? The 4-striped law enforcer was perplexed. It shouldn't be. There shouldn't be any accidents inside, right? For such an outer trial, what could go wrong? Losing 1 or 2 people at most. The other law enforcer shrugged. They probably still have some who are unwilling to give up and want to try again later. The 3 waited for another 10 minutes, and the vortex still showed no response. Something feels off. The 5-striped law enforcer frowned slightly, pondering for a moment, then decided to go in and take a look. But our ranks have already exceeded the 4th rank. We will be rejected here, right? In an emergency, as escorts. We have the secret treasures given by Aurora City as tokens to temporarily operate inside. He stood at the bow, solemnly bowed to the massive black sword that pierced the heavens, then leaped and vanished into the vortex, with the other 2 law enforcers following closely behind. A dizzying sensation washed over them, and the next moment, the 3 stood firmly at the edge of the cliff. A pungent smell of blood immediately filled their nostrils. The 3 law enforcers frowned simultaneously as they saw the scene at the edge of the cliff, their expressions changing drastically. They saw the bodies of over 10 law enforcers scattered across the cliff, most of whom seemed to have been shot dead. Precisely the batch that had entered the ancient repository earlier. What happened? The four-striped law enforcer exclaimed in shock. How could so many people be dead? The five-striped law enforcer's face turned ashen as he quickly walked around the bodies, his gaze locking onto one of the figures, slowly crouching down. Something's not right. He grabbed the face of that corpse, examining it closely for a while. This person was not among the law enforcers who entered the ancient repository. Are you saying someone infiltrated the law enforcer team? Who? The five-striped law enforcer did not answer, immediately getting up and quickly heading deeper into the repository. The deeper they went, the more bodies there were. The vast ancient repository was eerily silent, and this silence was deafening in the ears of the three law enforcers. Is that Yanshitsai? One of the four-striped law enforcers trembled as he raised his hand, pointing to a corner. The other two turned abruptly and saw a thin figure twisted like a twist tie in a pool of blood, staring blankly for quite a while before coming back to their senses. It wasn't that they didn't recognize Yanshitsai. It was just that the blood-drained Yanshitsai was too different from before. If they didn't carefully identify the details of his face, it would be hard for the three to associate this corpse, whose eyes were wide open in death, with the arrogant young master, Yan, on the ship. It really is him. Another four-striped law enforcer said hoarsely, fear evident in his eyes. With Yanshitsai dead in the ancient repository, something big was going to happen back in Aurora City. Quick, see if there are any survivors. The three split up to search. One of them came to the hill where the fighting was most intense, where dozens of law enforcers and arsonists' bodies were piled together, as if they had experienced a life-and-death battle in a bloody meat grinder. The more they searched, the colder their hearts became. In the last 100 years, there had never been such a large-scale loss of newcomers. They couldn't understand what had happened here in just 24 hours. Among the scattered corpses, a figure that had already lost its breath slightly moved its finger. The four-striped law enforcer's pupil shrank, and he immediately shouted, there's still a survivor here. Chapter 83, the performance is over. As soon as this was said, the other two law enforcers rushed over like arrows. There's a living one. Wait, how is it him? When the two saw the only remaining figure with a hint of breath, Chunling, their eyes widened in shock. He should have been cut open in the abdomen during the fight and lost too much blood. That law enforcer hesitated as he looked at the five-striped one. If they didn't take action now, he would really die. Should we save him? Everyone who entered the ancient repository is dead, and only the one they originally thought was doomed, Chunling, managed to survive. They sighed in their hearts about the unpredictability of fate, yet were somewhat undecided. To save or not? The five-striped law enforcer cursed angrily. Are you all out of your minds? There is only this one seedling left in the entire law enforcer team. If he dies, who will explain to Aurora City what happened here? Save him. At all costs. Get him back to life. The two law enforcers immediately began to assist Chunling, but they had no rescue equipment on hand, so they could only give him a simple bandage before quickly taking him out of the ancient repository. As the crowd left, the ancient battlefield fell once again into a dead silence. On the desolate land strewn with corpses, strands of murderous intent extended from the depths of the black giant sword, coiling like a serpent beside one of the bodies, surging madly into it. After a brief few seconds, Jian Chongqing's dark red eyes suddenly opened wide. In the dim center of the stage, Chunling, draped in a bright red opera robe, slowly opened her eyes. She instinctively touched her lower abdomen with her hand, as if feeling a sense of relief, and let out a sigh, to deceive the three law enforcers. Chunling had no choice but to choose the slowest and most torturous method of suicide, seppuku. If he had shot himself in the head, he would have revived quickly, and perhaps the law enforcers wouldn't have found him before his wound healed. Only dying from blood loss could maximize the prolongation of the death process. And even if he revived afterward, it wouldn't be shocking, but the downside was that this method of dying was too painful. It was still more straightforward to blow his head off. Chunling slowly crawled up from the stage, his gaze falling on the audience. Although the audience's engagement with the barren tomb was somewhat unexpected, it seemed that nothing had changed. Countless pairs of crimson eyes still stared at him in unison. Chunling had grown accustomed to this strange scrutiny, and he walked straight to the screen, looking down. After his bloodletting suicide, the audience's anticipation value had predictably decreased by 50, dropping from 72 to 22, on the verge of losing control. The good news was that at this moment, a treasure chest icon flickered in the lower right corner of the screen. Chunling reached out and lightly tapped the treasure chest. Ding ding ding, accompanied by passionate music. A table suddenly appeared in the center of the stage. On the white paper in the center of the table, a few lines of small text quickly emerged. Congratulations on completing the performance, and then there were none. The highest audience anticipation value for this performance, 72. You have received one designated lottery right. After using it, you can choose a character from all the characters in this performance and randomly draw their abilities. The probability of drawing rare skills is related to the overall audience anticipation value of this performance. Sure enough, completing the performance task on the stone steps allows one to complete a performance, Chunling thought to himself. In the void before him, pages of paper appeared out of nowhere. "You're awake?" As Chen-Ling opened his eyes, Chu Mu-Yun's voice drifted over from the side. "Where were you when they colluded with the law enforcers, forcing one ordinary person after another to their deaths? Where is your right to investigate? Where is your authority to enforce the law?" The corners of his mouth could not help but rise, as if completing some sort of ritual. Murmuring, the show begins. The text continuously emerged in the script, depicting all of Chen-Ling's experiences during this time. Seeing his life turned into a script again, Chen-Ling felt little emotional fluctuation. Or rather, he had become numb. When he finished reading the last line of the performance, he slowly closed it. And at the same time, his vision suddenly blurred. It was as if he had returned to that dream. The spotlight above dimmed rapidly. An endless night shrouded the world. And a distant star hung overhead, with only a blood-red path, exuding a strange aura, twisting and extending toward the sky. At this moment, Chen-Ling stood on the first step of this path. Complete a performance with at least 50 participants, and ensure that no one survives after the performance ends. As the brilliance of the script in Chen-Ling's hand flickered, the second step before him trembled slightly. The small text on its surface vanished without a trace, followed by a surge of pure mental power emerging from his mind. To be honest, Chen-Ling didn't really understand what mental power was and had hardly ever sensed it. But at this moment, it felt as if a spring had appeared beneath his feet, madly pouring into his body from this twisted divine path. His whole body felt as if it had been cleansed, and the originally exhausted spirit quickly recovered. Was completing the above performance task a prerequisite for qualifying to step to the next level? Chen-Ling looked at the step that had returned to its original state. Deep in thought, he tentatively lifted his foot to walk toward the second step. His foot easily passed through the original invisible barrier, but as he stepped forward, the mental power in his mind was rapidly consumed. Yet, when all the mental power was exhausted, his toes only barely touched the step. It had only been a few days since he stepped onto the first step. It was still too early to leap onto the second. Fortunately, the barrier of the second step had now been lifted. Stepping onto the second step was only a matter of time. Chen-Ling retracted his extended foot. In the next moment, the environment around him shattered rapidly, and he returned to the center of the stage once more. Chen-Ling held the script, looking around. Countless cards flew in the air and then neatly landed on the table. All the small text on the paper vanished, replaced by a brief message. "Please write down the name of the character you wish to draw." Chen-Ling picked up the pen, hesitated little, and wrote down a name on the paper, Jin Changsheng. Of course, Chen-Ling had other options, like the Flame Thief. Although their face-stealing skill was incredibly useless to Chen-Ling, their object theft and the light theft used by number 8 were quite good, as well as the sealing character from the Book of Divine Path. The key issue was that he couldn't steal these skills. Even if he learned them, he wouldn't have the chance to use them. To disguise himself as a law enforcer on the surface, he needed a Weapon God Path first-level skill that he could showcase. Currently, the only first-level skills available were Jin Changsheng and others. Chen-Ling had witnessed the terror of the Shura path firsthand. A first-level skill could transform Jin Changsheng, a life loser, into a super genius, even allowing him to fight back against Chen-Ling. In summary, Jin Changsheng's Shura first level was his best choice. As Chen-Ling wrote down Jin Changsheng's name, all the other cards on the table disappeared, leaving only a solitary blue card in front of him. Chapter 84, Blood Armor. Chen-Ling reached out to grab this card. Skill, Blood Armor, Ownership, Weapon God Path, Shura, Path, First Level, Character, Jin Changsheng. Chen-Ling absorbed this card, closed his eyes for a moment, and murmured, Blood Armor, no wonder. The Blood Armor skill differs from the Iron Armor of other paths. It does not possess extraordinary defense or strength. Its only characteristic is that the more injured one becomes, the higher their combat power increases, especially in terms of strength and speed. At the same time, the life force of the Blood Armor owner is significantly enhanced. Unless they suffer a fatal injury like a headshot, other wounds are unlikely to kill them completely. This also explains why Jin Changsheng is like an indestructible cockroach, growing stronger with each battle. This skill also fills Chen-Ling's current shortcoming, which is his overly mediocre physical quality, even with Dance of Slaughter. It is difficult to exert all his strength. Next time before a fight, stab himself 3 times. Chen-Ling thought to himself. After drawing the skill, the intermission time was completely over. He felt a dizzy spell as his consciousness returned to his body. Can he still live? After saving for so long, there was still no response. The 4-pattern law enforcer shook his head and said bitterly, there should be no hope. Hearing this, the 5-pattern law enforcer's face darkened to the point of dripping water. He gritted his teeth and growled, keep saving. Bring out the bottom of the barrel hormones. He can't be saved. We're all going to die? 2 law enforcement officers exchanged glances and immediately went to prepare for a hormone injection. At that moment, a weak voice, almost like a mosquito buzzing, came hoarsely. The 3 law enforcement officers were stunned for a moment. Then joy filled their faces. He is still alive. He is still alive. Chen-Ling, can you hear me? How are you feeling? Under the eager gaze of the 3 law enforcement officers, Chen-Ling struggled to open his eyes. his dazed pupils slowly focusing. He opened his mouth. Where is this? This is on the ship. We have brought you out of the ancient song. The 5-pattern law enforcement officer asked anxiously. Chun-Ling, what exactly happened in the ancient song? Hearing the words, ancient song, Chun-Ling's pupils contracted noticeably, as if he recalled something terrifying. After a long time, he finally managed to utter 3 words, the usurpers of fire. The 3 law enforcement officers felt a jolt in their hearts. As expected, the 5-pattern law enforcement officer clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with light. Only they could infiltrate the ranks of the enforcers by stealing faces, but when did they actually act? It was on the train. What? The usurpers of fire attacked the train of the 1st District enforcers and disguised themselves as them to blend into the ancient song. Chun-Ling clenched his fists uncontrollably. Speaking hoarsely, after they entered the ancient song, they began a massacre. Our enforcers from the 3rd, 5th, and 6th districts, along with a few from Aurora City, were shot and killed. All of them fell into the abyss below. At that time, I was just being coerced by Yin Shitsai, and we got separated, which allowed me to escape a disaster. They actually attacked the train? No, the Railway Bureau didn't report any attacks. I'll check it as soon as we reach land. How many people came to the 1st district? It seems to be 9. The 5-pattern law enforcement officer frowned slightly, his mind flashing through the bodies of a few usurpers of fire he had seen, seemingly calculating the numbers. Chun-Ling continued. Then that Pu Wen used some kind of paper to immobilize them. Lu Xianming killed one with a knife. And Yin Shitsai also used a ring to push 2 others off the cliff. When Pu Wen shouted, we all fled in different directions. This aligns with what the 5-pattern law enforcement officer slightly nodded. I was very scared, running to a place where no one was around. But I saw several divine soldiers descending to other places. Later, Yin Shitsai said they were going to encircle the usurpers of fire, and then they started fighting. Yin Shitsai said that? The 5-pattern law enforcement officer asked in surprise. Yes, he said that group of usurpers of fire stole his ring. He seemed very angry at that time, full of killing intent. And then they started fighting. I originally wanted to hide until the end, but just then, a usurper of fire being chased ran towards me. I fought desperately with him and killed him, and then I saw a divine soldier smash into my face. And I lost consciousness. Chun-Ling ended his narration, his eyes filled with sincerity and pain. The 3 law enforcement officers exchanged glances and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The cause and effect of the matter had been basically clarified, but more specific details might still need someone from Aurora City to go in and verify. So, you also stepped onto the divine soldier path? It seems so. Chun-Ling replied uncertainly. Which path? Azura. Hearing these 2 words, shock appeared in the eyes of the 3 law enforcement officers. They looked at Chun-Ling in disbelief, as if they hadn't expected his talent to be so terrifying. All right, you should rest well first. The 5-pattern law enforcement officer took a deep breath. Once we reach land, we will conduct a more detailed investigation. This incident is extremely serious. You need to be prepared for questioning by Aurora City at any time. Chun-Ling replied with a sound of agreement, then tiredly closed his eyes, and the 3 law enforcement officers pushed the door out. As the ship gradually moved away from the domain of the ancient song, the fragment of the divine soldier path hidden in Chun-Ling's arms suddenly trembled. The 3 law enforcement officers stood on the deck, looking back at the pitch-black night sky above the ancient song. What do you think? This incident is too severe. We must immediately notify Aurora City once we reach land. By the way, haven't the usurpers of fire always been active in the southern regions? Why did they suddenly come to the Aurora domain? I don't know. Just as they finished speaking, the black giant sword that pierced the heavens let out a low rumble. And a chilling killing intent instantly locked onto the ship that was about to leave the domain. The killing intent of the divine soldier path? The faces of the 3 law enforcement officers changed dramatically. What is going on? What has disturbed those existences deep within the ancient song? Almost simultaneously, Chun-Ling inside the room also opened his eyes. He could feel a warm current passing over the surface of the Baiqi Ling. After this warm current passed, the killing intent released from the ancient song rapidly dissipated as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. Am I seeing things? The 4-pattern law enforcement officer looked at the calm frozen sea surface, his eyes filled with confusion. The ancient song did indeed react. The 5-pattern law enforcement officer immediately spoke. But why? Something's not right. What is not right? That Chun-Ling who came out of the ancient song is not right. Chapter 85 by Yi. The 5-pattern law enforcement officer's expression tightened, and he suddenly turned to look at the cabin. The 3 were about to take action when a barely noticeable white light flashed across the sky. The 3 were instantly frozen in place. They stood there like statues for a long time, suddenly speaking again. Am I seeing things? The ancient song did indeed react. But why? The 5-pattern law enforcement officer thought seriously for a moment, as if an idea was about to leap out of his mind, but he couldn't recall it no matter what. There must be something on this ship that attracted the killing intent of the ancient song. What could it be? From the ancient song, it seems like only. Before he could finish his sentence, another white light flashed across the sky. The pupils of the 3 dispersed again, staring blankly into the void, as if they had lost something. This time, The three paused for a full 10 seconds before coming back to their senses. What do you think? This incident is too severe. We must immediately notify Aurora City once we reach land. By the way, haven't the usurpers of fire always been active in the southern regions? Why did they suddenly come to the Aurora domain? On the deck, the eerie repetition of the 3's initial conversation seemed to indicate that they had completely forgotten the recent abnormality of the ancient song and their suspicions about Chunling. It was as if an invisible hand had quietly stolen that half-minute memory from their minds. The steam from the ship rose as it completely sailed out from the black dome of the ancient song, the dim yellow sunset re-emerging through the clouds, casting light on the frozen sea surface. On a huge white iceberg, a hand slowly lifted the brim of a white duckbill cap, revealing half of a face, with silver snake-shaped earrings glimmering like gold in the twilight. The imposing ship rushed towards the iceberg like a mountain, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. Bai Ling reacted. Inside the cabin, Chunling frowned at the token in his hand, his eyes reflecting confusion. He was unaware that the ship had just passed the edge of the ancient song. He only knew that at that instant, the fragment of the Tao Foundation and the Bai Ling reacted one after the other, then returned to normal within a second, as if nothing had happened. Just as Chunling was pondering, a white shadow suddenly flashed in the corner of his eye. Chunling was startled, quickly putting away the token and looking in that direction. Unbeknownst to him, a tall figure in white had quietly leaned against the wall of the cabin, like a ghost. Who? When did he come in? Two questions suddenly surged into Chunling's mind. It should be noted that this cabin has only one entrance, and the thick steel walls around it leave no room for anyone to enter. Chunling was certain that he was the only one in the cabin before this. His brain was racing, and in a flash, he reacted. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped his forehead, sincerely and earnestly reciting, "Usurp the heavenly path. Seize the universe. Fire usurper number 13, welcome the thief saint." Cold sweat poured out from Chunling's back. The man in front of him was not wearing the black coat of a law enforcer, indicating that he was definitely not from Aurora City, and his infiltration had not caused any disturbance. Either the three law enforcers outside had been killed by him, or his strength was sufficient to swagger into the cabin without being detected by the law enforcers. Whichever situation it was, it meant that this man's strength was far above that of the three law enforcers. Extremely strong, not a law enforcer, and suddenly appearing after leaving the ancient vault of warfare. Either he was the thief Saint Bai Yi of the fire usurpers, or he was here to pick up his comrades from the Dusk Society. Considering the worst-case scenario, Chunling had no doubt that he was reciting the doctrine of the fire usurpers. The figure slowly raised his head, and beneath the white duckbill hat, a pair of sharp eyes locked onto Chunling, cold as ice. Number 13. His voice showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. What about the others? They've all been exposed. They clashed with the law enforcers in the ancient vault and were all killed. A hint of regret appeared in Chunling's eyes. No. 8 perished along with the 3 law enforcers who stepped onto the divine path. I barely managed to save my life. What about the Tao Foundation fragments? I didn't get them. Didn't get them? He raised an eyebrow. Then what is this? He pulled his hand out of his pocket, revealing an unknown dark red crystal fragment that had somehow appeared in his palm. Exactly the one Chunling had originally hidden on himself. Chunling's heart sank to the bottom. Damn it. How could these thieves be so fast? Tao Foundation fragments? Chunling feigned surprise in his response. Thief Saint, where did you get this from? Where? Of course, it's from you. Just as that person was halfway through speaking, Chunling shot out of bed like an arrow, dashing towards the cabin door with astonishing speed. Just as his hand was about to touch the door, his vision suddenly blurred, and when he regained his senses, he found himself moved right in front of that mysterious figure. He had stolen Chunling's position. Chunling reacted quickly, realizing he couldn't escape, so he struck towards the opponent's neck with a palm. At the same time, the other party chuckled lightly. If you're still injured, don't move recklessly, red heart number 6. Hearing the last 3 words, Chunling's hand abruptly halted before the other person's neck, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The man gently raised his hand, and out of thin air, a playing card appeared, pinched between his 2 fingers. Red heart. Human civilization will never extinguish, he slowly spoke. I have come to pick you up, newcomer. Chunling stared at the red card depicting the queen, stunned for a long while before coming back to his senses. You are a member of the Dusk Society? Chunling asked in confusion. What about the thief Saint Bai Yi? The man looked at Chunling, smiling without speaking. You are the thief Saint Bai Yi of the fire usurpers, and also the red heart of the Dusk Society? Chunling finally realized. You are also an undercover agent? I'm not an undercover agent. The thief saint is my original identity. I just chose to betray. Bai Yi casually put away the playing card, seemingly not planning to elaborate on this issue any further. By the way, as a newcomer who just joined the society, you did a good job on this mission. Wait. Chunling's mind was a bit overwhelmed. You are the thief saint of the fire usurpers. And then you sent someone to infiltrate the ancient vault to steal the Tao Foundation fragments. Why did you find me at the same time and ask me to steal the fragments? Good question. Bai Yi had long anticipated that Chunling would ask. Shrugging as he explained, But you overlooked one issue. I am indeed the thief saint. But it wasn't the leader of the fire usurpers who sent them to steal the Tao Foundation fragments. It was the leader's decision. I am just responsible for the pickup. Then why didn't you wait for them to steal the fragments and then take them yourself? As soon as Chun-Ling asked this question, he thought of the answer himself and spoke thoughtfully. I understand. Your status in the fire usurpers is too high. If you steal the fragments at this time, you will inevitably be exposed. Clever. Bai Yi smiled. So, I needed you to help me put on a good show. Chapter 86. Is my face real? Bai Yi could indeed take the fragments stolen by the fire usurpers, but doing so would ruin his identity as the thief saint. And the fire usurpers would surely do everything to hunt him down. For him, this would be a losing proposition. However, if the fragments were stolen by someone else in the ancient vault, it would be different. Having figured all this out, Chun-Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to the bedside and sat down, feeling the last heavy stone in his heart finally drop. He could control the performance within the ancient vault of warfare. But once he left the vault, the development of events would be beyond his capabilities. Whether it was the three law enforcers or the thief Saint Bai Yi, neither was in existence he could contend with. His only hope lay with the mysterious rescuer. But he never expected that the rescuer and the thief Saint Bai Yi would be the same person. You acted quite convincingly just now. Bai Yi couldn't help but marvel. I almost thought you really had been swapped out by number 13. Chun-Ling chuckled awkwardly, not saying anything. Bai Yi took care of the Tao Foundation fragment and continued. I've already stolen the memories of those three law enforcers regarding the anomalies in the ancient vault of warfare. They won't suspect you anymore. Now, can you escape on your own? I can, Chun-Ling nodded. Then, as if he remembered something, he said, by the way, can you help me with one more thing? Sure. Help me hide these two items in the beam above 128, Frost Street, in Area 3. Chun-Ling handed the Bai Qi Ling and the red ring to Bai Yi, who examined them carefully and exclaimed in surprise. This thing has the aura of the God of War's path. A good item, brought out from the ancient vault? Yes. All right, anything else? Chun-Ling shook his head. Just as Bai Yi was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, an odd expression crossing his face as he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. There's one more thing I want to ask you. What does this message you sent me mean? Chun-Ling took the note in confusion and saw the two blood characters on it, suddenly freezing in place. Go die. Chun-Ling clearly remembered that he hadn't written this in the grocery stand. Was this another act of the audience? This was an accident, Chun-Ling explained vaguely. Bai Yi looked at him strangely for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and waved his hand casually. I'm off. See you in Aurora City. In the next moment, his figure vanished into thin air. See you in Aurora City? A hint of confusion flashed through Chun-Ling's mind. Why is it that all these members of the Dusk Society are heading to Aurora City? Chu Mu Yun is like this, and so is Bai Yi. Without the Tao Foundation fragments and the Bai Qi Ling, Chun-Ling felt light and relaxed. He lay directly on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. After a few hours, the ship slowly docked at Winter Harbor, where a law enforcer helped the weak Chun-Ling back to solid ground. As soon as Chun-Ling got off the ship, he saw dozens of law enforcers dressed in black and red uniforms already sealing off the entire Winter Harbor. The once bustling port was now filled with a chilling atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Chun-Ling knew that Aurora City had already received the news. Originally, over 70 law enforcers had been expected from Aurora City to enter the trial in the ancient vault of warfare, but only one had survived. This was undoubtedly devastating news for Aurora City. Are you Chun-Ling? A six-pattern law enforcement officer stepped forward, frowning as he looked at Chun-Ling search him. The six-pattern law enforcement officer signaled to the officers around him. Without a word, 3 law enforcement officers rushed to Chun-Ling's side and thoroughly searched him from top to bottom, almost making him strip completely. Under such a level of scrutiny, Chun-Ling couldn't hide anything. Of course, they were destined to find nothing. Nothing else, one officer quietly replied. I'm sorry, Chun-Ling. The six-pattern law enforcement officer spoke again, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Next, we need to verify your face to prevent a fire impersonator from taking your identity. At this statement, Chun-Ling's eyes narrowed. To be honest, he had already guessed that since Aurora City knew there was a fire impersonator infiltrating the ancient vault of Military Path, it had to be cautious, especially since he was the only survivor to emerge from it. From the moment he left the ancient vault, Chun-Ling was destined to undergo the most stringent investigation in the entire Aurora realm. One law enforcement officer drew a short knife from his pocket and slowly approached Chun-Ling. Before he could act, Chun-Ling broke free from the officers on either side, pulling out his own dagger. This scene startled the surrounding law enforcement officers, who immediately went on high alert, and the six-pattern law enforcement officer's gaze turned sharp. I'll do it myself. Chun-Ling expressionlessly drove the sharp dagger into his cheek, then slowly sliced it open, crimson blood dripping along the blade, revealing the flesh beneath. A chilling wind swept through the desolate port, and in the tense gaze of everyone present, the young man who was cutting his own face smiled. With a bloodied and gruesome cheek, he slightly curled his lips and softly asked, Do you see my face clearly? District 3. Law Enforcement Headquarters. Mengu. Mengu. A figure forcefully pushed open the door and rushed into the office. What happened? Han Meng, sitting behind his desk, frowned slightly. Why are you in such a hurry? It's Aurora City. We received news from Aurora City. Aurora City? Han Meng seemed to have thought of something. Did Jiang Qin and Chun Ling come out of the ancient vault? They're dead. What? Han Meng was taken aback. All dead. The law enforcement officer repeated. The fire impersonator launched a surprise attack on the ancient vault of Military Path, and all the law enforcement officers who entered were killed. Except, Han Meng's face instantly turned pale, and he stood up abruptly, a terrifying pressure filling the room in an instant. Except for what? Except for Chun Ling. They said from Aurora City that Chun Ling is the only survivor. Han Meng froze in place. They found Chun Ling among a pile of corpses. When they located him, he had reportedly lost too much blood and was on the brink of death. And now? Was he rescued? He was rescued. But reportedly he has been detained at Winterport, said to be undergoing investigation and interrogation by Aurora City. Among the law enforcement officers who entered the ancient vault this time, one was the young master of the Star Chamber of Commerce, and another was the son of a 7-pattern law enforcement officer. Their families have already sent people to Winterport. We don't know what they want. Hearing the last sentence, Han Meng seemed to realize something, and his expression changed. Before the law enforcement officer could say anything else, he pushed the door open and disappeared into the snow at an astonishing speed. Chapter 87. Interrogation. As Chun Ling cut open his own face, Winterport fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind. For some reason, as everyone looked at Chun Ling's cut face and his faint smile, they felt a chill run down their spines. That's enough. The 6-pattern law enforcement officer finally spoke. Take him inside to treat his wounds and prepare for questioning. The 2 law enforcement officers breathed a sigh of relief. Supporting Chun Ling, they walked straight towards a small cabin not far away. This small cabin was clearly a temporary requisition, likely a private home. It was cramped and dim. Chun Ling was assisted inside and sat down by the bed. After the 2 law enforcement officers brought him bandages and medicine, they told him to wait there. Chun Ling heard them push the door open and leave, but they didn't go far. They stood guard outside the door. Chun Ling simply applied some medicine to his face and wrapped it a couple of times before ignoring it. After all, for someone with formless, his face was just a consumable. As long as he tore off the skin, he still had a flawless face. In the next half hour, 4 or 5 groups of people arrived one after another. Some were law enforcement officers, some were politicians from Aurora City, and others were figures Chun Ling didn't recognize. But they were likely important people within Aurora City. They repeatedly asked about the sequence of events and details, especially regarding the deaths of Yan Shizai and Lu Xianming. Chun Ling directly blamed Yan Shizai's death on Jian Chongsheng. As for Lu Xuanming's death, he attributed it to number 8. Strictly speaking, Chun Ling didn't lie. He simply omitted some details and misrepresented some characters' actions. Even if these people entered the ancient vault and carefully searched the crime scene, they would hardly find any flaws. Unless they went to the bottom of the cliff's abyss and found the body of the law enforcement officer from District 1 that he had discarded. But even if they found it, their faces had all been scratched by Chun Ling, and with their bodies turned to mush, it would be nearly impossible to confirm their identities. Soon, the law enforcement officers received more news. They found an empty 18 train in a warehouse near Winterport, suspected to have been fused with some kind of sacrificial vessel. This discovery further corroborated Chun Ling's testimony. The fire impersonator indeed completed the face swapping by attacking the train. An 18 train connecting the 7 major districts, which did not exist in the records, took away the law enforcement officer from District 1 at the starting station without raising any suspicions. Moreover, the fire impersonator had cleaned the train so thoroughly that no traces were left. As for whether the swapped individuals could be from other districts, no one had suspected it because Chun Ling had no reason to lie about this matter. Furthermore, he had ridden the train himself and had not been replaced, which was the best evidence. So, has the interrogation ended? Chun Ling rubbed the corners of his eyes, feeling fatigued. When can I go back? It should be soon. One of the law enforcement officers hesitated before answering. Should? After all, this is the first time such a serious trial incident has occurred. The stakes are too high. Plus, the Star Chamber of Commerce and that 7-pattern law enforcement officer are not easy to deal with. They originally hoped their heir could go out to train and embark on the path to divinity, but now they all died inside. Do you think they will let it go so easily? Hearing this, Chun Ling's brows furrowed tighter. What does that have to do with me? The ones who killed them were the fire impersonators. But the fire impersonator is dead too, the law enforcement officer said meaningfully. Everyone is dead, yet only you survived. They want to take revenge on the fire impersonator, and the only way is to start with you, trying to find more clues. But I've told them everything I know. What if you're hiding something? These powerful families always have ways to make people spill everything they know, even to reconstruct everything you saw. Only then will they feel at ease. Of course, after doing this, most people either end up dead or go insane. Chun Ling's heart sank. If those people in Aurora City really used such methods on him, wouldn't everything be exposed? Isn't this considered extrajudicial punishment? Don't the law enforcement officers care? They do. It's strictly prohibited in Aurora City. But you have to ask, which law enforcement officer or officer would want to go against them? If they want to take you away, who would dare to stop them? Chun Ling fell into silence. At this moment, the law enforcer seemed to realize he had spoken too much and quickly explained, "Brother, I was just saying it casually. It might not even be true." Chen did not respond. He suddenly recalled the group of people who had repeatedly asked him about the details of Yan Shizai and Lu Xuanming's deaths after their questioning. Their expressions had turned somewhat grim. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. He closed the door and began to think about how to break the situation if someone really wanted to take him away. Run? With so many law enforcers outside, where could he escape to? Just then, a low conversation came from outside the door, followed by the door being pushed open. Outside stood a man in black clothing, not dressed in the standard law enforcer's trench coat, but in a kind of expensive and warm fabric. Two law enforcers followed him, one of whom was the one who had spoken to Chen earlier, looking at Chen with eyes full of sympathy. "Law enforcer Chen." The leading man said slowly, "Come with me." "Where to?" "To Aurora City." Chen frowned tightly. "Who are you? Why should I go to Aurora City?" "Who I am is not important. What matters is that you must come with me today." The man's gaze hardened, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him, overwhelming Chen like a tsunami. A phantom of a divine path appeared, one that Chen had seen not long ago. With Chen current mental strength, he was worlds apart from the opponent. Undoubtedly, the opponent's rank was above 4, but not quite at 5, as there was still a difference compared to the aura of that 5-pattern law enforcer. Most likely, this person was sent by the Starry Commerce Association or that 7-pattern law enforcer, because abducting Chen would openly violate the regulations of Aurora City. They couldn't directly send law enforcers to act, and could only use some powerful individuals outside the system. And the book Divine Path owner in front of him was clearly one of their people. "What if I refuse?" Chen said word by word. Chapter 88. Mind your own business? Refuse? "I want to see how you refuse," the man chuckled lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he casually took out a paper talisman from his pocket and waved it at Chen. The 4 big characters on the paper immediately shone brilliantly. Command follow. A beam of light swept from the talisman into Chen body, and he felt a jolt throughout his being, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't move his body even a bit. What kind of skill is this from the book Divine Path? Chen face darkened immensely. Although he couldn't move his body, it seemed he wasn't restricted in speaking. He coldly said, "Unlawfully detaining a law enforcer from the Aurora realm. You are committing a crime." "Unlawfully detaining? Who saw it?" Hearing this, the 2 law enforcers behind him immediately turned around, their gazes fixed on the sky over Winter Harbor, seemingly oblivious to everything happening inside the room. "Kid, don't be too naive. This world doesn't operate on reason." The man glanced at him and turned to leave the room. Chen felt as if his body was being pulled by invisible strings, involuntarily following. A bone-chilling wind from the frozen sea swept into Winter Harbor. Wearing only a thin garment, Chen slowly walked into the snow. Frowning, Chen glanced around with peripheral vision. The law enforcers who had originally surrounded Winter Harbor tightly had somehow left, and only a few busy law enforcers remained, instinctively turning their heads away and taking a detour. Chen heart sank. Although he had guessed that the Starry Commerce Association was incredibly powerful, he hadn't expected them to blatantly violate Aurora City's rules and take him directly from Winter Harbor. The order and regulations of the Aurora realm were far more chaotic than he had imagined. Like a puppet, he followed the man, his mind racing to find a way out of the predicament, but unfortunately, he couldn't even move a finger. He followed the man through the bustling streets of Winter Harbor to a simple train station. "2 tickets to Aurora City, please," the man politely stated as he approached the ticket booth. The ticket seller glanced at him and then at Chen. "Buying tickets is fine, but entering the city requires qualifications. Otherwise, you will be forcibly sent back. You should know that, right?" "Yes." Seeing the man nod calmly, the ticket seller said no more, and 2 tickets were handed to the man. He led Chen onto the platform to wait for the train. There were other passengers on the platform, but they only gave the 2 a casual glance before losing interest. Both Chen and the man were in plain clothes, so to them, they were just 2 ordinary passengers, nothing different from anyone else. As Chen looked at the surrounding passengers, he was about to shout something when the man in front slowly said, "I advise you not to try to call for help. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill everyone here." Chen gaze sharpened. Just now, he indeed had the thought of calling for help. After all, he couldn't move his body now and could only rely on speaking to find a way out, since the law enforcers were unwilling to confront the man. As long as there were more witnesses around, it wouldn't be so easy for him to take Chen away. Unfortunately, the man's bottom line was shockingly low. "Are the people in Aurora City all butchers like you?" Chen said coldly. "Of course not," the man replied calmly. "But if you're going to be a dog for someone, you must be ready to get covered in blood." Just then, a steam train roared toward them, accompanied by a sharp screech as it slowed down, the iron beast slowly crawling in front of them. 15 to Aurora City, all aboard," the conductor's voice called out. The man dusted off his coat and walked straight onto the train. Chen stiffly lifted his foot and followed closely behind. This train to Aurora City only ran once a day, and since very few people would take it, the vast carriage was empty. Besides the 2 of them, there were no other passengers. The man casually chose a window seat, took the latest newspaper from the metal rack, and began to read. Sit down, the man said without looking up. It's about 4 hours to Aurora City. Cherish your last moments. At this moment, Chun-Ling felt as if 2 mountains were pressing down on his shoulders, forcing him to sit in the chair across from the man. I need to use the restroom. Chun-Ling thought for a long time, and could only squeeze out this cliché line from countless films and television shows. No, you don't. I do. You think I can't control your body to go to the restroom? I just need to get you to the restroom, unzip your pants, and then, forget it. I don't want to. Chun-Ling abandoned this clumsy escape plan. The whistle echoed through the sky, and the iron beast crawling on the tracks slowly began to move. The low clanging sound once again making Chun-Ling's heart feel extremely restless. With his own strength, it was almost impossible to escape from this fourth-rank individual. He could only wait until he entered Aurora City and think of a way to get the Dusk Society to rescue him. But how exactly could he implement that? Just as Chun-Ling was desperately pondering, a thunderous gunshot rang out from outside the carriage. Bang! Immediately afterward, the driving wheels at the bottom of the train exploded with a loud noise. Chun-Ling felt the train shake violently, then tilt to one side. The newspaper rack next to the man toppled over, a scalding teacup shattered on the floor, and the conductor's startled voice echoed from outside the carriage as the entire train came to a sudden stop amid the violent shaking. The man's expression changed dramatically as he gripped the fixed table to steady himself, turning to look out the window at the dazzling sparks bursting on the white snow. A figure slowly approached through the chaos. Sir, a crew member on the platform hurried over. Where are you? Shut up. Bang. The carriage door was kicked open. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed into the carriage, and a figure in a black trench coat stepped onto the floor of the carriage. Holding a gun in his right hand, the black barrel still emitting smoke. Upon seeing that familiar face, Chun-Ling was first taken aback, then his pupils constricted violently. Zone 3 Enforcer Chun-Ling. The man stood among the shattered glass shards, speaking slowly. You came out of the ancient battlefield, and didn't report to Zone 3 right away. Where do you think you're going? Hanmeng? Chun-Ling's eyes were filled with astonishment. He never expected to encounter Hanmeng here. After all, this was not Hanmeng's jurisdiction, but rather Winter Harbor. Several hours away from Zone 3. The man's brows furrowed tightly as he slowly stood up, standing at opposite ends of the carriage, confronting Hanmeng from a distance. Where I go is none of your business. The man slightly tilted his head. Which zone's enforcer are you? Do you dare to come and steal what President Yin wants? Hanmeng said nothing, calmly raising the still smoking gun barrel, aiming it at the man's forehead. What does it matter to me if I take my subordinate back? Chapter 89. Just stay alive. The murderous intent surged wildly within the carriage, and the temperature suddenly dropped. Chun-Ling was trapped in his seat, staring blankly at the murderous Hanmeng, his mind momentarily blank. Hanmeng had left Zone 3 and suddenly appeared here, even shooting out the train's drive wheels. This was no coincidence. The only explanation was that he was here for Chun-Ling. But how did he know that the Star Chamber was going to make a move against him? The man was locked onto by Hanmeng's gun, a wave of killing intent enveloping him. He frowned and stared at Hanmeng for a long time, as if remembering something. Hanmeng. I think I've heard that name before. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I heard that several years ago. A new enforcer from Zone 3 killed the nephew of the Star Chamber's president in the ancient battlefield, and after being detained, he managed to withstand 3 rounds of soul fragmentation evidence collection while maintaining his sanity. That enforcer was said to be named Hanmeng, right? Is that so? Hanmeng replied nonchalantly. What a coincidence. His finger rested on the trigger, and a field rapidly expanded around him. Feeling the terrifying aura contained within this field, the man's face grew increasingly ugly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, about to sketch something in the void when a thick beam of light suddenly flashed past his temple. The invisible deconstruction power acted like a bullet, directly grazing his hair, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through all the carriages, leaving behind a massive circular void. On what basis do you think your words can be faster than my gun? Hanmeng maintained his stance, holding the gun with one hand, faint wisps of smoke wafting from the barrel, his expression unchanged. But at that moment, several drops of cold sweat had already trickled down the man's forehead, his pale face flashing with a hint of fear and terror. If Hanmeng's shot had been off by just a little bit, his head would have been deconstructed into nothingness. The reason he survived was not that the other party missed, but because they never intended to kill him. This is a warning. Never attempt to confront an enforcer. You fool. Hanmeng pointed the gun at the man and gestured to Chun-Ling. Release the characters controlling him, or the next shot will be aimed at your head. The man was both shocked and enraged at that moment. As a fellow fourth-tier powerhouse, he could only be utterly suppressed by Hanmeng's judgment, which left him feeling extremely frustrated. He possessed a full set of literary divine skills, but everything was too slow in front of that gun. Yet he had no way out. The majority of the literary divine's direct combat power could hardly surpass that of the martial divine. And the judgment path was the most lethal among all martial divine paths. As a literary divine, what could he use to fight against judgment while being locked onto an advance? No matter how fast the words were, could they be faster than bullets? The man's expression changed repeatedly as he stared at Han Meng for a long time before gritting his teeth and speaking. Do you know what happens if you offend the Star Chamber? No one understands better than me. Han Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. A wave of killing intent once again spreading within the carriage. Don't make me repeat myself for the third time. Let him go. As the second bullet was about to be fired, the man gritted his teeth, his palms sweeping through the void, releasing the characters controlling Chun Ling from afar. Chun Ling immediately felt a lightness in his body, the control returning to him. Don't think that hiding outside of Aurora City means they can't do anything about you. The man slowly stepped back, and with his footsteps, mysterious characters began to appear on the floor of the train carriage. Next time we meet, you won't have the chance to point a gun at me. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, several mysterious characters suddenly lit up. His figure transformed into black right before Chun Ling's eyes, as if ink was split into one brushstroke after another, quickly disappearing into the void. He can turn his body into words. Chun Ling watched this scene in shock. All the skills of the literary divine seemed to exceed his understanding. Seeing the man leave, Han Meng calmly put the gun away and glanced at Chun Ling. Aren't you leaving? Do you really want to follow him to Aurora City? After saying that, he turned and walked towards the train exit. A single shot had blown out the train's drive wheels, leaving the crew members and other passengers on the platform in shock. They watched in disbelief as Han Meng in his black trench coat walked out of the station, their expressions akin to witnessing a monster. Chun Ling pushed through the crowd and walked up to him. How did you know I was here? There's only one train a day to Aurora City, and it only departs from Winter Harbor. It has to be here. Chun Ling wanted to ask him how he was so sure that the Star Chamber would secretly take him away, but recalling what the man had just said, he ultimately didn't ask. According to him, Han Meng had offended the Star Chamber several years ago in the ancient battlefield and had already experienced 3 rounds of soul fragmentation evidence collection, everything Chun Ling had gone through. And even more, Han Meng had faced years ago. No one understood the Star Chamber's methods better than him. The victim, the two walked side by side through the snow. Han Meng didn't ask Chun Ling what had happened in the ancient battlefield, and Chun Ling didn't inquire about Han Meng's past experiences. They both remained silent, like two travelers heading home together. Finally, Han Meng's voice sounded again. I still underestimated you. What? I thought you would only kill a few people, but in the end, only you emerged. Han Meng's tone was hard to discern as either praise or reproach. This incident had become too big. Chun Ling suddenly recalled the words Han Meng had left him before he went to the ancient battlefield. If you encounter something in the ancient battlefield, don't be too timid. You are our enforcer from Zone 3. Even if you stir up some trouble, I will back you up. Chun Ling had not been timid. Han Meng had indeed stood in for him. When Chun Ling walked out of that small room, all the enforcers and enforcers chose to close their eyes. Only Han Meng, having rushed hundreds of miles, shot out the train, raised his gun against the powers within Aurora City. Without him, Chun Ling might have already been forcibly taken to Aurora City, and the outcome was still uncertain. Chun Ling remained silent for a long time before seriously and solemnly saying 2 words, thank you. Han Meng turned his head and glanced at him. The black trench coat continuing to move toward the end of the snow. Being alive is enough. Chapter 90, Shura and Judgment, the Ancient Battlefield. A blood-soaked figure stumbled out of the vortex and fell into the frozen sea. The biting cold seeped into his body, and Jian Changsheng endured the pain and stiffness brought on by the cold, struggling to swim for 100 meters. Finally crawling onto a piece of floating ice 2 meters long. Cough, cough, cough. He lay weakly on the ice surface, all his strength drained, as a sea breeze swept over, solidifying the moisture on his body into fragments, taking away his last traces of warmth. Jian Changsheng stared blankly at the black sky and the gradually receding giant sword, his scarred face only showing numbness. He survived. He didn't know how he had survived. The last moment of his memory was of Chun Ling standing in front of him with a gun, and he remembered that his heart had been pierced. Thinking of this, Jian Changsheng instinctively reached out to touch his chest. The flesh was still intact, not a big hole opened by someone, and it seemed like something was jumping inside. He could feel that with the beating of that heart, killing intent flowed through his veins, and he felt as if he were being cleansed. Moreover, it seemed that something else in his body resonated continuously with the distant black giant sword. What kind of monster was that guy? Jian Changsheng recalled the red figure that single-handedly slaughtered through the ancient battlefield, still feeling some lingering fear. Ever since he had countered Yan Shitai and fought his way through, his spirit had accumulated to an extremely sharp point, but unexpectedly, in the end, another Chun Ling had appeared, crushing his pride to dust in just a few moves. The key point was that even now, he still didn't know that person's identity. Was he a fire usurper, an enforcer, or part of some other conspiracy organization? Jian Changsheng rested for a moment, sitting up from the ice surface, his gaze sweeping across the endless frozen sea. A terrifying thought suddenly surged in his heart. How was he supposed to get back? When they came, they had taken a ship for several hours. Now he had nothing. Was he supposed to scrape the floating ice back with his hands? Jian Chongqing's expression grew increasingly grim as he realized that it seemed he really had no other options apart from this. Gritting his teeth, he crawled on the ice surface, plunging his hands into the sea water, moving little by little toward the direction of Winter Harbor with astonishing speed and strength. Jian Chongqing would never have imagined that not long ago, he had been the spirited Shura, but now he could only become a human engine. He needed to speed up before he starved or froze to death. On the way back to District 3, Chunling recounted everything that had happened in the ancient battlefield to Han Meng. Of course, it was a processed version. Han Meng listened silently until long after Chunling had finished speaking. Then he hoarsely asked the first question, how did Jiang Qin die? Killed by that fire usurper? No. 8. Chunling paused for a moment. I avenged him. Han Meng looked at the coat that originally belonged to number 8 on Chunling's body. Pain flashed uncontrollably in his eyes. Chunling had never seen such desolation and fatigue on his face. Thank you. This time, it was Han Meng thanking Chunling. Chunling did not accept it, because he felt he did not deserve this gratitude. Jiang Qin was already dead. Avenging him changed nothing. If he really had the ability, he should have saved Jiang Qin. As for the others in the ancient battlefield, although their deaths were related to him, even if he didn't provoke the enmity between the enforcers and fire usurpers, once the fire usurpers finished taking the fragments of the Dao Foundation, both sides would still fight when they returned to the entrance of the ancient battlefield. Not to mention, there was also a thief sane outside, Bai Yi. From the beginning, this group of enforcers had no chance of leaving the ancient battlefield alive. By the way, Han Meng looked at Chunling. Did you step onto the god path? Yes. Which path? Shura. A trace of surprise flashed in Han Meng's eyes. He nodded slightly. Shura is good. There are very few people in the entire Aurora City who have stepped onto this path. What about you? Chunling asked innocently. Judgment. Is there a difference from Shura? Of course, Judgment pursues extreme lethality, but once the rank is high enough, the body becomes relatively fragile, while Shura is the king of close combat. Although its lethality is not as strong as Judgment, its survival ability is extremely strong, especially the first-tier skill Blood Garment. You should be able to feel the power it brings you. Unless it's a one-hit kill, the more serious the injury, the stronger the damage. When this effect amplifies to the extreme, the damage can even rival Judgment. Chunling nodded thoughtfully. Now he already possessed the 3rd and 4th tier skills of Judgment and the 1st tier skill of Blood Garment. He wondered if this counted as complementary strengths. So after stepping onto the god path, how does one advance? Chunling tentatively asked. Is there a prerequisite to complete? Prerequisites? There is no such thing, Han Meng explained. Although the 14 god paths in the world are different, their essence is the same. They all use mental strength to drive ascension. With each ascension, not only will you gain different skills, but it will also trigger a significant increase in mental strength. Ultimately, this thing depends on personal talent. Those with talents that fit the god path will grow their mental strength faster, and their ascension speed will also be quicker. If the talent is insufficient, ascension will be extremely difficult, and one will end up stuck at a certain tier for life. Of course, after the 4th tier, ascension becomes increasingly difficult. Sometimes, besides the accumulation of mental strength, certain breakthroughs are also needed. Indeed, other people's ascensions don't require the hassle that he had. Chunling sighed internally. Besides the growth of mental strength, he also needed to complete additional performance tasks on the stone steps. If he failed to do so, even if his mental strength was high, he would not be able to enter the next tier. This meant that every step he took would be several times more difficult than others. So generally, how long does it take to advance from the 1st to the 2nd tier? For ordinary people, it takes about 2 years. If the talent is good, it can take a little over a year to advance. So long? Chunling was shocked. How long did it take you then? 6 months. Chunling. No wonder people in District 3 say Han Meng is a genius of the God of War path. The comparison is too obvious. But Chunling felt something was off because it had only been a little over a week since he stepped onto the 1st tier of the performance path. And now his feet were almost touching the 2nd step. Chunling even felt that in a few days, he should be able to truly step onto the 2nd tier. Was it because he was inherently gifted? Or was it the reward after completing the performance that allowed him to save a lot of time? Chapter 91. Whose funeral to attend? Chunling felt that the latter was more likely. After all, he didn't think he had any talent in the performance path. The two took train 18, finally returning to District 3 before dark. Han Meng stood on the desolate platform, glancing at the time. It's getting late. Let us go back and rest. It won't be long before your appointment documents should be issued. Appointment documents? Enforcer. Han Meng replied calmly. All enforcers who step onto the god path will be appointed as enforcers by Aurora City. You are the only one who has stepped onto the god path. They cannot not appoint you. I offended the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. Is the appointment still okay? This is the highest level appointment in Aurora City. The Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce has no power to intervene. If I can become the chief enforcer of District 3, you certainly have no problem. Han Meng paused for a moment, and besides, the situation in the Aurora realm was special, and they needed manpower. Chunling nodded. Okay. Chunling's original goal was to become an enforcer. After the Star Merchants Guild took action, He thought it would be difficult for him to smoothly become an enforcer again. Now it seems that in some aspects, the enforcer headquarters is still quite strong. Chen bid farewell to Han Ming and parted ways at the platform. Walking under the swirling auroras in the night sky, Chen looked at the approaching outline of the street, lost in thought. He had been to the ancient Song for so long. He didn't know how things were on Frosty Street. At least, his peaches should be in place, right? On Frosty Street. Hey, have you heard? What? A group of enforcers went to the ancient Song for trials, and a friend from Winter Harbor came to stock up this afternoon. He told me that all those enforcers died. What? On the streets of Frosty Street. Several residents perked up their ears and immediately gathered together with small stools. Is that true? That can't be possible. How could it be so dangerous in the ancient Song? I heard that in previous years, only 1 or 2 died at most. I heard that this time a fire usurper sneaked in, stole something, and then killed everyone. A large group came to Aurora City this afternoon and surrounded the entire port. I know about the port blockade. I heard it was for this reason. Did Chen go too? It seems so. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him in the past couple of days. Then as they spoke, they widened their eyes, looking at each other with astonishment. Chen is dead. Sue, the owner of the tailor shop, was the first to stand up, his shocked voice echoing down half the street. More and more people walked out of their homes, chattering away, their faces showing confusion, shock, and relief. A few shop owners huddled together, quickly confirming something, and the gloom on their faces dissipated instantly, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from their hearts. He is dead? That heart-eating monster enforcer is dead. I Haven T slept well these past few days. Every time I close my eyes, I see him handing me a human heart. It's terrifying. Looks like he 1T be coming back. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Everyone 1T have to be on edge anymore. Relief appeared on everyone's faces as they began to pat each other on the shoulder, comforting one another. Only Uncle Zhao, who hurried over without understanding the situation, turned pale upon hearing the news. Dead. Uncle Zhao murmured. What a fine child. How could he just die? Although Chen eats human hearts, he is still a child who grew up on Frosty Street. Should we give him a send-off? That's right. If he rests in peace, he 1T come back as a ghost to trouble us. Can people really turn into ghosts after they die? Ordinary people don't know. But he is a heart-eating monster. Who knows if he will come back after death? But we don't even have a body. How can we give him a send-off? Just grab a coffin and make a paper figure. Sue, isn't that your line of business? This shouldn't be hard for you, right? Hey, as long as you don't make me deal with human hearts, this is no problem. Boss Sue waved his hand and immediately led everyone to his shop, picked out a large red coffin that wasn't very occupied, and took a paper figure from the shelf, quickly sketching it to resemble Chen about 5 or 6 parts. Without a body or clothes, they just made do. Boss Sue grabbed a few handfuls of paper money, along with paper houses and furniture, stuffed them all into a bag, then called over 2 strong young men to carry the coffin and headed toward Chen house. The surrounding residents, seeing a group carrying a coffin out, were curious and followed along. Boss Sue stopped in front of Chen house, holding the paper figure in one hand and waving toward Chen house with the other while mumbling something that probably included words like returning the soul, entering the earth, and resting. Witnessing this scene, the crowd behind felt that Boss Sue was performing a ritual, but they truly didn't know what to do in this situation without a body or clothes. After muttering for a while, Boss Sue placed the paper figure into the coffin and closed it. At that moment, it seemed he remembered something and said a few words to the meat shop owner beside him. Soon, the latter rushed over with several large bags containing chicken hearts and pig hearts, hurrying to join the crowd. These were originally prepared as offerings for Chen. Since they won't be used anymore, keeping them is bad luck. It's better to bury them with him. Boss Sue waved his hand, instructing the 2 young men to carry the coffin straight toward the back mountain under the night sky, with the crowd following closely behind. To be honest, Boss Sue had been in the funeral business for so many years, but he had never conducted it like today, using a paper figure instead of a corpse and calling the soul in front of the house. He had just made up the send-off process since situations like Chen were truly rare. But so what? Ultimately, everyone was just afraid that Chen would come back to trouble them after death. Doing all this was merely to ease their minds. Therefore, Boss Sue only needed to go through the motions. If they followed the normal funeral process, they would probably be toiling until dawn. As it grew dark, the crowd carried oil lamps, lighting the way as they slowly made their way to the back mountain. After the large red coffin, the crowd buzzed along like countless moving shadows. Once they gradually moved away, a figure emerged from the street corner, looking at the departing crowd with a puzzled expression. In the dead of night, so many people. Who were they going to bury? Chen watched the coffin receding into the distance and muttered to himself. Chapter 92, Persona. After thinking for a moment, Chen decided to follow. As the enforcer responsible for Frosty Street, he needed to account for the number of people on the street. Even natural deaths needed to be recorded, let alone if a serious incident occurred. Moreover, he also wanted to know who on Frosty Street had died to cause such a commotion. In the dim light, Chen lingered at the back of the crowd, following them to a wilderness in the back mountain. Along the way, People were whispering about how it was better to send him far away and not let him come back, making Chen even more confused. Under Boss Su's direction, a few physically capable residents began to shovel dirt, and soon cleared a space large enough to accommodate the coffin, slowly placing it inside. All right, cover it with dirt. And burn some paper money, and that's it. Boss Su threw in the 2 bags containing hearts, and the others immediately began to bury the dirt. As everyone watched the large red coffin disappear beneath the soil, they felt a slight sense of relief, and their whispers grew louder. This should be completely over now. I heard this place has good feng shui. I hope he can rest in peace. After we go back, let us get a stone tablet for him next door. Just this mound of dirt looks eerie. It feels like he could come out again. No way. Could he really turn into a ghost? Boss Lee and the others also squatted down, pulling out a basin from somewhere, lighting the paper money, and tossing it inside. A cold wind swept through the wilderness, scattering another bag of paper money around. In the darkness, a figure stepped forward voluntarily, bending down to pick up the scattered bills one by one. Thank you. Boss Lee couldn't see his face clearly, but just said a thank you. No need to thank me. Boss Lee paused, suddenly feeling that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. The man clutched the paper money, walked to the freshly lit fire pit, and one by one sent them inside. As the firelight grew stronger, his face began to be illuminated in the shadows. By the way, Boss Lee, who are you burying? Chen slowly raised his head, illuminated by the firelight that highlighted half of his face. Boss Lee was instantly stunned. He blinked hard, as if he had seen a ghost. Old Lee, your paper money is burning too slowly. We are all done here, Boss Su said as he walked to Chen, who was squatting on the ground with his back to him. Hurry up and finish burning. Everyone should go back and rest. YUHM. Boss Lee's face turned pale, and he pointed at Chen, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. What him? Boss Su asked, looking down in confusion. Just as Chen looked up at him, the firelight illuminated half of his face from his chin, pale and eerie. Boss Su. Chen suddenly remembered something. Where are the peaches I wanted? Audience anticipation level 3. Audience anticipation level 3. Audience anticipation level. Boss Su's eyes suddenly widened, staring at Chen face. And after a long while, he rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Boss Su. Hey, what's wrong with Boss Su? The others immediately surrounded him, unsure of what had happened. At that moment, a figure stepped forward to help him up. What happened to him? Chen frowned. The midnight wind blew across the wilderness, lifting the paper money in front of Boss Lee and scattering it around Chen. In the next moment, everyone held their breath, standing still like statues. After a few seconds, they turned and ran down the mountain in terror, as everyone fled from him as if they had seen a ghost. Confusion filled Chen eyes. Ailing. A voice came from the side. Uncle Zhao. Chen looked at Uncle Zhao, the only one who hadn't run away, and couldn't help but ask, what is going on? Uncle Zhao looked at him with a complex expression and sighed deeply after a long while. Half an hour later, under the night sky, the Zhao's breakfast shop was pushed open. Uncle Zhao lit the kerosene lamp, heated a bowl of soy milk from the back kitchen, and handed it to Chen at the table. A monster that eats hearts? After hearing Uncle Zhao's description, a look of shock crossed Chen face. I didn't. They all said they saw it. That day on the street, you took out hearts from a bag and handed them one by one, and they were all terrified. Uncle Zhao looked at him with a complex expression. Ailing, I also heard about your parents in Ayen. I can understand how you feel right now, but some evil spirits and demons, you can't associate with them. The scene of being surrounded by various bosses on the street that day suddenly flashed in Chen mind. But he clearly handed out peaches. Wait. Chen suddenly thought of the scene where each peach he handed out raised the audience's anticipation level, and his expression turned a bit ugly. It seemed he understood what was going on. No wonder that person fell and knocked his head 3 times at his own door that day. He must have thought he was a perverted killer. After you handed out the peaches, you went to the ancient military path, and during this time, rumors about you have become more and more bizarre. Some say you are a reincarnated demon. Some say you have psychological issues, and even outside of Hanfrost Street, people have heard about you. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen held back for a long time before finally saying this. I also think it's probably a misunderstanding. Uncle Zhao handed him a few tea eggs and continued. But you need to be careful. These rumors will affect your image, and if this goes on, no one will dare to approach you. Chen had been on the go and hadn't had a few proper meals, so he peeled a few tea eggs and stuffed them into his mouth, swallowing the soy milk on the table in big gulps. I'll find a time to explain to them. After finishing his meal, Chen replied helplessly. The situation had developed to this point, far from what he wanted, but the spectators in the audience were just too maliciously humorous. He had no idea how much his image had been distorted without his awareness. Just as the two were talking, a weary figure walked down the street and pushed the door open. Chen Zhao was taken aback when he saw Chen at home, then said in a bad mood, what are you doing here in the middle of the night to eat? Zhao was indeed a rough person. Even now that Chen had become an enforcer, he showed no sign of humility, still acting domineering like in childhood, looking at Chen with disdain. The key was that before, his father misunderstood him for liking men, and Zhao pondered for a long time, still feeling something was off. He suspected that Chunling was secretly doing something bad, but unfortunately, he had no evidence. Seeing Chunling now, he naturally wouldn't put on a good face. Chapter 93. Fated Chunling was about to speak when Uncle Zhao said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yi, can't you speak nicely? You and Ailing have been neighbors since childhood. How can you be so rude?" Although Zhao Yi was rough, Uncle Zhao was very smart. This sentence was a reprimand for Zhao Yi, but also meant for Chunling. He knew his son wouldn't accomplish much, had poor social skills, and had previously been at odds with Chunling. Now that Chunling was an enforcer, he hoped Chunling would let it go for the sake of their childhood friendship and not hold a grudge against him. Although Chunling had not worked in the officialdom in his previous life, he could still understand such a simple meaning. He silently lowered his head and drank the soy milk, remaining silent. Zhao Yi opened his mouth to say something, but Uncle Zhao shot him a glare, displeased, and threw his backpack on the nearby dining table, picking up a bun to chew on. "Aren't you on the night shift today? Why are you back so early?" Uncle Zhao asked. "The factory isn't operating anymore. What can I do?" Zhao Yi became even angrier when he mentioned this. He said angrily, "They haven't even settled my wages from a few days ago. I'm going to demand it tomorrow." Chunling's ears perked up, and he suddenly asked, "Uncle Zhao? What does Xiao Yi do now?" "Him? He works at the steel factory, forging steel." Uncle Zhao glanced at Zhao Yi and continued, "This kid didn't do well in school and has no skills, so I used connections to get him a job at the steel factory. He spends all day outside melting snow. How much can he earn?" Zhao Yi pouted, seemingly wanting to refute, but could only lower his head and remain silent. Uncle Zhao was indeed speaking the truth. A day's pay at the steel factory was enough for him to work several days melting snow for the Road Management Bureau, ultimately less useful than a formal job. Chunling nodded. The 7th district was filled with factories, aside from the few streets where they lived. Walking further out led to numerous factories that provided 70 of the employment in the 7th district. If Chunling hadn't become an enforcer, he would most likely have ended up in one of those factories. "Can the steel factory stop working too?" Chunling asked, puzzled. "How would I know? All the raw materials in the factory have been transported away. There's nothing left. When we go over, they just tell us to scram. And they won't even settle our wages. What the hell are those factory heads thinking?" The more Zhao Yi thought about it, the angrier he got. It was hard to find a stable job, and now it was gone again. Did he have to go back to melting snow? The raw materials have been transported away. Where to? Where else? To Aurora City. But there are no factories in Aurora City. What do they need the raw materials for? Uncle Zhao also looked puzzled. "I don't know." Chunling thought for a while, but couldn't figure out what the principle was. Could it be that Aurora City was also developing heavy industry? Chunling didn't understand all this nonsense. After finishing her soybean milk, she slowly stood up and smiled at Uncle Zhao. "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I'll head back first." "All right, take care." Chunling left a few silver coins and pushed the door open, leaving only Zhao Yi's complaints echoing inside. She crossed the street and, after a few steps, arrived at her doorstep. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the door's corner and saw no signs of anyone coming or going. She took out her key and unlocked the door. Chunling lit the kerosene lamp on the table, turned around to lock the door, and stood on the table, her hands starting to explore the overhead beam. Moments later, a token and a ring appeared in her palm. No signs of anyone entering, yet things had been placed inside. This is the level of a master thief, she muttered to herself. Chunling carefully tucked the 2 items away, raised her hand to extinguish the kerosene lamp, and the room fell into darkness. Meanwhile, in Aurora City, on the bed, Chu Muyun's eyelashes trembled as he slowly opened his eyes. In the closed bedroom, the curtain-like window screen gently fluttered, as if an invisible wind had lingered there. Outside the screen was the silent, swirling aurora. Chu Muyun stared at the aurora outside for a long time, sat up from the bed, draped a white lab coat from the wall over himself, and pushed the door open. The winter wind lifted his coat, and Chu Muyun adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the aurora and the silhouette of a lazy man on the eaves. "Good observation skills. No wonder you're on the blood butcher path." The man gently lowered the brim of his cap and chuckled. A pair of silver snake-shaped earrings swaying silently under the moonlight. "Red Heart." Chu Muyun placed his hands in the pockets of his lab coat and calmly asked, "Senior, is there something you need since you suddenly came to visit?" "Don't call me senior. It makes me sound old. I just happened to finish a task up there. And since I was bored, I came to chat with you." Bai Yi yawned. "After all, you were the first member to infiltrate Aurora City." "Senior Bai Yi, just because you're not sleeping doesn't mean others don't need to sleep." Chu Muyun replied seriously. "Lack of sleep can easily lead to depression and obesity, and may also cause heart disease, diabetes, and the premise for humans getting sick is that they have to be human." "Are you mocking me?" "Yes." Bai Yi laughed heartily upon seeing Chu Muyun's disgruntled expression, seemingly in a much better mood. "By the way, the newcomer you recommended is quite interesting." "Red Heart 6? Chu Muyun raised an eyebrow. "Yes, not just interesting. If you provoke him, the whole world will become interesting. I've heard about him. The world-ending disaster in human skin." Bai Yi pondered, suddenly intrigued. "Tell me, what would happen if I suddenly stole his sanity?" Hearing this, Chu Muyun's expression changed. He frowned and stared at Bai Yi, seemingly trying to gauge whether he was joking or truly had such a mad idea. Don't look at me like that. I was just saying it casually. Bai Yi shrugged, seemingly a bit unnerved by Chu Mu Yun's gaze. You know I can control my hands, at least for now. You'd better keep it that way, otherwise stay away from him. Got it. Bai Yi leisurely leaned against the eaves, looking up at the endless sea of auroras. The courtyard fell silent, and after an unknown amount of time, he slowly spoke. Black Spade 7, have you noticed? Noticed what? Bai Yi raised his hand and pointed to the auroras stretching to the horizon above. The aurora has faded compared to before. Chapter 94. Respect Death. Chu Mu Yun squinted slightly. Is it about to start? Aurora City, start preparing. Bai Yi gently pulled down the brim of his cap, hiding half of his face in the shadows. Although most people were still unaware, the undercurrents had already begun to stir. Chu Mu Yun glanced at the seemingly sleeping city, remained silent for a moment, and said, it's coming faster than expected. Should we let Red Heart 6 in first? No need. It'll be very dangerous outside. His strength is still too weak. Rank doesn't T represent everything. That kid is quite interesting and won't T die so easily. Bai Yi's lips curled slightly. I'm curious how he will enter Aurora City without our help. Chu Mu Yun shot a glance at Bai Yi, who clearly wanted to watch the show. You're making us seem cold-blooded and ununited internally. Bai Yi thought seriously for a moment. When have we ever been united? Don't worry, that kid is smart. He might even bring a small dusk shock to Aurora City. I have high hopes for him. Then do as you wish. Chu Mu Yun calmly turned and walked back inside. Anyway, when the Red King comes down on us, you will take the blame. Bai Yi, seeing Chu Mu Yun indifferently return inside, leaving him alone on the eaves, Bai Yi sighed helplessly. He casually reached out into the void, and a bottle of red wine, stolen from who knows where, along with a goblet appeared in his hand. The rose-colored wine poured into the goblet, emitting a faint fragrance under the moonlight. Bai Yi held the goblet with one hand and clinked it against the swirling auroras. To death. He tilted his head back and drank the rose-red wine in one gulp. The next morning, Chun Ling changed into her law enforcer's black and red uniform, tidied up her outfit, and pushed the door out. Until her appointment as a law officer came through, she was still the enforcer of Zone 3. Daily patrols were essential. And regarding the fear the other Frost Street residents had of her, Chun Ling thought about it all night and felt it wasn't such a bad thing. To be honest, Chun Ling didn't care how others viewed her. After all, she came to be a law enforcer just to hide her identity. There was no need to go to great lengths to show kindness to these residents. Now that everyone on Frost Street feared her, it saved her a lot of trouble. As Han Meng said, law enforcers need to have authority. As soon as Chun Ling stepped onto the street, the few Frost Street residents returning from the market saw the black and red figure and turned pale, grabbing their groceries and running away. In the blink of an eye, the vast Frost Street was left with only Chun Ling alone. Chun Ling, all right, this seems to be more than just authority. Pretending not to see, Chun Ling continued her patrol along Frost Street. Wherever she went, pedestrians would take a wide berth, and those shop owners who were watching eagerly from that direction, upon seeing the black and red figure, would quickly shut their doors in terror with incredible speed. Some shop owners even trembled as they reached out through the gaps in the roller doors, carefully placing a red plastic bag at the entrance. A cold wind swept through the deserted street. Chun Ling looked at the tightly shut shop doors and the disheveled red plastic bags at the entrance, falling into deep thought. She walked up to one of the shops, bent down, and opened the red plastic bag. A strong stench hit her face. Inside were bloody chicken hearts, pig hearts, and beef hearts. These were the offerings the shop owners of Frost Street gave to Chun Ling. The corners of Chun Ling's mouth twitched slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she still picked up the plastic bags one by one and continued on her way. Chun Ling felt that if she didn't pick them up, these shop owners would only become more panicked. It would be minor trouble if they fled Frost Street scared. If someone were really driven to dig out a heart for her, that would be a big problem. As Chun Ling left with her hands full of plastic bags, after a few dozen seconds, the roller doors of the shops finally opened a crack. He left? He took the hearts too. Good, as long as he took them. He shouldn't trouble us anymore. Damn it. Who was it that said he was dead last night? I'm almost scared to death. I went to confirm again today. They said everyone who entered the ancient cave of the military has died, and he is the only one who came out alive. Huh. Did he kill the others? I don't know. What did I say? He is a demon. What do you guys think? He won't be promoted to the law enforcement officer, right? He is already a law enforcer and has made the entire Frost Street chaotic. If he becomes a law officer, how chaotic will the 3rd district be then? I'm afraid that by then, he won't be satisfied with just the beastly heart and will casually use some means to kill and take hearts, right? He absolutely cannot become a law officer. The bosses reopened their businesses, watching the direction in which that figure left, simultaneously praying in their hearts. Meanwhile, at the corner of the street, 3 law enforcers slowly walked out. They looked at the crowd not far away, whose faces still showed fear, and their brows furrowed tighter. Is that the demon law enforcer you guys mentioned? Yes, I heard he uses human hearts to intimidate the residents of Frost Street. His reputation has already spread to us. Human hearts? Is that true? It must be fake. It said he sent out more than a dozen. Where would he kill so many people? Especially since he is a newcomer? He is probably just playing tricks to make money. What's in those bags? It should be the protection fees he collected. TSK, such a big bag. How much money could be in there? TSK, a newcomer, and he is making a lot more than we are. Humph. Acting all mysterious. The three stared intently at the direction Chen-Ling had left, thinking about the several full bags he had in hand, feeling something scratching at their hearts. Brother Gua, what should we do next? A law enforcer's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Should we find a place to teach him a lesson? The man known as Brother Gua squinted slightly, and after a moment, he coldly laughed and said, just teaching him a lesson is too cheap for him. Xiaozhua, go to the headquarters and tell them. Brother Gua gave several instructions in succession, and Xiaozhua's eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't help but clap his hands in approval. This method is brilliant. Brother Gua, can this work? Every law enforcer in the 3rd district has made a bit of profit. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to go after him so openly? Another law enforcer hesitated to speak. Is this called making a profit? Look at those bags. The amount we've gathered doesn't even compare. Brother Gua seemed to think of something and sneered. The chief law enforcer Han Meng is the most upright person. I don't believe that when he sees the profits this kid has made, he will still be able to remain a law enforcer. Chapter 95 I love to eat. Chen-Ling patrolled the entire Frost Street, and he already had dozens of plastic bags in his hands, walking down the road as if carrying 2 giant weights. Chen-Ling sighed deeply. So many chicken hearts and pig hearts, even if I stir-fry them every meal. I wouldn't finish them in several months, and who wouldn't get a stomach ache eating like this every day? I can't finish them, and throwing them away would be a waste. With no other choice, Chen-Ling could only carry them all back. The weather should help preserve them for a while. Just as he was about to turn back home, a noisy sound suddenly came from the street ahead. That was the intersection of Frost Street and the neighboring street. A moderately sized vegetable market. Chen-Ling often came here, so he was somewhat familiar with it. After hesitating for a moment, he headed straight for the market. Strictly speaking, this market was also under his jurisdiction. If something happened inside, he had to take a look. Besides, since he had a pile of hearts, he needed to buy some side dishes to cook with. Since he was already there, he might as well buy more to take back. As Chen-Ling entered the market, he saw 2 figures in law enforcer uniforms standing in front of a stall, and the market, which should have been bustling in the morning, was now silent. Beside the stall, a middle-aged woman was lying among some potatoes and cabbages, with a footprint on her chest, as if she had been kicked down. Didn't you already pay this month's money to the officers? She looked at the 2 in panic, her face full of confusion. Who did you give it to? Brother Gua said lightly. To that officer's Wa. You gave it to him. What does it have to do with me? Brother Gua kicked the nearby vegetable basket aside and slowly squatted down in front of her, speaking slowly. This vegetable market is under my jurisdiction, do you understand? Looking at Brother Gua's sinister eyes, the woman trembled. I really don't have any money in my shop. Officer, can you give me a few more days? Hearing this, Brother Gua stood up directly, too lazy to look at her again, and waved his hand to another law enforcer beside him. I suspect this shop is hiding drugs. Search it for me. Yes. The law enforcer immediately walked into the shop and began to rummage through it, turning over cabinets, boxes, and even vegetable baskets, leaving the entire shop in disarray under his rough search. Officer, I really don't have anything in my shop. Seeing this scene, the woman stumbled to get up from the ground, speaking with some pain. Officer, we are under Officer Chun's jurisdiction. Is this really appropriate? The other market-goers and the original vendors all shrank back in fear, but an elderly man stepped forward, trying to persuade the 2 to stop. Officer Chen. Which Officer Chen? Brother Gua said leisurely. I haven't heard of him. It's Officer Chen-Ling. It's me. A voice suddenly came from the side as Chen-Ling, holding 2 plastic bags, calmly walked over. Seeing Chen-Ling arrive, everyone immediately made way, and that figure walked through the crowd straight towards Brother Gua. The latter narrowed his eyes and sneered. What Officer Chen-Ling? Just a newly promoted law enforcer. Bang! Before Brother Gua could finish speaking, a shadow instantly appeared before him, followed by a tremendous force crashing into his chest, sending him flying out like a kite with a broken string. The onlookers were all stunned, as they hadn't even seen what happened. Chen-Ling had already appeared in the spot where Brother Gua had been. Brother Gua! Another law enforcer exclaimed. Brother Gua crashed into 2 stalls in succession before finally dissipating his momentum, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, groaning in pain. Without saying a word, Chen-Ling put down the plastic bags, casually pulled out a sharp bone knife from the butcher's shop, and walked up to Brother Gua. What do you want to do? Brother Gua's eyes widened. He thought Chen-Ling had gone mad. He created this scene to force Chen-Ling into conflict with them, and even worried that Chen-Ling wouldn't take the bait. So he had devised several methods to provoke him. But he never expected that as soon as Chen-Ling appeared, without saying a word, he kicked him several meters away. What am I doing? Chen-Ling said. Didn't you seek death? I'm just fulfilling your wish. The bone knife in his hand suddenly stabbed down. The sharp tip pierced Brother Gua's shoulder blade, and a painful howl instantly echoed through the market, the tragic level making the onlookers' hearts tremble. The law enforcer beside him was dumbfounded. From the moment Chen-Ling appeared until now, He had only done two things, kicking and stabbing. Not a single extra word was spoken, his actions quick and decisive. The crowd hadn't even reacted when he had already stabbed into Brother Guo's shoulder. When did Frost Street become your territory? Chen Ling expressionlessly pulled out the bone knife, and bright red blood quickly spread from the hole. Chen Ling, you're seeking death. Just wait to be. Brother Guo had just begun to speak when Chen Ling stabbed him again in the abdomen, causing him to scream in pain once more. Go on, continue. Chen Ling's voice showed no emotional fluctuation. The cross-section of the bone-cutting knife was very small, and even if it was stabbed, it wouldn't easily cause a massive loss of blood while avoiding vital points. Guess how many times I can stab you at most? Crazy. You're just a lunatic. Stop it. A voice came from behind. At the entrance of the market, Han Meng, dressed in a trench coat, approached with a serious expression, followed by several enforcers, including the recently departed Xiao Zhua. Xiao Zhua, seeing Brother Guo lying in a pool of blood, revealed a deep shock in his eyes. Chief Han Meng is here. Upon hearing someone in the crowd shout this, Chen Ling squinted slightly, looking down at Brother Guo, whose face was pale with pain, and slowly stood up from him. Can someone explain to me what happened? Han Meng's deep voice sounded. Chief Han Meng. One of the enforcers immediately spoke up. This Chen Ling is intimidating the residents of the district and extorting money. Brother Guo just said a word to him and was stabbed on the spot. Han Meng raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Ling with a somewhat strange expression. Intimidating residents and extorting money? It's true. Xiao Zhua immediately chimed in. I saw it too. Those bags on the ground are all evidence. Chen Ling's expression suddenly became subtle. The onlookers from Hanzhuang Street were taken aback and couldn't help but whisper. Han Meng and Chen Ling exchanged glances. The former paused for a moment and slowly spoke. Chen Ling, open the bags. Chen Ling finally understood what these enforcers were planning. He couldn't help but ask back, are you sure? Open them. Fine. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Ling bent down and slowly began to open the bulging plastic bags on the ground. The next moment, a mass of chicken hearts, duck hearts, and pig hearts was exposed to the air. Audience anticipation, level 7. The atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Zhua and Brother Guo, who had just stood up gritting his teeth, were immediately stunned by this scene. Han Meng's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the innocent-looking Chen Ling, unable to help but ask, so many hearts are. Chen Ling pondered for a moment and replied with a stiff neck, I love to eat. Chapter 96, Enforcer. How is this possible? Brother Guo's eyes widened, and at that moment, the pain from his injuries seemed to vanish. So many shops were scared into closing and then carefully sent out protection money, and it turned out to be these? An endless confusion flooded his mind, and Brother Guo suddenly felt like he had been played. The other two enforcers felt the same. They stood there like two dried-up sculptures. Zuotong, Guanan. Han Meng's cold gaze swept over the two of them. Is this what you call extorting money? This shouldn't be the case. Chief Han Meng. There must be a misunderstanding. Brother Guo gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out this sentence. Brother Guo's thoughts were completely in disarray. He couldn't understand why the shops on that street went to such lengths just to send Chen Ling these things. Who would give so many animal hearts as protection money? Wouldn't it cause indigestion? But he did injure someone first. Brother Guo shifted the topic, enduring the pain, and spoke again. I said less than a word to him. And he stabbed me with a knife. He's just a lunatic. Han Meng then looked at Chen Ling. What about you? Do you have anything to say? He bullied the residents in my district. I was just enforcing the law, legitimate defense. You call this legitimate defense? I'm all ready. I can prove that Chief Chen Ling was indeed acting in legitimate defense. The elderly man who had stood up earlier immediately spoke. I can prove it too. I can too. More and more people came forward to testify for Chen Ling. Han Meng shot a cold glance at Brother Guo, who was about to argue but ultimately remained silent, only staring resentfully at Chen Ling. Chen Ling didn't care about Brother Guo's gaze. To him, it was no different from a dung beetle glaring at him as it passed by. Just then, Han Meng took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ling. What's this? Chen Ling asked. Your appointment letter. Han Meng's voice sounded calm. I was originally going to deliver this directly to you, but when I heard you were here, I came by on the way. Aurora City has appointed you as the enforcer for District 3, starting today. You will be directly under my jurisdiction and have the authority to manage all enforcers in District 3. Everyone was taken aback. The resentment in Brother Guo's eyes first turned into astonishment, then disbelief. When he saw Chen Ling expressionlessly accept the appointment letter, his face turned blank. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the terrifying speed and strength Chen Ling displayed when he kicked him earlier, and his face looked extremely ugly. He had just offended Chen Ling, and the other party was promoted to enforcer? Except for Han Meng, no one knew that Chen Ling had stepped onto the path of the war god, and he had no intention of promoting it himself. If it were any previous enforcer who had stepped onto the path of the war god, they would have immediately boasted about it upon returning, recruiting followers. Chen Ling glanced at the appointment letter and turned to Han Meng. Where are my clothes? The enforcer uniform, like this trench coat, is too ugly. Han Meng looked at him oddly and turned to walk outside. Come with me to get them. As Chen Ling walked side by side with Han Meng, the market fell into silence again. Brother Guo stared blankly at Chen Ling's departing figure. his heart sinking to the bottom. A cliché plot. Chun-Ling sighed. What? Nothing, just something I said casually. Chun-Ling glanced at the audience's anticipation level on the snowy ground beside him. Since entering the market, it had only increased by 9, of which 7 came from the moment he opened the bags, and the remaining 2 came when the appointment letter was given later. If Chun-Ling had known about this twist in advance, he would have been confident in manipulating it to double the audience's anticipation level, but unfortunately, everything came too suddenly. However, having the anticipation level come to him while walking on the main road was pretty nice. If only more people like Guan Eng could come. You know that there is a phenomenon of enforcers collecting protection fees among themselves? Why don't you manage it? Chun-Ling asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Manage? How to manage? Han Meng shook his head. After I was promoted to enforcer, I also tried to solve this problem, but it was simply unfeasible. Even if the orders and regulations were set in stone, you don't understand. The root of all this isn't with the enforcers, but the residents themselves. Han Meng said slowly. The people here have been enslaved for too long. For over 100 years, they have relied on offering money to gain the protection of enforcers, living their lives in peace. Their fathers and grandfathers lived this way. Even if you tell them that they no longer need to offer money from now on, they will feel unsettled. Changing the mindset of a generation that has been imprisoned and removing their inner weakness and inferiority is not easy. Chun-Ling was silent for a long time, recalling how he felt on the day he first became an enforcer, and nodded slightly. Chun-Ling followed Han Meng to the headquarters of the enforcers in District 3, where the latter took out a trench coat with silver patterns from a cabinet and neatly placed it on the table. This is yours. Chun-Ling put on the black trench coat, and it fit well. He looked at himself in the mirror, and his temperament became much more composed. The ranking of enforcers is determined by the patterns on the hem of the trench coat. The number of patterns represents the level of strength you possess. And after each promotion, you must report to Aurora City, which will promptly send the corresponding patterned clothing. How many patterned enforcers are there in the Aurora realm now? Chun-Ling asked. 8 patterns, and there are only 2. So few? Do you think it's easy to be promoted to an 8 pattern? Han Meng glanced at him, saying that in the entire human world, there aren't many 8 pattern powerhouses, and each one could easily destroy the entire 3rd district with a wave of their hand. Those 2 8-pattern enforcers have been strong in the Aurora realm for a century. Is there not a single 9-pattern enforcer in the Aurora realm? There are no 9-pattern enforcers. Han Meng paused for a moment, but there is one 9-tier. Chun-Ling was taken aback, then understood what Han Meng meant. There is a 9-tier in Aurora City. But that person does not belong to the enforcer system. Isn't he from the God of War path? Chun-Ling asked tentatively. No, that person does not belong to any divine path. Not belonging to any divine path. Chun-Ling asked in confusion. Can someone advance to the 9th tier without a divine path? How did he do it? That person's situation is very complex. You just need to know that he does not belong to any path, but possesses extremely powerful authority. Even the Aurora realm we are in exists because of him. Upon hearing this last sentence, shock appeared in Chun-Ling's eyes. A realm exists because of one person? Who is he? Han Meng paused for a moment and slowly said a name. Aurora June Chapter 97 Aurora June Chun-Ling noted this name in his heart. But how can a realm exist because of one person? Chun-Ling still found it unbelievable. Han Meng countered. What do you think is outside the Aurora realm? Chun-Ling thought for a moment. Is it the Grey Realm? Strictly speaking, outside the realm is also our real world, but it has been polluted by the Grey Realm. Han Meng answered calmly. And the only weapon humanity has to withstand this intersection is our domain. Domain? Chun-Ling was taken aback. Is it the domain of the God-communicating path? Yes. For any God-communicating path, tiers 1 to 3 are the starting point. The real qualitative change occurs after stepping onto tier 4 and mastering the domain. For example, my judgment court, once opened, can envelop the surrounding space of about 100 meters. In this domain, I have the authority to destroy or reconstruct the basic structure of any material. However, for tier 4, achieving small-scale structural destruction is already the limit. As the subsequent tiers increase, the capabilities of this domain will become more refined, and the coverage will expand. After listening, Chun-Ling nodded thoughtfully. So the Aurora realm has been free from the pollution of the Grey Realm under the protection of Aurora June. Chun-Ling thought of the sea of auroras above the Aurora realm, which never ceases to flow, always there day and night, quiet and mysterious. He initially thought it was a special celestial phenomenon of this world, but now he realized that the sea of auroras should symbolize the domain of Aurora June. Didn't the Aurora realm already have a history of hundreds of years? Chun-Ling was filled with confusion. If the entire Aurora realm exists because of Aurora June, then hasn't he lived for so many years? That's right, Aurora June is over 300 years old. Chun-Ling was extremely shocked. Over 300 years? Is he still considered human? But recently, there have been 2 consecutive occurrences of Grey Realm intersections. Chun-Ling spoke again. Is this normal? Han Meng paused for a long time, shaking his head. No, it's not normal. He slowly raised his head, looking towards the glass dome of the headquarters. Outside the glass, the sea of auroras continued to flow silently. Normally, there should be no Grey Realm intersections under this aurora. Even if there are exceptions, they are extremely rare. Having 2 incidents within half a month is definitely not normal. The only explanation can be that something has gone wrong with Aurora June. Han Meng's tone was unprecedentedly serious. What will happen if something goes wrong? I don't know. Han Meng shook his head. Ultimately, we are just ants living under the shade of a tree. Even if we know that this ancient tree, which has sheltered us for hundreds of years, has encountered problems, we are powerless. Chen fell into silence. These matters are too distant from you. It's better to focus on your own tasks first. Han Meng changed the subject. So what is my job? There are no specific tasks. It's mostly routine patrols, managing enforcers, and coordinating with the enforcers of Aurora City. Han Meng seemed to remember something. However, there is indeed a place that requires you to go. Where? The factory area. Hearing these 2 words, Chen pondered. Is it about the work stoppage? Yes. The work stoppage in the factory area was too sudden. You should investigate it. After Han Meng finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment, then took out a bag of plastic packets from the drawer and handed it to Chen. What is this? Jasmine tea. Flower tea? What do you give it to me for? Han Meng glanced at the large bags of tea, looking at Chen with a strange expression. Drinking it often can help cool down. Chen Aurora City. Enforcer headquarters. A figure pushed open the headquarters main door and walked straight inside like a chilling winter wind. It was a man with graying hair, his gray-white fur coat resembling wolf fur, slightly swaying with the airflow of his steps, and his somewhat aged face was as dark as water. The enforcers guarding on both sides were stunned. A young enforcer was about to step forward to stop him, but was pulled back by a companion, silently shaking his head. Tanxian. The man roared a name. Like a lion suppressing its anger. His voice echoed like thunder within the headquarters, causing all enforcers to stop their work and look over, leaving only endless echoes in the silence. Tanxian, come out. With the second shout, a 6-pattern enforcer sitting nearby instinctively frowned, stood up, and was pressed back in place by a hand. He looked up in shock, only to see a figure in a black trench coat approaching the man. The hem of his trench coat flickered with 8 silver patterns. President Yanshang. He spoke calmly. Is there something you need? Upon seeing this person, the graying man narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from them. Tanxian, I need an explanation for the death of Shikai. Hearing this, the 8-pattern enforcer sighed. He waved his hand to the surrounding enforcers, who immediately understood and quietly left the area. In the empty hall, only the 2 of them stood facing each other. We have been tracking the movements of the arsonist, but it will take time, Tanxian said patiently. I'm not talking about that. Yanshang's voice was extremely cold. I sent someone to bring Chen into Aurora City. Why did you stop me? I didn't stop him. That Han Meng went. Tanxian frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Han Meng is not my subordinate. His rescuing Chen has nothing to do with me. He is an enforcer of the 7th district and is under your jurisdiction. Yanshang stared at him fiercely, and furthermore, it was you who took him away from the Shattered Soul platform back then. Shattered Soul evidence collection, once is enough. You continuously subjected him to it 3 times, intending to directly erase his consciousness and cause complete brain death. Tanxian paused for a moment. You are openly murdering an enforcer in Aurora City. How can I not intervene? They stared at each other, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Just then, the headquarters main door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure rushed in. Commander Tanxian. Tanxian cast a dark glance at him. What is it? At the winter port, someone has recovered a suspected survivor of the ancient soldier path. What? Tanxian and Yanshang were both stunned. Where's the person? As the law enforcement officer waved his hand, 2 people quickly walked in carrying a body covered in ice shards, gently placing it on the ground. It was a bloodied figure, his face pale, eyes tightly closed, as if he had drowned and lost consciousness. The residual water on his body had frozen into ice, resembling a corpse just dug out from a pile of ice. Is it him? Yanshang's anger surged in his eyes. Yanshang had seen this person before, always following Yan Shizai, a cripple. According to Chen, this Jin Changshen was the white-eyed wolf who killed Yan Shizai. Good, he is still alive. Yanshang gritted his teeth, his tone extremely grim. Tanxian frowned at him, lost in thought. Don't be anxious. Tanxian suddenly spoke up. The events that occurred in the ancient battlefield of arms are still a mystery. It's better to first use the soul fragment from your chamber to investigate what actually happened before taking action. Upon hearing this, Yanshang looked at him with a cold smile. Tanxian knew what Yanshang was thinking. After a moment of silence, he added, in the law enforcement officer's records, his information has been deleted as deceased. How you want to deal with him this time? I want to interfere. Chapter 98. Work stoppage. Oh, law enforcement officer. At the side of the rickshaw, a lean, dark-skinned man smiled broadly. Where are you going? Chen casually pulled a few copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the man, to the factory street. All right. The man received the money, his eyes brightened. And without further ado, he lifted the rickshaw and ran towards the edge of District 3. I haven't seen you for a few days. I should start calling you law enforcement officer. The man couldn't help but exclaim, I've never heard of a law enforcement officer getting promoted so quickly. This man was the rickshaw puller who had taken Ling to Ice Spring Street in District 2 when Ling had just become a law enforcement officer. At that time, following Ling's instructions, he earned double the money from Han Meng afterward. Now seeing Ling, he was as warm as seeing a family member. Just luck, Ling smiled. Are we going to take a detour this time? No. This time Ling was using his own money. So he certainly couldn't accept the same answer as before, and the man sighed with some regret. A faint mist enveloped the street as the man quickly moved forward with Ling. The surrounding houses became fewer, replaced by the distant, vaguely visible factory outlines, resembling a group of crawling black beasts at the edge of the aurora. Factories are the core existence of every large district, not only solving the employment of most residents, but also continuously supplying a large amount of goods to Aurora City. However, due to pollution, the factory locations are all on the outer edges of the districts, close to the boundary of the domain. Ling got off the rickshaw and added a few coins as a tip to the man before leaving. Now that he was a law enforcement officer, he certainly wouldn't lack money, and the man immediately thanked him respectfully. Sure enough, as Ling looked at the densely arranged factories, he noticed with concern that more than half of them were shut down. Ling had been to the factory area before, without mentioning anything else. The exhaust fumes from the chimneys were enough to turn the entire sky gray, but this time most of the factories seemed to be inactive, and the air was surprisingly fresh. Ling walked straight into the factory area, and as soon as he approached, he saw a large number of figures crowded in front of the factory, holding up banners and shouting in unison. We want to resume work. We want our wages. We want to resume work. We want to. There were at least hundreds of people crowded in front of the factory, mostly middle-aged and young, wearing tattered cotton clothes, waving their fists, each one roaring with anger. Among the crowd, Ling spotted a familiar figure, who was holding a large flag with the words resume work written on it, desperately waving it while cursing. Why can't we work? The steel factory is shut down. How are we supposed to eat? Resume work. We want to resume work. The person was none other than Zhao Yi, whom he had seen last night. The crowd blocked the factory entrance tightly, and if it weren't for the sturdy iron door, it might have been smashed down by them. At this moment, a few figures behind the door were whispering, their faces somewhat grim. We want to resume work. We want to resume work. As the shouts of the crowd rose and fell, a figure approached from the back. The people in the rear saw the black trench coat and were all momentarily stunned, then instinctively closed their mouths and moved aside. The shouting grew quieter, and the people in front seemed to sense something was off. Zhao Yi glared back with wide eyes, just about to scold them for being useless, when he spotted that familiar face. Ling? The originally angry and crowded group had now automatically made way for a path several meters wide, their gazes towards the figure in the black trench coat filled with awe and fear. For ordinary people in District 3, law enforcers were already like gods. Not to mention a law enforcement officer. You've become a law enforcement officer. Zhao Yi finally reacted, shock appearing in his eyes. Wasn't he just a law enforcer last night? He really stepped onto the divine path in the ancient battlefield of arms? Yes. Ling nodded calmly, stepping aside. I will handle this matter. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Yi's expression changed repeatedly. He looked at Ling, shifting from shock to doubt, and finally to helplessness. He took a deep breath and still spoke firmly. Ling, you better bring us justice. After saying that, he temporarily set down the flag and stepped aside. Ling stood at the entrance, looking at the few people inside, open the door. The few people saw this and immediately stepped forward to open the door, not daring to show any neglect towards the law enforcement officer. The leading person respectfully addressed Ling. I am the Deputy Factory Director Meng Shi of the Steel Factory. What should I call you? Ling. Ling walked into the factory, getting straight to the point. What is going on here? Meng Shi had a bitter face, speaking helplessly. The factory has stopped working. They insist on coming to resume work, and when we tell them it's not possible, they don't listen. They've been outside for half a day already. I'm not asking them. I'm asking you. Why are we stopped? Meng Shi exchanged glances with the few subordinates behind him, sighed deeply. You come with me. Meng Shi and the others led Ling straight into the factory. As soon as they entered, several gilded characters were engraved on both sides of the steel factory. On the left was written, tempered steel bones. On the right, enduring hardship is most glorious. Above the factory, several large characters were most conspicuous, everything for humanity. These characters were clearly aged, somewhat blurred due to the erosion of wind and snow, and some strokes were even missing. The factory's outer wall was also mottled and damaged, with a faint smell of rust. This was Ling's first time entering the steel factory. Perhaps due to the fog, everything was damp. He walked into the workshop, where several enormous machines were set up, all inactive, covered with plastic sheets, resembling a few black hills. Director Chen, look over there. Meng Shi pointed towards an empty space at the back of the workshop. Ling focused his gaze. What's there? It turned out that place was for storing ores, coke, and other raw materials for steelmaking. Meng Shi shrugged. Now Aurora City has taken away all the raw materials. I know those people outside want to resume work. But what can they work with? Can they just magically turn steel out of thin air? Ling frowned slightly. Why did Aurora City take away the raw materials? I don't know. The order was given directly to the factory director. Mengshi bitterly opened his mouth. Director Chun. You know that the factories in the 7 districts are directly managed by Aurora City, and even the factory directors are appointed by them. They want to take away the raw materials, and we can't stop them. What about the factory director? Call him over. He went into Aurora City with the raw materials yesterday. Mengshi paused for a moment and added, it's not just our steel factory. All the other factories are in the same situation. The raw materials and finished products have all been taken away, leaving us with a pile of waste. We don't want to stop production, but we really have nothing left. Chapter 99. Finding someone. Chun Ling's brows tightened more and more. It's one thing for the raw materials of a steel factory to be taken away, but if all the factories in the area are in the same situation, then it's a serious problem. The factories are the heart of the 7 districts. If Aurora City drains their lifeblood, what does that mean? Chun Ling's heart gradually sank. Although he didn't know exactly what was happening, it was clear that Aurora City was targeting the 7 districts. I understand, Chun Ling said immediately. I will contact Aurora City to see what the situation is. Mengshi nodded, and Chun Ling asked again, what about the workers' wages? Don't you care? Mengshi opened his mouth, and finally, with a helpless smile, said, Director Chun, we have nothing left in the factory. The last bit of cash on the books isn't enough to pay their wages. Not enough? Chun Ling looked at his face. How much is enough? At most enough to pay 1/10, Mengshi replied, and this is also the money meant for maintaining the machines. If we use this money to pay them, the machines will break down from lack of maintenance, and the loss would be severe. Chun Ling didn't respond. His calm gaze fixed on Mengshi's eyes as if trying to see through him completely. Feeling a bit uneasy, Mengshi suddenly felt a chill as Chun Ling slowly spoke. You're lying. What? I'll give you one more chance. Chun Ling reached into his pocket. And the next moment, the black muzzle of a gun was pressed against Mengshi's forehead. His voice was chillingly cold. I'll ask you again, how much cash is on the books? This scene stunned the others. They didn't understand why Chun Ling, who had been speaking so calmly, suddenly pulled a gun, but they were also fearful of him as an enforcer from District 3. Even with their leader being threatened, they didn't dare to step forward. Mengshi, on the other hand, was terrified. His face turned pale, and his legs began to shake. Chun Ling wouldn't suddenly make things difficult for Mengshi. He did this because of his secret eye's exceptional detail observation ability, which allowed him to see at a glance that Mengshi was lying. Enough for half. Mengshi hurriedly replied. When the factory director left, there really wasn't much cash left on the books. At most, we can pay them for 5 or 6 days. Chun Ling stared at Mengshi for a moment, and after seeing no signs of lying in his micro-expressions, he slowly said, then let's pay back the money first. If we can't solve the work situation, we can't pay wages either. How can these workers outside, who are blocking the entrance, possibly let it go? As it turned out, the identity of the enforcer was very useful in District 3. After all, Chun Ling had absolute enforcement authority, as long as he wanted. Even if he shot Mengshi just now, there wouldn't be much punishment. Having escaped death, Mengshi didn't dare to delay. Hurriedly taking out the last bit of cash from the safe and bringing his subordinates to pay the workers gathered at the entrance. Chun Ling walked over to one of the large machines, peeling back a corner of the plastic cover to reveal the heavy, steel-scented machine underneath. He ran his hand over its surface, feeling the dampness and coldness. Chun Ling looked at the faint water stains on his fingertips, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a commotion came from the entrance. Seeing this, Chun Ling walked straight toward the door, only to find that the crowd that had been blocking the iron gate was now surrounding Mengshi, who was handing out money, with excitement. What use do we have for this little money? Yeah, without jobs, this money only lasts a few days. We want to work again. A small portion of people who received the money looked somewhat better than they did at first, but another portion was still unwilling. One group was only getting paid for a few days, while the other was about the jobs that continuously supported their families. It was clear which was more important. Mengshi was sweating profusely. He wanted to just go back and shut the door, but seeing Chun Ling's indifferent gaze, he steeled himself and advised. The factory really has no raw materials left. Even if you make a fuss here, you still can't resume work. I will contact Aurora City. And once the raw materials arrive, I will definitely let you come back to work first. When can we resume work? It should be in these 2 days. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions finally softened a bit. They counted the money in their hands, exchanged glances, and then turned to leave toward the street. Zhao Yi, carrying a banner, was about to leave but turned back and said fiercely, we'll be back tomorrow. Seeing these people finally leave, Mengshi let out a long sigh. He looked bitterly at Chun Ling, who was walking out of the factory, wanting to say something but hesitating. I will go negotiate with Aurora City, Chun Ling said proactively. You all keep the factory secure and be ready to resume work. After saying this, he walked out of the steel factory, heading towards several large factories nearby. In the mist, Mengshi stood at the entrance of the steel factory, surrounded by a dead silence. Sigh, Brother Meng, what do we do now? Mengshi frowned tightly. He watched the backs of the crowd leaving and gritted his teeth, saying, what can we do? We can't stay here any longer. Let us go. What about the factory? Who cares? The factory director has already run away. Can this factory still operate? Meng Shi hurriedly walked into the factory. Fortunately, there were still some valuable items. Getting a train ticket shouldn't be a problem. As he spoke, he rummaged through the factory director's office. Just then, a dull knocking sound came from the workshop. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? What are you knocking for? Knock, knock, knock. Anger appeared on Meng Shi's face as he looked up at the window. Through the glass, he could see the dimly lit workshop, empty of people, and the few subordinates who had been following him had vanished. A look of confusion flashed in Meng Shi's eyes as he slowly stood up, just as he was about to open the door. A cold voice like steel scraping came from outside, hoarse and eerie. I'm here to find someone. I already said, the factory director has gone into Aurora City. What is the point of you pestering me here? Meng Shi thought of the group that wanted to resume work and felt a headache coming on. I'm here to find someone. The voice echoed again, and it seemed to be getting closer. Damn it. The suppressed anger in Meng Shi finally burst out. He walked to the door and yanked it open. What do you want? Who are you looking for? Meng Shi's voice suddenly stopped. Outside the office door stood a black, faceless shadow, like a centipede standing upright, with countless long claws spread out to the sides. At its mouth, a dark red blood hole was slowly writhing. And the voice came hoarsely from that blood hole, the scarlet ruler of the abyss, the faceless king who mocks fate. Chapter 100. Fog. Ling went around to other factories again. The situation in the other factories was similar to that of the steel factory. They were basically in an inoperable shutdown state. Ling didn't waste any more time and directly returned to the entrance of the factory area, preparing to report this matter to Han Meng. Aren't you leaving yet? Ling was surprised to see the man pulling the rickshaw still waiting for him. Since you came all the way here, you have to go back, right? The man grinned and said, rather than driving back empty. I might as well wait for you here and earn a little on the side. I have to say, this man is quite clever. Seeing this, Ling didn't hold back, climbed onto the rickshaw, and after paying, the man quickly pulled him back. Chief, I heard that many people in the factory area are unemployed. It's just a temporary halt. That's fine, why stop work? I don't know. With so many people out of work, they won't all come to pull rickshaws, right? The man made a joke. It's not easy for me to earn a few coins. It won't do if everyone comes to compete. Ling didn't answer because, ultimately, it was still the measures taken by Aurora City that led to this situation. He didn't know what the people in the city were thinking. Seeing that Ling was unwilling to say more, the man didn't ask further and naturally changed the topic. My wife works at the textile factory. She's been there for over 20 years, staring at that needle and thread every day. Her eyes are almost blind. It's good that they stopped work. She can stay at home to take care of the kids. With my build, running a few more trips a day to support them is no problem. The man grinned. Sweat oozing from his dark skin, mixing with the mist, making his thin clothes cling to him. Ling glanced at him, as if he thought of something. Lowered his head to look at his fingertips, his eyes slightly squinted. Isn't the fog getting thicker? Ling suddenly spoke. Yes. It was just a light fog in the morning. Now it's hard to see the road. Everything is wet and uncomfortable, the man complained, wiping his face with a towel. Ling's brows gradually furrowed. Faster, Ling urged. Chief, I'm tired pulling this rickshaw too. This is already the fastest. I'll give you 20 copper coins more. All right, Chief. The man perked up, took a deep breath, and started running with the rickshaw, putting all his strength into it. The rickshaw passed through the thick fog, weaving through the streets, and soon, the familiar glass dome gradually enlarged in Ling's view. That was the headquarters of the enforcers in District 3. The destination Ling was heading to. Before the rickshaw even came to a stop, Ling jumped down and pushed open the headquarters door amidst the man's heavy breathing. In the spacious hall, two figures clad in black trench coats stood under the glass dome, looking up at the foggy outside world, their expressions somewhat grave. They heard Ling push the door open and turn their heads simultaneously. Any findings? Han Meng asked. It's Aurora City. Ling truthfully repeated the statements of several factory managers. Aurora City has moved all the raw materials and finished products. The entire factory area has stopped work. And even the factory manager has been reassigned. Han Meng didn't seem too surprised by this answer. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. The entire control of the factory area is in Aurora City's hands. If they don't give the nod, the factory wouldn't dare to halt work. I've already sent an inquiry to Aurora City, but haven't received a reply yet. Is something wrong? Ling asked seriously. This fog seemed a bit unusual. You noticed it too. Heavy rain, heavy snow, both celestial events have led to the convergence of the gray realm. Today's fog came too suddenly. It's hard not to make connections. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Han Meng looked up at the glass dome shrouded in fog, seeing only a grayish-white expanse, like falling into a turbulent sea of mist. However, so far, there hasn't been anything unusual reported from other districts, and it's unclear. In any case, under such special celestial phenomena, we should remain vigilant at all times. Renjia added from the side. This Renjia was the only surviving two-stripe enforcer after Han Meng's purge of District 3. Ling had seen him speak on stage when he was promoted to enforcer. The previous heavy rain and snow lasted for several days. This time probably won't be short either. Han Meng slowly spoke. I've ordered all enforcers to increase their patrols by 1 round each day. You two should also patrol a few more rounds these days and remain in a state of alert. Understood. Chen-Ling nodded. Han Ming took out a palm-sized device from his pocket and handed it to Chen-Ling. The temporary communication system has been activated. Keep this on you at all times. If you notice anything unusual, report to me immediately. Chen-Ling examined the device, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had seen this before. When those 2 enforcers burst into his home to fight the red paper monster, they used it to call for help. At that time, Chen-Ling didn't think much of it. But now it seemed this device shouldn't appear in this era. How far is its communication range? Its communication depends on the domain of Aurora Lord. So anywhere under the Aurora can be contacted on the same frequency. So it's not technology, but a domain. Chen-Ling put away the walkie-talkie and nodded. Chen-Ling and Shi Renjia left the headquarters, agreeing to patrol in the east and west districts, while Han Ming remained to guard the enforcer headquarters alone. As the highest-ranking enforcer and the strongest combat power in District 3, he must ensure he is at the center of District 3 at all times. The black trench coats moved through the thick fog, visibility reduced to 10 meters. Chen-Ling patrolled the streets, unable to even see the faces of others from a distance. Perhaps due to the factory's halt, there weren't many pedestrians on the road. After all, in the absence of urgent matters, few would choose to go out in foggy weather. The wet streets were unusually quiet. Chen-Ling walked through it, as if traversing another world. He didn't know if this fog meant another Grey Realm's arrival. Nor did he know which district would be unfortunate enough to be engulfed in it, but he hoped that the unlucky one wouldn't be himself. Suddenly, Chen-Ling stopped in his tracks. He came to a puddle at the street corner, and he noticed that the water had formed 2 lines of text. Audience expectation level 5, current expectation level 39. Chen-Ling's heart sank. Damn it, I've been hooked. Chapter 101. Egg on Hanshuang Street. Zhao Yi, soaked in mist, pushed open the door to his home and placed a large banner with the words resumption of work against the wall, sitting down exhausted. Back already? Uncle Zhao, wearing an apron, was at the table kneading dough, looking at him with some concern. How's it going at the factory? They can't resume work. Just gave out a little money. Zhao Yi gulped down a mouthful of water and slapped the coins from his pocket onto the table, cursing. Can't resume work. What's the use of just this money? How long can it last? No way. I have to go again tomorrow. If they don't resume work for a day, I'll make a scene for a day. Uncle Zhao looked at him for a long time, sighed. Zhao Yi, if the factory is really determined to stop work, what's the use of making a scene? If you annoy them, be careful of the consequences. If they annoy me, do they dare to touch me? Zhao Yi's eyes widened. If they dare to touch me, I'll fight them. Fight, fight, fight. What do you have to fight with them? Uncle Zhao snorted coldly, slamming a large piece of dough onto the wooden board. Every day, instead of doing something serious, you just know how to puff up your chest and glare at others. What's the use? The day you learn to lower your head, I won't have to worry so much about you. Do you think this world is so easy to mix in? Zhao Yi clearly sensed that Uncle Zhao was angry. He initially wanted to argue, but in the end, he just pressed his lips together and fell silent. The room suddenly fell quiet. The two held their ground for a long time, and Uncle Zhao shook his head, continuing to knead the dough. If you can't go to the steel factory, then it's fine. At least we still have this breakfast stall. Although I can't earn much, supporting you is no problem. Hearing these words, Zhao Yi's expression changed, and he clenched his fists tightly under the table. After a long time, he stood up silently and walked toward the room. Where are you going? Uncle Zhao asked. To sleep. What are you shouting for at your old man? Bang. As the door slammed shut, Uncle Zhao cursed under his breath, little brat, and continued kneading the dough, his strength increasing a bit. The fog swirled, and the sky outside gradually darkened. Uncle Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked to the table, and lit the oil lamp. The orange light spilling over a corner of the breakfast shop, casting a slightly hunched shadow on the mottled wall. Outside the door, a figure in a black trench coat stopped in the fog. Uncle Zhao still busy? Chen-Ling asked, opening the door a crack when she saw the light still on in the breakfast shop. Ling, come in and sit for a while. Uncle Zhao said with a smile when he saw her. The cook from that elementary school at the end of the street ran away, and no one is making breakfast. So I got a big order to deal with. No, I still have to patrol. Patrolling this late? Uncle Zhao was taken aback. Is something wrong? Chen-Ling hesitated for a moment, but said nothing. It's best not to go out lately. It might not be safe outside. Okay. Uncle Zhao nodded repeatedly. Get some rest, Uncle Zhao. Don't stay up too late. All right. Uncle Zhao's smile grew even brighter. As if he thought of something, he sighed helplessly. If only our family had someone as sensible as you, I would be content. Chen-Ling smiled, closed the shop door for him, picked up an oil lamp, and gradually disappeared into the night fog. A night without a word. The next morning, the door slowly opened, and Zhao Yi walked out with red eyes, looking as if he hadn't slept well. He opened his mouth to say something, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the figure in the shop and silently closed his mouth. He didn't know when, but Uncle Zhao had already fallen asleep at the table. The faint sound of snoring echoing in the room, while outside the glass door it was still foggy. On the table in front of him were neatly arranged hundreds of packed buns, filling 6 large bags. the result of his labor throughout the night. Zhao Yi frowned as he looked at the buns, then at the figure sleeping at the table, black hair unable to conceal the silver strands that spoke of age. Looking as if dusted with snow, his brows filled with exhaustion. At his age, still trying to show off, Zhao Yi muttered, his eyes filled with complexity. He scanned the slightly cramped and old breakfast shop, finally landing on the flag that had fallen in the corner, the complexity in his eyes gradually turning to determination. He took a deep breath, stepped lightly to the room to retrieve a cotton coat and cover Uncle Zhao, then walked to the door. Hoisting the large flag onto his shoulder, pushed open the shop door, and stepped boldly into the thick fog. The flag of resumption swayed in the fog, and the young man's defiant face was unyielding. He walked alone through the silent streets, heading north until the district and the crowd faded behind him. After a long trek, a massive structure crawling in the fog gradually appeared before his eyes. He stopped in front of the steel factory's gate. Perhaps it was due to the thick fog, or perhaps it was too early, or maybe it was because the meager wages from yesterday had sent the others away. Now, at the factory's entrance, he was the only one there. He forcefully planted the flagpole into the mud beneath his feet, gathering all his strength, and shouted at the factory shrouded in mist. Where is everyone? Get out here. We want to resume work. I said it yesterday. If you don't resume work today, I'll make a fuss all day. If you don't resume work, no one is going to have a good time. Get out here. I want to resume work. Zhao Yi's voice echoed in the fog, but no one paid attention, no one responded, yet he continued to shout tirelessly, as if his throat were made of iron. Zhao Yi was not foolish. He knew the problem was not with this factory, but within Aurora City. But what could he do about it? A kid from Cold Frost Street in District 3 had no way to reach Aurora City. For him, shouting here was his only way to resist fate. Zhao Yi's calls continued endlessly, and just then, the iron gate, which had been deserted, suddenly let out a harsh sound and slowly opened outward. Creak. Zhao Yi was taken aback. Perhaps it was the wind, or perhaps the door was never locked. Without thinking much, he gritted his teeth, pulled up the flag, hoisted it on his shoulder, and dashed through the gate, heading straight for the workshop. Meng Shi, get out here. Zhao Yi kicked open the workshop door, just about to confront Meng Shi face to face when he froze in place. Inside the multi-story workshop, a massive shadow loomed over several hill-like machines, resembling a giant centipede. And just below this centipede shadow, one could see things that looked like insect eggs, trembling slightly. Chapter 102. They have come. Cold Moon Street had no abnormalities. Cold Wind Street had no abnormalities. Cold Snow Street had no abnormalities. Continuous sounds came from the intercom. And Chen-Ling stood alone on the roof of a 5-story building, surveying the surroundings. This building was already the tallest in the nearby district. On ordinary days, standing here, Chen-Ling could see 5 or 6 streets at a glance. But now, in the thick fog, he couldn't even see the edge of this floor, as if the entire world were wrapped in water vapor. He sighed helplessly, pressed the intercom. Cold Frost Street has no abnormalities. This was already the second day at dusk since the fog descended, and there were no signs of disaster invading. There was also no response from Aurora City. Everything was so quiet, quiet enough to make one uneasy. Especially Chen-Ling, since he saw the audience's expectation prompt. He was certain something must have happened in District 3. However, after searching all the streets last night, he found no anomalies. The third shift enforcers will take over, the others can rest. Han Ming's voice came from the intercom, followed by a series of acknowledgments. As the sky darkened, Chen-Ling put away the intercom, followed the stairs down to the first floor, and walked straight home. Stimulated by the audience's expectations last night, he hadn't slept all night, and today he needed some rest. When he reached his doorstep, he glanced at Zhao's breakfast shop across the street, which was still brightly lit. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to disturb them and turned back into the house. After finishing his wash, Chen-Ling lay back in bed early, and his consciousness gradually sank into sleep. Of course, dreaming was impossible. Chen-Ling opened his eyes again, and pairs of mocking red eyes were watching him from the audience, blinding spotlights shining down on him, making him the only focus on the dilapidated stage. Chen-Ling was used to this, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the audience's gaze on him today seemed even stranger, as if they were waiting for something. Chen-Ling frowned slightly, looking down at the screen on the stage. After a day of boring standing guard, the audience's expectation level hadn't dropped. It still maintained last night's progress of 39, which was nearly impossible for the audience. Something's not right. Chen-Ling keenly sensed a hint of something unusual. There must be something wrong. He carefully recalled everything in his mind, but found no issue. This was not surprising, as Chen-Ling knew that the audience could see some plots he couldn't. And trying to deduce the problem this way required luck. After pondering for a long time, he could only give up. He closed his eyes, and in a daze, the twisted divine path leading to the sky reappeared around him. Since Chen-Ling unlocked the qualification to step onto the second level, he has been attempting to ascend almost every night. After all, he can feel his mental strength growing slightly every day, even if it's just a minuscule amount. Chen-Ling took a deep breath, continuously channeling his mental strength into his feet. Just as his soles were gradually approaching the surface of the step, A crisp bell sound suddenly rang out from above the stage. Dingling. Chun-Ling froze. He was certainly familiar with that sound. It meant the intermission was over, which for him meant it was time to wake up from the dream. But he had only just entered the dream not long ago, right? Chun-Ling looked curiously at the screen in front of the stage, where a line of characters had already popped up. Intermission over. Please continue the performance. Following that, a series of characters appeared. Audience anticipation 3. Audience anticipation 3. Audience anticipation. Chun-Ling's consciousness plummeted suddenly. Thump, thump, thump. In his dream, Chun-Ling abruptly opened his eyes. Someone was knocking at the door. A misty haze flowed outside the dark window, and he quickly sat up, looking towards the direction of the door. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking sound rang out again, neither too loud nor too soft. Each knock had a very even rhythm, giving a sense of elegance without losing politeness. Chun-Ling glanced at the time. It had been less than an hour since he fell asleep. No wonder the stage was urging him to continue the performance. It turned out someone was knocking at the door. No, wait. Chun-Ling clearly remembered that before losing consciousness on stage, he saw the audience anticipation reminders flashing wildly on the screen. Something that could excite the audience like that must be more than just a simple knock on the door. Without hesitation, Chun-Ling got out of bed, grasped the gun at his bedside, and slowly approached the door. Thump, thump, thump. Who is it? Chun-Ling said in a deep voice. A moment later, a harsh and eerie voice echoed from the doorway. I'm here to find someone. Hearing this voice, Chun-Ling knew something was wrong. This was definitely not a sound that could be produced by human vocal cords. It was as piercing as nails scratching on a blackboard. Only this piercing sound was mimicking human speech. Find someone. Chun-Ling instinctively asked. Who are you looking for? The Crimson Ruler of the Abyss. The Faceless King who mocks fate. These two phrases came out without any pause or ambiguity, sounding very smooth and natural, as if they had been practiced many times. Chun-Ling's brain raced, contemplating whether to open the door to see what was behind it or to shoot directly. After a moment of silence, he replied, the person you are looking for is not here. The voice behind the door fell silent. The next moment, Chun-Ling's front door exploded into fragments. In the gray mist, a figure lunged towards Chun-Ling's face. Chun-Ling was ready. He instantly raised his knee to strike the figure's chest and swung the gun, but down onto the opponent's head with a swift motion. The figure let out a muffled grunt and fell heavily to the ground. Only then did Chun-Ling manage to see his face clearly. Zhao Yi. Seeing that person's face, Chun-Ling was stunned. Be careful. My shadow. Zhao Yi's face turned pale, and despite the dizziness, he shouted loudly. Chun-Ling's pupils contracted slightly, and almost simultaneously, a huge afterimage darted from the shadows right in front of him. Its speed was too fast. Chun-Ling had no time to think, and he acted with the strongest move immediately. The domain of the judgment court suddenly opened, and the black gun barrel instantly aimed at the figure in front of him. Pulling the trigger without hesitation, bang! The disassembled bullet pierced through the shadow, tearing it apart into nothingness, turning into a pile of broken sludge on the ground. The mental energy drained from the judgment court left Chun-Ling slightly dizzy, but compared to the time in the ancient soldier's treasury, he was much better. He frowned at the shapeless corpse on the ground, then looked at Zhao Yi, who was coughing heavily on the floor. Zhao Yi, what is going on? Zhao Yi lay on his back on the ground, gasping like a broken bellows, his voice extremely weak. They're coming. Chapter 103, Meat Chickens. Who are they? There are many of these monsters in the factory. Zhao Yi seemed to remember something, fear flashing in his eyes. I wanted to cause trouble at the factory. Saw the iron gate was open, so I went in. Then I saw a giant centipede lying on the machine, about dozens of meters long. It was all black, like a shadow. Upon hearing this, Chun-Ling's heart sank. No wonder he had patrolled the entire block and found nothing unusual. It turned out that thing was hiding in the factory. He had just returned from there yesterday, so he subconsciously didn't think to check it. It seemed that thing must have appeared after he left. And then, I was scared. Zhao Yi swallowed hard. My mind went blank, and I turned to run. Then a bunch of little centipedes hatched from egg-like things chased after me. I didn't dare to look back. I could only run desperately. The first person I thought of was you, so I ran here. But as I got closer to the block, I felt my body getting heavier and my mind less clear. I looked back and saw my shadow had turned into a centipede. After that, I can't remember clearly. Chun-Ling glanced at the broken black corpse on the ground, his expression serious. Could it be that there are centipedes that can control humans through their shadows? Moreover, from Zhao Yi's description, it seemed there were quite a few of these creatures. The large centipede in the factory must have been hatching for at least a day in the workshop. Without hesitation, Chun-Ling picked up the intercom and pressed the button. This is Chun-Ling. A large disaster has been discovered at the steel factory, and it has birthed numerous offspring, suspected to have started attacking the block. As soon as these words were spoken, the intercom channel fell into silence. After a brief moment, Han Ming's calm voice rang out. Received. No questioning, no probing, no surprise or panic. After Han Ming's words fell, a loud bell rang throughout the 3rd district. Ding ding ding. The disaster bell has rung. This bell sound awakened countless people from their dreams. 3 rings of the disaster bell. A middle-aged woman sat up in bed, her face pale with fright. Is there another disaster in our third district? Keep your voice down. Boss Sue covered her mouth, vigilantly looking out the window. The sky was dark, and the mist was swirling, making it impossible to see anything, as if invisible hands were isolating all the houses. The woman's eyes widened, looking out the window with fear. The dark sky, the deep fog, the lingering sound of the bell. All these unknowns stirred the fear of those hiding in their homes. They knew something was out there in the mist, but they didn't know if it would appear or when it would show up. As if sensing the woman was trembling, Boss Sue lowered his voice to comfort her. There's nothing to be afraid of. Last time the disaster bell rang, didn't our family turn out fine? Just stay home honestly, and nothing will happen. Seeing that the woman was still scared, Boss Sue hesitated for a moment and added, besides, that monster, Judge Chen Ling, lives on Frost Street, right? If it really comes to a fight, which disaster can be fiercer than him? The woman blinked, seemingly finding Boss Sue's reasoning valid. In this situation, knowing that a law enforcer was not far from her undoubtedly provided great security, even though sometimes this law enforcer was the source of their fear. Thump, thump, thump. A sudden knocking sound echoed. The sound of knocking instantly tightened the nerves of the two, and they abruptly turned to look at the door, holding their breath. In such a deep night, with thick fog enveloping everything and the disaster bell having just rung, who would come to their house to knock on the door? Under these circumstances, they certainly wouldn't rashly ask who it was. Just like a child who knows their parents are out and is left alone at home, they wouldn't be foolish enough to get up and open the door to see who was knocking. They just stared blankly at the door. The room was dead silent. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang again, completely in sync with the previous rhythm, neither hurried nor slow, elegant and patient. The woman swallowed hard, her heart nearly jumping out of her chest. She was acutely aware that something was wrong. In panic, she looked at Mr. Sue beside her. Mr. Sue gritted his teeth, and when the knocking sounded for the third time, he cautiously got out of bed, took a kitchen knife from the kitchen, and fixed his gaze on the door. If whatever was behind that door dared to break in, at least he had a weapon to fight back. Bang! A shattering sound came from outside the door, nearly causing Mr. Sue to drop the knife in his hand. It wasn't the sound of his own door, from the sound. It seemed to be coming from next door, as if the door had been violently smashed open. Immediately following that, a series of terrified screams erupted. Mr. Sue recognized it. Those were the screams of old Lee's family next door. Through the wall, he could even clearly hear the sound of a body hitting the ground and flesh being torn apart, children crying, and women screaming. Moments later, terrified cries echoed from the house across the street and even further away. In this dense fog where one could hardly see their own hand, a chaotic, bloody riot had already begun. Mr. Sue's hand, holding the kitchen knife, trembled uncontrollably. Just then, a calm voice rang out from the street. Everyone, keep silent. Upon hearing this voice, Mr. Sue was taken aback and suddenly looked toward a direction through the window. In the dim fog, a figure cloaked in black was slowly approaching. He raised his gun and pulled the trigger into the sky. A buzzing sound rang throughout Frosty Street. The next moment, Mr. Sue heard the tearing sounds next door suddenly stop, as if the monster had been diverted. Only a woman's stifled sobs could be faintly heard coming from the corner of the wall. Aren't you looking for someone? Why not come and ask me? Chen Ling stood in the fog, slowly speaking. As soon as these words came out, a shadow passed by outside Mr. Sue's window, as if it had just walked out from next door. It was at this moment that he finally saw the full appearance of that thing. It was a centipede walking upright, completely black, resembling a shadow, standing about 2 meters tall, with countless thin legs rotating on either side of its body, and a dark red orifice at its mouth continuously contracting. Although it only passed by for a moment, it directly scared Mr. Sue silly, causing him to fall to the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably. What on earth is that monster? The same confusion appeared in the minds of all the residents of Frosty Street. They hid behind dark windows, holding their breath, nervously watching the several centipede monsters approaching in the middle of the street, with the figure in a black coat standing tall in the center of their encirclement. Chen Ling held a gun in one hand and a dagger in the other, slowly sweeping around as those monsters gradually approached through the thick fog. Chen Ling finally got a clear look at their appearance. He was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and focused on these dark shadows, his expression somewhat strange. These things look quite delicious, Chen Ling muttered to himself. In his line of sight, plucked, tender meat chickens were slowly walking towards him, like perfect ingredients about to be put in a pot, making one's fingers itch just at a glance. Chapter 104, Battle in the Fog. Chen Ling couldn't help but swallow. The shadow that had suddenly emerged from Zhao Yi was too fast. He hadn't seen clearly what it was before he shot it into pieces. Now, carefully observing these monsters, he felt an inexplicable festive feeling. It was as if Thanksgiving's aromatic turkey had gotten off the dinner table and was bouncing towards him. Except these turkeys were all over 2 meters tall. Are all the disasters crawling out from the gray realm this fragrant? Audience anticipation level 8. Chen Ling thought for a moment, but then felt something was off. The centipede described by Zhao Yi in the factory was just a centipede. How did it turn into a meat chicken after hatching from an egg? But it was no time to ponder this matter. Those robust meat chickens were approaching him, and he could feel a faint sense of oppression from them. These meat chickens were at least of first-tier caliber. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 of them, if nothing unexpected happens. All the disasters in Frosty Street have been attracted over here. Chun-Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Why are these monsters so disgusting? A middle-aged woman quietly crouched by the window ledge. Seeing the scene in the middle of the street, her face grew paler. Can Chun-Ling win? Mr. Su's face also looked somewhat grim. After all, Chun-Ling had just been promoted to a law enforcer. Facing so many monsters at once seemed like an unfavorable situation. Yet he didn't know why he felt that Chun-Ling was more formidable than these monsters. The same worry appeared in the hearts of other Frosty Street residents. They peered through the windows, nervously watching the battlefield in the fog, their hearts nearly jumping out of their chests. Under everyone's gaze, Chun-Ling in the black coat moved. He slowly raised the dagger and stabbed it into his abdomen. Everyone. Audience anticipation level 5. After stabbing himself once, Chun-Ling felt it wasn't enough and stabbed himself again in his lower abdomen and between his ribs. The blade of the dagger turned completely red. Before the battle had even begun, he had already entered an injured state. Bright red blood gushed from the wound, soaking the clothing under his coat in crimson. The corner of Chun-Ling's mouth slightly curled up. These 3 stabs didn't bring him any pain. Instead, he felt an inexplicable numbness. He could feel a continuous flow of power erupting from within him, his senses sharper than usual by several times. At this moment, the 8 rushing figures seemed to slow down. Is this the blood garb? Chun-Ling's self-harming actions and eerie smile left the residents of Frosty Street in a daze. They had never seen anyone stab themselves 3 times before a fight, each stab deeper than the last. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be pale from pain, but Chun-Ling not only felt no pain but instead appeared delighted. This scene, at first glance, seemed incomprehensible, but happening to Chun-Ling felt somewhat reasonable. After all, he was the being that consumed human hearts raw. Was this some kind of evil ritual before battle? Or a sacrifice to some evil existence? Suddenly, everyone felt that compared to Chun-Ling at this moment, those terrifying shadow centipedes didn't seem so scary anymore. The 8 shadow centipedes suddenly stirred the fog and rushed towards the blood-soaked Chun-Ling at an astonishing speed. Everyone only felt a flash before the blood shadow suddenly struck out, kicking the leading centipede into the fog. Chun-Ling's speed was too fast, like a high-speed train. The moment he kicked the shadow centipede, the terrifying force nearly crushed it, sending it flying dozens of meters away. The dagger's cold gleam spun in Chun-Ling's hand as he turned to block a centipede that lunged at him. The densely packed long legs reached for Chun-Ling's body, but he dodged skillfully. He raised his gun, aiming at the dark red orifice writhing on the black head, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets were fired, piercing through the centipede's head. It twisted and curled for a moment before becoming motionless. Chun-Ling knew that many people were watching him, and he couldn't use Judgment Court and Formless anymore. Fortunately, Slaughter Dance was not that recognizable, even if he used it. These ordinary people might not understand, so he relied solely on it and blood clothes to engage in close combat madly. Chun-Ling turned to look at the 3 meat chickens charging at him simultaneously, their forms coming at him without any defense. Their sharp claws and beaks pierced into his body, instantly leaving numerous bloody holes that locked him in place. The residents of Frost Street watching were all stunned. They saw Chun-Ling, pierced by the long legs of the 3 shadow centipedes, let out a cold laugh. Despite his injuries, he thrust a dagger into one centipede's head, then reversed his grip and shoved the gun barrel into another centipede's mouth, pulling the trigger, causing both centipede corpses to fall to the ground. A few meat chickens also wanted to kill me? Chun-Ling grabbed the meat chicken that had pierced him with his bare hands, one hand gripping its head and the other gripping its leg. The terrifying power brought by blood clothes lifted it into the air, and then he began to tear it apart as it thrashed madly. With a roar from Chun-Ling, he ripped it in half. Foul blood and entrails splattered across the ground. Chun-Ling, covered in blood, looked down at the remaining half of the chicken leg in his hand. Suddenly feeling an impulse to take a bite, he swallowed hard and resisted. He didn't like eating raw food. Chun-Ling casually tossed the half-corpse aside and coldly stared at the remaining 3 meat chickens, his figure flickering as he transformed into a blood shadow and charged out again. In the fog-covered street, only the sound of flesh being torn apart remained. All the residents hiding behind windows, peering out, felt their stomachs churn violently, their faces turning a ghastly shade. Ugh! Boss Su's wife finally couldn't hold it any longer and rushed to the bathroom, vomiting right there. Chun-Ling's battle was far too bloody, especially the scene where he tore the centipede apart. Everyone watched as the fierce centipede was ripped in two, its entrails scattered everywhere. The most crucial part was that Chun-Ling held the centipede's head in his arms at the end, as if he were thoroughly intoxicated. Audience expectation level 7. Chun-Ling perhaps felt that using a dagger and gun was ineffective, completely giving up on weapons and starting to slaughter with his bare hands. The bloodied black trench coat fluttered in the fog, and at the same time, The sharp shrieks of the shadow centipedes echoed continuously. Chapter 105. Nest. A few minutes later, the last centipede had its head ripped off by Chunling, completely lifeless. Chunling slowly stood up from the pool of blood, and in the dead silence of the thick fog, he was the only one standing alone. Chunling swept his gaze around, and the residents behind the windows were horrified, immediately dropping to the ground, afraid to make eye contact with this living king of hell. Chunling had eliminated all troubles on this street, which made him the biggest trouble on this street. As Chunling walked down the street, he faintly heard sobbing coming from the ruins of one building. Through the broken door fragments, he saw a woman holding a child, kneeling in front of a corpse that was bitten beyond recognition, already crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Chunling recognized this family. During previous spring festivals, he had brought Chenyin to their home to share candy and oranges. Seeing this scene, Chunling didn't have much of a reaction in his heart. Perhaps due to the influence of the divine path, his ability to empathize had been almost completely erased, even though this family had once been friendly with him. At this moment, it felt like watching a movie or a performance, with no waves in his heart. Just now, did that monster come to knock on the door? Chunling asked. The woman was taken aback for a moment and nodded vigorously. Did you respond? We responded. The woman's body trembled uncontrollably as she looked at the corpse in front of her. I originally wanted to tell him not to make a sound, but he insisted on asking who was knocking. Then the monster outside said, "Who are you looking for, Wong?" And then we realized something was wrong and stopped talking. But it still rushed in. The woman's voice grew more choked. Commander Chun, we were also knocked on the door, but we didn't respond. At this moment, Boss Su next door cautiously opened the door. I heard that disasters have their own domains and ways of killing. That monster wouldn't be killing based on knocking on the door, would it? Chunling looked at Boss Su in surprise. Although this person was timid, he was quick-witted. It is very likely. Chunling nodded. Chunling had heard about the existence of disaster domains before, but so far, he hadn't fully deduced the abilities of such disasters, only suspecting that they could manipulate humans through shadows and kill based on knocking on doors. Chunling didn't linger much and continued walking forward. A total of 8 households on Frost Street had been attacked by the disaster, and almost every household suffered losses. The one that had only one person die, like the previous family, could be considered fortunate. 2 households had been completely devoured, leaving only a ground full of broken flesh. This was still under the circumstance that Zhao Yi had returned early to warn Chunling. If it had been any later, the death toll would have doubled. Disaster invasion occurred on Cold Moon Street. Currently, 5 have appeared. Cold Wind Street has 4 intruders. Cold Snow Street also has several. Damn it, they are coming. The voices of the law enforcers came through the walkie-talkie, filled with panic, followed by a series of rustling noises. Not just Frost Street. Chunling's expression grew serious. This is Shirenjia. I have cleared Cold Wind Street, and am now on my way to Cold Snow Street. The voice from the walkie-talkie sounded again. And this time it was good news. As a second-rank law enforcer, Shirenjia was not weak in combat. How about you, Chunling? Han Ming's voice rang out. Chunling raised the walkie-talkie and calmly replied, Frost Street has been cleared. You finished killing? Shirenjia's voice couldn't hide his surprise. He had fought against these disasters and knew their strength. For Chunling, a newcomer just stepping onto the path of the war god, to clear an entire street in such a short time was indeed astonishing. Chunling responded with a faint hum. By the way, where are you going? Chunling seemed to remember something. I'm on my way to the steel mill. In the fog, a black shadow flashed quickly across the sky above District 3. The strong wind whipped the trench coat marked with 4 lines, making it rustle. Han Ming's calm eyes fixed on the approaching factory area, and he slowly spoke. This is a breeding-type disaster. Unless the mother body is eliminated, the offspring will be endless. You all clear the street first. I will handle the mother body. Han Ming put away the walkie-talkie, his figure like a black meteor streaking across the night sky, landing steadily before the factory area. The wind from his coat lifted the sand and gravel on the ground, creating a vacuum area in the fog. Han Ming looked at the dark, writhing factory before him, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc. This is troublesome. Han Ming's appearance seemed to disturb the shadows in the fog. The entirely black factory surged violently, and if one looked closely, they could see countless long centipedes crawling on its surface, surging like waves towards Han Ming at the Iron Gate. This entire factory area had unknowingly been occupied and turned into a disaster nest, and at this moment, a dangerous intruder had appeared in this nest. In just one day, to breed such a terrifying number of offspring indicated that the mother body itself was at least of 5th rank. Han Ming held his gun in one hand while taking out a cigarette with the other, placing it at the corner of his mouth and lighting it with a lighter. He took a deep breath, the orange flame illuminating a corner in the fog. At the same time, an invisible domain opened beneath his feet. He raised the gun, aiming at the tide of shadows surging towards him, murmuring to himself. The judgment begins. Bang! An invisible bullet fired from the barrel, instantly carving out a vacuum area several meters wide in the black wave, where all the shadow centipedes along that path were simultaneously deconstructed to the molecular level, completely dissipating into nothingness. The dense shadows rushed out of the Iron Gate, first expanding in all directions, then contracting towards the center, surrounding Han Meng tightly, roughly estimated. There were hundreds of them. Han Meng pulled the trigger repeatedly, the power of judgment tearing open gap after gap in the wave, but under the blockade from all sides. His area of movement was still rapidly shrinking. Relying solely on this single-caliber firepower made it difficult to preserve himself against such a massive enemy. From a bird's-eye view, Han Meng looked like a lonely island about to be submerged by shadows, as the water level gradually rose, seeming to be swept away soon. Han Meng frowned slightly. Just as he was about to be submerged, his palms suddenly lifted, and a metal rod broken by the shadow centipedes vibrated and flew into his hand. With one hand holding the gun and the other gripping the metal rod, he spun it rapidly in his palm for several circles, then suddenly thrust it into the ground. Bang! Visible ripples swept outwards, the earth cracking inch by inch. The power of deconstruction intertwined within this ripple swept through, instantly shattering dozens of shadow centipedes closest to Han Meng, the area covered by the field once again turning into a vacuum, as if an invisible giant hand forcibly erased all matter here. The terrifying destructive power of judgment was fully displayed at this moment. Han Meng's gaze locked onto the factory. He forcefully pulled the metal rod out of the ground and hurled it like a javelin, a black thunderbolt streaking across the sky. Boom! The tall steel factory was struck, creating a hollow cavity over 10 meters wide, the thick walls seemingly evaporating into thin air. Through the hollow, a giant centipede could be seen coiled inside, its dark red mouth slowly turning in this direction. Han Meng stood on the shattered ground, his gaze piercing through the surging black tide, locking onto the enormous creature inside the factory. Found you. Chapter 106. Fear and Chaos. Old man. Zhao Yi pushed open the door of the breakfast shop, calling out anxiously. A figure hurriedly ran out from inside, seeing Zhao Yi at the door, finally letting out a sigh of relief. You brat, where have you been? Uncle Zhao gritted his teeth, grabbing his ear and speaking fiercely. I was just about to tell you not to go out these days, and the moment I opened my eyes, you vanished without a trace. If you had come back any later, I would have had to ask Chenling to look for you. Easy, 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 old man, I think I did something great. Seeing Uncle Zhao's puzzled expression, Zhao Yi quickly recounted his recent experiences. After listening, Uncle Zhao silently let go of his ear, lowering his head and starting to pace around the room, as if searching for something. Old man, what are you doing? Uncle Zhao picked up a broom and swung it hard at Zhao Yi's backside, producing a whooshing sound. Amidst Zhao Yi's screams, Uncle Zhao's curses continued. I should have broken your legs earlier. You think running to the disaster's lair counts as an achievement? I wonder how many heads you can afford to lose. I told you not to run around. I told you not to run around. Uncle Zhao was genuinely angry this time, swinging harder each time. Just as Zhao Yi was fleeing around the room, he seemed to hear something and suddenly grabbed the broom handle tightly. Uncle Zhao's eyes widened, about to say something, when Zhao Yi made a serious shushing gesture, his gaze directed towards the door. In the still, thick fog, shadows hurriedly ran by, carrying oil lamps. Disaster. The disaster is here. Help, help. Who can save me? I don't want to die yet. Perhaps because the breakfast shop still had its lights on, one figure suddenly stopped, frantically banging on the shop door. Open the door. Hurry and open the door. It was a man's voice, laced with urgency and a hint of intimidation. I'm telling you to open the door right now. Can't you hear me? Uncle Zhao and Zhao Yi exchanged glances, both eyes filled with vigilance. Just then, the man said again, I am the enforcer. Open the door now. Hearing this, Uncle Zhao's expression changed slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and unlocked the shop door. With a whoosh, the door was pulled open, and a figure dressed in a black-red uniform burst in from outside, moving so fast that it knocked Uncle Zhao over, sending him crashing to the ground. Old man. Zhao Yi rushed forward, protecting the groaning Uncle Zhao on the ground, glaring angrily at the intruder. Who are you? I am the enforcer Guanan. If you don't want to die, shut up. The man instantly drew a knife from his waist, pointing it at Zhao Yi, speaking fiercely. If Chenling were here, he would instantly recognize this man as Guanan, the enforcer who had been stabbed several times by him at the market, and also the person in charge of Han Shui Street, next to Han Shuang Street. At this moment, Guanan's face was covered in blood and dirt, looking extremely disheveled. The hand holding the knife was even trembling. What he had just experienced was too horrifying. He had witnessed a shadow centipede smash open the door of a house on Han Shui Street and tear everyone inside to pieces. He was truly scared. After so many years as an enforcer, it was the first time he had truly seen disaster. The bloody scene and the millions of legs of the centipede directly crushed the courage in his heart. He chose not to confront it head-on, but turned and ran. As several shadow centipedes continued their slaughter, the surrounding residents were all terrified into a breakdown. They heard the sounds of fighting and wailing getting closer, and some chose to flee. As the first person began to run, others, seeing this, were also driven by fear to run together. Thus, Han Shui Street was thrown into complete chaos, and during the escape in the thick fog, Guanan only knew that many shadows were chasing him in the mist. He dared not stay, running forward madly without looking back, until he saw this place, Hanshuang Street, still quiet, as if it had never been invaded by disaster. Guanan's chest heaved violently. While he brandished the knife to intimidate Zhao Yi, he looked back through the window to observe the outside. His eyes filled with vigilance and aftershock. He thought to himself, hiding here, should be able to avoid those things. But unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong place and the wrong target for his threat. You dare to hurt my old man. Zhao Yi's eyes turned red. He picked up the broom from the ground and charged straight at the knife. Guanan did not expect that an ordinary person would dare to attack him while holding a knife. Caught off guard, he only managed to stab Zhao Yi once, before being struck on the temple by the broom, stars exploding in front of his eyes. The next moment, Zhao Yi tackled him, crashing through the door and rolling out onto Hanshuang Street. Help, help! They're coming! More and more residents of Hanshui Street screamed as they rushed into Hanshuang Street, countless feet trampling over the two of them. Guanan groaned in pain, struggling to get up, while across from him, Zhao Yi, also bloodied, rose to his feet, his gaze fixed on him. The screams, wails, and the sounds of biting and crawling in the depths of the fog shattered the silence of Hanshuang Street, plunging everything into chaos. This was a riot for survival. And the same scene had already played out in most of the streets in District 3. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out in front of the crowd. In the thick fog, a figure draped in a black trench coat walked out with a calm expression, holding a gun. His eyes filled with seriousness as he looked at the completely panicking crowd. Everyone stay where you are. If anyone moves, I will kill you. Chun-Ling pointed her gun at the group of people and spoke in an undeniable tone. The crowd instinctively stopped, and upon seeing Chun-Ling in her law enforcement attire, a look of hope finally appeared on their terrified faces. It's the law enforcement officer. Save us, the monster is about to chase us. Voices rang out from the crowd, some wanting to hide behind Chun-Ling, but a gunshot scared them back to their spots. I said, whoever moves, I will kill. Chun-Ling's cold voice echoed again. The sound of rustling came from the walkie-talkie. Chun-Ling, how's the situation over there? Chun-Ling's gaze fell to the ground, where the shadows of many residents of Hanshui Street intertwined, and the outlines of several bizarrely large centipedes had already blended in. Chun-Ling remained silent for a long time before hoarsely saying, not good. Chapter 107. Execution by gunfire. The situation Chun-Ling was most worried about had indeed occurred. Although the disaster looked terrifying, as long as one stayed silent behind a door, there was a good chance of survival. What she feared was everyone being scared and rushing out of their homes, just like Zhao Yi at that time, becoming possessed and merging into the shadow unconsciously. If that happened, the more people there were, the harder it would be to control. Once these disasters hidden in the shadows attacked simultaneously, it would be a bloody massacre. Next, I will point to whoever, and they will move behind me. Chun-Ling raised her hand and pointed to the people at the front of the crowd. They breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to hide behind her, as if only that black trench coat could give them peace of mind. More and more people moved behind Chun-Ling. As screams and crawling sounds continued to come from the thick fog behind, those standing in place could hardly contain themselves. Chun-Ling, as a law enforcement officer, why aren't you dealing with those disasters and wasting time with us here? Guanan asked through gritted teeth. Perhaps due to the number of people, Chun-Ling hadn't noticed him until he spoke. She squinted her eyes slightly as she followed the sound. You, a law enforcer, are not maintaining order and protecting the residents. Why are you running with them? Guanan was left speechless. Not only did he run, but he also knocked down my father. Zhao Yi covered his stomach with one hand, fresh blood seeping through his fingers. It was a knife wound left by Guahai during the earlier struggle. Seeing Zhao Yi's condition and Guanan's bloodstained short knife, Chun-Ling's gaze turned even colder. She expressionlessly pointed to a few more residents to hide behind her. At this point, only 5 people were left in front, and Guanan was among them. Chun-Ling changed the magazine, and in the astonished eyes of the crowd, she suddenly raised her gun and pulled the trigger at the shadows of a few people. Bang! Bang bang! The deafening gunfire made the residents cover their ears and gasp. 4 black centipede giants suddenly darted out, rushing towards the gun-wielding Chun-Ling. This scene stunned the surrounding residents. Before they could react, Chun-Ling accurately stabbed the nearest centipede on its head, slicing it open from the center with force. The pungent smell of blood invaded everyone's nostrils as one centipede collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the other 3 charged at her, engaging in a fierce battle with the blood-soaked figure. Can Chun-Ling still fight after getting hurt so badly? The residents of Hanshuang Street watching couldn't help but worry about her condition. Yeah, I see her body is almost pierced through and covered in blood. She has killed nearly 10 of them. I feel like she has reached her limit. Really? But I see she seems to be getting more excited. Chun-Ling gripped her dagger, only attacking without defending, allowing the 3 centipedes to strike her as she retaliated with even greater strength and speed, slaying the 3 centipedes in less than half a minute, even more fluidly than before. Witnessing the battle from such a close distance, the residents of Hanshui Street turned pale with fear. Even Guanan's legs trembled as he watched Chun-Ling, who was full of holes and seemed about to collapse at any moment, his eyes filled with an unprecedented fear. He saw Chun-Ling finish off the shadow centipedes and slowly walk towards him. As if realizing something, he nervously spoke. Do I have monsters in my shadow too? The residents of Hanshua Street who had been pointed out by Chun-Ling and were hiding behind her had not encountered any disasters in their shadows. But the other 5 people standing in front of Chun-Ling all had something in theirs, making Guan feel a chill down his neck. No. Chun-Ling calmly shook her head. You stand here because you deserve to die. In Guan's shocked and confused gaze, Chun-Ling raised her gun to his forehead, and before he could react, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced Guan's head, and he stared in disbelief as he fell straight back. The surroundings fell into silence. Neither the residents of Hanshua Street nor Hanshua Street expected Chun-Ling to kill a law enforcer in front of everyone. At that moment, some were shocked, some were confused, but no one felt sorry for Guan's death. Instead, there was a strange sense of relief. Law enforcer Guan, oppressing civilians, extorting money, abandoning duty, and intentionally harming others. Chun-Ling didn't even glance at Guan's corpse as she holstered her gun, executing him. Chun-Ling turned and walked into the fog. As a law enforcement officer, she had jurisdiction over all law enforcers and absolute law enforcement power. As long as there was reason, killing Guan on the spot would have no consequences. Guahai had indeed offended her before, but Chun-Ling had not planned any revenge. However, what Guan had done today stirred her desire to kill. The survivors from both streets watched Chun-Ling's gradually receding figure, lost in thought. They were still recalling the scene where Chun-Ling singled out and killed 4 hidden shadows and then shot Guan. Moments later, someone suddenly murmured, "Why do I suddenly feel like he doesn't seem so scary anymore?" Several streets had already completely spiraled out of control. The voice of Shi Renjia from the walkie-talkie was filled with fatigue. The residents are so scared they're running in all directions, allowing the disasters to blend in. I just saw Hanfeng Street was almost slaughtered, with bodies everywhere. Your voice doesn't sound good. I'm holding up. I've just cleared 3 or 4 streets in a row and have been fighting for a while, feeling a bit tired. Shi Renjia chuckled bitterly. I now understand how the casualty numbers in Districts 5 and 6 came about. Given this situation, our District 3 won't fare much better. Chun-Ling climbed to the rooftop of a small building, looking around. In the pitch-black fog, she couldn't see much, only vaguely spotting a few flickering lights in the distant streets and the continuous shouts and cries. Is there still no news from Han Meng? No, I can't get in touch with him. Chun-Ling shook her head helplessly. Now that Han Meng was absent, only she and Shi Renjia remained as law enforcers in District 3, making it extremely difficult to clear all the streets. The casualties in Districts 5 and 6 were based on having enough law enforcers. The situation in District 3 was far more severe. I'm heading north next. Chun-Ling glanced at the direction with the most chaos. If she could find the weaknesses of these disasters, things might become simpler. Chun-Ling, you're still a first tier. If you're tired, don't push yourself too hard, Shi Renjia reminded her. I heard from Mengge that your talent is quite good. You have a chance to enter Aurora City. Dying here would be a big loss. Chun-Ling's eyebrows slightly raised as she nodded. Although she hadn't interacted much with Shi Renjia, he seemed to be a decent person. Upon reflection, someone valued by Han Meng likely wouldn't have any bad intentions. Of course. Except for herself. Chapter 108. Aroma Chun-Ling scanned his surroundings, avoiding the streets that Shi Renjia had already cleared, and headed straight towards the most chaotic area. So far, Hanshua Street and Hanshua Street had been thoroughly cleaned out by Chun-Ling. Before leaving, Chun-Ling had also told the residents to lock their doors and windows, not to make any noise no matter what happened, and especially not to open the door casually. After all, according to the murderous logic of the calamities, this was the safest course of action. At this moment, Chun-Ling's deterrent power took effect. No one in the 2 streets dared to question his orders. They nodded like chicks pecking at rice, and then shut themselves inside their homes. Chun-Ling even felt that even if a massive earthquake struck at that moment and collapsed the buildings, not a single person would run outside. Along the way, there were occasionally groups of panicked residents running wildly in the streets, with no clear destination. If he encountered someone controlled by a shadow, Chun-Ling would kill them on the spot. If they were not controlled, he would shove them into an empty house, urging them not to run around. Chun-Ling walked through street after street, with broken bodies strewn everywhere. The closer he got to the edges, the more corpses there were, most of which had been killed after their doors were forcibly broken down or during a chaotic escape when the calamities hidden in the shadows slaughtered the fleeing crowd. Compared to the damage on these streets, the losses on Hanshua Street could be considered a mere scratch. In the ruins of the street, Chun-Ling pulled his dagger out of a butchered chicken, letting out a long breath. It had been over 2 hours since the invasion of the calamities began, and Chun-Ling couldn't remember how many chickens he had killed. His hand holding the knife felt somewhat fatigued, and he had emptied several magazines of his handgun. Even the wounds from when he had stabbed himself were nearly healed. Even the blood garb was struggling to withstand such intense fighting, and a deep sense of fatigue washed over him. Just as Chun-Ling numbly gripped his knife and walked towards the next street, his nose twitched slightly, and he suddenly stopped. Smells so good, Chun-Ling murmured. A glimmer of long-lost excitement appeared in his dull gray eyes. He turned his head to look around. found the direction from which the alluring fragrance was coming, and instinctively stepped forward. In this blood-soaked neighborhood, the aroma stood out like a campfire in a frigid world, so conspicuous and warm that it made one want to approach it. Chunling quickened his pace, crossing half a street before finally stopping in front of a broken-down building. This was a distillery. The front door had been smashed in, and the entrance was littered with blood and dismembered limbs. A fierce fire burned deep within the house, as if something had been ignited. Chunling frowned slightly, gripping his dagger tightly as he stepped inside. The store was in complete disarray. The burly shopkeeper was wielding a black stick, its tip ablaze, yelling loudly as he crazily smashed it down onto a chicken that was pinned beneath the rubble of a wall. With each blow of the fiery stick, half of the chicken's body caught fire, and the rich aroma was emanating from it. Die, die, die. Damn it. I'm not someone to mess with. You want to eat me, huh? I'll burn your mouth. The shopkeeper lifted a wine jar from the side and took a large swig before spraying it onto the flaming stick. The flames suddenly flared up several times, and with a courageous shout, he shoved it into the chicken's mouth. As the chicken swallowed the flames, its body thrashed violently, and its piercing cries echoed throughout the shop, causing the shopkeeper's eardrums to ache. Boom. Under the excruciating pain, the chicken managed to break free from the wall, pinning it down, its half-burned body crashing into a large piece of furniture and charging towards the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was taken aback. He hadn't expected it to still be able to move. His face changed drastically as he tried to pull the burning stick out, but there was no time. He was struck hard against the wall as if hit by a scalding train. At that moment, a black figure rushed toward him. A heavy whip kick struck the underside of the heavy chicken, sending it flying. The shopkeeper felt a gust of wind rush past his face, and the flaming centipede was kicked into a corner. While he endured the pain in his chest, he looked up to see a young man in a black trench coat standing calmly before him, watching the burning shadow centipede with deep thought. Chunling glanced at him. Can it still move? Why, yeah, I think so. Find a place to hide. After saying this, Chunling no longer looked at him and walked straight toward the chicken. In the corner of the room, the chicken, charred over most of its body, was writhing frantically, no longer possessing its original ferocity and strangeness. Chunling casually pulled the stick out of its mouth, and the chicken let out another painful scream. Chunling stared at it, standing still like a statue. The shopkeeper was disturbed by the centipede's sounds and instinctively covered his ears. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the figure in the black trench coat swallow hard. Don't you think it smells good? Chunling suddenly spoke. The shopkeeper froze. He stared blankly at the writhing, charred centipede. Perhaps because of the burning flames, the air was filled with a sour smell of burnt plastic. What did you say? He thought he had misheard. Nothing. Chunling waved his hand. You can go. Do you not need my help? Although I'm not an enforcer, I can actually fight pretty well. The shopkeeper finally expressed his inner thoughts. He was indeed capable and intelligent. Becoming an enforcer had been his dream when he was young. Unfortunately, his family's finances were insufficient to support him in becoming one, and this enforcer in front of him might be his only shortcut to achieving that dream. Chunling didn't have time to talk to him further and spoke in a low voice again. Leave. Seeing Chunling's cold attitude, a hint of disappointment flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. He lowered his head and ultimately walked out of the shop. Once the room was left with only Chunling, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the fragrant roasted chicken before him, unable to resist swallowing. From a distance, Chunling hadn't felt much, but now standing before the burnt chicken, some physiological reactions could no longer be suppressed. The aroma of wine and chicken perfectly blended under the flames, emitting an enchanting scent that was sweet but not cloying, reminiscent of the huayao chicken he often ate before. At this moment, Chunling was already exhausted and starving. The moment he caught a whiff of the aroma of the wine-infused roasted chicken, he couldn't help but salivate. His rational mind told him that this was a calamity and that he absolutely couldn't eat it. Who knew what was inside it? Bacteria? Parasites? Or something else? But even so, he couldn't help but take a step forward, slowly approaching the roasted chicken. Chapter 109. Stealing a bite, just one bite. It should be fine, right? The moment this thought jumped into Chunling's mind, it became uncontrollable. He glanced outside to confirm that no one was around, then, driven by impulse, tore off a piece from the roasted chicken. After all, this was a calamity, and if other residents saw him eating this, it would probably lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. The aroma of the roasted meat mixed with the scent of wine wafted into Chunling's nostrils, leaving his mind nearly blank. He instinctively stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew. Audience anticipation, level 1, delicious. So delicious. This was a taste Chunling had never experienced before, tender and elastic. Just one bite filled him with a sense of satisfaction that surged from his mouth to the top of his head, making him feel as if he could soar, banishing all fatigue from his body. Chunling's eyes gradually glowed with a strange red light. It seemed he had completely forgotten the idea of just taking one bite. His hands frantically tore at the roasted chicken, stuffing piece after piece of succulent meat into his mouth. He couldn't understand why the shopkeeper, faced with such a delicious thing, had shown no reaction just moments ago. Audience expectation 1. Audience expectation 1. Audience expectation. Ling seemed to have completely fallen into some bizarre state, and a pair of crimson eyes opened from the void behind him. The audience squinted at the scene, their eyes filled with mockery and amusement. Meanwhile, the shadow centipede that had not yet fully died let out a piercing howl that echoed down the street. It could clearly feel its body being torn apart bit by bit, writhing in agony, and at that moment, Ling seemed to think it was too bothersome. He casually grabbed a jar of wine from the table and smashed it onto the creature with a bang. The rich aroma of the wine spread all over the centipede's body, and the next moment, Ling thrust the burning stick in his hand into its body. A blaze erupted instantly, completely enveloping the shadow centipede. Its vitality rapidly faded in the flames, its body curling up into a ball. At that moment, it seemed to perceive something. The charred hole in its head looked towards the pairs of crimson eyes behind Ling. The harsh, unpleasant sound of scraping once again rang out as it struggled and fearfully spat out a character, Wong. The roar of disaster gradually faded, and the fierce flames spread out from the wine shop. The shopkeeper, who had been running halfway, stopped and looked back at the shop not far away, his eyes full of turmoil. A big fire had started in the wine shop, and he wondered if that law enforcer was all right. After so long, why hadn't he come out yet? Could he have fainted? Had the monster been completely killed? A jumble of thoughts surged through his mind, and he stood in place for a long time before gritting his teeth and deciding to go back. Those thoughts were merely excuses he made for himself to return. He had finally had a chance to showcase himself in front of the law enforcer, and if he just left, he probably wouldn't have another chance to become an enforcer in this lifetime. If something really happened to Ling, saving him would naturally pave the way for him. If Ling was fine, then at most he would just get scolded. The shopkeeper comforted himself like this as he approached the flickering light of the shop, just about to shout something when, in the next moment, he froze in place. At the deepest part of the burning flames, a centipede, shrieking in pain from the fire, slowly curled up. In front of it, a shadow squatted there, madly tearing off its flesh and legs with both hands, stuffing them into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. Dark green blood dripped down the corners of his mouth onto the ground, and his hands, which were tearing at the flesh, were scorched by the flames. Yet he seemed completely oblivious to the pain, like a greedy thief. This bizarre scene fell into the shopkeeper's eyes, his pupils contracting in disbelief as he fearfully took a half step back, making a rustling sound. The figure that was preying on the centipede suddenly stopped. In the swaying firelight, he slowly turned his head to look at the shopkeeper, half of a centipede leg dangling from his mouth, his eyes emitting a strange red glow. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before tearing off the huge centipede's head and offering it to the shopkeeper, his cheeks stuffed and mumbling indistinctly. "Want a bite?" The shopkeeper rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Seeing that the shopkeeper wouldn't eat, Ling no longer shared with him, finishing off the chicken legs in a few bites, making crunching sounds. After an unknown amount of time, the roasted chicken had completely vanished, leaving only some grease on the ground. Ling let out a satisfied burp. He stood up unsteadily, the red light in his eyes gradually fading, and reason surged back into his mind like a tide. He stared blankly at the empty corner before him. Finished eating? Ling furrowed his brow, holding his head in his hands, confusion deep in his eyes. What just happened? Ling's mind was blank. His consciousness was still lingering on the moment he took the first bite of chicken, and by the time he came to his senses, the entire chicken was gone. To think, that chicken was 2 meters long. Ling looked down at his belly, showing no signs of being full, nor feeling satiated. Only a lingering delicious aroma echoing in his mouth. But the fatigue he had accumulated from the previous battles had also been swept away, and he couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt like his mental strength had increased a bit. Ling glanced at the corner where only grease remained, feeling somewhat guilty. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he hesitated for a moment and turned back. He put away his knife and gun, then grabbed a jar of wine and that burning stick, contentedly walking out of the shop. How did he end up here? As he reached the door, Ling saw the shopkeeper lying unconscious on the ground. He called out a couple of times, but the shopkeeper showed no signs of waking. Ling looked around, and having no choice, he temporarily set down the jar of wine and tossed it into a nearby room, locking the door behind him. Just as he stepped out, he heard a rustling sound coming from the walkie-talkie. "This is Shirenjia. I've cleared Hanchuan Street. The entire west side should be mostly resolved now." Shirenjia's hoarse voice came through the walkie-talkie, sounding as if his throat was about to crack, revealing a sense of extreme weakness. "But my body seems to be reaching its limit. Ling, are you alright?" Ling picked up the walkie-talkie and responded energetically, "I'm fine, very good." Chapter 110. Firefighter. The other end of the walkie-talkie fell silent. "Ling, I think you shouldn't overexert yourself," Shirenjia said earnestly. "Although the physical recovery ability of the Azura path is extremely strong, stamina cannot be recovered. If you're tired, take a break. No one will blame you." Just as Ling was about to speak, a roasted chicken suddenly charged towards him through the thick fog, roaring at incredible speed. Ling's eyes lit up. He quickly took a swig of wine and, as if performing a trick, blew it towards the burning stick, a ball of flame colliding with the roasted chicken, followed by a sharp shriek. "What sound is that?" Shirenjia was taken aback. Chun-Ling didn't answer. He placed the wine jar on the ground, drew a dagger from his waist, and swiftly charged at the flaming roasted chicken. After recovering his stamina, Chun-Ling's speed returned to peak levels. The burning stick and dagger swung in succession, fragrant meat slices being cut off continuously. Chun-Ling bit down on a piece of meat skewered on the dagger, pulling it into his mouth, chewing while continuing to attack. His black trench coat billowed in the fog as Chun-Ling resembled both an executioner and a gourmet. His frenzied assault forced the roasted chicken to retreat repeatedly, and before long, it was completely consumed by the flames. Chun-Ling, Chun-Ling? Shi-Renjie called out his name over the walkie-talkie. Are you okay? Chun-Ling resisted the impulse to devour the roasted chicken right then and there, picked up the walkie-talkie, and while chewing, replied, "It's fine, already taken care of. Are you eating something?" Chun-Ling quickly swallowed the chicken meat. No. Although Shi-Renjie was somewhat puzzled, he sighed and continued. Now the disaster has mingled with the crowd, constantly in a state of flux, making it hard to hunt down. I can hold on for a while longer. Now head east, you find a place. Before Shi-Renjie could finish his sentence, another roasted chicken burst through the fog, roaring towards Chun-Ling. Chun-Ling was stunned. Chun-Ling had previously encountered broilers that were killed at the door or ambushed from the shadows. However, he had rarely faced ones that charged at him like this. And now two had occurred in just a few minutes. Chun-Ling sensed something unusual. In the blink of an eye, he didn't have time to think much and drew his knife to engage in close combat. Half a minute later, he put away the dagger, his mouth greasy from the fight. He looked at the two mangled roasted chickens on the ground, lost in thought. The behavior of these broilers contradicted his previous experiences, and there had to be a reason for it. Chun-Ling carefully searched all over his body and finally fixed his gaze on two items. One was a wine jar on the ground, and the other was the torch in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he ruled out the wine jar, because when the second broiler charged at him, the jar was several meters behind him, and the target was clearly him. The only possibility was the burning torch. Did these broilers have hostility towards fire? Why? To verify his thoughts, Chun-Ling entered a few houses, gathered some combustible wood, and lit a bonfire in the center of the foggy street, burning silently. He held a fire stick in one hand and a dagger in the other, standing by the bonfire, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. After a brief silence, 3 shrieks suddenly came from the end of the street, and 3 shadowy centipedes rushed through the fog at an astonishing speed, heading straight for him. Chun-Ling's eyes lit up. He knew he was right. Without hesitation, he stomped out the bonfire and dashed towards the 3 broilers. The flames could attract these broilers, and if they burned for too long, who knows how many would come at once. With his current combat strength, handling 8 or 9 was already his limit. If there were more, he would likely become their meal. Chun-Ling set the bonfire just to conduct an experiment, now that he had proved the effect of the flames. Multiple plans flashed in his mind. This time, Chun-Ling did not use fire to burn them. Instead, he swiftly killed the 3 broilers with his dagger and turned to head back the way he came. In the dim little room, the shopkeeper groggily opened his eyes. He stared at the unfamiliar ceiling above, lying there in confusion for a moment, as if he could see the figure chewing on a centipede again, holding a head and asking him if he wanted a bite. He gasped and sat up suddenly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Was it a nightmare? The shopkeeper patted his chest, trying to forget that horrifying image. Just then, the door was forcefully opened from the outside. Dense fog surged in, and the figure that had just appeared in his nightmare stood at the door, one hand holding a fire stick and the other holding a wine jar, calmly looking at him. Upon seeing that devilish face, the shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned pale. I ask you. Chun-Ling shook the wine jar in his hand. Do you have any more of this wine? The shopkeeper, still shaken, nodded. Yes. I have a warehouse in the north of the block where all the brewed wine is stored. Give me the exact address. Chun-Ling asked the shopkeeper for the address and the key, then turned to leave, leaving the shopkeeper standing there in confusion, not knowing what had happened. A few minutes later, Chun-Ling walked into an empty vegetable market. Renjie, I'm a bit tired. He pressed the intercom switch and said. While speaking, he held a plastic bag and began to fill it with scallions, ginger, and garlic. Soon, Shi-Renjie's voice came through the intercom. It's normal to be tired. Find a place to rest for a while, then recover your strength. Shi-Renjie's voice also sounded very fatigued, but when he heard Chun-Ling say he was tired, there was an indescribable relief in his tone. He wasn't afraid of Chun-Ling being tired. He was afraid that Chun-Ling would push himself too hard and collapse on the battlefield. Chun-Ling suddenly stopped, casually picked up a cooking wine from a nearby shelf, glanced at the production date, and tossed it into the bag as well. All right, Chun-Ling said, and put away the intercom. He wandered around the market, picked out a sturdier stick, wrapped its head in a rag towel, soaked it in gasoline for a while, and then lit it. The blazing fire erupted from the top of the stick, moving in the fog like a moving sun. Chun-Ling held the torch in one hand and the seasonings in the other as he walked towards a deserted alley corner. He lightly tore at his cheek with his fingertips. When he walked out again, he had transformed into a stern-looking young man. His black trench coat replaced by a bright red opera robe, making him particularly eye-catching and eerie in the fog. Chun-Ling licked his lips, his throat rolling. and his figure became a blur, quickly disappearing into the mist. Chapter 111. The lawgiver is nothing but this cold rain street. Mom. A girl covered in blood leaned against the wall, slowly moving forward. Her left leg was unnaturally twisted, and her eyes scanned the silent fog. Her face filled with fear and despair. A strange shriek echoed from the front of the street, and the girl's face turned pale instantly. She curled up against the wall, her body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a hand gently patted her shoulder. The girl gasped, instinctively shrinking forward, and looked up in terror, only to find that the figure behind her was not a monster, but a young man in a black trench coat. Little one, what's wrong? Shirinja forced a gentle smile on his pale face. Perhaps because of that smile, the girl's fear lessened slightly as she quietly said, I got separated from my mom. Shirinja looked around. On the foggy street, there was not a single figure in sight. When did you get separated? Just now. Which direction did she go? The girl extended her hand and pointed toward the empty street ahead. Shirinja sighed and bent down. I'll take you to find her, okay? The girl nodded, and Shirinja lifted her onto his back, holding the bloodstained steel sword in one hand, staggering into the fog. After several hours of searching and fighting, Shirinja's body was nearing its limit, but he could not rest yet. With Hanming gone, he was the pillar of the 3rd district, and he could not collapse until all the streets were cleared. Shirinja walked slowly with the girl on his back. Bloodstains were everywhere on the storefronts on both sides of the street, and mangled corpses lay exposed to the air, their blood long dried. What is your name? Shirinja suddenly asked. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, close your eyes for now. Wait until I find your mom, then you can open them, okay? The girl obediently closed her eyes. Shirinja navigated through the silent street for over 10 minutes when a series of noisy sounds came from the distance. There are people. Shirinja immediately quickened his pace. As he approached the noise, he saw a group of people gathered around a bloodied body in a house at the corner of the street, anxiously discussing something. I told you he can't be saved. We should go. Yeah, if we don't leave soon, those things will chase after us. But he's still alive. We can't just leave him here. He saved our lives. I think running further out is more dangerous. Maybe hiding inside is the safest. There were about 6 or 7 people in the house, each covered in dust and blood, as if they had escaped from another street. At that moment, 2 or 3 were gathered around a seriously injured man, urgently bandaging him. Hearing their voices, the little girl Chi, who was sitting on Shirinja's back, suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed joyfully, Mom. Everyone in the room turned their heads at once. They saw Shirinja, dressed in a black trench coat, standing at the door, frozen in place. Then, a middle-aged woman suddenly stood up and rushed toward the door anxiously. Chi, where did you run off to? Mom has been looking for you so long. Stop. Shirinja's low roar suddenly rang out. This shout scared everyone in the room, and the middle-aged woman, who had run halfway, stopped in place, looking at him with confusion. Shirinja grabbed the arm of the little girl who was about to jump off his back, protecting her as he stepped backward. He tightly gripped his steel sword, his gaze fixed on the people in the room, their shadows writhing in the dense fog. This group of people was all targeted by the disaster. Mom. She reached out toward her mother, but could only see her getting further away, confusion filling her eyes. Your Honor, what do you mean by this? The middle-aged woman frowned, anxiously trying to take her child back. But Shirinja swiftly opened the door to the opposite room and pushed the little girl inside, locking the door behind her. Mom. The moment the middle-aged woman took half a step out of the room, a series of pitch-black shadows suddenly surged from within the room, instantly pouncing on the nearby figures in the narrow space. In an instant, screams and the sounds of flesh being torn apart intertwined wildly. Seeing this, Shirinja's eyes turned blood red. His body was stained with a touch of black, resembling iron armor, and he charged into the room without hesitation, sword in hand. He attempted to save the nearest middle-aged woman, but by the time he brought his sword down onto the shadow centipede, the woman's head had already been bitten off more than half. Even though Shirinja severed the shadow centipede, it was too late to save her life. The bloody massacre was completed in an instant. All the centipedes scurried along the walls, sealing off the entrance entirely. The figure in the black trench coat was trapped in the narrow room, surrounded by writhing shadow centipedes. Shirinja gripped the hilt of his steel sword tightly, took a deep breath, and the sword blade was stained with a color matching his own black, a cold aura radiating around him. After such a long fight, his physical strength was already at its limit, but at this point, he could not possibly retreat. The 8 shadow centipedes nearby surged up simultaneously. At that moment, the steel sword in Shirinja's hand traced a circular arc around him, a fine, dense black line sweeping out from the tip of the sword, severing the 3 closest centipedes in half. Shirinja wanted to dodge, but 2 centipedes had already bitten down on his shoulder. At such a close distance, he had no room to evade. Meanwhile, the remaining centipedes also rushed in, wrapping around him like a writhing black ball, biting at his body. Despite most of his skin being covered in black, as hard as steel, there were still areas being gnawed at, crimson blood staining his trench coat. Shirinja's eyes widened in panic. Just as he prepared to fight to the death, A figure like a fluttering red butterfly lightly landed outside the door. At that moment, all the shadow centipedes stopped moving, turning their heads toward the outside. In the swirling thick fog, a figure held a seasoning bottle in one hand and a blazing torch in the other, squinting as they looked into the room. Who? Shirinja instinctively shouted. Chun-Ling casually twirled the torch, forming a flower shape with the flames, chuckling lightly. Your Honor, it's nothing more than this. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished outside the door. At the same time, the shadow centipedes that had been on Shirinja went wild, scrambling to escape through the doors and windows, chasing after the rapidly retreating trail of flames. Today was the first offline book signing for Slaying Gods, Under the Nightfall, and Sanjiu went offline to meet everyone. There will be 2 updates today and tomorrow. Chapter 112. Roast chicken feast. In the room filled with blood and corpses, only Shirinja stood alone. He stood there in a daze for a moment, then quickly ran outside despite the pain. In the mist, that red figure had already disappeared to the point of being nearly unrecognizable, and several shadow centipedes were rapidly crawling behind him, turning into small black dots and vanishing. Who was he? At this moment, Shirinja's heart was filled with this question. That was a face he had never seen before, indifferent and stern, seemingly younger than him. From the clothing and the phrase Your Honor, it's nothing more than this. He definitely wasn't someone sent from Aurora City. Could it be that he was from outside the Aurora realm? But why did he save himself? And how did he lure those centipedes away? Just as Shirinja was puzzled, several black shadows rapidly swept out from the surrounding eaves. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. A total of 13 shadow centipedes ignored Shirinja on the ground, rushing from all directions toward that red figure. Chun-Ling, looking around and seeing no one, stabbed himself 3 times in the abdomen. The injuries and pain transformed into power, allowing Chun-Ling's speed to surge once again, just enough to distance himself from the frenzied, incoming shadow centipedes. Fortunately, the blood from the wounds and his bright red robe were almost the same color. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. To attract all the nearby shadow centipedes while ensuring he wasn't caught, Chun-Ling had pushed his speed to the limit. As that crimson figure swept over the rooftops, the howling wind brushed past the edge of the street, causing several panicked fleeing figures to stop in their tracks. Did you just see something go by? It seemed red. I didn't see anything. Are you seeing things? Who cares? Let us just run for our lives. As they spoke, they were about to continue moving when the thick fog ahead suddenly surged, and a mass of black shadows rapidly crawled out. Seeing the shadow centipedes charging straight at them, a few were so frightened they almost fainted, their legs going weak as they all knelt down on the ground. Just as they closed their eyes in horror, preparing to greet death, those black shadows rushed past them, heading further away. The few people opened their eyes in shock, still not comprehending what had happened, when the shadows beside them twisted violently. Several centipedes crawled out from the shadows, almost brushing against their faces, shrieking as they chased after the distant figure. In their frantic escape, they hadn't realized when these things had already hidden beside them. The same scene was playing out on several surrounding streets, the blazing torchlight almost allowing the shadow centipedes on 3 streets nearby to see Chun-Ling's path simultaneously. As he rushed forward, he conservatively estimated that he had attracted more than 30 disasters. As for whether there were any surviving disasters on other streets, Chun-Ling couldn't care less. He wasn't a god or a savior. Being able to save this many people was already his limit. The red shadow raced toward the edge of the street, and Chun-Ling searched for the path he had already rehearsed in his memory, quickly locking onto a warehouse that was 3 or 4 stories high in the wilderness. Chun-Ling dashed to the door of the warehouse, unlocked it with a key, and swiftly entered. After a brief silence, a swarm of shadow centipedes followed closely behind him into the wilderness, swirling around the warehouse for a moment before flooding in through the main entrance. The warehouse was dimly lit, with no lights on inside, as shadows crept into every corner searching for traces of Chun-Ling, but to no avail. Just as they were about to leave, the heavy door slowly closed with a thud, thud, thud. In the darkness, a faint glow of fire illuminated half of Chun-Ling's smiling face. All the shadows crawling in the warehouse turned their heads simultaneously to look. The firelight illuminated Chun-Ling's face and reflected a tiny image in the gasoline and wine flowing beneath his feet. As a mass of meat chickens rushed towards him with sharp cries, yet Chun-Ling calmly took cooking wine out of a plastic bag, opened the lid, and poured it on the ground with a splash. Here, no one could see, and no one would come to disturb. In the flickering light of the shaking flames, Chun-Ling's smile grew even more radiant as he licked his lips, wondering whether they would be roasted first or he would be burned to death first. The lighter in his hand spun lightly and fell to the ground. Boom! The raging flames instantly seemed to roll out like a red carpet throughout the warehouse, illuminating every corner. Dozens of meat chickens shrieked under the scorching flames, as if they were about to lift the roof off. Chun-Ling's body was also licked by the flames, his skin visibly charred, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Holding ginger and garlic in one hand and a green onion in the other, crashing into the mass of headless meat chickens like a fly. The entire warehouse transformed into a frying pan, and a rich meaty aroma began to spread within it. In this hell on earth, amidst the numerous cries of disaster and pain, only a figure in red grew more and more excited. So fragrant. Chen-Ling rushed to a perfectly roasted meat chicken, tore off its leg, first biting into the charred green onion, then suddenly chomping down on the chicken meat, the intoxicating aroma cleansing his body. Chen-Ling's hands were burned beyond recognition, yet it did not affect his eating at all. Under the vigorous vitality brought by the blood garment, he persisted through the high temperatures, weaving through the roasted chickens like an elegant diner at a fiery feast. Crimson eyes reappeared behind Chen-Ling, shadows sitting in the void, resembling the frantically fleeing shadow centipedes in the warehouse, the only difference being that the shadows behind Chen-Ling were human, while they were insects. The moment the audience's gaze fell upon them, the frantically writhing shadow centipedes trembled suddenly, their terrified eyes looking in that direction, their bodies under the licking flames no longer moving an inch. They gave up resisting, gave up struggling, curling quietly amidst the raging fire, allowing their bodies to be burned into fragrant cooked meat. So fragrant, so fragrant. As Chen-Ling moved among the roasted chickens, the strange red light surged once more in his eyes as he laughed and bit into the quiet chicken meat, his body completely charred by the flames. With a blackened body and blood-red eyes, from a distance, he seemed to have become one of the audience. In the burning warehouse, countless strange sounds rubbed against each other from the holes of those roasted chickens, overlapping as if chanting the name of some existence. The Crimson Sovereign mocking the abyss. The Formless King mocking fate. Chapter 113. Advancement. A black shadow seemed to break through the factory's ceiling like thunder, howling as it was engulfed in the swirling fog. Following that, a crawling shadow emerged from a hole in the factory's roof, twisting and coiling in the void, spiraling upward. A dark red hole wriggled at the centipede's head. And the next moment, countless shadows sprouted from that hole like growing branches, reaching out from all directions towards Han Meng's body. Han Meng's black coat was stained with blood as he frowned at the rapidly approaching giant shadow. His right hand gripped his gun, repeatedly pulling the trigger, as destructive bullets poured down like rain, continuously destroying the shadows that surged forward. Han Meng could feel his mental energy being consumed wildly, while at the same time, the judgment court was pushed to its limits. This was not Han Meng's first time challenging a higher tier. Compared to his last battle with the red paper monster, dealing with this shadow centipede was obviously less strenuous. This was not to say that the shadow centipede was weak, but Han Meng felt that the red paper monster was more insidious. The power of judgment continued to tear apart the shadows in midair, and Han Meng's figure navigated through them perilously while continuously rising. However, when his height exceeded a certain threshold, the black giant shadow gave up the chase, turned, and retreated back into the battered steel factory. Unwilling to leave the steel factory, Han Meng paused in midair, lost in thought. The continuous fighting had nearly flattened the entire steel factory, and as the enforcer of District 3, Han Meng naturally did not want to see such losses. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had been trying to lure the mother entity away from the factory, but no matter which direction he tempted it from, as soon as he exceeded a certain range of the steel factory, the mother entity would automatically give up the chase and return to the factory, as if it had completely regarded it as its nest. The more it was like this, the more difficult it became for Han Meng. To solve the current troubles in District 3, he had to kill this mother entity. But with so many centipedes gathered in the factory and the terrain being narrow, it was nearly impossible to kill a Tier 5 entity with a Tier 4 one, which was also why they had been entangled in battle for so long. Just as Han Meng was pondering how to break the deadlock, a sudden change occurred. The hundreds of wriggling shadow centipedes in the factory trembled simultaneously, their heads turning towards a certain direction in the fog, the dark red hole contracting violently, whether in fear or excitement. Who could tell? Han Meng looked in the direction they were gazing, but apart from a thick fog, he could see nothing. Han Meng frowned slightly, feeling puzzled when suddenly the mother entity lurking within the factory seemed to go mad, burrowing deep into the factory, its form gradually disappearing into the ground. The other shadow centipedes quickly gathered, following it towards a giant pit, like a black wave caught in a whirlpool. Seeing this, Han Meng immediately transformed into a shadow and chased after them. He burst into the factory, where those centipedes that had previously harbored murderous intent towards him seemed not to see him at all, continuously drilling downwards. Han Meng followed their trajectory and stopped in a corner of the workshop. In front of him was a giant pit several meters in radius, the edges of which were ashen, as if stained by something. The junction of the Gray Realm? Han Meng's frown deepened. As far as he knew, even if the Aurora Realm encountered a junction with the Gray Realm, the junction point would last at most half an hour before automatically healing. But this time, several hours had passed, and this junction point still existed? With the disappearance of the numerous centipedes, Han Meng's heart did not relax. Instead, he became more vigilant. As long as this junction point remained, those disasters could still appear. Even if they were not centipedes, there would likely be other disasters from the Gray Realm. Moreover, Han Meng could clearly sense that this junction with the Gray Realm was unusual. He stood at the mouth of the pit, hesitating for a moment. But a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. With a gentle leap, he disappeared into the gray depths of the pit along with the black wave. The warehouse under the blazing fire smelled incredibly fragrant, resembling a hot alchemy furnace. Countless curled shadows quietly burned within, while a figure, completely charred and with limbs like burnt matches, was lying on top of one of the shadows, frantically tearing at its flesh. As Chun-Ling devoured one shadow after another, the crimson in the eyes of those in the void grew increasingly vibrant. Dozens of shadow centipedes were burned to death in the fire, their flesh and blood becoming Chun-Ling's food, their spirits swallowed into nothingness, leaving behind puppet-like corpses, respectfully curled up on the ground. Time passed without Chun-Ling noticing. His eyes had been burned blind. He clawed at the charred chicken with both hands for a moment, but couldn't grasp a piece of meat. Only able to feel his way through the darkness, stumbling to the side. However, as soon as he took a step, his left leg shattered into charcoal, causing him to fall to the ground. This fall further shattered his right hand, chest, and shoulder, leaving him stiffly lying in the flames. Like a corpse on the verge of death. Was he going to die? Even the blood garment couldn't sustain Chun-Ling's survival in the raging fire for long. His vitality was about to end along with most of the shadow centipedes. The oxygen in the warehouse was rapidly consumed. An unprecedented sense of suffocation surged in Chun-Ling's heart. He still tried to crawl up to grab the roasted chicken around him, but after struggling for a long time, he could only sway slightly in place. Ultimately, he lay there motionless, as if he had completely resigned to his fate. Those pairs of crimson eyes in the flames silently observed everything. The fire completely burned away the last of the air, gradually extinguishing in the warehouse, leaving only flickering flames near the door gap. Connection to the actor lost. Performance interrupted. Audience anticipation, 50. Current anticipation, 28. A few lines of charred characters flashed across the ground littered with corpses, and after a moment, a strange red light extended from beneath Chun-Ling, weaving into steps that stretched toward the void's end. Above the sky outside the warehouse, a crimson star flickered slightly, and a surge of spiritual energy rushed wildly from Chun-Ling's corpse. It was as if he had broken through some barrier, his breath rising sharply, ultimately stabilizing at the second tier of that twisted divine path, before slowly fading into the void. In the darkness, the human-shaped charcoal-like corpse suddenly regained vitality at a rapid pace, with flesh and blood reviving on the pitch-black charcoal, and the burned eyeballs regaining their luster. As if something was about to break free from this lifeless corpse. His fingers slightly curled, and as his eyelids opened, a pair of hollow and eerie pupils were exposed to the air. He slowly rose, his bright red theatrical robe spotless, and the next moment, a strange and chilling laughter echoed in the silent warehouse. The signing session is over. It will resume tomorrow at midnight. Chapter 114. Skill out of control. Thick fog rolled silently, and on the desolate street, several figures in black and red uniforms hurriedly approached. Commander Shi. They saw Shi Renjie standing alone in the middle of the street, and immediately spoke up. Shi Renjie turned to look, noticing that most of these individuals were covered in dust and blood, looking quite disheveled, while a few appeared particularly clean, hiding behind the crowd with their heads down. Not daring to meet Shi Renjie's gaze. With just one glance, Shi Renjie could distinguish which enforcers had put in effort and which were taking advantage of the chaos, or, to put it bluntly, merely surviving. But at this moment, Shi Renjie had no time to settle accounts with them and directly asked, "What is going on?" "Commander Shi, the disasters have escaped from several streets around here." A red shadow flew past, and then those disasters went crazy, all chasing after it. "It's the same on our end." The enforcers covered in blood at the front began recounting everything that had just happened. Shi Renjie looked in the direction where the red shadow had disappeared into the fog, his eyes filled with deepening confusion. Just then, he seemed to discover something and crouched down. He saw faint long bloodstains left on the ground where the disasters had crawled by, resembling marks left by shadow centipedes after devouring people. These marks intertwined, extending towards some direction deep within the fog. The others also noticed these bloodstains, and the leading enforcers hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Commander Shi, should we pursue?" These bloodstains were left by shadow centipedes, and they were all chasing after that red shadow. Following these traces might lead us to them, but what might happen upon finding them is anyone's guess. With dozens of disasters involved, who could tell if that mysterious red shadow was friend or foe? Therefore, the vast majority of enforcers were silently praying not to pursue. After all, no one wanted to put themselves in danger. Unfortunately, Shi Renjie nodded without hesitation. "Pursue." He scanned the crowd and casually pointed to a few enforcers who were the most bloodied and looked the bravest. "You all follow me. The rest stay behind to clean up the battlefield." Upon hearing the latter part of his sentence, those enforcers who had been hiding behind the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mommy." At the same time, Xiao Qi's cries came from a nearby house. Shi Renjie came back to his senses, his eyes filled with complexity. Just before the massacre occurred, he had locked Xiao Qi inside the house, preventing her from witnessing the bloody scene. At this moment, the child was still unaware that her mother had just been torn to pieces by a shadow centipede right in front of her. Commander Shi, several enforcers expressed their confusion. Shirinja took a deep look at the room where the disaster had taken place, then turned and walked straight into the fog. Burn the bodies in the house. At least, don't let the child see her mother's state. The remaining enforcers exchanged glances, not daring to delay any longer, and followed Shirinja's instructions. A few minutes later, flames erupted from the house, filled with corpses. Shirinja moved through the fog, followed closely by 7 or 8 enforcers, tracking the traces left by the shadow centipedes as they approached the edge of the block. Commander, are you okay with your injuries? I'm fine. Shirinja shook his head. At this moment, all his attention was on that mysterious red shadow. He repeatedly recalled the scene from moments ago, although the person had only appeared for a few seconds. The impression they left was incredibly deep, whether it was the bright red clothing, the way they drew the disasters away, or their disdain for the enforcers. But what puzzled Shirinja the most was the green onions, ginger, and garlic that the other party had been holding. What was the intention behind those items? If he were merely a nameless hero who had finished shopping on his way home and happened to encounter the intersection of the gray realms to lend a hand, Shirinja wouldn't believe it. He had long outgrown that naivety. The other party's actions must have their own purpose, perhaps related to the current intersection of the Grey Realms. If they were a powerful being from another realm, could it be the Scarlet Sky sect? Or the Dusk Society? At least from what he could see, they didn't seem like the Flame Usurpers. While Shirinja was lost in thought, his figure had already tracked to a wilderness. He sniffed lightly, and his expression changed as he stopped. The enforcers behind him also came to a halt. Do you smell something foul? Shirinja suddenly spoke up. Foul smell? The enforcers exchanged glances and nodded, seemingly confirming there was indeed a bad odor. It smells like burnt plastic, one of them remarked. There was only a hint of it earlier, but the further we go in, the stronger it seems. Cough, 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 it stinks. Is it just my illusion? Why do I feel like there's a hint of vegetable fragrance mixed in with this foul smell? Everyone felt confused. But this still did not stop their pace as they slowly moved forward along the bloodstains on the ground. In the mist, a warehouse billowing black smoke came into view. The strong foul odor emanated from this warehouse. The signs of disaster disappeared here. Shirinja stared at the warehouse with a serious expression. They were most likely inside. I know this place. It's a wine cellar. I've tasted their family's wine, and it's quite good. An enforcer immediately spoke up. Open the door. At Shirinja's command. Several enforcers stepped forward, but as soon as they grasped the handle of the warehouse door, they suddenly recoiled, repeatedly shaking their hands in the air. This door is so hot. Shirinja frowned slightly, took the steel sword from his back, and calmly said, everyone back away. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly moved behind Shirinja. He took a deep breath, and the black aura once again climbed up the sword's body. He suddenly swung the sword at the enormous warehouse door. Boom! Black threads sliced through the doorway as the door instantly shattered into several pieces and collapsed. Before the crowd could see the scene inside, the air from outside rushed into the warehouse, reigniting the silent flames flickering in the corner, and a fierce blaze erupted, violently pouring out like a pair of fiery hands clawing their way out of the charred warehouse door. Fortunately, Shirinja and the others were standing far away and were not caught in the flames. Even so, they were forced to retreat repeatedly by the heat wave, staring in terror at the warehouse engulfed in flames, completely unaware of what was happening inside. A slight sound of footsteps emerged from deep within the warehouse. And amidst the raging flames, a figure draped in a bright red opera robe stepped out. The charred face gradually healed, transforming into a cold and unfamiliar face, with hollow eyes that were eerily sinister, just like Chen Ling when he first mastered wuxian. As he stepped onto the second tier, this twisted divine skill went out of control once again.